Welcome to the 2023 SCCA Runoffs, Virginia International Raceway, inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. I'm Brian Belansky. Greg Ginsburg is here. Doing it again, Greg. We're back at VIR.
We are back at VIR, Brian. A dry VIR, and let's hope it stays that way for the 2023 National Championship Runoffs and Hagerty Race Days.
Hagerty Race Days are upon us, the first of 3 days of racing. We're going to crown 24 national champions this week, and we've got 4 races this morning, and I think we've got 5 races this afternoon, and we're going to do things a little bit differently on this year's shows. Last year, we talked about the races that were done and the races that were coming up. Well, this year, we're just going to talk about the races that are coming up, and we are going to do that. So the morning shows every day are going to be talking about the morning races. The afternoon shows talking about the afternoon races. We're not going to do spoiler alerts. We're not going to talk about the racing that is done in case anybody hasn't seen the race they want to watch. So, getting right to it this morning, Greg, we are talking about A Sedan.
Yes.
That was our first qualifying session of the morning, I believe, this morning.
Indeed.
Or one of the first
ones.
It
was one of
or
the
yesterday
first.
morning, I should say. It was early on Thursday morning was the final qualifying session of 3.
But more importantly, they are going to lead off 3 days of racing here at the runoffs, and it was a very exciting 3 days of qualifying with a lot of surprises in what is really a very stacked field. You know, as I was going and looking through, for example, the number of years that some of our racers have run at the runoffs. Of course, the elder statesman in American Sedan, Andy McDermott, this is his 30th start at the National Championship Runoffs. But the Aquilante sisters, their 10th start. Danny Richardson, his lucky 13th.
Wow.
And we'll talk about that in just a little bit.
In a second.
His lucky 13th start. And Kelly Lubosh, 16. And we've got multiple national champions in the field. We've got Andy McDermott. He has won out of those 29 starts 8 times. We've got Greg Eaton looking for his 4th national championship, 2nd in a row. James Jost, who is our winner in Indianapolis, he's here this weekend as well, in what is a very, very strong American Sedan field.
We should probably tell folks who might be not familiar with the SCCA what exactly A Sedan is.
A Sedan, essentially it's your pony cars.
Right.
It's your Ford Mustangs. It's your Chevy Camaros, Pontiac Firebirds, and, you know, not necessarily the pony car that you would think of, but Cadillac CTS-Vs as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to call this the yacht rock class.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have Mr. West, lean back in the seat a little bit, arm on the pillar.
Well, a lot of these cars are older pony cars, late 80s, early 90s models. Like you said, the Camaros and the Mustangs are really prominent in the Firebirds in this class. And so that is kind of what we're looking at here. And it is a very, very interesting class because it's the cars we grew up loving, right?
Right, exactly.
All right, so we had a lot of action here in the 3 days of qualifying. You were here for days 1 and 2. I was not here until day 3, as far as I was paying really close attention and helping call the play-by-play action. But the first 2 days, how did they kind of play out for us here?
I mean, they kind of played out as, or at least day 1, played out as we expected. Beautiful, nice, cool, crisp
good enough
air.
weather.
Good enough weather, a little bit overcast. But all of our drivers were able to put in fast laps. And coming out of day number 1, our provisional pole sitter, our reigning national champion, Greg Eaton, out of Woodbridge, Virginia, a member of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, put in a qualifying time in the high 2-minute 3-second range, but had Danny Richardson, also out of the Washington, D.C. area, Durwood, Maryland, on the back foot. He was second fastest in qualifying. And then Clark Camburn, who finished on the podium last year here at Virginia International Raceway. He was third fastest in what is the biggest, the heaviest American sedan car. We didn't mention it when we ran down all the list of different chassis. He's driving a Dodge Challenger, and it is by far the heaviest car. It's got a lot of tire underneath it.
Right.
But he has to really hustle that thing around the tighter portions of Virginia International Raceway. But very strong running. We had all of our 11 drivers that are going to be racing here this weekend set qualifying times, and all looked really very strong. But you go into day number 2, and as soon as the drivers start to leave the grid, as soon as they head out on track, what happens? A mist appears in the air. And I think it was the dark cloud that usually follows me around. I've been staying off site, and it was there very early in the morning. And it was interesting. We looked at the weather maps. We were looking at the radar. Nothing in the radar at all. But it was just enough to dampen the track that these high torque V8 cars weren't able to put power down. And it also, as they all went out on dry weather tires, they couldn't get any grip either. So it basically turned into a session for most of our drivers where they were looking to determine how these cars might handle on the long run, but also make sure that everything was buttoned up in the cars as well.
Sure.
Because American Sedan, the one thing that I think is a trait of the class, it is a class that typically for longer races like we're going to have here for the national championship, there's a bit of attrition sometimes.
Sure.
One of the biggest fights that a racer has in American Stand is not necessarily with their competition, but it's with reliability of their machines. And so it was a very good time for most of our racers. One driver, however, did not go out and put in times. He came off the grid, saw that he had no grip, immediately brought the car back to the pit lane and decided to call it a session. That was Danny Richardson. And so at the end of day number 2, it was still Greg Eaton, your provisional pole sitter.
And then we get to today. Today was, as I like to call it, Chamber of Commerce weather.
Yes.
It was depending on what time you ran. Early this morning, we started off with about 55 degrees.
Right. It was up to about 65 when these drivers went out.
And beautiful blue, sunny skies. A little bit of wind out there today, which I talked with our open wheel cars today, and it really affected people today. We'll talk about that more when we get to those classes. But these big ground pounders probably aren't quite as affected by the winds that we had today.
No, most likely not.
But so you could not have chosen a better temperature and a better weather forecast for a day of qualifying like we had here on the third day here. And everybody went out, and what we were a little surprised by is with the weather being so good, we thought a lot more of these classes were going to have some really fast times.
Right.
Didn't really play out that way for a lot of classes.
No.
Even those who did run faster didn't run a whole lot faster than they did on Tuesday. And on today we had all 11 cars out there trying to turn times because the weather was perfect. And Danny Richardson, he pulled it off there.
Yeah, he put it on the pole right at the end of the session, as we saw in a couple different classes. But this was one of the classes where, because of the cooler weather, because of the dry track, these drivers put in very quick lap times up at the front of the field. Danny Richardson, a full second faster than Greg Eaton ran. Yes, actually about 0.9 of a second faster than Greg Eaton had run yesterday. And Greg Eaton missed out on pole by, as I do my math here, and I'm very poor at math, 14 thousandths of a second separated these two drivers at the end.
So what do you think going into today's races? What are we going to see from these drivers with a pretty good weather forecast ahead of us? What do you think we're going to be looking at?
Well, as I mentioned, I think probably the biggest story, and it was the biggest story last year, back when James, at Road America back in 2020, it was the biggest story, and that was attrition. Danny Richardson last year was leading this race, had some electrical issues, retired about midway with the car over by turn 1. We had Clark Camburn, who led a majority of the race. He made it to the checker, but could not hold off Greg Eaton. And honestly, Greg Eaton, with wins here at Virginia International Raceway in 2019 and also last year, 2022, I think he's the odds-on favorite to win. He has 3 national championships to his name right now. He's looking for number 4. And, of course, Andy McDermott, who is always very strong, he has 8 championships currently. The one story with Andy McDermott is he is always very hard on the equipment. And so,
Right.
It's not wrecker or checker, but it is make or break in many times for Andy McDermott. And so we'll have to see if he can work his way up. He's starting 5th behind James Jost, and who's going to be starting in 4th on the outside of row number 2. And same story, James Jost, former student of mine at driver's school.
Right.
He knows how to race.
And he still makes it to the runoffs.
Yes, and he blames me every single time he doesn't win. So,
and I talked with Clark Camber today,
Yeah.
and he had said that he had some issues with the car and all of that, and he felt he had more in that car than he got out of it today.
And he was definitely off the pace today. He was almost 4 seconds today off
Right.
the pole. Had to rely on his qualifying time from Tuesday,
Right.
from the very first day of qualifying.
Yeah, only 3 drivers are using that Tuesday time for their final qualifying time. That would be Clark, as well as Amy Aquilante and Kelly Lubesh. So those folks had to go back to their Tuesday times, and we're relying on those as we get ready here. I'm going to put up the full rundown here of our cars in this particular class so that we can take a look at them and show you how they are starting here. Our A sedan grid, your front row, is Daniel Richardson with Greg Eaton next to him. Then we've got the Clark Camber Dodge Challenger in 3rd place. Next to him, James Jost. Andrew McDermott is in 5th. Thomas West, we didn't talk much about him. How was his run?
Okay, so Thomas West in the Cadillac CTSV, his session ended a little bit early on Tuesday, but had strong running the past 2 days. Again, on the Wednesday qualifying session, it was, as far as times go, it was a throwaway, but the car looked very, very good, looked very stable. It's got the longest wheelbase, I think, other than the Challenger. I think the Challenger is actually a little bit longer car, but looks very good around some of the more sweeping corners, like coming through Hog Pen, the very last corner, that off-camber right-hander onto the front straight. It is challenged a little bit through some of the tighter sections. Through left hook, turn 4 here, for example. It looks a little bit on the back foot, but again, looks very strong. We'll see if as he's starting in 6th position, if that car can make it past. It didn't have the overall pace of the Mustangs.
Right.
Or the Camaro of Danny Richardson this time out.
And then one of the leading families of in the SCCA with multiple national championships, and they got the sisters here, Amy and Beth Aquilante, starting 7th and 9th. How are they feeling about their run at this point?
I haven't had to talk. I haven't
Right.
had a chance to talk to them, but Amy's come away. She's had 2 podium finishes at the runoffs in American Sedan. She's finished 2nd. She's finished 3rd. And, I know she's looking for her next step on the podium. She took that 2nd place at Indianapolis Motor Speedway just 2 years ago, and I'm sure looking for a strong finish here. The Firebirds looked very good in qualifying this weekend.
All right, there we go. Andrew McDermott's in 5th place starter. 6th starter is Thomas West. Amy Aquilante will start 7th. Kyle Jones, 8th. Beth Aquilante in 9th. And Sam Daniels will start 10th in your A Sedan race. First race of the day today. All right, let's start talk about F production. One of the early qualifying sessions on Thursday, and we were expecting a lot of fast cars out of this session, and it didn't quite pan out that way.
No, it did not.
But it was good for a driver who had a really good lap on Tuesday.
Yes, it certainly was. And so Cliff Ira, let's get rid of let's knock out the drama. Cliff Ira, who's going to be your pole sitter, threw down a flyer on Tuesday, the first day of qualifying, the Kansas City, Missouri driver and his Honda Civic Del Sol. He's got 2 national championships to his name. He won just 2 years ago at Indianapolis in really some mixed conditions, very much like here at here at VIR last year. But Cliff Ira has got a rocket ship of a Honda.
So let's say something though. Okay. Last year really wasn't mixed conditions. Last year was just flat out wet.
Horrible, yeah.
Horrible conditions.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Wednesday, was more mixed conditions.
Yes,
some
correct.
a little bit dry, some a little bit. So to call last year mixed conditions,
Yeah,
like
true.
really.
But what F Production had for a race at Indianapolis, it went from dry to
Right,
wet,
okay.
and certainly the front wheel drive cars there had the advantage.
Sure.
Last year here, nobody had the advantage, so Cliff Ira, he's got
the Aflac Duck had an advantage last year.
Yes. Yes, it did. So Cliff Ira in his Honda Civic Del Sol, the car is a rocket ship. He gets the power down very well coming out of Oak Tree, and he was a couple miles an hour faster through the traps at the end of the very long back straight here at VIR than anybody else. And he sat on that qualifying time all the way through the week as we went to qualifying the second day, where F Production had the session all to themselves. They were sharing the qualifying sessions with GT Light both on Tuesday and yesterday for pole day, which may have affected some of the drivers' ability to set fast laps as they had to work their way with GT Light cars that maybe don't have the same performance envelopes that the F Production cars do. He just stayed steady. He was actually one of the slower cars on Wednesday when the track became, it was very damp at the beginning. We talked about an American sedan, how when the drivers came off the grid, it had just started to mist and get damp. Well, F Production went out immediately after American Sedan and T1's combined session, and the beginning of the session, again, was very damp. Cliff Ira, he basically put in, I would call it almost an installation lap. He went out, he was almost 20 full seconds off of his pole time, and was one of the slower drivers out on course. Most of the drivers in that middle day of qualifying did not put in many laps. They also maybe put in an installation lap, put in 2 or 3 laps just to make sure the car is okay. If the track is just kind of damp with a little mist in the air, there's more of a chance you might put the thing off. You don't want to hurt the car.
Exactly.
You want to have it ready for pole day.
Right.
So a lot of the drivers, they came back. There was one exception to that, though, and that was Ken Kennard.
Well, we were talking about that. We were expecting pole day because the weather was so spectacular to be where all the fast cars came from. And we certainly didn't expect a second day qualifying time to stick.
No.
Because, we had those weird conditions on that second day. But that's exactly what happened for Ken Kennard.
Yeah, that is. And so for every session that we had missed, maybe 3/4 of a session to a full session later, that the track would dry out and it would immediately come back in. And Ken Kennard stayed out on track for the entire 20 minutes of qualifying.
Right.
And on the last lap, he throws down a high 2:08, only about 7/10 off of Cliff Ira's times.
Right.
And it was good enough at the time to put him third in the order. Actually, I take that back. It was actually good enough. Yeah, it was good enough to put him third in qualifying, and he was able to hold that time through pole day qualifying on Thursday as well, where most of our other drivers couldn't. Now, most of the drivers in the top 10, they did set their fastest lap on the initial day of qualifying, but there were some exceptions, and the track on Thursday, it was very hit or miss.
Right.
When the sun came out, and on Thursday, as opposed to Tuesday, there wasn't the cloud cover. It was very overcast on Tuesday. And as soon as the sun would come out, and we saw this as soon as it got to be high noon, the track got very greasy.
Right.
But Kevin Ruck, in the number 73 Acura Integra, the Hoosier Willwood AEM Integra, he had issues, and a lot of issues on day 1 and day 2 with drive shafts, with axles in that front-wheel drive car. And he wasn't able to put in a good time until the final day of qualifying. And so he had no qualifying time on Tuesday. He had the damp conditions on Wednesday, and on Thursday he throws down a flyer, a 209.2, so a full second off of provisional pole, but still good for fourth position. And believe me, in that Acura Integra, starting on the second row, he is in as good a position as anybody else in the field to win a third national championship. Right.
And we were looking for these fast times on Thursday pole day, and the fastest time on Thursday pole day was that Kevin Kevin Ruck car, Cliff Ira and Bill Hingston in the Goodyear clad Mazda Miata was able to get their fast times on Tuesday. Obviously, Ken Kennard, we talked about, got his time on Wednesday, and then Mason Workman was the first fast driver on pole day. So pretty remarkable that 4 of the top 10 cars had their fast lap on Tuesday. Then 4 of the top 10 cars had their fast lap on pole day, and then you've got that outlier there with Ken Kennard getting his fast lap on Wednesday.
Yeah, and we should also mention, if we're looking at the top 10, Steven Simons, Michael Chameleon, Perry Simons set their fastest laps. They are qualified 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Right.
They set their fastest laps on pole day as well. So things were just finally coming to them. We had Steven Simons had some issues on track on day 1, and I think he was probably trying to get confidence levels back up. But I'll tell you, probably the happiest prod driver, Brian, here, and a reigning champion for that matter, E-Production reigning national champion Jesse Prather, who's not racing this year at the runoffs. Jesse Prather Motorsports responsible for 9 of the 10 engines powering our top 10 racers in F production. He's a very, very happy man. I was speaking to him at the block party just on Wednesday night, and he is happier than you could be.
Cool. I had a chance to catch up with Cliff Ira after qualifying and talk with him for a few minutes. Let's take a listen to what he thought his qualifying run was about and what he thinks will happen during the race. All right, we're here with Cliff Ira, the pole sitter in F production for this morning's races. First off, how was qualifying? That's an obvious answer, right?
Well, look, I was lucky I cracked off 1 lap on Tuesday, and that time held, but we were really fortunate. Second day of qualifying, we had some weather, so nobody got to go faster, and today the conditions are really good, but the track got oiled up, and so I mean, it kind of goes to show you, lay down a good lap on the first day if you can, and that really paid off for us.
Was it surprising to you that Tuesday's times held up?
Yes, I would say overall it was surprising, especially this morning was so beautiful and the conditions were just perfect. It was like high 50s and sunny, and the track was dry. I just knew everybody, the class before us, which was the first run group, went faster, like a second faster, so it was all teed up to be. I am surprised now, but yeah.
So going into the race, what's the plan for the start of the race? What's the strategy?
Well, I think the strategy is, you got to have a good clean start. You got to finish the race, So we want to have a good clean start, and there's a bunch of really fast guys, 5 or 6 cars within a second of each other. So we're all going to be running together, and just need to get a good, safe, clean start and try to manage the race from there.
Winner comes out of the first 3-4 rows, do you think?
There's some really fast guys in the first 3 or 4 rows, so I would think so. Kind of looking at the qualifying times, you kind of never know, and anything can change with the weather and everything else. But I would, that's kind of the top 10 cars are probably the fastest cars.
Who is the one driver you're looking out for?
Oh boy, I don't think.
Or the top couple. How's that?
Well, look, there's a couple of really fast Hondas, and with Ruck and Kennard, and then obviously you've got Hingston, who's going really fast this week, and Workman and Charlie Campbell. I'm sure I'm leaving some people out, and I don't mean to, but it's some really good, experienced front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive guys together, which kind of makes it exciting because it was a little bit of a rear-wheel drive show for a while, so it's nice to have some front-wheel drive cars up there.
All right, that's Cliff Ira, your E-Production pole sitter for the 2023 E-Production Runoffs race. All right, we are back here. That was Cliff Ira, and at the end. So there's so many cars that Jesse Prather's got under that tent
That's
there.
Right.
And while I'm talking to Cliff, I'm like, okay, I looked over, and there's an E-Prod car behind me. So at the end, I said, it's Cliff Ira, your E-Prod pole sitter.
Greg Ira's E-Production car, most likely.
Yeah, possibly. Exactly. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But no, he was the F production pole sitter. So sorry for the problem there with the correction there, but that is the situation. He's really excited to be on the pole for this race, which of course is coming up at 9:15 this morning. So want to make sure you stick around for that if that's one of those that you're interested in. All right, so I want to just take a moment. There's a guy. He has been a hero of mine.
He's not just a guy.
No, he is not. He is the guy.
Yes.
He has been a hero of mine for many, many years. Well, a lot of has to do with the fact that he's done this racing thing a lot.
Yes.
But he's also one of the best motorsports photographers that I have ever seen. And as a photographer myself, I've always tried to kind of emulate his stuff with very bad results, by the way. I actually got to meet him last night. It was a big fanboy moment for me. I got a selfie with him. And we're, of course, talking about Mark Webber, who is an SCCA Hall of Famer. And he has also done a whole bunch of starts here at the runoffs.
An area director, part of the National Board of Directors. And, yes, he has had many, many starts. And this, I was going to say, this I don't understand. This is the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Mark Webber has 65 starts at the runoffs. He has, I believe, 21 top 10s.
Wow.
And just a couple of years ago at Road America back in 2020, he finished 4th. So just off the podium. But and he's a great story.
And obviously, he got 65 starts and 60 runoffs because he didn't start with the 60th with the first runoffs.
Right.
He did a lot of multiple races out here, and in many of those years, he was switching motors between one car in the same car. So he did a lot of those starts in the same car, but in different classes, and he needed a different motor for each class.
Right.
So he would swap the motors out several times during the runoffs just so he could run 2 classes. It's just insane.
It is.
The dedication to do that. And of course, his photography exploits were all over Sports Car Magazine. Pretty much every magazine that's been out there. Racer Magazine, Sports Car, Car and Driver, Auto Week. He was telling me about. If it's a magazine and it has cars in it, there's very likely been a Mark Webber picture in that over the years.
Yeah,
so
he was the Grand Marshal at the June Sprints this year, and like you, I was fanboying as I got to talk to him and interview him during our broadcast there, and good luck to him. And he was showing me that he's hoping to have start number 70 here at the runoffs in just a few years.
All right, here is our starting order here for this race. Again, it starts at 9:15 this morning. Here is your F Production starting grid. Cliff Ira is in first place. We're going to run through the top 5 pretty quickly because we've talked about most of those.
Right.
And then we'll do a quick little, well, actually, we're running out of time. So let's get this through here. Cliff Ira and Bill Hingston will be your front row. Second row is going to be Ken Kennard and Kevin Ruck. Your third row will be Mason Workman and Charlie Campbell.
Both in Mazda Miatas.
There you go. Your, what would that be?
Well,
fourth row.
Fourth row, then Doug Weaver and Steven Simons, also in Mazda Miatas, and then Michael Kamalian, the car that I can never find, if only because it has camouflage wrap on it.
Right.
The number 99 machine of Michael Kamalian out of Marietta, Georgia, and then Perry Simons as well. And so, very heavy concentration of Hondas at the front of the field, and then the rest of the top 10. Mainly Mazda Miatas.
There you go. There's your starting grid for F Production. Again, that race starts at 9:15 this morning. Now we're moving on to Formula Enterprises 2. This is one of our spec classes, our only spec formula class out here. And that race is going to kick off here at 10:15 this morning. And this was also a pretty exciting qualifying on Thursday.
Yes.
But a lot of stuff happened in the days prior as well.
Although not much happened on Wednesday.
That's true.
and more, we'll just cut to the chase. Lots of damp weather for FE2 on Wednesday. The majority of the drivers did not even bother coming off the grid, did not bother setting times. And the ones that did, mixed between dry and wet tires, it worked for some, didn't work for others. I think we only had one driver who set their fastest lap of the week in the Wednesday qualifying session. And that was, of all people, Justin Huffman. And he did it at the very end of the session when the track was drying out. It allowed him to move up to 4th in the order, lost a position. on pole day, as he wasn't able to meet or beat what he had set the day before.
Right. This was one of those classes that did what we thought it was going to do.
Yes.
We really thought, like we've been saying all show here, that the Thursday times were going to be so much faster than Tuesday and Wednesday. Most classes it didn't turn out that way, but in this particular class, almost everybody who turned a fast lap turned it on pole day.
On pole day, you know, we had Frank Futrell, who's been last year was started the race up towards the front of the field. Russ Turner, same thing, had those two racers very strong, both in FE2 as well as Spec Racer Ford, and we'll talk a little bit more during the weekend about Spec Racer Ford as well. We had Caleb Schrader, who came from the West Coast, from Tiger to Oregon, I believe,
Yep.
and had very, very strong events during our West Coast swing of the Super Tour and some of the majors events there. Again, both in Spec Racer Ford and FE2 as well.
Lefty and I talked about him a lot during Thunder Hill and Portland. A lot of discussions.
I was there with you during Portland.
Yeah, that's
yes,
right.
And you know, very strong. And of course, Bailey Monette, who is our reigning national champion, he did not put in a lot of time, actually any time.
He put in zero time
in a Formula Enterprises 2 car this season. He's here racing on the what's known as the Champions Exemption.
Right.
He put some time in tin top cars, raced with the GR86 Cup earlier in the season, and here he is. He's ready to go. It was, I think, pretty clear that maybe early on in the week, and I saw him when I was working grid and talked to him a little bit, during the test days. Maybe a little bit rusty, has to come back to him, but he had a marvelous race in the rain in very poor conditions last year to win the national championship. And, I'm sure he's going to be getting more comfortable with the car. And I'm sure once the green flag flies, it's much different than qualifying. He's going to have that rabbit to chase and
exactly
might put in a strong showing. But, Russ Turner, he's been the class of the field. The first 2 days of qualifying, he was your provisional pole sitter coming out of day number 1 on Tuesday, and he just threw down the gauntlet yesterday in qualifying for pole day, where he ran almost 0.6 of a second faster than he did on the first day.
Yeah, it was fast and furious action on pole day.
Yes.
In this class, and a lot of cars went quick, and we were reeling off purple sector fast times throughout the whole session.
Yes.
And they set their times in this. If I remember correctly, pretty much in the first maybe 10 minutes of the session, and then. But what happened with Russ Turner, though, he didn't set his fast time till at the end of the session.
End.
There was a caution that came out, and he had talked to me, and we're going to get this in I'll let him tell us in a minute. But it worked out really well for him, that caution, and we'll let him explain why how that happened to him in just a second. But he was one of those cars that came back and got that lap late. And that worked out pretty well for him. And a lot of good drivers here deep into the field here. I mean, Todd Vanacore, he's way back in 17th. He's your P1 or P2 pole sitter,
right.
P1 pole sitter. So that just kind of shows you how deep the field is here for a lot of these cars. And there's a lot of good drivers in this field.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you, I think one of the stories, and we'll talk about some father-son pairings. I think
Yes.
a lot, and actually familial pairings over the next couple of days. But in FE2, we've got a father-son pair. We've got Jamison Huffman and his father, Justin Huffman. Justin Huffman finished on the podium at Sonoma Raceway in 2018. Jamison has only had a competition license for 2 years. He raced in Spec Miata regionally last year, stepped into FE2 with his father's assistance this year. On day number 1 of qualifying, he was 4th fastest.
Right.
And I was talking to him this evening.
You talked to him yesterday.
I talked to him yesterday. And one of the things that he said was, and we were talking about that caution that came out.
Right.
He was coming out of South Bend just as that full course caution came out.
Right.
And in the final sector, lost almost 3 seconds. What would have been good for 4th in the field here on pole day on Thursday.
Right.
And he finds himself 3 positions further back in the field just based on that one lap.
Right. All right, so you know what? Let's do this. I've already teased it like deep.
Yes.
Let's get this interview with Russ Turner. I caught up with him after the qualifying, and he had a little luck that played into this, and he was not upset about it.
I'll bet he wasn't.
I'm here with Charles Russell Turner, FE2 pole sitter for tomorrow's race. First of all, qualifying, did that go the way you thought it was going to go?
Yeah, it went. Actually worked out quite well for me. The double yellow actually worked in my favor because I'd planned on actually coming in and sitting to the end of the session to see if Franklin was going to go faster. But it did allow me to stay out there, keep my tires warm. So when we did go back green, it was just the perfect amount of laps for me. Now, unfortunately, I didn't know how Franklin was running behind me, so I had to just do the best I could. So I put down the best lap I could on the last lap there in hopes that it wouldn't give him a chance to go chase it. So.
Yeah, it seemed like that yellow came out. If you were going to try to cool your tires, it couldn't have been at a better time.
No, it was unfortunate for Matt Romer, but it was very fortunate for me. Worked out very well for me.
It's often the case that other racers' misfortune is some other racers' fortune, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it cut the session short for some people who were still working to get up to speed. But for me, it worked out very well.
All right, so let's talk about the race. What are you thinking? How do you think it's going to play out in the early laps, and what's your key to win?
My key to winning is staying in the front. I think I got a little bit of speed advantage on Franklin on the straightaways, so it's going to be hard for him to pass me. But he is a very, very talented driver, and I'm worried that if he gets in front of me that I won't be able to get back around him. So my plan is to try to stay up front early, keep the pace up, get us scattered out as much as we can so that in the end it's hopefully just me and Franklin fighting it out to the end.
Do you think that's a likelihood that you two could pull away, or are you expecting a 4 or 5 car pack going into that final lap?
There's definitely going to be there'll be some other people there, especially Caleb. I think Caleb's he's super talented. He's going to be super fast, especially when he gets to see be nose to tail with us. He's going to instantly learn where we have the speed advantage, and he's going to correct it in one lap. And so I suspect it's going to be at least 3 cars. I think it'll be me, Caleb, and Franklin there.
All right, we're back here with. So this is one of those situations where the yellow came out perfectly for Russ Turner, and he was actually planning to think about coming in to just cool off his tires for a lap or two, and the race gods gave it to him the way he needed it to happen there. So pretty cool for him there how that worked out as well. So lots going on here in this group, Greg, and we've got some national champions in this group as well.
Well, Frank Futrell,
right.
He's your reigning Spec Racer Ford national champion and has 2 championships to his name. Obviously, the last one just this past year at VIRginia International Raceway proves, and we'll see again when we talk about Spec Racer Ford a little bit later in the weekend that that is a strong class for him as well. And we have Darrell Wills out of the Houston region who is making his 12th start at the runoffs. He's a 3-time national champion. Last championship all the way back in 2013. It'll be a nice 10-year reunion for him if he comes away with his 4th national championship.
This FE2 class is interesting because a lot of the drivers cross over to Spec Racer Ford because the people that rent the Spec Racer Fords also rent the FE2.
Yes.
So it's a really natural combination for them to go out and get the double track time. It's also a great progression. If you get your start in Spec Racer Ford and you want to then get up to something a little bit faster with some aero and all that kind of stuff, it's a really good way to go. And I'm guessing this was the idea when they invented FE2, and if it wasn't, it worked out pretty well.
It worked out very well as a great ladder Formula Car series in the SCCA. So let's talk now about Super Sweep.
Super Sweep.
We haven't mentioned it for our first two classes here,
right?
But we have 2 racers that are eligible to win the Super Sweep. Very prestigious award. Of course, you want to win a national championship, but the Super Sweep will go to the drivers who win. There are 3 criteria: win a Majors Conference championship, they win the Hoosier Super Tour Points Championship, and they also, of course, win the national championship runoffs.
And they have to win a Super Tour race as well.
Correct.
That's the fourth. Did you say that already?
Yes. I mean, that is true. You kind of assume that if they win the point standings, they probably
one would
win.
think.
But yes, let's clarify that you must win a Super Tour race as well. And in Formula Enterprises too, there are 2 drivers that could take home the Super Sweep Award.
And they are?
They are Charles Russell Turner.
Sure.
Okay, he is your pole sitter. I think right now you'd probably think that he's
a
the
favorite.
best chance if he takes the win, and there are no other contingencies there. It doesn't matter where anybody else finishes. If he takes the win, he'll win the Super Sweep. Caleb Schrader, who, as we mentioned, is starting a little bit further back. Well, not that much further back.
Right.
He's starting the inside of row number 2. If Caleb Schrader takes the win, he will be a Super Sweep winner.
And looking a little deeper into this field, we've got some really good cars. We're going to go over the top 10 here in just a minute, but I want to just take a look a little deeper in this field. Steve Whitson, he is a former national champion in Formula V, I believe. And even if he's not, he's always at the pointy end of the Formula V field as well. We talked about Todd Vanacore, the P1 pole sitter right now. Tom Burt is out on my coast. I see him all the time. He is as fast as could be out there. So, and all these cars, it's a spec class. So, and we're really tight in first speeds. We're within 5 seconds all the way back to 19th place here is within 5 seconds of your pole time. So it's pretty impressive.
Absolutely,
how deep this field is.
Very much so. All right, so should we take a look at the starting order?
We should.
Here? All right.
Should. Let's pull this up here, and we can talk about our top 10 here in Formula Enterprises 2. We've got our front row. It's going to be Charles Russell Turner and Frank Frutoil. And then our second row, Caleb Schrader and Adam Jennerjohn. The third row will be Justin Huffman and Paul Schneider. We haven't talked much about Paul Schneider.
No, Paul Schneider out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Years ago, I used to think of the Liam Snyder, former national champion, and Paul Schneider show in FE and
Right.
FE2. Schneider has been very, very strong and very consistent over the years, and I think this may be his highest qualifying position in the last 3 years or so. So I would definitely not count him out.
And then we've got Jamison Huffman going off there in the 7th spot with Bailey Monette next to him. We've, of course, talked about the father-son combination there, Justin and Jamison.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, you take a look at that order. They are both going to be starting in nose to tail, basically one row to the next on that inside lane. And you may see them start to work together almost right out of the gate to try and work their way to the front of the field.
Right. And then in our fifth row, we've got Darrell Wills and John Yeatman. Haven't so much about John Yeatman, but he had a really good qualifying to come in 10th. All right, so that's it for our Formula Enterprises 2 starting grid. This race gets underway at 10:15 this morning. Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires, the morning show at the Runoffs. It's Friday morning, and we are getting ready to go racing in just a few minutes here,
That's right.
and it is going to be big. Let's talk about GT2, our last race before lunch today. Going to go off at 11:15 a.m. if all goes as planned.
It all goes as planned. Yes.
And this is a field that it's a lot of fun to watch these cars.
Yeah, I mean, these obviously are GT cars for the most part. They are the silhouette body tube frame cars. One that doesn't look like a silhouette body tube frame car, but I guarantee you it is nothing like what it looks like from the outside.
Sure.
once you start to peel those body panels off. And always very fun to watch. Last year ended this class GT2. The race ended with a lot of drama.
Right.
And I think a lot might be minimizing it.
Yeah.
by just a little bit. But very exciting qualifying. And, I'll tell you, Brian, that I talked briefly to one of the drivers in this class during the test days.
Sure.
And he was very confident. But before he got into the car for the very last session, in testing on Sunday, he mentioned something to his crew member, which I overheard, and I kind of looked at it as maybe a harbinger of things to come.
Uh-oh.
No, actually, maybe not good for him, but good for somebody else here, as really just out of the gate, very, very quick Barry Bowes from Austin, Texas, in the DataFax Ford Mustang. The car was very fast, very quick. Was just jumping out of corners and looking very good in the tighter sections here in
Sure.
Sector 1. And I was talking to Jared Odrick And Jared, this is his second year at the runoffs. Last year he ran in GT2.
Right.
He also ran in Spec Miata. He's devoting his time, I believe, just to GT2 this weekend. Jared, when you talk competition, Jared knows competition, and he knows how to get a game face on. Jared, a former first-round draft pick in the NFL, and I'll tell you, even on a test day, when he put on a game face, you knew how determined he was and how much concentration there was going on to put on a good time. But he was about ready to get into the car for the very last test session, and he looks at his crew chief, and he says, Barry Bowes is running, and Barry Bowes is very good.
Yeah.
And so Barry Bowes puts in a qualifying time of 1:52.004, 11 thousandths of a second up on Tony Ave. And, we mentioned Tony Ave. Tony Ave, a former GT1 national champion, former Trans Am national champion. I think he's racing in about 65 different classes here this weekend.
Which is impressive because there's only 24.
Exactly. Well, he's looking to beat Mark Webber's record there.
Just in one runoffs.
In one runoffs, exactly. And but very, very quick.
Yeah.
And Jared Odrick, I mean, great run. I saw Jared race, and I don't want to make this the Jared Odrick show.
Sure.
But I saw Jared Odrick race at the majors at Summit Point Raceway, where he competed against Kevin Allen, who is also a very strong GT2 racer.
Right.
And Jared put on, I think, probably the race of his life, and it certainly surprised me and my announcing partner, Brian Donati, as to the quality of the race there. And Jared, he's been fast this week. He came out of the gate almost a second off of Barry Bowes' time, off of Tony Ave's time, but he was, when he needed to be, he was in the 152s today when things got, on Thursday, when things got very quick, and put in a time of a 152.430, so only about 4/10 off of the drivers in the front row.
Yeah. So let's set the table for how qualifying played out.
Sure.
This was one of those classes where the Wednesday qualifying, almost nobody went out.
Literally washed out.
Yeah. There were 4 cars that made attempts on Wednesday, and one of them your fast car, your overall pole sitter, but everyone else for the most part stayed in and decided not to fret the rain, and so everyone was coming into pole day resting on their Tuesday times, and this is one of the classes where pretty much everybody in the class set their fast lap on Thursday.
On Thursday, yes.
So and that is how
the only 2 drivers that didn't are the drivers that did not take to the track on pole day.
Yeah, so it was a big. Yeah, you're right. The only ones who didn't were the ones that didn't go out today. I didn't even realize that until you just said it. You're a smart guy.
I'm just observant.
Exactly. But yeah, so Barry Bowes, the premonition that Jared Odrick had was very very good because he is the pole sitter. And you look a little deeper into the field, and there's a lot of good little cars also that are deeper in this field. Got a couple Corvettes a little lower down. The Jorge Nazario and Michael Quattlebaum. That's a decent car, both of those. So there's a lot of things that can happen here.
Yeah, and we might play. And we were kind of joking about how many classes Tony Ave is running this weekend, but this is the one class where he put almost no time behind the wheel.
Right.
He did not go out for qualifying. Not only on Wednesday, didn't go out on Tuesday either. And so pole day was his only chance to set a time in his Nissan 350Z.
Right.
And there you go. He puts it on the outside of the front row.
So there is one driver who is conspicuously not on our grid sheet today.
Yes.
One that you certainly probably would have expected to be there.
Absolutely. And he was involved in some of that drama that I referenced from last year. Our reigning national champion, and that is Andrew Aquilante. And I think Andrew was looking, his strategy, as best I could tell, was he was looking to actually take his Touring 1 car and run it in GT2. The Touring 1 car, certainly underpowered for the class.
Right.
He might have been the only person doing a rain dance.
Right.
And even when it was damp on Wednesday, decided not to bring the car out. And so we don't have a qualifying time from the reigning national champ, and I don't expect to see him in the field later this morning.
Yeah, I suspect that, as you said, when you realize that the weekend forecast is pretty darn good,
Yeah.
that and the forecast for for today is really good, that was his decision making point there.
Exactly.
So a lot of good things to look at here with those cars and with everyone that's going on here. So let's take a look at our starting order here for the top 10 in this class. And we're here with Cliff Ira, the pole sitter. Button. I hate when I do that. That's what happens when you just let the boss press the buttons, right?
Well, I was going to say, usually I press other people's buttons, and I cause things like that to happen.
All right, so here's your top 10 here in GT2. You've got Barry Bose, Tony Ave, your top 2 cars. That's your front row. Then we've got Jared Odrick. We haven't talked much about Daniel Bender.
No, well, and going back to the drama, of course, Danny Bender was challenging for the lead with Andrew Aquilante on the very last lap on a damp track last year at VIRginia International Raceway, and was the first driver to take the checkered flag. Unfortunately, there was a change. There was a change
Right.
in the stewards, and there was there was a protest.
Right.
And Danny Bender, not our national champion
Right.
here, but he is looking for, obviously, a little bit of redemption. And, one of the things in looking at the starting order here are the different types of cars that you have in the class. Okay, so you've got the traditional SCCA GT car.
Correct.
With Barry Bose. Actually, it's more of along the lines of a TA2 car.
Right.
Then you've got Tony Ave in that tube frame silhouette Nissan 350Z. That's much more like your traditional SCCA road racing
Right.
GT2 car. Then you've got Jared Odrick. He's in a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car.
Right.
A factory-built race car. And then Danny Bender in that TA2 Chevy Camaro, the one that he raced here last year. But then, like I said, you take a look at the next car
Sure.
in line, and Tiger Tom Patton in his 60s Sunbeam Tiger. And now I said, it looks like a production car. You ask Tiger Tom, what is production about his Sunbeam Tiger? And he's going to say, absolutely nothing.
Right.
And there's nothing more glorious than seeing this tiny, very narrow 1960s Roadster with a big giant wing on the
Right.
back just unleash fury coming
Right.
out of Oak Tree.
Right. Next to him in row number 3 is Simon Aslan. Haven't spoken much about Simon so far.
And we're going to see Simon twice. We're also going to see him, I believe, in Touring 3 in a Spec E46 car. But Simon in the Racers on Rails, again, a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, has been, I think the best thing I could say, he's been consistent all weekend long. All week long. That being said, did not set times in qualifying yesterday. Did not set qualifying times on Wednesday either. So I think probably the biggest question is whether or not that car, he's come down to the pit lane.
Right.
I think the question is whether that car will be ready to race a little bit later this morning.
Row 4 is Jorge Nazario and Michael Quattlebaum. And then our final row, Jack Stanford and a guy who's often not in the 10th spot, Scotty B. White.
Yeah, a little surprising to me that Scotty B and that Dodge Viper were further back in the field. I should mention that Scotty B was one of the drivers that did go out in the damp on Wednesday to try and feel that car out, but just could not find the pace. And I say that it's a 16-car field. He's still in the top 10. He's still in the 5th row. He should be in good stead once the green flag flies. But I'm sure if you talk to Scotty B, he not only would he say he wants to be further up, he probably will tell you he should be further up.
Right. All right, so we've got a lot of folks. Oh, let me take down that graphic. A lot of folks to thank for what we're doing here this week, and we'll get to that in just a second. But I also want to let people know that we're going to be doing our Inside the SCCA Awards again this year. We're going to give away our Perseverance Award. We're going to give away our Under 25 Award, our Women on Track Award, and our Veterans Award. And we want to thank all the folks who help us make that happen. And at the end of the weekend, we're going to take those 12 winners. We're going to have 4 each day. We'll take those 12 winners, and we will pick the G-Dub Henderson Award of Excellence. We'll be the second year that we award that, and I can't think of another more fitting person to name that after. So that's going to be really cool. Also want to take an opportunity to thank the folks who helped the Inside the SCCA podcast get here. Of course, Goodyear Racing Tires, they are our presenting sponsor, and they have been a huge help for us here. Racekeeper is the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. You use the Racekeeper as well. A ton of fun with what we get to see coming off of that thing. Of course, our Racing for Heroes Cruise Associates, they're the ones who are here helping us do the Veterans Awards. And then the SCCA Foundation and Women on Track are sponsoring the Women on Track Award this year. So a big thank you to all of them for what they do there. So we're getting ready to wrap this thing up, Greg. We have got a whole bunch of fun racing coming up here, starting here in probably about 10, 15 minutes or so, with our first race of the morning, and that's going to be A Sedan, followed up at 9:15 by F Production, FE2 at 10:15, and then we've got GT2 coming up here at 11:15. You and I are going to be back at lunch.
We'll be back at
to
lunch.
Preview all of the afternoon races, another 5 races this afternoon, so we're going to get that all out of the way. He's Greg Ginsburg. I'm Brian Belansky. It's time to go racing from the runoffs, starting up right now.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to VIRginia International Raceway for the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Great to have all of you here at this absolutely spectacular venue. A cloudy morning is supposed to give way to a pleasant afternoon, and the rest of our Hagerty Race Days should be absolutely beautiful. Quite a switch from what we endured last year. Great to have all of you with us here. A huge thank you to all of the SCCA members on hand, serving in so many different specialties that are ready to make this run for the gold and the national championships come to life for Hagerty Race Days here at VIRginia International Raceway. To kick things off, let's get down for our national anthem, sung today by Dave Rich.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
This weekend, VIRginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers and over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, Hayward Wagner. Hayward Wagner will be covering all the action down in the pits and paddock for us. Great to have you here at this legendary venue. It is a spectacular place, a little cloudier than we anticipated this morning, even a little bit of mist in the air. That's supposed to clear up, and it should be an absolutely fabulous day and, in fact, weekend for our Hagerty Race Days here at the Runoffs. Great to have all of you tuning in and watching. Great to have all of you here at the track listening in as well. Great opportunity here to say a huge thank you right from the off to all of the SCCA members who are mostly volunteers here serving in so many different facilities and specialties. Our first race today is our American Sedan National Championship. For that, let's get down and hear from Hayward Wagner. Hi, bud.
Guys, it's a small but mighty field here in American Sedan, but no shortage of storylines. On the pole, Daniel Richardson. When we first conceived of American Sedan and SCCA, we were coming out of the SSGT era. This third-gen Camaro is kind of what started American Sedan. It's been over 25 years, though, since a third-gen Camaro has been on the pole here at the Runoffs. He is so excited to put that car on pole. The next era of American Sedan was really kind of around the S197 Mustang, which Greg Eaton has on the outside row. And what's happened now in the class is Clark Cramlin has shown up with this behemoth, the Dodge product. What I want you guys to take a look at real quick, look at the size of the wheel and tire and brake package on Greg's car. It's exactly the same as the one on the Richardson car. Now look at the one that Clark's got here. This car, your story right here is you've got two cars out front that want to run away and hide, and you've got a car that's got a lot of brake and a lot of tire and likes a really long run. And if Clark gets that long run, keep an eye on the Dodge.
All right, thank you for that great insight, Hayward. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, Clark has commented before, it takes a little while for that car to get the tires to come in, but once it does, he is quick. No question about that. As I said, joined by Tom O'Gorman. Tom, you're five-time solo national champion, a two-time Pirelli World Challenge champion. This class to me is the closest thing to what the original golden era of Trans Am was like. Highly modified production street cars, and it is fun.
Yeah, good morning, Greg. And they are highly modified, and they are pushing the limits of some aspects of these cars, but in a lot of ways they are still drivers' cars. A lot of them not running anti-lock brakes, definitely no traction control anywhere to be seen, and if they could take bigger wheels and tires, they all would. They're kind of limited in certain ways, so that makes them very, very challenging in the corners. It makes them really, really fast in the straight line, and it also makes for incredible racing.
And we heard Hayward talk about that this is a field that is pretty deep. You were talking about that as well.
Yeah, we have 11 cars qualified for the starting grid here, but I would say at least the top 5, 6, even 7 drivers all have a chance to win this race. We have a lot of storylines from the past of attrition, of car management, of just drama in general. These guys aren't afraid to rub fenders and get a little circle tracky on each other if they need to every once in a while. Hopefully that never comes to fruition, but still, this is going to be an incredible race.
Let's take a look at our Mazda track map, and really this place presents as almost 3 different circuits, and it kind of clicks into the sectors.
Yeah, it's 3 very distinct sectors here. So starting from the green flag down into turn 1, kind of a almost hairpin corner up into NASCAR turn 3, we call it NASCAR, into the left hook at 4A and into the lower S's. 4A through 6 would consider the lower S's, and this is kind of the handling sector of the track before we get into the high-speed balanced sector of the track. These uphill S's, the iconic S's that everybody knows VIR for, right there in the background through 7, 8, 9 into South Bend at 10. But the critical exit at Oak Tree, formerly with the Oak Tree at the apex at turn 12, puts you onto that long back straight. Now we're into the dyno pole, all the way down that huge back straight. And if you notice, a lot of the front straight is in sector 3 here. So this is where you want motor, but it's also really defined by your exit at turn 12 and your exits at turn 17. Obviously with 14 being that roller coaster down towards Hog Pen.
You know, and everybody thinks about this track, that Madison Avenue, what they call the back straight, is so long. But that run from Hog Pen to 1 is almost as long, and you tend to forget about that sometimes, don't you? Which makes it critical. You know, you talked about how important turn 12 was. To me, the most diabolical turn on this track, though, is turn 10.
Yeah, South Bend is where you've got to get brave, and it's always about turning in earlier than you think and kind of backing things down and being under control earlier than you think. The harder you try in South Bend, the slower you usually go.
Yeah, I call it a commitment meter, because if you're not on that exit curve, you're not going fast enough, but one misstep and you're off for a massive slide out there as well. As you can see, field is out on the parade lap. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 3 of Kelly Lubosh out of Stamford, Connecticut, and New England region in the Chevy Camaro. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 11 of Sam Daniels, a rookie here in a Chevy Camaro. Starting in the 9th spot, making her 3rd runoff start, the 58 of Beth Aquilani out of Collingswood, New Jersey, Philadelphia region in a Pontiac Firebird. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 5 of Kyle Jones, another rookie out of Milford, Michigan, running Detroit region, driving the engines by J.B. Dunn's Welding Pontiac Firebird. Starting in the 7th spot, making his 11th, or her, I should say, 11th runoff start. The number 51 is Amy Aquilani out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia region, in the TAR DBA Rotors and Hoosier Hawk Pontiac Firebird. Starting in the 6th spot, the number 56 of Thomas West, finished 4th here last year out of Standish, Maine, in the New England region, Lime Rock Machine Cadillac. Starting in the 5th spot, the number 24, 8-time national champion Andrew McDermott out of Howell, Michigan, for Detroit region, the WeatherTech Felice Engines Ford Mustang. Then moving to the 4th spot, starting in his 5th runoff, James Jost in the number 14. That is the Jost Ironworks Ford Mustang out of New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia region. Starting in the 3rd spot, the number 78, making his 9th runoff start. 2nd last year, Clark Camburn out of DeWitt, Michigan, in the Western Michigan region, Wesley Motorsports, Bilstein, and Dodge Challenger. And your front row on the outside, starting in that 2nd spot, the number 21, 3-time gold medalist Gregory Eaton, and the defending champion out of Woodbridge, Virginia, Washington, D.C. region, in the Eaton Racing and Development Ford Mustang. And as Hayward talked about, on the pole in his 14th runoffs, the number 22 of Daniel Richardson out of Durwood, Maryland, the Washington, D.C. region, the Hoosier Auto Gear Gentium Tech Chevrolet Camaro. And again, 15 laps or 40 minutes, whichever happens to come first. There is a look at Clark Camburn with those big meats on that big car. As we said, takes a little while for them to come up to temp, but as you said, the front of this field is absolutely stacked.
And they're really close together by qualifying, less than 2 seconds across the front 2 rows. But then you have 5th place, 8-time champion Andy McDermott. He's not necessarily the fastest car, but you know he's got the experience. And again, these cars are very difficult to drive, very, very challenging with the equipment management. So it's not all about raw pace.
No, and the other thing is, as I said, we had some mist in the air this morning, so these opening laps could be a little bit sketchy. All right, and perhaps as a result, no, the pace car is in. Leading him to the green will be the 22 of Daniel Richardson, defending champ George Eaton, or Gregory Eaton on the outside. Wait for it, we are looking for this one. We're green, and a huge start by James Jost. If he got that right, an absolute leap into the lead in the Cadillac, coming up right with him in the hands of Thomas West. But look at that deep move to the inside. Richardson and Eaton able to hold sway. Yost slots into 3rd. Eaton trying to do the roundup. That's going to give him the inside into turn 3. Tom, what a start by this front row.
And Eaton, a local here, he knows this track better than a lot of the drivers. They're still side by side through turn 3, out all the way on the curb, rubbing those fenders like we mentioned, but they keep it mostly clean into left. Unfortunately, Jost had that monster start and just kind of looks like he's struggling with the handling on that car as soon as he hit the brake pedal in turn 1 and continuing to drop back.
Yeah, he's under huge pressure now, and Camburn actually gave up that spot to James Jost, and the Cadillac came through on him as well in the hands of Thomas West on board with Camber now. And yeah, it looks like a definite problem for Jost. It looks like he has did he just let go?
No, it's under the right-hand corners. That car's smoking heavily, and he's been struggling with, it looks like an engine issue. It completely through the exhaust pipe, and he's going to pull off. It's still in pace. He's trying, but I don't think it's going to make it very much further.
Yeah, and of course, Camber, huge urgency to get around here, and now Jost understands that there's a big problem trying to get out of the way, and the question is he putting fluid down on the track?
Doesn't look like it. I think Camburn would have been in trouble if he
Yeah.
was. So I think he's mostly clear into the south paddock there. A great place to disappear, but a great start now for the Cadillac out of 6th position. Thomas West, kind of a nightmare start for Clark Camburn here as we take a look at that big Challenger. He's got a long way to make up. It's going to be at the front, though. Greg Eaton takes the lead early.
Yeah, and for Camburn, obviously getting hung up behind Jost, and I'm sure a little concerned. And the thing is, it's not just slippery on the tires; it's visibility. If it is, puking out a little bit of fluid, boy, a wide run down through Hogpen. But Eaton doing a beautiful job getting around Richardson and grabbing that lead, and they have already opened up a pretty significant margin back to, as you said, the fast-starting Cadillac of West.
So right here into the climbing S's, you see as soon as he turns to the right, looks like the heavy smoke begins. A couple more right-hand turns, and then this is the view from right behind our camera car is Clark Camburn. You're basically just following blind, hoping this car is staying at pace. Decent visibility, but really, really sketchy. And look at how far away those leaders look to be already for Camburn. That's disheartening.
Yeah, and it looked like there was a little something on his windscreen, but not enough to maybe affect him here. But look at this. Once again, Daniel Richardson is glommed right back on after losing a little bit after getting past. He's right there now in the tracks of Greg Eaton.
So Eaton, your defending champion, Danny Richardson had a mechanical issue early in last year's weather-affected race. He actually scored a DNF last year. The 22 car on pole definitely wants redemption. Anything better, making it to the checkered is going to feel better than last year's race. But, I mean, you want the gold medal, of course.
Well, last year's race was an absolute crapshoot, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, the weather was just atrocious on the entire event. Camber now starting to look like he's finding a little bit of pace and starting to close in a little bit on Thomas West. Here's that key run out of what they still call Oak Tree Turn. We missed that beautiful old Oak Tree. It came down in a hurricane a few years ago. But now let's see what Camber can do. But as you said, looking up the road, pretty sizable margin from Richardson, almost 4.5 seconds back to West and then Camber.
So Camber qualified about 2 seconds a lap faster than Thomas West. It was a great start for the Cadillac driver, but we do expect Camber to be the faster of the two cars. The question is how long it takes Camber to get by the Cadillac, as the Challenger is, believe it or not, one of the better handling cars, not necessarily special down the straightaways in any particular way, which means he's just got to find his way by in the corners.
Well, Clark is a 3-time medalist at the Runoffs, but only one in this current era. He has a couple of medals back in his days when he was running in Formula Ford and was an absolute gun in that category. He's looking for it here, Tomo. Down to the inside, going to go deep on the brakes, and let's see, does West give him the spot or try and go around? West concedes, tucks in behind, and now we'll see what Clark can do in an effort to try and run down the guys up front. That last lap, you pointed out how much quicker he was running than West. Problem is now, that last lap was about the same as Eaton and Richardson, but now we'll see if Clark can dig a little deeper.
All Clark wants right now is for Danny Richardson to get racy. He wants these two to start to go side by side, make this quicker, because he's essentially just got to put in qualifying laps. As you see the gap between the top 2 and 3rd and 4th place cars. But as we said that, Richardson takes a look up the inside.
Boy, and I'll tell you, that looks like a motor problem as well for Eaton.
And that's definitely
he's putting
fluid.
oil down. Yep, the back end coming around on him. And he's off in the grass, but suddenly this piece of track is going to be really treacherous.
And that time, Camber definitely had no line of sight at all. Super conservative coming up through the uphill S's. Doesn't look to have affected any other cars in the field, but both of our S197 Mustang drivers with engine issues this morning. And that's really unfortunate to see, as the defending champion will certainly not defend his win. Now, the question is whether we'll stay green for that car sitting off to the right at the top of the uphill S's.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And for Camburn, he must be going, I just can't get behind somebody because they're going to blow up. And drop it, and a big spin here from the number 3, Kelly Lubosh, out of Stamford, Connecticut. And my guess is you can see that plume of smoke still in the air. He caught some of that liquid.
That is the uphill S's for sure. Everybody knows that that's there except for Danny Richardson. When he comes through this section of track, if it's green the next lap, he has no indication or knowledge, unless he saw that in his mirror, that that section of track is going to be affected by fluid.
So now, I mean, it's never been more important for one, those corner workers out there, and SCCA's got the best, to be throwing that surface flag like crazy, and really critical for Daniel Richardson to be spotting those flag stations. Otherwise, it could be pretty bad news for him.
And the surface flag, of course, is the red and yellow striped flag. The question as a driver, of course, is always, well, how serious are they? What does that actually mean? You know, is it the entire track covered in oil, or is it a piece of dirt sitting at the apex? So he's going to have to make that risk-reward assessment, and he's luckily in a position where he's got plenty of gap. He can be very conservative and not lose a lot of time as we continue to be green as Danny Richardson leading American Sedan.
Well, if you're an experienced worker and an experienced driver, and I do a lot of flagging, it's the more vigorous a flag is displayed, that's your clue from a driver's perspective. If it's just out there, you know, it's like, all right, be a little careful here. If it's, when you can see that flag off there, if it's being displayed, yeah, you can see Richardson right there, caught that first bit of oil. And now he's through that zone, and there, a dejected 3-time medalist who looked like he had the pace to maybe be going for a 4th one here, but that leaves Daniel Richardson 9 seconds up the road on Camburn. And Camburn, after getting caught again behind Eaton, and that time in all that oil, he's just lost so much ground.
And this is an issue. We have cars starting to push the limits in that section of track, and it's a very long and slow ride for Kyle Jones, the number 5 Pontiac Firebird. So that's at least 3 cars that have been caught out by this incident, including the car that sort of started it all there, the sad 21 car of your defending champion, Greggy.
And I'll tell you what, Andy McDermott, who's an 8-time champion, never even completed the lap. He may not have even made it out onto the track. So this has been a real challenge for the Mustangs here.
Yeah, that's a great point. We talked about him, and then the race got exciting. We didn't even notice he wasn't really in the fight with those first couple laps. All of our Mustangs falling short this year. Let's take a look at the 58 of Beth Aquilani, running now in the 6th position, having moved up, mostly due to attrition, from a little further back.
Yeah, Beth doing a nice job, and now that she's got around Jones, who had that spin, she's up into the top 5, so a great run for Beth in her 3rd runoffs, and of course she's part of that big Aquilani gang that come out here, and Sister Amy up in the 4th spot right now, the number 51, her 11th runoff. And looking at pace here, she's just a little off of what Thomas West is doing. So we'll see what she's going to be able to do. But Beth cracking the top 5. She's going to be delighted with that.
But speaking of the gap, just ahead of this driver that we're looking at on camera is the 51 of Amy Aquilante.
Yeah.
Coming back from a big accident a couple years back at VIR, medaled at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. She's turning the exact same lap times as Tom West. That car, as we see now on camera, could absolutely be in the fight for a podium spot if she can find just a little more pace. That is the distance. The blue Cadillac rear end just up the road. A little bit of a handful on the Firebird's curbs there. I mean, she's going to want that medal.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you just have to attack. That's what the runoffs are all about. It's 15 laps. Winner take the gold in the national championship. But it still means a lot to have the silver or the bronze draped around your neck at the end of the race. So everybody is going for these top 3 positions. Amy has a 2nd. She's got a silver medal in her kit. And Beth, if she hangs on to this top 5, would be her best ever finish in the runoff she's run. So the Aquilani clan doing a nice job, as Richardson now absolutely flying, puts Kelly Lubosh down a lap here as we are now working lap number 4.
He is absolutely flying, but he's not the fastest car on track. That goes to Clark Camburn in the Challenger at the back of shot, just coming down the roller coaster as you see him flick by. He's been about a second a lap faster every single lap. The gap at the line last time through, 7 seconds, call it 6.8 seconds. If he's a second faster for the rest of the race, he gets there. but can he actually get through?
That's the thing, is the old adage is catching and passing, two different things. And yeah, it wasn't that long ago I just had mentioned that Clark was 9 seconds adrift, and now it's just over 6. Here he comes, working his way around on Lubash and heading into this really, really tricky turn number 1 here. Really a fascinating corner, isn't it?
It is. You can't really tell until you drive it, but it's actually a little bit downhill into the braking zone, then a little bit uphill into the turn-in, then it's this increasing radius corner, but it's always a little slower than you want it to be. It's a very, very difficult corner, and it's critical to the lap because it does put you through up a decent straightaway into a pretty fast corner at turn 3. Then you have to navigate these lower S's, and one of the things we've talked about, obviously, it's a bigger car, it's on bigger wheels, bigger tires, da-da-da. It is a 3,600-pound minimum weight allowed for the Challenger. Most of the other cars somewhere between 3,200 and 3,300. The biggest problem for Clark is he can't get it there. It's actually closer to 3,900 pounds, so it's 300 pounds over the weight that he's allowed to do. Well, look how sketchy those uphill S's still look to be.
Yep.
So that's it's a big car, but it's bigger than it's supposed to be by SCCA rules right now.
Right. Ooh, wiggle there for the Cadillac, obviously, as we'll continue to watch this for Thomas West. And I'm noticing, I think Lubash has a little bit, I've been watching the left front corner. He might be having a little bit of smoke. That might be more just brake related, the way that it was appearing. We'll keep an eye on that as we have a good look here at Thomas West, working hard for that bronze medal right now. The gap that he has is some 6 seconds right now to Amy Aquilani, but Aquilani just is flying out there, just ran a lap over half a second quicker, and her most recent lap almost over a second quicker, so Amy's coming.
Yeah, the gap right now about 6 seconds between this Cadillac that we're taking a look at, the 56 of Thomas West, and the 51 Pontiac Firebird of Amy Aquilante. They're not going to be in the same straightaway or sequence of corners just yet, but they're getting there. You'll see the blue car flash by just there up the hill.
And on that last lap, Richardson got through the traffic a little bit cleaner. Clark got held up a bit, and that margin now back up to 7.5 seconds. And it might also be, obviously, there's communication to Richardson. And they probably told him, hey, you know, Cameron's starting to close up a little bit. And so he may have just dropped the hammer, too. So Richardson, you know, on pole, really flying in that Hoosier Auto Gear Gentium Tech Camaro. And how cool would it be to see a car of this vintage, you know, get back out front? And that's one of the great things about American Sedan. And look at him throw that around. Is, you know, you can run a car of older vintage, and if it's set up right and you drive it well, you can still do this.
That's what we were talking about, it being a driver's class, and a lot of the rules for this class are written around keeping cars relevant that are, again, in the spirit of what the class was originally meant to be. Taking those lap times, a quick catch-up from the top 2, actually Richardson quicker the last 2 times through, and we still have those tricky conditions in the uphill S's, but the lap times are back towards where they have been fastest through the race. So I think the drivers are either getting confident or the conditions are cleaning up just slightly there through the S's.
Look here at Sam Daniels, a rookie here out of Texas in his Chevrolet Camaro, and started in the 10th spot, and with some of the attrition is up into 7th. And you know, when you come to your first runoffs, you know, especially in a class like this, it's such a learning experience, isn't it? You know, okay, you know, where do I stack up against some of the other competitors? You know, is it, you know, me? Is it the car? What do I need to do? But boy, you're just drinking from the fire hose.
Yeah, and Sam Daniels scored the most points in the Hoosier Super Tour this season, so he actually came in the points leader. Didn't come in as the fastest driver after the first day of qualifying, of course, but just to do your first runoffs. A lot of these drivers, I'll always remember the first race I did with spectators, how different that made the whole thing feel.
Yep.
And this is a big spectator event. You look at the hillside there through the lower S's. There's a bunch of people watching you race. This is going to be on TV, and you can watch it back on YouTube. That's a huge effect on their mental game for the race. You're going to want to do the best you can. As we see big sparks from the brakes, I think, on the right front of that Camaro. It just makes everything more exciting.
It does. And on your pace lap, you're seeing it, and it totally intimidates you, or it makes you go, all right, showtime. And that's what we're doing right now, about halfway through the run for the gold here at VIR in American Sedan.
car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back, everybody, to our Hagerty Race Days and our broadcast presented by Mazda. Your tire rack pole sitter, Daniel Richardson, continues to lead, but while we were in break, I don't know whether he got held up in traffic or whether Clark Cameron just found something, but Clark ran a lap 1.2 seconds quicker and has now trimmed that margin to just a tick over 6 seconds.
I'd speculate it was an issue for Richardson somewhere along the lap as he ran almost a second and a half slower than his standard pace had been, running a 2:06, whereas Camburn and Richardson's previous fast laps in general have been in the 2:04s. There's the gap now, and we also have a great battle brewing for the bronze medal. Thomas West, Amy Aquilani getting closer. We'll take a look at that if they start to get racy.
Yeah, that is closing up very much so. And Camburn, we've been talking about, it's Wesley Motorsports, Bill Steen, and that he gets some support from Dodge too. But he's got a new company called Camburn Performance as well. So that's all part of the program here. As he's sort of the lone warrior in this Dodge Challenger. He and that Wesley Motorsports team doing all the development on this car.
Yeah, and it's an interesting dynamic, right? In American Sedan, you have the older car leading the race. It's 30-some years old, which means it's got that much development into it. You can make up that good over time. There's not a lot of Dodge Challengers racing. Most of them are going to be in the Trans Am series, which are not really Dodge Challengers anyway. So Clark Camburn's having to do this entire development on this chassis by itself and have to learn a lot of things. I talked to him about even just something simple like the shock valve. They tried to replicate kind of what the stock car would have, and it was not good over bumps. They did an entire revalve of the shocks. Now it's a lot better over bumps. Those are the types of race car development things that both an experienced driver and an engineer like Clark Camburn can do, but has to take time to do.
And also that Camburn Performance is also a customer racing prep shop. He's got, I believe it's an Alfa Romeo, a Giulietta that, a Ginetta, sorry about that, a Ginetta that they are fielding for customers as well. So really trying to expand the racing program for Clark Camburn on a lot of different levels here. And on that lap, Richardson, I think you were spot on, because that lap he's right back down into that high 204 range where he's been consistently running at this stage.
Yeah, both drivers now turning almost the same lap time last time through, but this is that battle for third place. Aquilani has caught Thomas West in the Cadillac, Amy Aquilani in the 51 Firebird, and it looks like she's got a good run coming into turn one. Down the inside, deep on the brakes, they're going to be side by side through to the apex.
Oh. Beautiful run, wasn't it?
Yeah, that runoff of Hogpen is just so important, and maybe a little bit more motor in the Firebird as well helps. As you can see, a little bit less aero bolted onto the Firebird, but it's not going to be as limited by the air at 130, 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about tricky corners. Hogpen certainly fits the bill. I mean, it's downhill, and again, you've got to be absolutely on the edge to really get that run through there. But kind of like up in South Bend, one misstep and you're off in the grass, and that's a downhill slide in the grass. So it's a little spooky down there.
Yeah, it's a huge risk reward. We saw Greg Eaton actually drop those left side tires coming out on, I believe lap 2 or even lap 1. As you mentioned, it's downhill. It's also pretty wet out there right now. It's really tough. Just in general, everywhere at VIR, if you drop a tire, you're usually going for a pretty long ride.
Yeah, this is I've often said this is a beautiful road course. You almost have to drive like a street course with that level of precision because there's very little actual paved runoff or gravel. If you go off, you're in grass, and especially if it's a little moist, you just slide forever, and a lot of it slopes downhill. So you have a tendency to still hit things.
One of those classic American road racing circuits.
A
lot of them have been updated to be what we would say is a little more safe, but in the way that they just pave things, add gravel traps. VIR is still the way it would have been driven very similarly back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. There was a really cool shot coming through Oak Tree of Amy Aquilani, saw it at the wheel, up on the wheel, driving this Firebird. Again, these cars they're cool and they're highly modified, but they're also, you got to wheel them.
Oh, yeah. And, the thing is, with the weight and the power, the tires tend to go off. And so at that point, car control is everything. And, if you can just sort of carry the speed through there, that's a biggie. And Amy was our Sunoco 260 winner on Tuesday at Sunoco 260 Tuesday. And it's an interesting award from Sunoco that if you turn a lap, the closest lap turned to .260 at the end of it. And she got the closest with her lap in that. And absolutely great job right up near the sharp end of things at a 206.211. That's about as good as it gets. And it was a large chunk of some fuel from the folks at Sunoco. Look at this duel here. It's the number 5, Kyle Jones, and that number 11, or the number 3 of Kelly Lubosh. They're having an interesting little battle, and the number 11 of Sam Daniels in the mix as well here. So back in the order a little bit, but doesn't mean they're not racing fiercely.
Yeah, the yellow number 3 is getting put a lap down. That's in that exchange. Yeah. So, but it's still never ideal to have to pass somebody through the roller coaster. That's just a really, it might as well be a one-lane track at that point. But the actual battle we're taking the look at is the 58 car, the blue Firebird of Beth Aquilani, and the comeback drive from the number 5, the purple and white Firebird of Kyle Jones. Jones was one of the drivers that went for the big slide up the uphill S's in the oil from Greg Eaton. So now you can see a little bit of damage to the front splitter on that car, and a comeback drive for the number 5. He's got a couple more laps to try to pick up one more position and get himself back into the top 5.
And Kyle had qualified in the 8th spot, so he's doing really, really well, especially coming back from that off. And Beth obviously is going to be fighting like crazy because if she hangs on to 5th, it'll be her best runoffs performance ever, as we now are into our final third of this race. 10 laps down, 5 to go, and watching Beth Aquilani wheel it up through those S's. And I see that everybody has sort of figured the line, that first turn in to those S's. Everybody's staying about 3-4 feet off of the apex curb, which is probably keeps those left side tires off of that oil.
It's almost like a rain line, really,
yeah.
Because you have to avoid the slippery stuff. But, the key to the uphill S's, especially for cars with as much power and as little grip as these tend to have, is finding that float. You have to find the way that the terrain catches you. It starts to go uphill right as you turn to the right for that second flick of the uphill S's. Now we're going to take the grip away. The third one, you got to figure out the float even further. And you can see that the purple and white Firebird of Kyle Jones had a huge float coming through the second and third transitions there. Really cool.
Yeah, it did, absolutely. Daniel Richardson, there he is, continuing to lead that margin, just staying right around 7 seconds here, and he was able to get through on that lap car. Now, Clark Cameron is coming up on the back, and you just hope you catch these cars in a spot where you can just drive by them, and they're very good, and those workers are going to be throwing those flags like crazy, and Clark is actually going to catch this car in the absolutely perfect spot, and he just moves way out of the way for Clark as well.
Well, it would have been perfect, but it looks like he accidentally kind of ran a little bit wide. Cameron had to check up on the entry to the corner and tighten up his exit because the number 11 of Sam Daniels was going a little agricultural. But through he goes, and the biggest problem for Cameron and the success for Richardson is they've just continued to run the same lap times back and forth, exchanging tenths back and forth between these two cars, which means the gap has stayed the same, and they're just running out of laps. Well, Cameron's running out of laps to do anything about it. Danny Richardson's running out of laps to be stressed about this race.
Boy, and Amy Aquilani there, who was our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner, and that is a Wednesday qualifying program for the driver that advances the most from Tuesday to Wednesday, and she did a great job there, and obviously put her well up onto the starting order here, and she's fighting her way through, doing an even better job now, sitting in this third spot. But boy, I'll tell you, she got on the hammer early coming out of Oak Tree, and almost had to check up for a second to get that car to stop from pushing wide as well. And it's just a fact this late in the race, these tires are feeling it.
You can see a little bit cautious coming into the out of roller coaster into hog pen. You see the car just a little bit less dramatic than normal because it's probably doesn't have much more in it left at this point, with those tires being so hot and abused at this point of the race. But in a bronze medal position, another medalist opportunity, for Amy Aquilani here. Taking a look back, this is going to be the gap between our top two. They're coming through the lower S's into the upper S's, and this time Clark Camburn did take a little bit more out of it as Richardson is really dealing with some handling excitement, we'll call it, in that old Camaro, really having a hard time keeping the car precise at the top of the upper S's.
It seems to be floating, doesn't it? It just the back end just rotating around. He's driving the wheels off it, and here comes Camburn, and we'll see what Clark is able to do here in these final 4 laps, and going for the championship. And Richardson, it's really great for him. His highest finish ever in the runoffs was 3rd in 2018 in Sonoma. So obviously, this would be absolutely fantastic for him to be able to hang on to it, to hop on board with Clark Camburn, this long run down Madison Avenue. See him with the speed they carry here, dipping into the brakes early, turning in, and this is a really tricky entry into the roller coaster, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounded like he had to do kind of a double clutch downshift or something. On the brakes hard, gets the downshift done, but had to come off the brakes to restabilize the car. Maybe a little bit of handling challenges for the Challenger, no pun intended. Also happening for Camburn as you see just how much sawing at the wheel, the car moving around. That's due to the lack of aero. He just doesn't have a lot of the air flowing over the car helping him, as all of the drivers dealing with that float that we've been mentioning.
And that's one of the things I absolutely love about this class is, I often catch some flack from it, for cars that have a lot of aero, calling it false grip, because you're using, the black arts to generate grip. And a car that's doing it all with mechanical grip, that is really spectacular, as is this comeback drive by Kyle Jones. He is all over the back right now. Beth Aquilani, this is for the final spot in the top 5, and he really gave it some welly coming out of Oak Tree. He's in a good spot to be able to pick up a tow.
It's been stuck there for a couple laps, though. He can't quite figure out a way past Beth Aquilani, who's been doing a great job responding to the pressure, picking up the pace just slightly and keeping the number 5 at bay. And these two cars, it looks like Aquilani really has some straight line speed. Look at that. Even with the draft, Kyle Jones was not able to pull up to the back until the braking zone. He's in a little deep, and he loses it under braking, has to lock it down not to get into the back of Aquilani, and he's going to kiss the guardrail just slightly. Another ride for the number 5.
What a shame, because he had such a good charge, and as you said, he just brushed the guardrail. So if he can get the car going, looks like he just was able to do that. He should be able to continue, but of course he's lost all that ground. And kudos to him for just opting to lock it up and throw it away as opposed to hitting Beth. That was, once he made that little error, that was a class move.
Looks like the brakes on that car are just starting to go away, honestly. He broke about the same time as Aquilani, but you can see the car just would not stop, and the brake rotors are glowing bright orange. I think, like you said, he just tried to lock it down, but also a little bit of smoke now from the back of the number 5. That's more drama than he hoped for in this race.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, is that from the back or is that brake fire possibly with the brakes overheating? We're just late in the race and these cars take a pounding. But boy, in that last lap, Camburn found another half second or more than a second. That margin now down to under 5 seconds at this stage. Problem for Clark is only 2 laps to go. But there you can see he's definitely closer in the frame. And Richardson catching that lap car of Lubosh. Oh, Clark in too hot. Back end comes around. He's going to be able to keep it out of going too deep down there. And if you go really deep down there, not a good place to be. But, he's going to lose all this ground. And he did have a large chunk of time back to Amy Aquilani. So he should be able to hang on to second here.
Oh, heartbreaking though, and in fact they just took the white flag, so this is the final lap of the race. But we were speculating some issues under decel, under braking for the Challenger, and indeed it looks like the back end just came around under braking, maybe too much rear bias, or it almost looked like it was just raining on him for a second. But he just goes for this strange little ride, and luckily was able to maintain second. So he didn't change what medal he's going to get at the end if he can just complete this lap. But it always just feels horrible to have that happen on the last lap.
Absolutely, and when you're trying to go for a gold after you've had 3 podiums and 3 medals, but never a gold. And to be closing, you never give up hope, right? And then to have that happen can be just gutting. But man, that car, he is working really hard, just keeping that thing on the track right now.
We talked about management is a big thing on this entire class. You have to deal with the equipment going away on you, and we're seeing that come true for a lot of the drivers, but not this one. Danny Richardson has been rock solid the entire race, has driven the car for what it's got and not too much more, and has done a beautiful job.
Yeah, and just showing great car control and the like. And he's got to be a little concerned. He's going to be happy to have that lead because right in front of him now is Kyle Jones, and there's a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that car. And Richardson has the room to be able to say, all right, back it off, bring it home. Out of hog pen for the last time, the 2023 American Sedan National Champion, your pole sitter, Daniel Richardson. An absolutely fabulous run. Mistake-free, gave it one heck of a ride and put it together. Clark Camburn is going to come around and pick up his 4th Runoffs medal, but once again, it will be the 2nd place, and not that gold, but still, you can see that car was off just a little bit and had that spin down in turn 1, did a nice job keeping it together here. And then we're going to see Amy Aquilani. She should be next through. There she is, all the way from 7th up to the podium on her TAR DBA rotors. Hoosier Hawk Pontiac Firebird is going to bring it home and claim the final medal, the bronze, here at VIRginia International Raceway. And of course, with the problem for Kyle Jones, here comes Thomas West, who's going to bring it home in the 4th spot. And how about that? 2 Aquilani's look like they're going to end up in the top 5.
Yeah, very well-driven races, and again, a huge congratulations to Danny Richardson. Been trying for years and years, and finally gets his first gold medal out of the Maryland area. And then this is that last bit. There he is, actually keeping up with Kyle Jones even on his cool-down lap. He wants to get to Hayward to talk about how excited he is, I think.
I think that's exactly it, but he's also a little mindful of that smoke coming out, so I think he's trying to just kind of watch what's happening here. And, everybody on a cool-down lap here, but, when you've got that, the first one of the checkers, especially when it means national championship, you just want to soak this lap in, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. And he's going to get one more after with the checkered flag in his hand. Maybe some family and friends on board to celebrate. Kyle Jones, again, having some dramas this race. 2 big off-track excursions, but is able to keep the car clean and straight and get to the checkered flag in just outside the top 5 in the number 6th position. The first car on the lead lap, or last car on the lead lap, I should say. He's got just enough smoke left in it to bring it home, hopefully. And then it's going to be Sam Daniels, Kelly Lubash rounding out the finishers, both a lap down.
Yeah. What's that?
I think Richardson might have missed the checkered flag and the pit lane. I think he thought he was still racing.
Oh, boy.
Can we see him in the background?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe I saw the wrong angle. It looked like he was forgot to pit for a minute.
Well, that pit entry, from weird angles can really be a bit deceiving. My concern here is, one, is the number 5 at Jones putting oil down, and 2, is he going to be have enough, as you said, to get around to get back into pit lane. But yeah, Richardson, Camburn, and Amy Aquilani, your podium here, your medalists, and just absolutely fantastic. And here comes Clark Camburn heading down into pit lane as well. And, a medal at the runoffs is a pretty special thing. Everybody wants to have that top step of the box medal, but still an absolutely great job. And with that, earning that top step on the box, Hayward, is Daniel Richardson.
Daniel's trying to get the helmet, trying to get the Hanser device off, get everything off. This race looked like it went real well until the checkered flag came out, and it's been a struggle to get into pit lane, a struggle to get the gear off. but we're going to get to him here in a second. Daniel, how's your morning going?
It's going pretty good. I couldn't see the checkered flag. I thought I was still in the last lap, and I was like not sure whether to come into the pits. And I'm screaming on the radio, "Did I take the checker? There's people waving at me right now." Oh my gosh. It's been 5 years since we finished one of these, or 4 years or something. We've always been knocking at the door. Finally got it. Been doing this since 2010. And I gotta thank my wife. She's got all 3 kids at home. And they're awful. Thank you, wife. Thank you, Elena. I love you. Who's your tire? Carbotech brakes. Dave Jones setting up this car. We worked on setup all week long. He's absolutely incredible. We changed things like you wouldn't believe. My mom, my crew, everybody at home. Who's your tire? Who's your tire? The tires, I beat the out of them, and they still are there. And Carbotech brakes, man, the pads never wavered. And auto gear transmissions. The transmission was smooth as butter the entire race. I can't thank auto gear enough. We finally did it.
Well, big congratulations to you. Obviously, some other guys stumbled, gave you a little bit of a gap. Talk about the focus you had to maintain through this race. It looked like you just kept the car on a slide rail the entire time.
Yeah, so Jimmy got a huge jump on the start. I think we went 3 wide into turn 1. I was on the inside. Greg was the meat of the sandwich. Greg and I stayed side by side. There was a little bit of rubbing going through 3 and 4, but it was all clean. I stayed with Greg nose to tail until I think he might have had a problem on the backside and got by him. And then after that, it was just put my head down. And my crew guy Kent was giving me gaps each lap. And, I'd do a 205 or something here, and then he'd catch up like a second, and then I'd do another 204, and I just tried to maintain the gap. And I'm just sitting there counting the laps and talking to the car, please hold together, please hold together.
Well, you and this car get to take one more lap here at VIR, the victory lap. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow. I have to say this. If anybody doesn't think that this means something, listen to that interview. It was absolute pure emotion after pushing like this for as long as he has, and to finally get it done. This is the pinnacle of SCCA club racing, and when you get a national championship, it just means the world. And let's get down to Hayward once again with our second place finisher.
Clark, you ended up a little bit on an island on your own in the race. Kind of looked like you were managing everything, and then turn 1, couple of laps to go. What happened there?
It was the last lap. I just got distracted because I knew we weren't going to win, and I kind of missed my brake. Like I got on the pedal wrong and couldn't heel toe, and just locked the rears when I put it in second. So it was a really good drive until that corner. But this car is really a long run car, and I knew if we lost too much time at the start, we were going to be in trouble. And we kind of got caught out by Joe's at the beginning, and then Wes got his elbows out and lost a bit of time there. And then until Eaton blew up, I knew we could catch those guys. And then when he blew up, I couldn't see anything in the S's, and I just lost a ton of time. And at that point, I was able to bring down the gap a little bit, but just not enough to really push Richardson. So it is what it is. Another second, but I'm so thankful to everybody that's helped me, my wife, my family, the guys that stayed late with me last night, Peter and Mark, Wesley Motorsports, Bill Stein, Dampers, Hoosier Tire, just everybody that's helped with this effort. So thankful to be here.
Well, congratulations on the podium. I know it's not the one you most wanted, but it's another podium at the runoff.
Thank you.
And while we're here, we've got Amy Aquilante. Come on up. Another podium. How does this one feel?
You know what? This one feels pretty darn good. A lot better result than last time I was here, so really excited to make it to the podium after a tough week of qualifying.
So you were not able to run last year, and you have a special member of the pit crew this year, correct?
Oh. Last year was my maternity leave, so we have a new baby girl, Adeline. She's just turned a year, so she's at the track with us, and it feels great to be back out here and trying to see if she'll get in the seat soon.
Well, congratulations to you on both the kid and the podium.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's going to be a nice little bobble for the other little one to play with, a nice bronze medal from the runoffs. And, for Clark Camburn, a lot of us work with him in different roles he does. And for him, when he had that spin, I'm betting going through his mind, thinking about getting to the win, he was saying to himself, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
and that's unfortunate. But for Daniel Richardson, the emotion, the pursuit of the gold here, and never quite getting there, and then doubling it up with the Tire Rack Pole Award, you could hear it. Everything came good.
And I think because he didn't know if he took the checkered, it took that much longer for everything to sink in that he actually won the runoffs after what he said 13 years and DNFing the last couple. It's got to feel like the best redemption ever. The emotion made me a little emotional, and then that great joke about his wife and kids at home. They've got to be thrilled watching this race live.
Oh, absolutely. Let's go back and take a look at some highlights. And there you can see the start. And look there, up on the outside, James Jost got an absolute monster start in the Cadillac of West going with him. But they just kind of got frozen out. But Clark was the one who dropped back into that fourth spot. And then the problem started first for James Jost.
Yeah, it just wasn't the Ford's year, but this is that pass back for third place. At the time, it became second place very quickly for Clark Camburn. Up at the front, that was leading at this moment in time. Danny Richardson and Camburn mentioned that gap. That gap was already too far gone.
And there you see the second problem, Greg Eaton, and this one was a big one, as he did indeed oil the tires on the back of that beautiful Mustang, as well as the climbing S's, which made it dicey for a few laps. And that's the one that caught out Clark and made him lose time. And then here's where Clark said he just made a mistake, missed his heel in tow, and that happens.
Yeah, locked the rear end up on the downshift, but the guy that kept it perfectly clean, Danny Richardson, coming home. What we knew at the time he wasn't sure of, but it became a championship for him.
Yeah, is that the last lap? Yeah. Did we get it? Did we get it? And as you said, oftentimes on these special laps of honor, you just pack as many as many crew people into the car as you can to help them celebrate with you. So our first race of this 2023 SCCA National Championship Runoffs in the books. Daniel Richardson has become, for the first time, a national champion. For obviously Thomas alongside here and Hayward Wagner, a huge thank you to all of you who have tuned in for our coverage of American Sedan. Thanks for joining us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
This weekend, VIRginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that won Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth. It's the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Welcome, everybody, to this absolutely glorious ribbon of asphalt through southern Virginia hillside as we are ready for this 60th annual SCCA National Championship Runoffs. It's the second straight year we've been here, third time total, and it has quickly become very much of a favorite. Good look there at a number of the volunteers, the SCCA members, and it's their national championship as well. Everybody going after it. And today we are going after the F Production National Championship. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman. Hayward Wagner is covering all the action down in the pits for us. And this is one of the older classes that has been around nearly since the inception of SCCA club racing. And Tomo, they always put on a show, and you can see there's some oil dried down in the S's there from our previous race. So these opening laps here are going to be a little sketchy.
Always a little bit more drama than usual for specifically F Production, no matter what happens. But as you mentioned, it used to be A Production all the way down through, I believe, H. It has since moved on to absorb a lot of GT classes, but specifically E, F, and H Production have lived on, and they're really cool cars. They have the same chassis and motor that they came from the manufacturer, no matter if they were produced in the 60s or the 2000s. But other than that, we're built motors, racing suspension. You'll see the bodywork modified, windshields chopped off. These are proper race cars. They're really cool little package of race car. Also very limited on the kind of aero they can run. So it's a very unique style of car to race. And we have a wide range of styles approaches, I would say, here in F Production.
That we do. And for more on that, let's check in with Hayward.
Hey guys, it is a cool overcast morning here at VIR, but a lot of excitement in this grid. Greg was talking about how this is kind of one of the classic classes of the runoffs in the production category, but this one's really had a resurgence in the last couple of years. It's an all-Japanese field this year. No British cars. It's Hondas and Mazdas. And what you're going to see at the front of this field is a tremendous amount of parity that does not look like parity. You've got 3 front-wheel drive cars, all running Hoosier mediums on the front, medium softs on the rear. You've got a Miata running Goodyears. These are all 2,200-pound cars, give or take. And then you've got another pair of Miatas behind that. Talking to everybody on the grid, they say anybody from the first 3 rows has a shot to win this thing. But what I'm going to be watching is you've got two-time national champions in this field, Ira and Ruck. Everybody else is looking for their first one. There's a lot of hungry drivers right now.
Boy, that's true. Motivation in the extreme. There's a look at Bill Hingston. Great qualifying effort for Bill as he starts in that second spot. Qualified 6th last year, had a problem in the race and fell off just a little bit. But, you know, this is a field of some 20-plus cars, so it's a big field. And as you said, a fair amount of parity, especially up at the sharp end of things. And, you know, Cliff Ira just been absolutely on form here in that beautiful number 36 Cliff Ira Motorsports Honda Civic Del Sol.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of those racing, and one of the storylines of the runoffs this year in general is last year, almost every single race was affected by Hurricane Ian. We had really strange weather conditions, some races in a full-on downpour, some races in changing conditions. One of those changing condition races was F Production. If you look back the year before at 2021 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, they also had strange, wet, changing conditions. This is the first year in 3 that they're actually going to get to race on a dry racetrack.
Absolutely. Here's a look at our Mazda track map, and you know, it is a 3.27, so call it 3 1/4 mile track. 17 counted corners. There's lots of extra bobs and weaves, but 3 very different sectors to this track.
Yeah, the beginning of the lap kicks off with a lot of handling and a lot of mechanical grip. You need good grip and not a lot of aerodynamics involved here. Off of turn 1, the pull up through NASCAR turn 3 and into the lower S's at 4 through 6. Then we get into the high speed balance. Well, back to sector 1, I'll say that's kind of where those Miatas are going to come into effect. Then a long flat out straightaway up through this second sector, the uphill S's. The front wheel drive 5 cars have good top speed, but a tricky balance there at the top of those uphill S's through South Bend at turn 10. Then the critical dig off of turn 12, another long straight where the Hondas tend to have a little bit better top end and a little bit better aero going into roller coaster at 13 and then down through hog pen. That's the sector we're taking a look at right here on camera.
Yeah, tricky sector, kind of falling down the hill. Hog pen, a really critical and really treacherous corner as well. Last year's champion, Eric Prill, also had started on pole. He will not be defending this year, so we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at our starting lineup. Starting in the 21st spot, a rookie, Stephen Hyatt in Hyatt Auto Racing, Dodge Neon. In the 20th spot, the number 48 making his second start, Greg Seigart in his Mazda Miata. Starting in the 19th spot, making his second start, is George Spike Benning, and he is on the Mazda Hoosier Mazda Miata. Starting in the 18th spot, another driver making a second start, the 71 of Stephen Layfield out of Abingdon, Virginia, home race for him in the Mazda Miata. Starting the 17th spot, also on the second start, the 131 of Ben Glauca out of Greensboro, North Carolina, the Triad Auto Acura. Starting in the 16th spot, his third runoff start, the number 5 of Richard Gallup out of Clemont, Florida, driving the Mazda Carbotech Hoosier Mazda Miata. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 154 David Colby out of Utica, New York, in the Like Father Like Son Racing Acura Integra. And then he was last year's Sunoco Hard Charger from 17th to 8th, so keep an eye on him. Starting in the 14th spot, making his 66th runoff start, the number 50 Mark Weber out of St. Louis, Missouri, the Goodyear Redline Oil Hawk Mazda Miata. Starting in the 13th spot, second runoff start, the 33 of Les Cheney and the Appalachian Race Tire Acura Integra. Starting in the 12th spot, third runoff start, the number 13 Stephen Clark out of Salem, Virginia, driving the Evolved Auto Windsor Customs Mazda Miata. Starting in the 11th spot, his 11th runoff spot start, the number 28 of David Strittmatter out of Akron, Ohio, in an Acura Integra. Starting in the 10th spot, fourth runoff start, the 64 of Perry Simmons out of Winsboro, Texas, and the Mazda Miata. Starting in the 9th spot, eighth runoff start for the 98 of Michael Kamalian out of Marietta, Georgia, and the Revolution Speed Hoosier G-Lock Mazda Miata. Starting in the 8th spot is the number 63 making his second runoff start, Steven Simmons out of Rochard, Texas, the JPM Mazda Goodyear Mazda Miata. Starting in the 7th spot, fourth runoff start for the number 3 of Doug Weaver out of Chatham, Ohio, and the JPM Hoosier and Mazda Sunoco Carbotech Mazda Miata. Starting in the 6th spot outside of row 3, 22nd runoff start for the 89 of Charlie Campbell out of Corey, Pennsylvania, the Carbotech JPM Hoosier Mazda Miata. Starting in the 5th spot, 18th runoff start for the number 52 of Mason Workman out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. Hoosier Mazda Carbotech sponsoring his Mazda Miata. Your top two rows outside of the second row, starting in the 4th spot, 14th runoff start for the number 73 of last year's silver medalist Kevin Ruck out of Marysville, Ohio, the Hoosier Willwood Brakes Acura Integra. Starting in the 3rd spot as the number 51 of Ken Kennard making his 23rd runoff start out of Sebring, Florida. It's the Northwest Cable Hoosier G-Lock Acura Integra. In your front row outside the 08 of Bill Hingston making his start in the Parker, Colorado-based Goodyear JPM Mazda Miata. And your tire rack pole winner, the number 36, making his 9th runoff start, Cliff Fire out of Kansas City in the Cliff Fire Motorsports Honda Civic Del Sol. That is your starting lineup. We are getting ready, 15 laps to determine the national championship in F production, bringing him to the green. Cliff Ira in the blue car on your left, Bill Hingston, the orange and yellow car on the outside. We're green. It flies, and off we go this long run. And man, did Cliff Ira time that. Already noses ahead just a little bit. Ken Kennard trying to make a move, and look at Ruck up around the outside, Tomo.
Yeah, Hingston wanted to get to the inside, and that rolled the red carpet out for Kevin Ruck to get around the outside, but it's going to have a hard time putting the power down. He does. He keeps the momentum up, and he's going to go right to 3rd place in front of Ken Kennard. Well, not quite. They're still side by side coming into turn 3. Ruck up the inside on Hingston. A great dive, great move, and Charlie Campbell also in the white 89 car having a good start up to 5th in front of Kennard.
Really opportunistic move by Campbell, and that's going to be a big squeeze play down into turn 4. And what a piece of driving there by Ruck, who saw it coming as Mason Workman dove to the inside. The Ruck opened up the wheel to avoid contact. Looked like Charlie Campbell got squeezed a little bit and hopped over those curves, but off we go. First time through the snake, and really aggressive on that start as well. Battle already shaping up at the front. We've got that's the oil dry. Everybody, that just tends to make people a little careful there. And it's actually Kennard that had that moment. Ruck's in second.
Yeah, I would say historically, Cliff Ira tends to be a little bit more conservative, especially when the track conditions are questionable. And you saw him really back down in the uphill S's as soon as he hit that oil dry, stacked the entire field up, but no one was really willing to kind of throw a grenade on this one and turn it into a battle just yet. As everyone's questioning those conditions, Charlie Campbell drops the left side tires onto the back straight. It's going to give Kennard a great chance for a run, but I think Ruck is the one on the move right now.
Yeah, he's really closing, and there goes Kennard. And you talked about those Acuras tend to have a little bit more pace sometimes, and it didn't help that Charlie had that moment. And no matter what you do there, you're going to lose a little momentum. Now Charlie's going to try and brave it out. If he can stay here, it gives him the inside line here as they drop through the roller coaster, and he makes that work.
And we always know Charlie Campbell's going to race for it. He's not going to make it easy, as he was leading at one point last year in the rain-affected race. But the driver, I think, in this whole field, the two that really were going to want some redemption, this car, the 08 of Hingston, had a lot of drama last year in the wet, but was very, very fast. He absolutely had the potential to win, but couldn't keep it together. The 52 car also, Mason Workman at the back of this 6-car train in the black number 52, was actually tagged and spun on the start of last year's race. He's really the only driver that was affected by somebody else rather than just the wet. He's really looking for redemption.
Boy, Charlie Campbell in a fight mood right now, and make sure he protects on the 51 of Ken Kennard as they come through. Runs a little wide, but that can actually be a quick run, and it puts you in perfect spot here into this long arcing left-hander.
You can see this is where I think those Miatas are going to be a little bit better, especially coming off here at turn 4. The front-wheel drive cars, this is essentially part of the straightaway that puts you all the way up the uphill S's in South Bend. The front-wheel drive cars working that front axle harder, doing all of the work, where you see the Miatas are a little bit more balanced and a little bit better to get through those lower S's starting back at turn 4. But now we're seeing Ruck continue to keep the pressure on, and Kennard just trying any way he can to find a way by Charlie Campbell. They're side by side, and he gets it done.
Oh, nice job there. And that was also a bit of bravado, wasn't it? Because you're still in that oil dry, and you're never really quite sure. And he just said, I'm going for it. Mason Workman, and a big moment there as around goes your pole sitter, Cliff Ira. Ruck went through, and Ira looked like he got offline a little bit, lost it, and around he went. Big jump there as well. Hingston leaps up into second, and there is a wrinkle in the door for Cliff Ira. Definitely some contact.
Yeah, my assumption is Ruck went for the move, a late move up into South Bend on driver's left, and Hingston tried to go with him. I'm assuming Ira didn't see that both cars went for it, so Ruck now goes to the lead with that drama. He's got a huge gap back to Kennard, as both cars able to continue. A little bit of bodywork damage on the front of Hingston's car, but potentially affecting the aero, as both Miatas near him were able to just drive right past him down this back straight.
Yeah, Campbell, you can see Mason Workman being pretty aggressive right now, and then right in the mix as Hingston has dropped back as a result of that contact. Oh, and he's off! Slides off on the outside of the roller coaster, gathers it up. He may have some damage. Looks like, is that right front flat?
It is. I think he cut the tire when he went into the door of Cliff Ira, so it's another drama, another year gone for the number 8 of Bill Hingston. I don't think he knows the tire's down, though. He stays out.
Yeah, he does. And yeah, it's just a shame because he had such a good qualifying run this year. Really, redeeming himself just a little bit, and it's all for naught right now, but this battling is continuing. And the guy that to me looks really racy right now, even though it's Charlie Campbell who started the race really strong, 6th to 3rd, is Mason Workman. He is showing the nose everywhere out there.
And he was in for a shot last year, again, affected by getting tagged at the roller coaster last year, but he's really racy on the back of that very similar Miata of Charlie Campbell, and this is for 3rd place. So what they don't want to do is waste time battling and lose Ruck, but honestly, Ruck might be gone at this point if he can put some fast laps together. He's 3 seconds up the road from Ken Kennard, and it looks like he's not looking back.
Yeah, and one thing, Ruck has a ton of experience, and now he knows it's flat.
Oh, yeah, there it goes.
I'm guessing that's probably off of that car, so that's really a shame. But again, that's way offline, so it shouldn't really affect anything, and that is in to turn 3 at the exit of 3. But here is Ruck, and he looks in his mirror as he sees this gift, I think he is going to just do everything he can to just break the field at this stage.
Well, and he's been waiting for this. This has been a really, really rough week for Ruck as we see a replay of that tire coming apart on Bill Hingston. But back to Ruck, he basically had axle failures in qualifying sessions 1 and 2. He got his qualifying time in on the last lap of the last qualifying session. At the very, very end. The checkered flag had already come out. He knew it was going to be his last lap, and it's finally got the car reliable. He got, just a 4th place lap that he was okay with. So this is kind of the break he's been looking for. As we see the pass now for 3rd, Workman was able to outbrake Charlie Campbell. Campbell might have given him a little kiss on the back bumper there coming into roller coaster, but now Workman's going to focus forward on Kennard.
Yeah, Campbell almost dropping those lefts, dropping through the roller coaster, and coming up behind Campbell is the number 36 of your tire rack pole sitter. Ira here is coming up. Ira getting a really good run through the hog pen, carried a lot more speed down through the bottom there. He is going to scoot by on Charlie Campbell. Ira is making an absolute charge back up through the pack here, and that puts him up into 4th, drops Campbell back into that 5th spot.
Yeah, that Del Sol is known for being very fast in a straight line. He's always had really good trap speeds, really good top speeds. So he gets that good run through hog pen as we take a look at that replay of Hingston getting his first hint that tire was down. But I think
it went down with that contact with Ira.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, but Ira is still within a shot of a podium here.
Oh, he absolutely is, and he's got pace. I mean, no question. Just set fast lap at a 2:09 flat, so he's got some pace. And along with being the tire rack pole sitter, he is also the Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner when he got that time. That lap at the end of his time closest to a .260, and got a nice collection of Sunoco 260. So, and here's the number 73 of Ruck up front, and still has almost a 3-second margin on the field.
Yeah, working lap 4. It's basically the top 4 cars ran almost the same lap time. You mentioned Ira was the quickest, but they were all on the same 4/10 or so. So they're really in lockstep at this point, kind of putting their heads down and getting in the rhythm. But I would say the car to keep an eye on is the 36. Mason Workman did not want to see that car coming back at him, as it looks like they're going to have a hard time really taking swipes at each other until they get to each other, right? Everyone's running the same pace.
And a quick question for you here. If Kevin, having all those axle problems in qualifying, how hard does he want to be pushing right now? Is that in the back of his mind that, I don't want to have another one go?
Well, it is. It's in the back of your mind, but it's also the runoffs. This is one of the highest levels of one race takes it all anywhere in motorsports, really. So he doesn't really have the option to take it that easy, and he knows that. We saw him jumping the curb at Oak Tree and then all the way out to the dirt. He's pushing it hard, and at one point this week he had pretty much every B-Series axle through the entire paddock, sitting at his paddock spot, just cycling through them. Which one of these is finally going to work? And I think they found kind of an odd combination of an axle failure and something else that was causing that. And they seem to have it under control.
That's great to hear. Cliff Ira has now gone through on Mason Workman. That puts him up into 3rd, and he just uncorked a 2:07.7, and he is closing down in a big hurry here. That's significantly quicker than anyone else.
Yeah, it's a full second faster than anybody has gone, and it seems to have really been inspired by that contact, and the car that caused the contact is out of the race for it. So he's just got to put his head down and work his way back. You see him checking the brakes, which means that these cars are not perfectly flat out through the uphill S's. You see almost no aero. Look at him moving around the front wheel drive car specifically, a big handful at the top of these uphill S's. But you got to make sure those brakes are there if you need them.
Yeah, they do a great job. Here's the number 3 of Doug Weaver, who's putting in a really solid run behind him, the 99 of Michael Kamalian in that beautiful white machine right there. And here is our Hawk Performance, the Hawk Breakthrough winner, making up the most spots from Tuesday to Wednesday qualifying. So lots of specialty awards unfolding here, and every one of these drivers deserve any recognition they can get.
many ways to play, many ways to win here at the Runoffs, right? But only one gold medalist. As we see the Steven Simon's car, the 63, the yellow Miata, pops out on Michael Kamalian side by side down that back straightaway, but now he's hit an arrow wall, and they're just going to go stagnant coming into the back straight. A little more motor, a little deeper on the brakes for the 99 camouflaged Miata for Michael Kamalian, but it's Doug Weaver that continues to hold down that 6th spot in this blue Miata.
It looks like what may have hurt Simons there was he's got a much more aggressive, large front diffuser and splitter on the front, and that can slow you down a little bit. And it makes it work real well in the corners, but you can't get into them sometimes that well. Oh, look at this here. Ira trying the outside of Kennard. This is for 2nd. Can he clear him? And if so, can he run down Kevin Ruck? A lot of race to go. Kennard just out deeps him. Watch for Ira now to try and square up underneath. Kennard covers that beautifully, but Ira is delivering a message here. And you see he puts that hand up and goes, let's go. I'm coming here. And Kennard, I think he's going to have his hands full for a few laps.
Right. Kennard probably knows he doesn't have a lot of chance to catch Ruck without Ruck kind of causing the issue. If he makes a mistake, he has a mechanical issue. So Kennard is going to fight for his life for this 2nd position. Ira, on the other hand, wants Kennard out of the way. Hey, I can actually run this guy down. I've got the pace for it, but he's got to find a way by. And it's kind of, I would say, almost a sitting duck position for Ken Kennard because the Del Sol looks to have so much motor in it.
Do you think it would be wise for Kennard to let Ira through, then try and draft him, stay with him as much as possible to get them both to close in on Ruck?
In theory, but I don't know. I don't know that Del Sol's going to poke a very big hole in the air to pull. As now it looks like that was Ira with a big loss of time in South Bend. Potentially got a little loose at the FLSs and dropped back off the back of Ken Kennard.
And suddenly he's got Mason Workman and Charlie Campbell, the 52 and 89, right on his 6th. And we're going to have to see what they're going to be able to do here as that gives Kennard just a little bit of breathing space. Is it me? Am I seeing little bits of smoke from the back of Ruck's car? It could just be mist, but I thought I've spotted that a couple of times. I'm certainly not wishing him any. Oh, and a problem here. Hingston's bad day continues.
Yeah, it looks like he was able to get to the pit lane and get a new right front on that car, but I can't figure out where this is. Oh, it's actually at Hog Pen, and this is a big ride, big impact into the tire wall. Luckily, a lot of tires there to kind of soak up that impact, but this could affect the race. That's an impact zone. Obviously, if Hingston got there, someone else could too. I wouldn't be surprised to see a yellow flag come out for this.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. You get on the grass, especially if it's damp, you almost pick up speed.
Yeah.
And down he went. So, all right, here we go. This battle for 2nd once again. Ira has gathered it back up and is trying to make the attack here. Mason Workman had the fastest 2nd sector of this entire race, so he's finding some pace here as well. And the margin still 1st to 2nd, still almost 3 seconds. So right now, for Kevin Ruck, Ken Kennard is a good buddy.
Yeah, and Ruck last time through was a little bit off pace. He ran a 2:09.2 as we do go full course yellow here in F production, but Ruck was either taking it easy or made a mistake on that lap. He was the slowest car in the top 5 last time through, and this is really not what he wanted to see. He wanted to keep that gap.
Yeah, and you have to, you do have to manage tires a little bit here. This is a great scrap here. Les Cheney in that yellow number 33, or excuse me, that's the blue Integra, is Les Cheney, but Mark Webber there in that number 50. And this is an absolutely extraordinary story that Mark is, this, as I said, not only his 66th runoff start, he also, this is going to be his 663rd F production race in his career. It's just stunning numbers for Webber. And in terms of runoffs, years at the runoffs, there's only one guy ahead of him, and that's Coburn. And so I was talking to Mark yesterday, and he said I'm going to run till he stops, and he's going to run knowing that I'm going to be there. He said, we could be 150 and still trying to do this. And I said, I hope you are. Yeah. That would be such a great story. But now the big thing here, of course, is Ruck's advantage. That 3 seconds is gone, and we know the speed of Cliff Ira. This is going to be a huge turning point potentially in this race, Tom.
Yeah, big time. Ruck is the one that didn't want to see this, and you're right, Ira is the one that did. But we still have, Kennard obviously in the between the two of them. Mason Workman and Charlie Campbell also absolutely in play here in those two Miatas. As you see, Ira trying to keep the tires clean and warm under this, what will likely be a fairly abbreviated full course yellow.
Yeah, hopefully it'll get cleaned up in a hurry. And so while we are under a full course caution, we want to take a moment here. You don't have an event like this without some absolutely fantastic partners. We want to let you hear a little bit more about them.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back, everybody. Full course caution continues here. And obviously, they're just working on getting the car of Bill Hingston, who has had a rough race here. Just a shame. Outside front row qualifying effort, a guy who's been fast and just hasn't seemed to have, found any luck. And when luck finds him, it seems to be bad, and it's really a shame.
Sure, and hopefully okay after that pretty rapid impact after going off just before Hog Pen. But we are second lap under full course yellow, lap 8 of 15 in the race. We've only been racing for 17 minutes, so if we hit that 40-minute mark, it will end on that 40 minutes. But right now, Kevin Ruck in the lead, had about a 3-second lead before the yellow came out over Ken Kennard, who was dealing with a lot of pressure from third place Cliff Ira in the Del Sol. Mason Workman, Charlie Campbell were clinging onto the back of that top 4 pack, but having their own great little race. Charlie Campbell really putting the pressure on Workman. Who has, I know, a ton of family and friends. At the beginning of the show, we saw his fans, family, friends, and fans in their own swag on the hillside.
Exactly.
Pretty cool shirts too.
Really is, yeah. I mean, looking the part, that is for sure. Hey, we just want to remind everybody that the pace cars for the 60th SCCA Runoffs are being provided by Mazda and Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina. So a huge thank you for our pace vehicles to that group. Again, Mazda is so supportive. These are, after all, Hagerty Race Days, and our presentation for you this weekend is provided by Mazda. So love to be able to say that. And you can see this field at this stage now. Everybody knows that run through that part of the S's with that oil dry. That's all taken care of. At this stage, obviously front drive cars tend to be asking the front end to do everything. They tend to churn those tires up a little bit more. You think this is a good thing for those guys right now?
Not necessarily, because these cars at the weight, they tend to do okay with a 15-lap race on the front end. The bigger problem is rear tire temperature. So they're going to have cooler rear tires, a little bit less stable than they've been dealing with. We tend to see those front-wheel drive cars faster later, honestly, than the Miatas, which light up and they're a little bit better balanced with that kind of using all 4 corners equally. So I think we'll see Kennard, Ruck, and Ira be a little bit more conservative, especially at the top of the uphill S's into South Bend, just because of that tire temperature.
Right now, kind of interesting, in 7th and 8th are the Simmons, Steven Simmons in the number 63, Perry Simmons there in the number 64, and they qualified pretty close together. They're racing pretty close together. Both not a lot of runoff experience. This is Perry's 4th. It's Stevens only his 2nd, and doing a really nice job right now. And Steven had 3 podiums in the Hoosier Tire Super Tour, and Perry had 1. And if you're podiuming, is that a word? If you're getting podiums in the Hoosier Super Tour, you're doing something right.
Yeah, especially if they're racing the same races. They're both out of Texas. They're pushing each other all the time, and that's one of the challenges. Is some of the times racing nationally here, the only time you see the other fastest car is at the runoffs. Some of these drivers have not raced against each other all year if they're out at the West Coast and the East Coast. So these drivers have been able to work together probably, but also push each other and compete against each other to level each other up back and forth.
So when you've got family members that are racing together, you always want to be the one on top because then it's the other person who has the awkward Thanksgiving dinner. All right, our pace vehicle is in. It is time to get back to green. We will be completing lap 8 of 15. And watching for it, Kevin Ruck bringing him down, that beautiful number 73. That is the 1990 Acura Integra. We're back to green. Kennard getting a really good run, though. He's going to pop to the outside. Ruck feints over just a little bit to dissuade him, but locks up the inside right. He gets it under control, though, and Ira tucking it up underneath. They're 3 abreast, Tomo, at the exit of 1. That is crazy. Now Ruck is going to probably be able to cycle in. Look at Mason Workman. What a run by Workman. He's going to get third before they ever get to the exit of 3.
Yeah, very conservative restart for Ira, and I'm kind of surprised because Kennard was way back at the green flag, but he was able to give himself some space and make that lunge. Campbell goes through as well. So Ira, we thought would be the strongest car on the restart, is back to 5th again. I would say Ruck also looks a little bit uncomfortable, but he was able to keep the lead over Ken Kennard. But look at Mason Workman. He's right there.
Something just flew off the back of one of the cars as now Ira's starting to get to speed. I think that was Charlie Campbell that was coming up and pressuring him. But Ira, just a bit tentative on that restart once again. And look at Mason Workman. What a dive down underneath Kennard, and that is into that commitment meter corner. South Bend, you make a pass there, you ate your oats this morning.
Yeah, that's the same way that Ruck took the lead over Ira at the beginning of the race. So that's a great move if you can make it stick. And Kennard, I think, knows that he was given a gift of this restart. He knows that the Hondas are going to be a little bit weaker. They're going to take a little bit longer. He was way out of this one, I would say. He was 4th. Now he gets the gift of that restart. He's making every single move count.
And here comes now, you've been talking about it, Tomo, that little bit better straight line of the Acuras, and they're able to get around Mason Workman, but Mason has been carrying so much speed into all of the corners and through the corners here. We'll see what he's going to be able to do. But that little bit of an exchange there has allowed Kevin Ruck just a smidge of a margin.
And that's probably what he needed to be able to take that deep breath and get things under control. Huge flat slide through the compression there at Hogpen. But it looks like Ruck is now able to gap, and we saw some lockup from Kennard. Another car off in the back. It's one of the Simons, the 64 of Perry.
Perry going for that big slide. Fortunately, his angle was a little bit less acute going off the track, and he had a lot more room, and hopefully he's able to keep it running and accelerate off. And Ira takes a peek down underneath Mason Workman in the 52, down into turn 1, and Mason able to carry just enough speed through that corner. Somebody going off, I think, on the entry to 1 as well. Just saw another plume of dirt up in the air. Could have just been dropping a tire. Nope, he gathered it up. And that's the other. Oh, my goodness, a bad lap for the Simons as the 23 now has dropped back. That is Steven. That yellow Mazda Miata has lost some ground as well.
Classic commentator's curse. You talked about them before the green.
Exactly.
And their restart didn't go the way they want. As we take that relook, it just ran a little bit wide, I think.
Yep.
Both of them actually very lucky to go off in places. It's very downhill towards walls, and both of them keeping it out of that. But Ira, I think, has the wick back lit. As we talked about the cool rear tires, the conservative restart for the 36 car, the Del Sol there, has now taken the 3rd position back from Workman, who had that great restart up to 2nd at one point. But I don't think that the Miatas just have the motor as these front-wheel drive cars, handling just well enough and getting a lot of straight line speed done.
You look at that Del Sol, you pointed it out, it probably doesn't punch a very big hole. It looks noticeably a little smaller than the other cars. Does that mean lighter, which can often mean it takes longer for the tires to fire up?
Sure, and we mentioned at the top of the show that Cliff Ira tends to have a fairly conservative approach when we see him at the runoffs, as we have a battle for the lead.
Big move by Kennard, trying to get it done. Ruck is going to force the issue here. Going to try and get some overlap. He can't do it. And now Kennard able to turn in new leader. It is Ken Kennard up front over Kevin Ruck. And Ken Kennard, he is a 3-time bronze. He's won bronze medals. He did one here at VIR, but he too, this is his 23rd runoff start. He's never stood on the top of the box. But Ruck fighting back. Kennard tried to protect it, looked like a little bit, coming out of Hogpen, and not give Ruck an opportunity to get down the inside. And I thought for a minute Ruck might just ramp the outside. He's been so. But here comes Cliff Ira now trying to squeeze it, and Ruck swings out as much to improve his angle into one as it was to blunt, I think, Ira coming after him.
Yeah, three-way battle between these two Acuras and the Honda. Very similar engines and weights, everything happening here. So it's just a driver battle at this point. But I would say we mentioned before the yellow that Ruck's last lap before that caution was a little bit slow. He looks to be ailing in the straight lines. He got motored by way too easily by Kennard, and I bet it's going to happen again on the back straight, if not this next straightaway for the S's with Ira. So Ruck seems to be ailing just slightly. It doesn't seem to be anything apparently wrong with the car. You saw maybe a little bit of smoke, and it looks like to be handling fine, but as soon as we get to these straightaways, you see Kennard just kind of leaves him.
Yeah, he really does gap him, and here you go, Ira again taking a look through the exit of the snake here, and now up into these glorious climbing S's. What a wonderful rhythm section of track through this last one, and now the plummet down into South Bend, falls away on the exit, and here we go, Ruck thinking about it, doesn't have the space, Kennard covering up into Oak Tree, and Kennard protecting a little bit there. That could make his exit run a little bit compromised, but the guy to really, I think, watch for now is Ira.
Yeah, let's see how much gap he can pull in and maybe alongside Ruck as another drama for Steven Simons in the 63 car.
Yep.
Another off.
Looks like he might be unbuckling, so this could be a problem. Here comes Ira, and boy, this could be great timing here if Ira can close this out. If we do get a caution for that, at least he'll be in second. And Kennard really lighting up that outside rear tire under the brakes, obviously, and doesn't affect him at all, though. But Ira now through into second. I don't think this one's done yet.
No, and Ira's got a good run out of Hogpen, goes to the outside. They're going to be side by side across the start-finish line.
Yeah, Kennard really shallows up his exit out of Hogpen, and it just pinches the exit, and it just makes you a little bit slower with roll speed through the. And Kennard's got a problem. The bodywork is coming off on that left side of the car. He's got just enough in hand here to be able to hang in. Look at Kevin Ruck. Man, did he get through turn one in a huge hurry and just tried to split here. Now comes Ira up the inside once again. Ira thinking about it into turn three. Not going to happen there, and Ira protects. He sees Ruck that is looking real aggressive in the twisty bits.
Yeah, I think Ruck has the slowest car of the three right now, but he's racing the hardest, I would say. He's looking for every opportunity he can to get these positions back after getting the lead early, and Ira doesn't want to deal with that. He wants to keep focused on Kennard in the lead, and to your point, the weakest corner for Kennard, I believe, is the final corner. If that was the checkered flag, Ira would have won it.
Yeah, absolutely. We now have 4 laps to go. And the interesting thing is that little bit of a skirmish up by those top 3 has brought Workman and Campbell significantly closer by a little bit of a chunk of change. Going back, there's the 131 of Ben Glauca, that white Acura, right in front of Mark Webber. Continuing an incredible run, and Glauca got a little squirrely there, and Webber thought about it, but just couldn't quite pull the trigger. And behind them is Richard Gallup in that other red Miata, the one with the white air dam at the front. So really good scrap here we're looking at for 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Yeah, top 10 is in the stat sheet. You're going to want the top 10 at the runoffs if you can get it, and this is the battle for it across these 3 cars.
Webber has a top 5 finish as his best, so he's a little bit behind that right now, but he's in an absolutely great race. And here's the number 5 of Richard Gallup.
The Integra disappeared, looks to go off. Yeah, there he comes back on. Ran a little bit wide coming off of Oak Tree, so now he falls outside of the top 10 does Les Cheney. And that's going to promote Stephen Clark and Ben Glauca. No, that was Ben Glauca, I'm sorry, that went off.
Yeah.
That promotes Mark Webber and Richard Gallup up into the top 10.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Glauca. I mean, he came from 17th and he'd worked his way up into 10th. And now Ira going to try it just using motor. You can see him peek into his mirror and went, nope, Kennard is not enough inside. I'm going to turn in, but Kennard then forces the issue a little bit. They are still door to door heading into turn number 3 here. Fascinating section of track, and there Ira is able to lock it down. Oh, but a big dive by Kennard. Man, did he carry momentum through turn 3, down to the inside in 4, but now Ira's got position, but Kennard staying on the outside. Ira has to give way. What a duel we have at the front, Tomo.
Kennard wins the game of chicken. That's so awkward to go through the lower S's side by side, and Ira wasn't willing to do it. Now that puts him back in the clutches of Kevin Ruck, and look who's joined the battle. It's actually Charlie Campbell in the white Miata that is gotten by Mason Workman and now wants that podium spot.
Yeah, Campbell is absolutely hooked up right now, and he's qualified very well last year as well and stood on the podium. And I think he senses an opportunity to maybe get there again. But all this dueling is allowing Kennard suddenly to be able to build a little bit of a margin here.
This should be lap 13 of 15. So this race is winding down while heating up. It's going to be a battle till the very last minute, I think. As Kennard now gets that little bit of a break, but look at the Del Sol, just checks out down this back straightaway.
Yeah, just opens it up. And right now for Charlie Campbell, he is staying glued into the draft of Kevin Ruck, trying to be able to do something, stay close enough to be able to make something happen here. And as we come by, start finish this time, we will have 2 laps to go. And Ira now is dropping the hammer just a little bit. Kennard going to be doing everything he can to defend. Here comes Ruck, little wide by Ruck down there through Hogpen, and does the rim shot but makes it work. Then Campbell in 4th, Workman in 5th, then a big gap, 9 seconds back to our 6th place driver, the number 3 of Doug Weaver. So it is going to be quite a battle here. 2 laps to go, and Kennard, that arrow, that big flap there is not helping him down that straight, but that motor is.
Yeah, it seems to be mostly okay. Remember, Hayward said anyone in the top 6 could win this one. Bill Hingston took himself out of that equation, but this is the 5 of the top 6 that he speculated. I would still say any of them could win this one, as F Production tends to be drama all the way till the very, very end. Things have stabilized for a moment, I would say, until Cliff Ira catches Kennard again. It's probably inevitable.
Yeah, well, I mean, and you pointed out here right now, I mean, the top 5 covered by 2 seconds. And, that gap, expands and shrinks just a little bit here. But what's impressing me here is Campbell and Workman now gets a little better run than Campbell, and he's going to pop to the inside, and he has position into the climbing S's. Smart move there by the very experienced Charlie Campbell, just tuck in behind, and now that little bit of side-by-side, now they've lost touch with that lead group.
Just a bit, yeah, and that tends to every single time this thing stabilizes just a little bit, the
Exactly.
Hondas get in line. As soon as they start racing, the Miatas come back into it.
Now out of Oak Tree, and Kennard now has built himself a little bit of a margin. That's the most breathing room he's had in a few laps. And Ira suddenly finds himself with more ground to make up than he would like. Although he pulls Ruck pretty substantially here. And does he close in a little bit on Kennard? You see Kennard just doing that little brake tap, as now it's Charlie Campbell. Oh, they may have touched, and Campbell, as a result, slips through into 4th. So these guys, they are just absolutely after it here for Top Mazda.
Yeah, there's a huge pop on the middle of the back straight for Charlie Campbell, pulls just alongside, almost puts Workman off the track into the braking zone, as Workman was cutting some blades of grass with his right side tires, but they both keep it clean. Just a little rub, exchange of paint, and here we go. Taking the white flag, Ira has gotten back to Kennard. He gets one more lap, 3.3 miles to get this thing done.
This is going to be really intriguing because Kennard really tends to shallow up his exit at Hogpen, which is a speed stealer, and Campbell and Workman continuing their battle here for 4th. But that has allowed Ira to get a bit closer here, and now Cliff Ira, your tire rack pole sitter, he has got to just pull the trigger here and really just be there coming out of Oak Tree.
Well, 2 laps in a row, we saw a drag race between these two off of Hogpen, and the Del Sol was able to get to the line just by a bumper or so. So if he can repeat that, he will win this race. He's got to stay really, really close and maybe almost not attack too early, because if he attacks too early, he may have a chance at Kennard coming back at him, as he is. He's attacking early.
He looks at it now and then just decides nope and tucks right back in. Sketchy place to make a pass, and what you don't want to do is get yourself in a scenario like he had to breathe out of it there. Look at the ground he lost, and that might bring Ruck back into it. Exactly what you talked about. Don't attack too soon.
Yeah, he probably still has a chance to draft down this back straight and keep it there as he closes up nicely under braking. Kennard, critical exit here. Uses every inch of track. Nice exit there for the Integra, the black and white, or black and orange Kennard. How close can Ira get down this back straight?
Yeah, and you could hear Kennard, as he that little blip on the throttle, and when he just went hard, and he knew he had to at this stage, and there might be a little bit of traffic up in front as well. But here comes Ira. Boy, he popped out awfully early here, and there's that big light up again of that tire. But Ira is close, but man, he's got a flow speed. Thing is, he doesn't want to be too close that he has to check up through Hog Pen either. This is really that chess match I talk about. Here we go. Here's where Kennard tends to tighten it up a little bit, gives it a little bit more head this time, and here we go. Ira, he's in the draft. He's coming up. Can he pop to the outside? He tries something. I don't think he's got enough. Kennard wins the runoffs, wins the F Production Gold. What a run in his 23rd runoff start. Finally grabbing the gold with Ira in second and Kevin Ruck in third. Workman and Campbell complete the top 5. What a duel the entire race, Tomo. That was F Production.
That was great. It was so much fun to watch, and congratulations to Ken Kennard. These drivers still battling for the, this is going to be just inside the top 10, I believe, or just outside the top 10 potentially.
Working their way through. Big field here, and there is the number 71. That's Stephen Layfield out of Abingdon, Virginia. This is very much a home track for him. And right now, sitting in the 11th spot, he just couldn't quite close up on David Strittmatter just in front of him and crack that top 10. But still, Stephen Layfield from 18th up into 10th, or up into 11th. That might be Sunoco Heart Charger category territory for him. It's all determined. It's whoever makes up the most spots during the course of the race. So he might certainly be a contender for that as he flashes through and picks up that checker flag. But for Ken Kennard, we in our first race we had David Richardson win his first ever runoffs after 13 years of trying and was in tears during the interview. And I would suspect we might see some similar emotion from Ken Kennard. He's been chasing this a long time.
And after last year, I mean, he was, I believe, leading the race and kind of just self-spun in the rain. This is, again, the first dry race F Production has seen in 3 years. So they got to actually race for it just on raw speed, and Kennard was the one that came out on top. Ruck coming alongside to congratulate. He's going to be a little bit heartbroken, I would say, as he led the first half of the race, really, but curious to see what might have been ailing in that car that caused him to drop back.
Yeah, exactly. And, same really for Cliff Ira, who clearly had the speed, but just, I wonder if after that hit, maybe there wasn't something just a little off in the handling, and he just didn't feel comfortable enough to push at the level we know he can.
Yeah, whatever the reason, he was definitely the most conservative of the top 5. Every time somebody took a move or made an attack, he would tend to kind of buckle under that until he could get himself back going again. And then Mason Workman and Charlie Campbell just beating on each other, figuratively, mostly, the whole race. It was a great battle there for top Mazda honors.
Yeah, a little touch on occasion, but it was fabulous racing there between Charlie and Mason. And then Doug Weaver, David Strittmatter, Les Cheney, Stephen Clark, and Richard Gallup complete your top 10. So great run for everybody here in this F Production. Run to the gold in the National Championship. But for Ken Kennard, this is a very, very special cool-down lap. He'll get that lap of honor coming up here in just a moment. Cliff Ira, Cliff has won a couple of gold medals at the runoff, so the pain might not be that bad. And same for Ruck, but you don't work hard all year to get here and then miss the podium by 0.12 of a second.
Yeah, and Ruck definitely feels big emotions at these events. We always see it in his interviews, and we tend to get an interview from him because he's always on the podium for the most part. But yeah, I think we'll hear a lot of emotion out of Ruck for this one.
Well, looking forward to it as they are working their way down the hill here and coming in. And with that, let's check in with the third member of our team, Hayward Wagner.
Ken Kennard, I am told, 23 runoff starts and now a national champion. How does that feel?
It's about time. I was pretty thrilled. Obviously, I really treated it like a regular race, so I didn't get too much in my head and just went out and drove. And it worked out.
It looked like you were really good on power and really good in the uphill S's. Where did this car feel the best for you?
I think I was pulling Cliff up in the uphill S's, and kind of down in the lower S's in that section I was doing well. Cliff was really fast coming off a hog pen, and he was challenging me down into one, and just had to use a lot of racecraft to get through that lower end sometimes with him and others. But it just a good race, good clean race up front, very clean.
Tom Fowler told me the only thing that he had to do was wash the car. Who do you need to thank?
Tom Fowler, one thing. I really got to thank my wife for letting me enjoy this. This sport. It takes a lot of patience from the spouses to do that. I have to thank Tom Fowler and OPM and the crew. They've done a fantastic job on this car. I really have to thank Todd Burris for helping me with data all week and video and helping set the car up. We got a new shock package on the car, and we're struggling earlier in the week with it. We've got it figured out, I think.
I think you probably did. Enjoy that championship lap.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cliff, you've got a little bit of a scar here on the car, a little bit of a frayed nerve, it looks like. How was that race for you?
Well, that's a professional dent by one of the people that really is good at it, Bill Hingston. If he doesn't run into me, he runs into everybody else. He ran into me twice last year. So nice job, Bill. Appreciate that. First, congratulations to Ken. That was a really tight race. I was really fortunate to be able to keep going, to be honest with you, because we got hit really hard in South Bend. So, congrats to Ken. I know he's been trying for a long time, and I know it's a good feeling. So, good race. I gave it all I had, man. I'm glad I had some car left after I got creamed by Hingston. That's all I got to say.
Well, it was a great race to watch, a great drive for you. We're going to grab Kevin real quick. Kevin with the bronze.
Yes.
You saw the full course yellow come out. What were your thoughts?
Not again. Race start couldn't have gone a whole lot better. Car was hooked up in a groove. Running faster than qualifying times. Car felt great, and I was able to not get any draft effect, and then I could hold that gap, even with those guys kind of back there drafting, because I could run on my own. Because Sector 1 and Sector 3, I had the best car out here, but I knew once we got in some drafting, it was going to be hard, and then because they can get by you coming up back straight away, and I can't do a whole lot back over here to pass back. But these guys both drove great. Could not be happier for Kenny. That dude's been trying forever, and he's one of the best humans. So car was fantastic. I couldn't be happier about it. I think I drove well.
Well, congratulations. Another podium at the runoff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, pretty remarkable record for him. That's his 6th podium in competition to go with 2 gold medals. Here we go at the start. You see the tire rack bull sitter, Ira, leading down into turn 1. Ruck popping to the outside and working his way around, or trying to, around Hingston. And there's that big contact right there that he was talking about, and it dropped him back about 5 spots.
It also dropped the tire pressure right out of the right front from Bill Hingston, who went on to actually go replace that tire, and we'll probably see this ride down into the tire wall, caused a full course caution, which brought the field back together, and that's what Ruck did not want.
Nope, it brought him back, and he was able to lead at the restart, but Kennard and Iowa were right there, and this battle continued all the way. You can see Mason Workman pretty racy on the restart as well. Charlie Campbell coming up, and again, Ira gets demoted. But then this battle here, Kennard up on Ruck, finally able to sneak through, and the battle was on. And a couple of times, Ira was able to get up and alongside, ease ahead even, but Kennard was not to be denied.
It sounded like he just had to not think about it too much, just go out and race, and that's what he did. He used beautiful racecraft to maintain. Every time he got put on the back foot, responded beautifully. This was that awesome pass around the outside through turns 5 and 6 into the lower S's, and he was able to keep it. Lost this race a couple times, but he won it on the right lap.
And right there, able to come through and defend where Ira was at his absolute fastest. And for Kennard, really putting an exclamation point on an incredible season in the Hoosier Super Tour. 4 wins and 4 poles, and he had the same record in the majors and add 6 podiums there. So what a great year, what a great season for Ken Kennard. And now, for the first time in 23 attempts, he can add national champion, and he has a gold medal draped around his neck here at VIR. Congratulations to Ken, to Ira, to Ruck, to all of our competitors in the run for the gold in F production here in the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. For Tom Owen Hayward, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called heaven on earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA runoffs. What a difference a year makes here at Virginia International Raceway. Hi, I'm John Phippen, Larry McLeod alongside me. As last year we raced in a hurricane, but no such problems here. We've got beautiful, partly cloudy skies, but the forecast for the rest of the weekend is great. And this is a wonderful racetrack. For the second year in a row and the third time in about 4 years, we're here at VIR. As we're going to introduce the third member of our broadcast team, and he's the guy roaming down trackside. It's Hayward Wagner. Good morning, Hayward.
Morning, guys. It is a nice, cool morning here on the grid. Clouds in the sky. They're about to put the 3-minute board up, I believe. When we look at this grid and we see wings and Formula cars, we always assume that these cars are really specialized, unique cars. We sometimes forget that this is actually spec racing. These cars are all identical. Same engine, same tire, same shock packages. Everything's the same. What really only biggest difference in the car is color schemes. And what you're going to notice in our pole sitter is this is a very clean car. This is not a corporate effort. This is just a privateer, Charles Turner, on the pole. He's a Virginia guy. He's local. He knows this track very, very well. And then right beside him, if you are a SCCA long-timer, if you've been around this for a while, those colors and Black Swan conjure up some pretty strong memories of Formula Atlantics in the 80s and 90s, back in the Road Atlanta days. That's Frank Fertuel. He's out of the Atlanta area, out of Georgia. So we got a couple of veterans here at the front of the field and a whole bunch of kids behind them wanting to take a national championship.
You're absolutely right. A big 26-car field as we are looking forward to this one. These Formula Enterprises 2 cars, a second-generation Formula Enterprise 2. Basically, it's the same Van Diemen chassis. Lefty McLeod, a 5-time solo champion. His Eminence is back with me.
Thank you.
Larry, great to see you again. We've got the track map. Take us around, if you would.
Yeah, down in Sector 1, they go dive-bombing downhill into that Turn 1, kind of a hairpin-like turn. Run back up towards paddock through the famous NASCAR bend, Turn 3. They'll run down into kind of a funnel of Turn 4, left hook. That'll get them started around through the snake or the lower S's. Under the bridge, they'll go start climbing through the climbing S's, and it's a lot of uphill, 7, 8, 9. And then they come around to the famous and treacherous Turn 10, South Bend. Come around that, and then we'll get to probably the most critical corner on the course for Fast Lap, Turn 12, the Oak Tree, or Sans Oak Tree, still the Oak Tree Bend. That'll get them onto Madison Avenue and all the way down that long uphill back straight, where they get to the top of that roller coaster and down 14, 15, 16, and finally around Turn 17, Hog Pen, onto that front straight that goes up and back down again.
It's a front straight, sort of. It actually curves a little bit to the right, but nonetheless, that's a lap around the 3.7 miles here at Virginia International Raceway. What a beautiful facility. You see lots of fans here this weekend. Always great to have the folks here at the runoffs, no matter where they're held. And we're headed off to Road America for the next couple of years. So looking forward to heading back up into northern Wisconsin for that as well. So thanks to all of you who've taken the time out of your weekend to come and watch us here at the runoffs as these drivers just about ready to roll off on their formation lap. And then we'll introduce the 26-car starting grid. As you see, our pole sitter, Charles Russell Turner, out of Montpelier, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. region. He was the pole sitter here a year ago, and looking forward to repeating a good performance here at the runoffs for 2023. As you can see, folks overlooking. Is that where you're staying, Larry?
I wish. I'm not staying in those. Those are the villas. Beautiful place to stay. I haven't been to get into one of those a couple of years. Very neat that they're trackside there, looking at the uphill S's. I might be lucky enough to be staying at the Lodge, which of course overlooks the Snake. Equally beautiful place to stay. This whole track, this facility is just awesome.
Absolutely. Let's introduce the starting grid for you. Starting in row 13 on the outside. Car 51 is Mark Sturm out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and the Buccaneer region. Next to him, the 43, of Craig Haltom out of Blounteville, Tennessee, in the Eastern Tennessee region. In his 17th runoff start, car 67, Jonathan Weisheidt out of Baltimore in the D.C. region. Next to him is car 28, that's James Brookshire out of Saluda, North Carolina and the Central Carolina region. In row 11, the 38 of Alistair McEwen from Miami and the Northern Carolina region, and another driver in his 17th runoff start, car 45, Tom Burt from Woodway, Washington and the Northwest region. In row 10, car 0 is James Reagan out of Longmeadow, Massachusetts in the New England region, and the 88 of Thomas Green out of Sorrento, Florida in the Central Florida region. In row 9, the 27 of Dean Opperman from Manuka, Illinois in the Chicago region, and another 17 runoff start for the 19 of Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida and the Central Florida region. In row 8, car 86 is Eric Cruz from Williamsburg, Virginia in the North Carolina region. The 18 is Steve Whitson from Georgetown, Texas, racing out of the Milwaukee region. The rookie making his first start in runoffs competition this year, the 56 of Matthew Romer from Lake Havasu City, Arizona and the Cal Club. Next to him is the 145 of Brian Yates from Kemmersville, North Carolina and the North Carolina region. In row 6 is car 33, Sam Harrington from Vicksburg, Maryland and the D.C. region, and the 29 of Kelton Jago from Midland, Michigan and the D.C. region. In row 5, car 22 is John Yeatman from Cave Creek, Arizona in the San Francisco region, and the 47 of Darrell Wills from League City, Texas in the Houston region, a three-time champion. Darrell really made his bones in Formula Mazda. Moving up to row 4, car 5, Bailey Manette from the Milton, Georgia and the Atlanta region, the defending winner of this race, and another rookie next to him, the highest placed rookie in the field, the 89 of Jameson Huffman from Herndon, Virginia and the DC region. In row 3, the 73 of Paul Schneider from Charlotte, North Carolina, the Central Carolina region, and the 11 of Justin Huffman from Hampton, Virginia and the DC region. In row 4, car 471, Adam Jennerjohn from that famous family from Valencia, California. He races out of the Indianapolis region. The 99 is Caleb Schrader, one of two drivers eligible for the Super Sweep here out of Tigard, Oregon and the Oregon region. Now for your front row, we talked about him on the grid, the 97 of Franklin Futrell out of Augusta, Georgia. He is a two-time national champion, most recently in SRF 3 in 2022, a year ago. And your pole sitter, the number 32, Charles Russell Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia for the DC region. He was the 22 pole sitter, but didn't quite get home at the top of the order. Those top three drivers, Turner, Futrell, and Schrader, picked by Sports Car to finish on the podium. I wouldn't bet against them.
I would definitely not, but I'm going to keep an eye on Bailey Monette, had a defending champion in a wild, wet race last year.
Yep.
I've never seen somebody. We've seen a couple of first-time winners here this year. Last year, with Bailey getting his first, was crazy to watch. Fist pumping as he was coming around. There was a finish under a yellow safety car, but I want to see how he can do today. This is the first time this week that he's back in an FE2 since that win last year. He's been off driving other things. Great to see him back, and he, starting on the fourth row, could be a part of this. Got a couple other veterans in there. It's going to be interesting. But at the front, Russ Turner, Frankie Futrell, they are good buddies. They race each other in spec Fords all the time, always at the front. And here they are starting on the front row. This could be good.
Yeah, exactly right. You saw the pace car out front. We'd like to thank Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina for providing the Mazda safety cars for us here this weekend as the field formed up 2 by 2 coming down into Hog Pen as that safety car will peel off into the pit lane. The starter will have a look now as we'll watch Russell Turner and Franklin Futrell moving their way toward the starter's stand. They're approaching the acceleration zone. That's up to the pole sitter as to when he accelerates. Once he or she gets to that acceleration zone, you can see the flag there off to driver's right. The starter has looking him over, and we've got the green. We are away for 15 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. A great jump from Russell Turner as he's got the lead, but here comes Franklin Futrell down to the inside, and he's going to try to take that lead as they go through turn number 1. The rest of the field making it through, a little brake lock up deeper in the pack, but the lead two still side by side as Franklin Futrell trying to hang on to that position as they come into NASCAR, a long sweeping left-hander, and then down into the left hook. Futrell's going to try to stuff it down inside of the left hook. He is still there. Lefty, great racing here. Our pole sitter goes off as he goes a little wide, and he's going to get passed by the third and fourth place runners as well as Caleb Schrader and Justin Huffman working their way up into the top 3. And a spin coming into the snake for the first time, as we've got a car going, several cars going around. The 29 among them, we've got some contact and damaged suspension. This is surely going to bring out a full course yellow. We've got about half the field involved in this incident here on the first lap.
Oh, I'm looking at one of them right in the middle on the track still. That's a 73 of Paul Schneider, one of the veterans. I just spent about a half an hour talking to him. He was hoping to just get a good, clean start and see how this race went. I do suspect we're going to be seeing a full course here in a second. But at the front, it got exciting. Everybody's going to take a deep breath, and we're going to see how this thing shakes out in a couple laps.
Adam Derjon got up into second spot, as we're going to see a replay here. And our leader, Russell Turner, got off and was trying to catch it back up. And then they worked their way through side by side. They're clean there, but then deeper in the back, there's the car that set it all off, Jamison Huffman, as he spun. And that just set off a chain reaction with cars going helter-skelter here right through the end of the snake.
Yeah, Jamison in his first runoff start alongside Paul Schneider in about his, I want to say about his 14th start in this class. And unfortunately for Jamison, now his father Justin's in this field, started 5th. Probably didn't quite realize, I'm sure on the radio they're telling him now that, Jamison was involved. And it's unfortunate for that young man. He was looking forward to having a good start, wasn't happy with his qualifying times, but unfortunately not sure he's going to be able to continue here. But let's see as the field gathers up. That was a bit of chaos there at the beginning. And a lot of that may have been triggered with the off of Russ Turner, the pole sitter, maybe just getting in that dirt. Everyone else sort of checked up, and it got a little bit hairy behind.
Exactly right. So that may have started off the chain reaction. But the safety car has finally caught up with our leader, Franklin Fruchel. So he will lead the first lap. And, Russ Turner didn't get hurt too badly. He came back in third spot. As we'll get the field order as they come by, as it obviously has been shuffled a bit, as a whole bunch of drivers from the mid-pack involved in that incident there at the snake.
Yep. Well, Adam Jennerjohn may have benefited through some of that, obviously, with Russ having the issues. Adam was able to jump up, started here 4th. He's up into that 2nd spot, so great move for him. But Bailey Monette, I mentioned, he gets through the fray. He's in 5th. And then Justin Huffman, the father of Jamison Huffman, who is involved in it, Justin right now in 6th. So those are the guys. Kind of look at some veterans there. Bailey, Justin Huffman, that could be an interesting group trying to push to the front.
And you see that blue car, the 32 of our pole sitter. That's our tire rack pole sitter. Tire rack, of course, gives a $500 gift certificate as well as some other swag to the pole sitter of each of our 26 classes here this weekend. Actually, it's only 24 for this weekend, as we've got a couple classes that did not meet the minimum requirements. And we understand that we are going to go black flag all, and these cars are coming into the pit lane because this cleanup is going to take a while.
Yeah, you've got cars on both sides of the track, and that's just tough for the emergency services to clear. But man, look at some of those cars. You've got the 89, of course, on one side of the track that we can see there. That is the car of Jamison, who we may have been sort of in the initial triggering of that. I can't quite make out all the other numbers. I suspect you've got, we knew Paul Schneider's in that group there.
We can pretty much figure it out by process of elimination, the cars that did not come by start-finish. But here's a replay of the start, and a great start for Franklin Fruchel as he dives right down the inside of our pole sitter and is able to stay side by side, and they stay side by side through much of the first part of this lap into NASCAR. And it looked like Russell Turner was going to be able to hang on, but then Fruchel stuffs it back down inside. May have caught Russ Turner just a bit by surprise as he had to check up a little bit, unwind his hands just a bit, and that put him wide. That allowed the 71 of Adam Jennerjohn to get by. Now we come through the snake, and there is the rookie, the 89 car, making his attempt to move up through the order, but he dropped a wheel off on driver's left and just could not catch it, and then everybody else was just along for the ride.
Yeah, I saw in there the 29 of Kelton Jago is one of those cars. He's out of Midland. He was one of the ones that was spinning there as well. So yeah, a couple of cars are going to find themselves out of this race early. Keep your eye. The other one is Caleb Schrader, that young man. I think he's all about 19 out there. He's done some karting. He's done this. He's done a couple other classes. So interesting to see him now up into 3rd. He could be a bit of a
So the field stacked up behind the safety car, and again, we understand that we're going to pull these cars into the pit lane while the cleanup continues there at the SS. Here are the cars that were involved in that incident. Paul Schrader in the number 73, is one of them. He started
Schneider.
in sixth spot. Then Jamison Huffman in the number 89. He was the rookie who really set that whole thing off. He started seventh. Kelton Jago in the 29 started 11th. He was involved as well, as was Matthew Romer in the 56, another rookie making his first runoff start. So an inauspicious beginning for those two drivers. Just behind him, Eric Cruz in the number 86. He started 16th. Todd Vanacore, the veteran, in his 17th runoff start, got caught up in somebody else's issue, unfortunately. And Todd, who started back in 17th position, is involved. Dean Opperman in the 27, also caught up in that, as was Alistair McEwen in the 38. He started 22nd. And finally, Jonathan Weisheit in the number 67. So we had three drivers in the field. We had three drivers in the event that are making their 17th runoff start, and two of the three, unfortunately, didn't make
Well,
it.
with Vanacore, we'll get to see him later in this weekend. He'll be running at P1. He'll be starting on pole in P1. So Vanacore have an opportunity for redemption for him. For Matt Romer, well, it's going to be his father, Chip Romer, who's going to be in that P1 field right up against Todd later on. I just talked to Matt Romer and to Chip before this race. Did not have the week that they wanted. The action car, that car went in and had some damage earlier in the week. They got it repaired. He was hoping to just get a good, clean race. Clearly he didn't, so a little disappointing there for Matt Romer in his first outing on this. Now he can turn around and root for Dad Chip in the P1 race later today.
Justin Huffman was the Hawk breakthrough performer for picking up the most spots in qualifying between Tuesday and Wednesday. And so that was about, he made up 7 positions, actually. So that's a pretty good jump between Tuesday and Wednesday. And he gets a set of Hawk brake pads for winning the Hawk breakthrough performers. So congratulations to Justin. We're going to take a quick break here for an opportunity to thank some of the sponsors that make the racing possible here.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to the Formula Enterprises 2 race here, the third race of the weekend for the SCCA Runoffs, celebrating its 60th running here at VIRginia International Raceway. But we had an eventful start to this race. On the very first lap, we had a multiple car incident right at the beginning of the Snake, which is the lower S's here at the racetrack. And so we've got a bit of a cleanup as we've got a number of cars that were not able to continue. And we've brought all the cars into the pit lane in a black flag all situation. So we're going to step away for just a few minutes while that cleanup continues, and we'll be back with you with the rest of this race. We're only one lap into it. Looking forward to the rest coming up in just a few minutes' time. So bear with us. We'll be back with you just as soon as we get racing back underway. So we're back. The track cleanup is just about concluded. Less than 3 minutes, we understand, before the restart. It'll be a flying restart, of course. The safety car will bring the field around, and then we'll get a single file restart as the clock continues to run. These are time-limited races to 40 minutes, and we're halfway home. So these two who were involved in that incident are going to be able to catch up to the back of the field. They will be a lap down, I'm guessing. So two of the 8 cars that were involved in the incident will be able to, Alistair McEwen and Paul Schneider are the two who will be able to catch up to the back of the pack, but I believe they're still going to be scored on the lead lap, so yeah, they'll be good.
Yep. All right, let's see what Hayward's got to say.
Hayward, go ahead.
Hayward. Guys, down on pit lane, we're about a minute away from rolling off. 2 stories. You touched on one. I just want to go back to the 2 cars that came in first. The second was Paul Schneider. They've been released and will come around of their own accord, catch the back of the field on the pace lap, putting them back on the lead lap. There was also a pass under yellow between the 4, 3, and 0. Those cars are reverting back to their original positions, so they'll be in the correct order. The ones to watch are the guys from the front row, Charles Turner and Frank Purcell. They got together in 4 on the first lap. Not a lot of love lost in that moment, so keep an eye on those guys. Emotions are running pretty high.
Yeah, interesting, because I know those guys do get along pretty well. In fact, they were joking around about an hour ago back in the paddock. This may have tensed things up a little bit. Remember, they'll see each other again tomorrow in a Spec Ford race, where they're both going to be starting in the front 2 rows there as well. So a lot of familiarity between them, and sometimes that can be a little bit too much. Let's see if they've each had a chance to cool off under this black flag condition and let the cooler heads prevail as they head back out. And, of course, they're going to be separated by a couple of cars. They're not going to be 1-2. They've got Jennerjohn and Schrader in between them.
Exactly. And Caleb Schrader, we were talking a little bit about him while we were in the break. Caleb Schrader, a youngster who's really showing some great pace here and has been really strong throughout the whole Hoosier Super Tour.
Another one that also runs Spec Ford, apparently also runs ARCA NASCARs earlier this year as well, and some karting, and that young man can wheel a whole lot of different things, so he could definitely be a strong one in the mix with Russ Turner and Franklin Futrell, who are a little bit more seasoned veterans than him. And then, of course, you throw in Jennerjohn and then Bailey right behind him. You get the veteran of Justin Huffman back there in the front 6. This could be a very interesting restart. We'll see who gets enough heat in the tires to be able to get that run down into 1 and make it stick on that first try.
Yeah, absolutely right. Talk a little bit about these cars. These are Van Diemen chassis, and back in 2018, 2019, the new Formula Prices 2 package came out with the Mazda MZR and the SADEV transmission.
Yeah, they've gone through a couple of generations of transmissions over the years. They upgraded to the SADEVs there. I think it was in 2017, might have been the first year for that. And then they've gone from the original configuration of the FE1s, if you want to call them that, was a 2.3 liter. These 2.0 MZRs, bulletproof motors, knock on wood. The transmissions are also very durable, and these chassis are pretty solid, straightforward. And so it's a great, and you got some rental, some shops that prep, you can get in and you can rent your ride because they are so spec. And a lot of times those shops like Alliance and the others do both the Spec Fords and the FE2s, which is part of why you see a lot of crossover between them, but it's a great package.
We mentioned it earlier, but we'd like to hit it again. Justin Hoffman was the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer. He picked up 7 spots between Tuesday qualifying and Wednesday qualifying. Qualifying 1 and qualifying 2, and for that, he was awarded a set of Hawk brake pads.
And as I mentioned, he's the father of Jamison Huffman, who's unfortunately not in the race anymore. And Jamison had started this race. So you had the 2 Huffmans were up there. Jamison started in 7th. Justin was in 5th. So fast family right there. Great to see Justin still in this right now. We're going to be on the restart here in 6th.
So you can see the order rolling by, and of course the pylon in the upper left-hand corner gives you the top 5, as Adam Jennerjohn and Caleb Schrader got in between Franklin Futrell and Charles Russell Turner after that little side-by-side action coming into the left hook, or out of the left hook, I should say.
The other thing to think about now is that the clock keeps running during black flag, so we're only 16 minutes, and you can see the clock counting on there. We're probably going to end up being more time-based than lap-based by the time we get down to this. So what that means is you're going to, and I see a loose front wing on one of the cars back in the field, but what that time means is that it's up being more of a traditional sprint. If your car takes a minute to kind of heat up and get in the pace, you may be at a disadvantage. That front group is going to want to just go like qualifying right now.
Lights are out on the Mazda safety car as the field weaving back and forth And Franklin Futrell is going to bring the field around for the restart, as we will be completing race lap number 3 this time by. But the lap count no longer counts. We've got 15 and a half minutes before the checkered flag flies, as the field nicely formed up. And again, Futrell can choose to accelerate anytime he passes the acceleration flag, which is off to his right. And there it is. He can accelerate anytime, and he has dropped the hammer. But no one could pop out until the green flag is displayed. It has been, and we are away. And Russell Turner already trying to make up for lost ground as he's side by side with Caleb Schrader.
Russ wanted that outside line, the traditional line, and there's the car that had the loose wing. You can see it right there. That is the 28, which also had some of that contact on that opening lap. But that's James Brookshire having a little bit of trouble. But yes, great run there for Russ Turner. He strategically took the outside, great launch. Didn't pass before the start-finish stripe, but managed to get up into that spot there. I think he's up into second now already.
As they're working their way through the snake and now into the climbing S's, every driver's favorite part of this racetrack, as they come under the bridge just past our commentary position and work their way up the climbing S's. And again, South Bend, the very tricky, as Greg Kramer calls it, the commitment corner here. You really got to hitch up your pants when you get to that one, as the 2 leaders now coming into it. And Russell Turner has made up all the ground he's lost, and now it's payback time, I think, as he was a little hot under the collar, feeling that Franklin Futrell did not give him enough racing room there on the first lap. So now he is in the position to perhaps repay that favor, as they are nose to tail, and he pops out to driver's left.
No more nose to tail. Now it's side to side. We'll see if this has got a good enough run. Look at how that draft gives a good launch there for Russ Turner. He does that in spec forwards. He's so good at following through the exit of Oak Tree, and here he is able to take the lead. Now we'll see if Franklin can come back in the pink polka dots and make a run down the front straight. These two can do this. I told you this is going to be more of a sprint than a long run now, with only about 13 minutes left.
As is so often the case, coming down the roller coaster, TV does not do that turn justice. It is steeply downhill as they come off Madison Avenue, that long back straightaway. But right now, Russell Turner, the pole sitter, is able to gap Franklin Futrell by just a bit. It's about half a second at the line, but let's see if Futrell can close back in under the brakes. A little bit of a lockup, side-by-side racing between Caleb Schrader and Adam Jennerjohn for third spot. Jennerjohn still with that position right now, but he's a little tail happy as he comes through turn number 1 down into NASCAR, this long sweeping left-hander. So that's a good battle for third and fourth position.
Yeah, that'll be a battle for that bronze. But they got to be careful, because they've got Bailey Monette, who every single lap he turns is going to be getting faster, because he didn't get any laps since the last time we were here a year ago. So you watch, if those two for third and fourth start to battle, you're going to have that light blue and white car, Bailey Monette, and he's right there going under the bridge. And then behind him, of course, you got Justin Huffman. The other one to be watching is Paul Schneider. Look at him, already up to 8th. He was one of those cars that was stopped on the side of the track, was given the opportunity to catch in the back of the field. He's a veteran. He's been in this class for almost 14 years. He was in it when it was FE. Now he's still in it, upgraded the car to the FE2 standards. He's been up and around that podium for a long time. Keep your eye on that, guys. You watch him moving through the field.
He's been a top 10 finisher 11 times in his previous runoffs finishes. That's a pretty good strike rate, considering he's been in 13 prior to this year. His best finish was in Formula Enterprises in 2017 at our first visit to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where he finished on the podium in 3rd position. The lead battle coming up into the top of the hill. Yeah, the car we saw right on the restart, the 28 car with a damaged front wing, that's James Brookshire from the Central Carolinas region in only his 2nd runoff start. And you can see that car right there as the left side of that front wing dragging the ground as he was kicking up some smoke, and he's got some pressure from behind as the 47 of Darrell Wills, the veteran, right behind him.
Yeah, Will's a 3-time champion Formula Mazdas back about a decade or so ago. I think he also runs in the Formula Vs as well, but he's right now, I think, being held up by Brookshire, who's got that limping front wing. So we'll see if Wills can get on by here at the starter stand.
Yeah, there he goes. He pops out right away. I think realizing that Brookshire may be a bit wounded, that car is going to understeer pretty dramatically without the front wing. And then right behind Wills comes Alistair McEwen, and he's going to try to make that pass as well, as McEwen falls in single file. This battle is for 14th, 15th, and 16th, as McEwen ducks down to the inside. In fact, Brookshire gave him a point, I think, realizing that he's a little wounded, but he's going to fight as hard as he can. We turn our attention back to the battle for the final step on the podium with Adam Jennerjohn still leading Caleb Schrader as they work their way into the climbing S's and now into South Bend.
Yeah, watch for Schrader here. Start to calculate his move and see if he can start to make a move on Jennerjohn. Again, he drives a lot of different things. And that experience comes into play in this, where you've got a race that kind of gets interrupted, gets kind of out of that typical rhythm. And I think having the experience of whether it's the ARCA experience or whether it's just karting or all those things start to come into play, because you've seen scenarios and you can quickly think, how do I optimize on this one? But keep your eye on Bailey Monette. I'm telling you, he's right there behind him. And now, of course, he's got Justin Huffman ready to pop out here going down Madison Avenue. Those two are going to stay in line because they're both seeing opportunity for podium, seeing the battle of the two white cars right in front of them. But keep your eye on Monette. This is not the same car he was in a year ago. Traditional number 5 for him, but there's a different car that he's in, and still just kind of getting his legs under him. With about 9 minutes to go, he could still be making a push for a podium.
Yeah, on the last lap, he was about a half a second quicker than both Schrader and Jennerjohn. Not quite able to match the pace of our two leaders who are lapping in the 152s. In fact, Russell Turner just clicked off a 51.8, so he's the first driver to dip under 152 in this race.
He's not just the first to do it in this race, he's the first ever to do it in an FE2. The track record in a race was 2019. Liam Snyder turned a 52.1. Russ Turner's 51.8 is now a new track record in FE2.
And he set a track record in qualifying as well, as that 150.665 was the fastest qualifying lap in FE2. So clearly he has got the pace. He is one of 2 drivers, we mentioned it earlier, who is eligible for the Super Sweep. Super Sweep is the toughest award that a road racer can win. In the same class, the driver must win one of the Hoosier Super Tour races. He must win the Super Tour National Points Championship. He must win a U.S. Majors Tour Conference Championship, and he has to win the runoffs. And Caleb Schrader and Russell Turner are basically in a win scenario. If either of them wins, they take the Super Sweep. And right now, Russell Turner's in a position to do it, but don't count out Caleb Schrader. He's not done yet. Right there on the back of Adam Jennerjohn as we're watching that battle for the final step on the podium.
Yes, and Caleb definitely is just kind of taking it in, collecting all of his data, looking for where is he faster than Jennerjohn in front of him. And right now he's quicker, of course, with the draft down the back straight. He's going to pop out. This becomes the outside. Does he have enough of a run? They're going to go under brake, and Jennerjohn able to maybe outbrake him just enough to hold the position. Schrader tucks in behind.
Jennerjohn, one of those drivers with the Alliance prep shop that you already mentioned. You can see the Alliance logo on the side of his car as he works his way through. The Alliance folks in my neck of the woods down near Mid-Ohio, which is my home track. But this is a great battle for third spot as Russell Turner, as he comes by the line, has opened up the lead to just about half a second.
Russ Turner does a much faster new track record of 51.5, but about, half a second behind him. Franklin Futrell resets the track record at a 51.4. Shows you the pace. These guys are 2 seconds faster than anyone in the field. And Bailey Monette spins behind, coming out of 2.
Yeah, coming out of the horseshoe there, turn number 1. And this battle for third now goes the way of Caleb Schrader, as he was able to get it done around the outside of turn 1. And it looked like the 71 of Jennerjohn was going to try to take it back. Here comes Bailey Monette. He was able to get back on the racetrack, but he's lost a bunch of ground. So any chance of a repeat, I think, is pretty much by the wayside. But now let's see if Caleb Schrader can get some legs on Adam Jennerjohn and extend that margin and solidify that hold on third spot.
Yeah, he made that stick going around 1 and then got good defensive coming off of NASCAR toward left hook, was able to hold the position. Jennerjohn, now it's his turn to settle in and start to collect some data as the trailing car. 6 minutes to go, probably around 4 laps, something like that, as these guys are all running sub 2 minutes. But in 4 laps, you get a lot of time to collect a lot of data. And these two guys have to kind of watch their mirrors, because again, the more they battle, the closer Justin Huffman in that number 11 can get to them. As our leaders, look at these guys are trading fastest sectors. We're probably again going to see a quickest lap of this race between Russ Turner and Franklin Futrell, as they are right now each setting quickest sectors of this race. And I tell you, Franklin looks closer than he had been the last 2 times by the stripe.
Yeah, he sure does, as they're working their way out of hog pen and onto the front straightaway. The time is down to just under 6 minutes. And once again, the draft, very important here. These cars are absolutely equal. This is a spec class, everybody running the same chassis. Obviously, you can tune the chassis to fit the driver, and that's where the prep shops earn their money. But the engines and the chassis are all identical with these cars, so the draft is so important.
How important is it? Well, if you're Franklin Futrell, following in the draft of a Russ Turner, you can do another new track record at a 51-0. These guys are down near qualifying pace. You think about a 51-0, if this were qualifying, I'm trying to find where the qualifying sheet went. I've lost my place.
That would have been good for a second.
Yes. So they're in race trim, putting down times that would have put them on the front row for the race. This is just astounding what they're doing with that battle going on for the lead of this thing, in addition to the battle of Caleb Schrader and Adam Jennerjohn going behind.
The only other driver in the 51s is Paul Schneider, who's now in 6th spot in that 73 machine. We talked about him making a great recovery after the stoppage. So Paul Schneider also showing some great pace, and he's only half a second behind Justin Huffman. We might have a change for the top 5, but
he is right there with Huffman, because he knows Huffman's there, and only a second or so in front of him is going to be Schrader, Jennerjohn. So now you got Schrader, Jennerjohn, Huffman, Schneider all in a row, in addition to this battle we see here of Russ Turner and Franklin Futrell. Look at that.
Yeah, we can see 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 as we've got three really great battles in the top 6 here. As it looks like Caleb Schrader now getting some legs on Adam Jennerjohn, opening up maybe a 5-car length advantage, but then the battle behind that we talked about, that's Justin Hoffman in the blue, number 11, and just behind him, the 73 of the orange and blue of Paul Schneider, as they work their way down the hill through the roller coaster, now into Hog Pen.
A couple battles further back in the field are no less exciting here. Of course, that's the 33 of Sam Harrington. And right behind him, Darrell Wills. Again, Darrell experienced in Formula Mazda, experienced in, and that's the 28. Off to the side of the track of James Brookshire. We figured that loose front wing might become an issue, and it looks like it is.
And that's up at Oak Tree, it looks
is,
like. Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting then for our lead pair. If they're local yellow, or are we going to go... If they're local yellow, it's going to slow them down, but that may be an advantage for Futrell once they come through, because perhaps he can get a good run. Let's see how this goes.
Looks like full course yellow is going to come out, and that's how this one's going to finish, as we've only got 3 minutes left. So Russell Turner will be celebrating inside that helmet when he sees these double yellows, as he realizes that will seal the win if he can just keep it together here for this final lap and a half.
All right, so wow, what a great race though while it was on. The battle these two put on, the battle that Schrader and Jennerjohn, Paul Schneider's recovery drive, right now sitting in that 6th spot, as Russ Turner doing just a little bit of tire scrubbing. I don't think he's trying to keep heat in there. There may be a little bit of happiness and joy going on inside of that little blue car for Russ Turner. For Adam Jennerjohn, that number 71, that car may look familiar. I believe that is Scott Reddick's former car. Yep. Scott, dominant in this class for a better part of a decade, 7 wins, was the heart and soul of that team. Yep. But his car still continues to race on here in the hands of Adam Jennerjohn.
Yeah, we miss Scott. We lost him very unexpectedly a little over a year ago, and it's he did put his stamp on this race for a number of years, and Inspec Racer as well. So, and Alliance was his company, and Scott, we miss you, buddy, but your legacy certainly carries on here. So the field packing up behind the safety car, but unfortunately with only 1 minute and 56 seconds left, they'll have to go around one more time, and then we should see the checkered flag. Paul Schneider, after the incident, took the restart in 19th position and has worked his way up to 6th. I think he's a shoe-in for the Sunoco Hard Charger.
It would be, except he started about where he's going to finish. We don't get to account
I guess
that
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but certainly, it'd be great to throw his name in the mix there. At a great recovery run for him. Caleb Schrader's, we've got it on the camera there, a great drive for him as well. He's going to end up, looks like, up on that podium for that young man. That should be a lot of fun for him and his family as well.
Yeah, his best finish so far was here a year ago in this race, where he finished 4th, he's had 2 top 5 finishes in the course of his brief runoffs career. This is his 5th runoffs, as Caleb Schrader will finish on the box with Adam Jennerjohn right behind him.
For Paul Schneider, looks like he's going to finish in that 5th spot after that great recovery. He's got to just be telling himself, man, how many times I got to do this, right? He's been out here. This is his 14th start. He's had a couple of podiums, and he's always hovering in that 3rd, 4th, 5th spot every single year.
Yep.
Here's another one where he's going to get another top 5. This should be his 7th top 5 in 14 starts. Just consistent year after year. And what could have been if he hadn't been down there spinning around in the opening lap. Might be talking about him potentially on a podium this year. So great drive for him.
He's had 3 medals. As we mentioned, all of them 3rd place, 3 bronze medals in his now 14 starts here in the runoffs. So, but hey, there's always next year.
Yep. We had Tom Burt there on the screen a few moments ago in that number 45. He's in his 17th start. So really great to see all these veterans still sticking. That's the great thing about this class. You got veterans that have been here in their 14th, 15th, 17th starts, and then you get the rookies that are out there didn't really make it to the finish, but Jameson Huffman and Matthew Romer and a few others that are less than 2 starts in this field. I love that the spectrum that we get to see here in a class like FE2.
Yeah, exactly right. I wouldn't call it an entry-level class, but pretty close to it. But maybe one of the closest things, at least in the open wheel ranks. Formula V might argue with that just a little bit, but as we're talking about wings and slicks, a downforce race car, this is a great way to get started.
Yeah.
And these cars are very economical to race, actually, as well.
Yep. So for Russ Turner, 11 starts coming into this week. He had 1 3rd place, 1 2nd place, and now he can finish his collection.
Exactly right. Exactly right. As the clock has expired, so the checkered flag will be shown. And safety car will bring him around one last time on the cool-down lap. And Russell Turner weaving it back and forth just in case he would get a late restart. But I'm sure the team is on the radio to him, letting him know that that gold medal is just about to be hung around his neck.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a great story for Russ. He's had the 2nds, he's had the 3rds, and now he's finally going to have that gold medal.
It should be a lot of fun, especially considering how this thing started. Hayward told us about the frustration he was having with the opening lap battle that he and Franklin had, and I'm sure that's all going to be behind him now. But these two get to do it again in Spec Ford later in this weekend. So the rivalry's not over yet between these two, as well as a few others in this field that we're going to be seeing in some other races later on. And that's what I love about the runoffs, too. If you're in a couple races, you got to put that behind you. If you finish, even if you win the 1st race or 2nd race, you've got to go out there later in this weekend and refocus. And I think that's kind of fun to watch.
Exactly right. And like you said, we'll see a lot of these drivers in Formula F coming up a little later in the weekend. And Larry and I will have the call on that race as well. So looking forward to it. And, shout out to the editors of Sports Car Magazine. They got it right. The only differences of Caleb and Franklin are reversed according to the way they have them. But the top 3 are just the top 3 that Sports Car picked to finish on the box. But congratulations to Russell Turner, as he is going to see the checkered flag, and for the first time, a gold medalist at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Checkered flag being shown. Franklin Futrell takes 2nd place honors. Caleb Schrader takes 3rd place honors. Adam Jenner-John comes across the line in 4th. Paul Schneider, that great recovery drive from 19th at the restart all the way back up to 5th. Justin Huffman will finish in the 6th spot. John Eatman will finish in 7th. Brian Yates in 8th. Darrell Wills, the veteran, a 3-time champion in the now no longer runoffs eligible Formula Mazda class. Those cars still do run, but they run in Formula X, which we're not racing here this year.
This week.
And Sam Harrington rounds out the top 10, so he'll get a 10th place finish in the number 33 car.
Yeah, great bit of racing there. It did turn into a bit of a sprint race. The laps that Russ Turner and Franklin Futrell put down were qualifying laps for sure while they were out there. Just beautiful driving to see, and it all started in this opening lap.
Yeah, here's the opening lap as Franklin Futrell right down the inside of Russ Turner. And the rest of the field, you can see them all batched up 2 and 3 wide, working their way out of the horseshoe. And this is where they got a little bit too close as Russ Turner goes wide. 2 cars get by him, and then this is where it gets really ugly. As the 89 car spins right in front of the field, everybody else is dodging, trying to stay out of harm's way, but unfortunately 8 cars involved in that incident, and 6 of them were unable to continue. But then we get the restart. Franklin Futrell gets a good jump. You can see the 28th car with his problems, James Brookshire. But then this battle where Franklin Futrell gets the draft, jumps to the outside. Russ Turner is able to hold him off. Futrell was able to complete that pass at one point, but then this late yellow again, and it's a Brookshire once again. That front wing caught him up at Oak Tree, off into the tire barrier, and that means we finish this one under the safety car. So nonetheless, 3 winners, Charles Russell Turner, Franklin Futrell, and Caleb Schrader, all with medals as they're working their way around behind the safety car on the cool down lap. They'll be pulling into the pit lane, and there you can see the recap of the top 10. Turner, Futrell, and Schrader, then Adam Jennerjohn in 4th spot. Paul Schneider, what a great recovery drive. Into 5th, Justin Huffman coming home in the 6th spot. John Yeatman takes 7th, Brian Yates in 8th. Darrell Wills in 9th with Sam Harrington rounding out the top 10. Hayward Wagner standing by down in pit lane. He'll have a chance to grab these top 3 finishers and interview them. And we'll get a chance to hear their winners. You can see Franklin Futrell waving to the crowd on the cool down lap. Franklin's been here before. He's done this race a number of times. Futrell in the 97 car in his 7th runoff start and has 2 wins already. His most recent win was here a year ago in Spec Racer Ford 3, and I think we'll see Franklin in that race a little later on.
Yeah, a couple drivers able to repeat their top 10s from a year ago. Sam Harrington, 10th today, was 9th last year. John Yeatman, he was 7th today. He was in the top 10 last year, 8th. So we got some folks able to come back and back that up and get themselves another top 10. So congrats to them.
Exactly right. Safety car brings the field into the pit lane as Hayward awaits down at the Black Flag station where the cars come to a stop. He'll get a chance to interview the top 3, and then Russell Turner will be able to grab that checkered flag and take it around for a celebratory victory lap. Thumbs up being shown to the field. You can see the workers and crew members applauding the field as Russell Turner comes to a stop.
Did we all hear that?
Yeah, you can hear Hayward Wagner down there asking Russ if he feels a little better. He's going to give him just a minute to get the helmet off. But Russ, as we understand, was a little hot under the collars. He felt Franklin didn't quite give him enough racing room there on that initial first lap. But he gets a pat on the helmet from one of his crew members as once he gets the helmet off, we'll send it down to Hayward, and he'll have a chance to get his impressions. I think he's got a smile on his face, as he well should. And Hayward, you got him, my friend.
Russ, a bit of an emotional roller coaster on this race. The off at the beginning, the full course caution. How does it feel to bring home a championship?
Well, like I said, the win definitely takes the sting off of that opening lap there. I was, as you saw, I was not very pleased with Franklin there. I've recovered a little bit from that. Feels really good. I've worked really hard for this, and I'm glad to actually bring it home.
Well, congratulations to you. You get to now take a victory lap. And I don't know if you know it or not, but you and Frank each reset the lap record during that race, dropped it by over a second with you taking it finally.
Oh, that's awesome. So I got a super sweep, the runoffs, conference, the Hoosier, and the track record.
And the track record. Congratulations.
And the 260 GT award. I think I won about everything I can get this weekend on this class.
So we got a very, very happy Russ Turner about to take his victory lap. We're going to grab Frank next. Come on over to this side. A little bit of drama there at the start. What did it look like from your seat?
It looked like a hard battle to me. Russ has been a little quicker than us all week, and I told Kevin at Comprint, my team owner, it was probably going to be a battle to turn 4, and maybe who could ever win the battle to turn 4 could win the race. But obviously that wasn't true. Russ and his guys did a heck of a job all week. Heck of a comeback from Russ. So proud of him. I know he's a little mad probably at me earlier, but he's probably not quite as mad now.
He's having a better day now. Don't know if your crew's told you or not, but you guys 3 times reset the track record during that race. He finally took it, but lowered it by over a second. So incredible drive.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And Caleb, our 3rd place finisher, you got a pretty good seat for a lot of this show, didn't you?
Oh, I just wanted to watch the whole show. I didn't know if they were going to wreck or not, so I was just in the perfect seat since I was 3rd. But double yellow came out because I know if it would have stayed green, something might have happened. But 3rd place is still really good for the season I've had, and I couldn't thank Bulldog Motorsports for an amazing car for the whole year.
Well, congratulations on the podium here at the runoffs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward. And, as we mentioned, the Super Sweep, one of the toughest awards to win in road racing. And Russell Turner taking the Super Sweep, the first Super Sweep eligible driver to take it here at the 60th edition of the runoffs. But we're going to wrap it up as we've got more racing to come. As you have been with us here, I'm John Phippen, alongside Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner. Thanks for being with us for the 60th running of the runoffs. We'll see you down the road.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Virginia International Race this weekend. Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champs at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Welcome to beautiful Virginia International Raceway. A little bit of an overcast sky, but there's no precipitation in the offering. And we're getting ready to go racing for GT2, one of the most anticipated races of the weekend because one of the perennial front runners is not in the field this weekend. I'm John Phippen. I'm sitting alongside Tom O'Gorman. And the third member of our broadcast team is down trackside, and he's going to give us the up front action as what's going on down on the grid for these drivers, as we've got 16 drivers about to take the green flag for this 15 lap, or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. So this is one of the most anticipated races of the weekend. It's been tightly contested for the past couple of years. In fact, last year, the driver who came across the line to take the checkered flag actually was issued a penalty and dropped back a couple spots. But it sounds like Hayward Ragnar is finally ready for us. Hayward, how's it going down there?
Well, John, I think these guys would love to get this race over in 15 minutes if they could. These are some fast cars, fast drivers. I want to show you guys a couple of things on the cars before we get started here. Your pole sitter car and your fourth car, these are TA2 Trans Am cars, and the technology on these cars is probably closer to what you would see in a stock car. If you look at the white wheel and tire package, the sidewall, big, chunky. Basically, this is a pro racing spec series designed to control cost, but still go real fast. In between, you've got Tony Ave in what we consider to be a traditional SCCA tube frame GT class car. He's driving the Nissan there. Next to him is a Porsche Cup car. That's a car that was built by Porsche for racing in their Cup series. So in the top three cars, you've got two cars that were built basically for spec racing. You've got another one that really is a full-on GT car. And then just over that little big black car up there, you see Tiger Tom Patton, who's running another kind of GT spec car. Here's what's important about these distinctions. The two cars that are running the TA2 package, those are 2,900 pounds. The Porsche is 4,000 pounds. The GT cars are both in the 2,200 pound range. So when you talk about long runs, needing to keep the car fresh, watch for these smaller cars to be able to make gains.
Thanks, Hayward. That's great insight and one we're going to watch throughout the course of this race. As we mentioned, five-time Pro Solo champion, or five-time Solo Nationals champion, two-time Pro Solo champion, as well as race winner in IMSA and Pirelli World Challenge, Thomas O'Gorman here next to us. Tomo, great to have you with us.
Hey, John. Good morning. It's one of my favorite classes to watch, so very excited as everyone is to get this thing going. And you mentioned that the returning champion, Andrew Aquilani, kind of the general pick to win this class, choosing not to compete this year. He had the entry to come in if he wanted to, and actually we heard he was going to race if it was wet in his T1 Mustang. It's not wet, obviously, so he didn't come out, which basically left the door wide open for everybody else who's been attempting this class for years. It's also brought the field, not that he's always the fastest with Aquilani, but it's brought the field within about 2 seconds over the top 10 cars close to. So it's very, very tight here.
Tomo, take us around this 3.7-mile circuit.
Well, it's a blast in these cars, but the first sector is really all about mechanical grip and good brakes. Deep in the brakes into turn 1, increasing radius corner with a good sweep up to NASCAR bend at turn 3, then the left hook into the lower S's at 4 through 6. Then we're getting well above 130, 40, 50 miles an hour by the time you get to the top of the climbing S's, those iconic S's in the background. Not quite flat out for these cars, but absolutely flying through South Bend into Oak Tree with a critical acceleration zone. Very, very difficult to get the power down, especially in this Trans Am cars, out of turn 12 onto the longest back straightaway into the roller coaster at turns 13, 14, and 15 down to Hog Pen. A huge drop in elevation with a compression at the bottom that puts you onto the very critical front straight at 17.
That's a lap with 17 really counted corners here on this racetrack, but some of them not so much so for some of these cars. As the field's coming out, you can see the splitter getting the cars on the right side of the grid, and she gives the crossed cross signals. Let's introduce the 16 starters for the GT2 finale here this weekend. Starting on the outside of row 8, the 184 of Paulo Salvatore from San Antonio, Texas in the Houston region in his Ford Mustang. He did not set a time in qualifying, but he's been given permission by the race director to run. Next to him, the 84 of Dan Harding from Dover, Ohio in the Ohio region in his Porsche 996. Didn't make the 115% rule, but he has been given the opportunity as well. One of 4 rookies in the field starts outside of row 7. That's the 10 of Paul Ruth from Parker, Texas in the Texas region in a Pontiac Grand Prix. Next to Paul is the 38 of William Moore from Chagrin Falls, Ohio in the Ohio region in a Camaro. Starting on the outside of row 6, veteran 7-time champion Pete Peterson in the number 98 car out of Lumberton, North Carolina and the Central Carolinas region in his Toyota Celica. He most recently won the GT3 class in 2008. Another rookie inside him, that's the 7 of Al Rowland from North Carolina in the North Carolina region in a Camaro. In his 39th runoff start in the outside of row 5, his car 0, that's Scotty B. White from Auburn, Washington in the Northwest region in his Dodge Viper Comp Coupe. Next to him, another rookie, the 15 of Jack Stanford out of Commerce, Georgia in the Atlanta region in a Chevy SS. In row 4, the 02 of Michael Quattlebaum from Houston, Texas in the Houston region in a Corvette, and another Corvette next to him, the 165 of Jorge Nazario from the San Juan region. Moving forward into row 6, car 81 is Simon Aslan out of Sammamish, Washington in the Northwest region in a Porsche GT3 Cup, and Tiger Tom Patton in the number 50 out of Fairfield Township, Ohio in the Cincinnati region in his Sunbeam Tiger. Tiger Tom won this championship back in Mid-Ohio in 1999. Moving forward into row 2 on the outside, the 36 of Daniel Bender from Northbrook, Illinois in the Chicago region. He won the T4 runoffs in 2014, was also the Kimberly Cup racer. And the 01 of Jared Odrick from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the Susquehanna Valley region in his Porsche GT3 Cup. The top 2 are Tony Ave. We mentioned him down at the grid. Tony out of Maiden, North Carolina, the Central Carolinas region, a 3-time champion, most recently a year ago in GT3 in his Nissan 350Z. And your pole sitter and the highest placed rookie in the field is Barry Bowes. Barry in the number 32 out of Austin, Texas in the Lone Star region in his Ford Mustang. The Tire Rack pole winner is Barry Bowes, making his first runoff start. And Barry competes in the Trans Am 2 series in this very car. In fact, he's had a top 10 finish at, in fact, he was on the podium, I believe, at Detroit earlier this year in that car. And he's currently 12th in the Trans Am 2 points coming into this round here at VIR for the 60th running of the runoffs. Tony Ave and Barry Bowes, the Tire Rack pole sitter, making their way toward the acceleration zone. Barry puts the hammer down. He's going to have maybe a little better acceleration as they come under the green flag, and we are away. Barry Bowes to the front, but Tony Ave giving chase right behind, and then ducking up into third spot is the 61, or the 81, excuse me, of Simon Aslan, as he works his way up into that position, I believe. Let's work our way through NASCAR Bend as they come through NASCAR for the first time. A little deeper in the pack, you can see the 7 car of Al Rowland side by side with that Viper of Scotty B. White.
It was a pretty slow start for the number 1 of Jared Odrick, but he was good on the brakes to hold down that 3rd position. Danny Bender with a decent start up underneath the back of that car, and Tiger Tom Patton dropping 1 position behind, as you mentioned, Simon Aslan in all those other Porsches, but Bowes still leading over Ave. We saw Ave only do 1 qualifying session the last day of qualifying in that 350Z, so that car has a lot less track time on it this week than the other cars around. Kind of curious to see if Ave is able to get that thing light the wick early, or if maybe he's got even more speed than we've seen.
Tiger Tom Patton trying to hold off Michael Quattlebaum in the 02 as we ride on board now with our 3rd place finisher, the 07 of Jared Odrick right now. As you can hear that Porsche winding up through the gears as they head down Madison Avenue for the first time. That's Tony Ave in the yellow Nissan, yellow and red Nissan just in front. And just in front of him, Barry Bowes in that pole sitting TA2 car, the TA2 Mustang, into the roller coaster. This gives you a real idea of just how steeply downhill this turn is.
And look how good that Porsche is on the brakes, closing up massively through the braking zone on the cars ahead. Last year, actually, Danny Bender was in the battle for the lead. He ended up crossing the line first, but had the penalty applied, as you mentioned, ended up third in the year. So that car runs fourth right now, just behind the car we're on board with. We saw that car get faster and faster through the race. It took a little bit of time. Curious if Barry Bowes will be in a similar situation as Tony Ave looking up the inside, filling the mirrors. He's not quite there, but he's putting the pressure on.
Yeah, you talked about the weight difference between the Porsche and the TA2 cars, which was really a shock to me. I had no idea that there was that much difference in the weight of these cars. So obviously, it's the Porsche is going to be a little more careful keeping the tires under it, as Daniel Bender and Barry Bowes, both in those TA2 cars, working their way through left hook. And then right behind him is Aslan, then Tiger Tom, as he was able to hold off the challenge from behind. Jorge Nazario's moved up into 7th spot. Jack Sanford right behind him. There's the 15 of Sanford, as we see him in the lower S's. Looks like Tony Ave looking racy now as they head for the climbing S's, as he tried to pull alongside our pole sitter, Barry Bowes. As the field, Scotty B. White in the Viper, back in 11th position. Ave not able to complete that pass as Bowes getting that car up to temperature.
It's a great run through South Bend for Bowes. I mean, you can see that Z is a little bit better under braking, a little bit lighter of a car. Last year, the dynamic, at least between Aquilani and Bender, was that the TA2 style cars were much faster in a straight line than that production-based Corvette. But now he's racing against that Silhouette GT tube frame style car, and I think Ave is really matching him on the straight line speeds as well. So they're down to very, very close details. Taking a quick replay look at that's the car that did not qualify but was allowed to join the race, Paolo Salvatore, cramming his radiator completely full of grass. That car is going to have some temperature issues, I bet.
Yeah, he may have to make a call to the pits to get that grass off the grill work. As we turn our attention back to live action here at the front, Barry Bowes in the Mustang with Tony Ave all over his back bumper. Bowes in his first runoff start, and boy, just talk about starting with a bang, to get the Tire Rack Pole Award on your first go is pretty good stuff. As Bowes goes under the starter's flag, works their way down toward turn number 1. Once again, Ave showing him a fender down into turn 1, but don't count out Jared Odrick in that Porsche. He is right there. The Porsche just geographically should have a little better braking performance because of the weight distribution with that rear engine car. So he's got a little bit of an advantage just in that fact, that as he gets hard on the brakes, the weight transfers forward. He's got the spinner, the 165 of Jorge Nazario, who had worked his way up into the top 10, but he loops it there at turn 1 in the Corvette, but is able to get it back underway. Back to our lead quartet right now. That's Daniel Bender right at the tail end of the Porsche, and there's been a swap as we have a new leader. Tony Ave has taken over the point.
Must have done it somewhere between turn 1 and the lower S's, as all that grass from the Salvatore car brought onto the track. There's a little treacherous conditions there. Big tank slap for Danny Bender, trying to find a way anywhere around this Porsche of Jared Odrick. And I'm also seeing quite a bit of grass crammed in the front of Danny Bender's car, which could be a problem. Here's where the pass happened into NASCAR 3. Does Bowes make perhaps a mistake, or is it just a really good run? Yes, whoa, really good run. And then a hip check out of Barry Bowes, but Ave just slung it through turn 3 and got really good closing speed into turn 4, able to outbrake.
Yeah, and he's able to stretch the advantage now just a little bit. Again, Danny Bender's going to have to keep an eye on that temperature gauge as Odrick tries to go down to the inside of Bowes, but then overcooks it, and that's going to open the door for Bender to try to get around to him and take over the 3rd spot.
And again, that Porsche just so good on the brakes. We saw him close up to the battle in turn 1, and again down there at the roller coaster. He needs to stay a little closer down the straightaways to use it, but he's keeping himself in the battle with it. I'm curious to see if we see any issues out of Danny Bender with that car. Probably not breathing as much as it would like to due to the grass.
Yeah, this race, has just about all the races last year, run in wet conditions. And Danny Bender made a dive bomb move right at the top of the hill there at the roller coaster a year ago and made contact with Andrew Aquilante, who was ahead of him at the time. And Andrew was not pleased, but the stewards agreed that that was maybe a step too far for Danny Bender, and he suffered a 2 grid spot penalty, which took him off the top step on the podium. So right along with Odrick now in that 2nd spot.
Got about 600 pounds difference between the lead car and the car we ride on board with of Barry Bowes. This is not Scotty B. White. Oh, sorry. That's a different thing for Scotty B. White. But Bowes is probably at a disadvantage for the long run. I would have to guess the 2,200-pound 350Z is going to be the best car longevity-wise. We see them all have to kind of catch the car just a little bit through the dirt. And you can see the Z just starting to pull away through those faster corners with better aero and lighter weight. Seems to be really, really strong in those S's.
You saw the graphic on the screen. Scotty B. White, the veteran, in his 39th runoff start, was the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for making up the most positions between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. There's an asterisk next to that as we've got another car off. The 10 of Paul Ruth. Looks like that is a pull-off, as he's got a mechanical problem, and he's pulling into a place of safety so as not to bring out a yellow flag. So that's great sportsmanship from him. Paul Ruth was running in 13th prior to that pull-off.
They should have an opportunity to pull that car around a break in the barrier back into paddock, so hopefully this race will stay green. There's the look at Scotty B. White that you were talking about, the Hawk Breakthrough Performer in that beautiful Dodge Viper, running right now just inside the top 10, actually 10th. Right on the money.
Yeah, we had a little qualifying issue in the early morning sessions on Wednesday, and so there weren't many cars in some of the classes that qualified early in the day to make up positions over there. As we got a change for second, as Odrick now moves up in front of Barry Bowes. So Barry Bowes has lost 2 spots in as many laps. So making his first runoff start. Certainly had the great qualifying performance, but right now he's dropped back just a couple spots as we're now on board with Odrick, as Odrick with that very distinctive snarl of the flat 6 Porsche working his way through the lower S's, now up into second spot.
Odrick was the fastest car on the track by nearly a second, about 7.5 tenths over everybody else, including the leader. So that Porsche is quick right now. Danny Bender's still hanging on to the back of this one as well, and so is Tiger Tom Patton. He's right in the background of this shot. If anybody starts racing each other, don't count that car out for a podium finish either.
Yeah, looking at the last lap, Patton was, within shouting distance at the same lap times of the cars in front of him. He's only about 3/10 off the pace of Daniel Bender in front of him on that last lap. So don't count Tom out. That car is going to be a little kinder to its tires than these heavier cars out in front of it. So Tiger Tom's certainly in a position to be a factor for the podium here.
Fastest race sector 1 this time through for Tony Ave. He does seem to be stretching the lead just a little bit, but he doesn't have the straight line speed as the Porsche in the background. That car is hauling, and we know it's good on the brakes too. So Jared Odrick might have the strongest car on the track right now, 5 laps into this race, as he's definitely closed up through the roller coaster and has tended to be getting a very good exit through onto the front straight.
And this is Odrick's only his second runoff start. His best finish was in this race a year ago, where he finished 16th. So Jared Odrick looking to redeem himself here after not having a great run here a year ago in his second runoff start. We ride with him as they come under the starter's stand and make the run down toward the horseshoe at turn number 1. You can see, man, he makes up a lot of ground under the brakes as he's able to carry the braking a lot later than the Nissan in front.
Gets on the throttle a little too early, washes himself wide, so the exit wasn't as strong as it could have been. But again, yeah, so good down the brakes, down the straight into the braking zone. You can see Ave really starting to wheel that car. It's a little bit of 4-wheel slide all the way through NASCAR 3. Good transition of weight. He's pushing hard right now, and it kind of sounds like Odrick is driving a little bit cleaner, just keeping the car hooked up and relying on these strong exits and these good brakes to keep him glued to the back.
Yeah, but it sure looks like Ave's car is a little stronger off the turn, and also a little more nimble through the lower S's. So he's able to stretch the advantage. So these cars have different strengths and weaknesses, obviously. And we can see a little grass on Barry Bowes' radiator now, as we saw earlier when Salvatore went off and drug all that grass on the racetrack. All these cars have run through it, and those with the air intake right down there on the front splitter have definitely paid the price to get a little air on little grass clippings on that front radiator. Bowes looks like he's got a good run here as he is right on the tail of Odrick as they make the run down Madison Avenue. Let's see if he's got enough to get that pass made, because Odrick's going to be great on the brakes as he pulls out to driver's left. Odrick, though, at terminal velocity, may be a little bit quicker, and he does make up some ground under the brakes. He's able to pull just a little bit of breathing room as they head down the hill of the roller coaster.
Really interesting. The Porsche has, like you said, has the legs at the end of the straightaway. I think the Trans Am car accelerates a little better, but the Porsche really, really strong at terminal velocity, we'll call it,
Yep.
and then again at the brakes. So it's an easy position for Odrick to defend when you have that combination of strengths. Bose is going to need to get a little bit closer and get that pass done somewhere else, I think, if he doesn't have the braking performance.
As we're coming up on the 11-minute mark into this race with about 28 minutes left, but working race lap number 7, so we're approaching halfway. So while we've got a stable situation here at the front, let's take just a minute to thank the folks that make the racing possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Days, presented by Mazda, as we're watching the tale of Scotty B. White in that Dodge Viper, working his way up the hill. We already talked about the fact that he won the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award, but he also took one of the contingency awards for Sunoco 260 Tuesday. That's kind of an interesting award. The driver whose qualifying time on that day, the last 3 digits come closest to 260, wins that award. And Scotty B's time on Tuesday was a 155.429, which was closest to 260. So he's got a couple of the contingency awards already. Not a bad weekend.
Yeah, he's collecting medals before he even races. That's nice.
Yeah.
But right here, this is the battle for the lead. Tony Ave continuing to lead in that Silhouette GT style Nissan 350Z, being hounded at this point by Jared Odrick, who was the fastest car yet again last time by in that Porsche 911 Cup car. In our little break, I try to do a little research and find out if the car was allowed to run anti-lock brakes, and indeed they are. All the 911 GT3 Cups are allowed to run anti-lock brakes, which is probably why he's so much better on the brakes to the other 2 cars. I know the Trans Am cars do not, and I suspect that the 350 also does not. See him lifting through the uphill S's, keeping everything under control. Things really hairy there at 150 miles an hour.
Exactly right. South Bend, a very, very commitment corner, as my colleague Greg Kramer likes to call it, as they work their way through Oak Tree, just off to your right. Used to be a beautiful oak tree that unfortunately succumbed some years back. There was talk about replanting it. They did, but the Son of Oak Tree is on the outside of the course now rather than on the inside. Once again, Bose, great acceleration. That big V8 really gives him the run coming off of that turn. But the Porsche seems to have the good top end, and then with those anti-lock brakes, able to brake a little bit deeper into the roller coaster there at the end of Madison Avenue.
You pointed out that Odrick seems to struggle on corner exit. That's not necessarily something the Porsche should struggle at, but I think he's just not quite getting the car pointed to the exit of the corner early enough, and seems to be struggling with the runs onto the straightaway just by a little bit, and that's really what's, in my opinion, keeping him away from Tony Ave, just out of reach of being able to outbrake that 350Z. Kind of a stable gap between these top 3, but they've dumped Danny Bender at some point. We have to wonder if that car, again, either temperature issues or potentially just doesn't quite have the pace.
Yeah, that may open the door for Tom Patton to get up into that 4th spot. On the last lap, he was about 6 seconds behind, 5.3 basically at the line. So we'll see how that shakes as we got to move a little deeper in the pack as the 81 car of Simon Aslan working his way around the 02 of Michael Quattlebaum, as that's the battle for 6th position, and Aslan taking over that spot in another of the Porsches, the GT3 Porsches, as he's working his way into the left hook. Quattlebaum in the Corvette.
Quattlebaum had been down a couple of positions from this position a little while back, so I think that Corvette is on a little bit of a charge. last time through, running a couple seconds off the pace of our leaders. But here's another issue for Jorge Nazario. Loses a fender liner out of that production-based C7 Corvette. So there may be some debris on the track that's not really going to affect the car itself too much.
Yeah, that looked like right down at Hog Pen, as we got another battle just a little deeper in the back. Again, we talked about Jorge Nazario in that 165, and that's Al Rowland right in front of him in the number 7 Camaro. As Nazario, having picked off Jack Sanford a lap ago, now looking to pick up another spot, and he gets it done. So Nazario on a bit of a charge here. Is actually going to put him up into 8th spot if he can hang on to that position.
He's been racing a C5 Corvette in GT2 for a number of years, but upgraded to the C7 out of the Phoenix Performance stable, or at least built and prepped by Phoenix Performance. Remember, this driver was up towards the top 5, but had that self-spin down in turn 1, as now the power of Al Rowland's Camaro comes back. But we'll cut back to the beginning, and it looks like Odrick is pushing, starting to get a little bit racier. He's really moving around in the mirrors, trying to get the attention of Tony Ave, and he's closed up. This is as close as he's been, and it's a really good exit this time through as the car floats on power exiting turn 1.
Yeah, Odrick continues to hold the fastest lap of the race. So in total lap time, that Porsche is the quickest car out here, but it's so great to see these 3 very different cars and how they have strengths and weaknesses at various different points on the racetrack. As we ride now with Jared Odrick, as he works his way through the lower S's called the Snake, comes up under the bridge toward the climbing S's.
And that difference in style prep is really what has made GT2 become one of those fascinating classes to watch. Not only is there so many variety, but the parity is actually really strong.
Yeah.
So as you can see, we have one of each different style car in the top 3, racing very fairly, racing very closely. But Odrick just struggles in that first sector, and all the way through the uphill S's seems to be a little bit weaker. Ave just really cracked off a good sector that time through, and now all of a sudden Odrick, who was racing for the lead, is now defending for third, or from behind.
Yeah, exactly right. As Bender continues to drop off the back, his last lap, Danny Bender's last lap was a 154.4. That's about a second and a half off his best lap of the race. So again, it's just conjecture on our part that he might be having a problem with overheating. As Barry Bowes, once again, able to get right on the back of Odrick's Porsche once again. It's just interesting. Odrick just seems to have a good lap and then a not so good lap. It's just interesting how the ebb and flow of this race for him. Bowes now putting on the pressure from behind, and Ave kind of getting away up at the front.
Definitely not as consistent as our leader, Ave, who set his own personal best sector 2, which is where the S's are, and South Bend. This lap, he's over a second faster than Jared Odrick that time across the line, when Odrick had just reset the fast lap of the race the lap before. Oh no, we're seeing smoke out of the back of Tony Ave's car.
That is not good. As Tony Ave showing a little puff of smoke, that's coming out of the exhaust pipe. Yep, this is going to be game over for Tony Ave, I'm almost positive, as that Nissan is not happy.
He's still at speed, but he's dropping back quickly. You're right. The question is, it seems to be getting worse rapidly, which is usually a very bad sign. Now it's getting much, much worse. He drops off points by, and he's going to pull over. Oh, no, heartbreak for Tony Ave on lap 11 of 15 with engine issues.
Started this race in second spot on the front row, and has led for much of it after taking that lead. And he's just nursing the car around, going to try to get it around to the pit lane. But he's being gentlemanly about it, trying to stay off the racing line. So if that car is sending any fluid out the exhaust pipe, that he doesn't put anybody else at a disadvantage and possibly bring out a full course yellow. So Danny Bender now moves up into third spot. As Ave's car really smoking under acceleration. So yeah, that problem obviously is terminal.
Yeah, and a very experienced driver, of course, he would know the difference between a mechanical issue that is or is not dropping fluid. He seems to be confident that it's not, and he's doing a very good job of disappearing, not affecting the race. No one else has given us any indication that there's anything on the surface. They would make that pretty obvious pretty quick. Going into the grass, but that's going to promote Jared Odrick to the lead, and this is now the battle for the lead. Barry Bowes must have a little bit extra inspiration now, knowing that this is going to be for the gold instead of the silver if he can get to the back of Jared Odrick, but we know it's not really ideal for him to do it on the back straight. He's got to find another way to do it, and I think it's going to be in sector 1. If he can get to the lead before the uphill S's, that's the best case scenario. A little lockup under braking and deceleration is going to run a little bit wide. but collects it up, he's going to lose at least a second or more to the back of the Porsche.
Yeah, I think he got sucked in a little bit too deep, as Odrick can really go deep on the brakes with those anti-lock brakes. And I think Bose just got sucked a little bit too deep into the braking zone there for turn number 1. But he'll have to climb the mountain one more time. Odrick, though, coming into the portion of the racetrack where he's not been particularly strong. And so we'll see if Bose is able to work his way through the lower S's and the climbing S's and get right back on his back bumper by the time they get to Oak Tree. Tom Patton now up into 4th spot with the problems for Tony Ave, who has dropped out of the lead. There's Tiger Tom in that Sunbeam Tiger. He's raced that for as long as I've been calling runoffs, and that has been a long time, ladies and gentlemen. So Tiger Tom, that's hence the name, in that very characteristic old school Sunbeam Tiger. And he has been a front runner his entire runoffs career, taking the win, as we said, back in '99. But this battle for the lead is a dandy. Barry Bose right on his back bumper, and Tomo, you called it. This is where he needs to pull the trigger if he can.
It's where he's always closest, but it's the part of the track that's weakest for him. If he could maybe try to get Jared in the brakes a little bit too deep, but we're seeing a very similar scenario to last year's race, where we have a car that's a little bit better into the roller coaster, leading the race, and a Trans Am car, heavy attack underneath the back bumper of that lead car, but not able to actually do anything with it due to the brakes on the back straight. But this is a great position. He got a killer run off the hog pen corner, and he's going to try to get a little bit closer than last time. We know the brakes aren't the best, but maybe he can get Jared in there a little bit deep and get a good run off this corner. Indeed, that's just exactly what happens. Jared misses the apex completely. Bose also with a little wiggle at the apex, dealing with tire wear at this point in the Trans Am car. Look, he can't even get the power down to stay and capitalize on that mistake.
We're working race lap number 13, so we're in the closing stages here. These are 15-lap races. That last run to the flag also is a pretty good indication that Bose, if he gets a good run off Hogpen, he might be able to draft by the time they get to the stripe. So maybe a dress rehearsal for the final lap here as they're working their way through the lower S's. This is definitely a two-way battle at the front, as they have dropped Danny Bender to the tune of almost 8 seconds.
Sector 2 is Barry Bowe's sector. He's actually got the race best sector time through this section of track. Watch him float the speed through South Bend and close up on the back bumper right off to the edge of the track, but keeps it on. And this is where he's always been the best to get to the back bumper of the Porsche. But again, he can't really do anything with it by the time it materializes into a run down the back straight.
You can hear the engine spin up as he gets on the throttle coming off of Oak Tree. As you said, I think the tires may be getting a little tired, and he's got, working with not as much grip as he had earlier in the race. But the car just jumps off that turn, and now they come up into the roller coaster, but a little not as close as he was a lap ago. But if my calculations are correct, we are coming to the white flag in a lap or two, and that will be his last opportunity to find a way to get around the Porsche, as Odrick, in only his second runoff start, looking for his first gold medal.
I tell you, Bose is driving beautifully. The back of that car is definitely not as good as it was at the beginning of the race. The car is just kind of neutral steer through every apex, struggling to get power down, but he's controlling it beautifully. Must have definitely a lot of experience with how that car is driving. But Odrick controlling this race very, very well. Has only made one little mistake that we saw miss the apex, and Bose was also struggling with the same thing. Couldn't do anything with it last lap through. He fixes it for this time and looks to be very, very controlled in the Porsche, if not a little conservative, but that's okay. He doesn't need to take any big risks right now because he's got the strongest car into the most critical corner on the track.
Exactly right. The two places where he is definitely the strongest is at the end of the two straightaways, basically at the end of Madison Avenue, coming into the roller coaster, and then into turn number 1 on the front straight. But Bose, once again, is just so good through the lower S's and the climbing S's as well. So he is right back on the bumper, putting the strengths of that Trans Am 2 car to good work as they're through South Bend. He is right on the bumper. In fact, a little contact, perhaps.
He couldn't decide what to do with it. He had the run, and he kind of expected Jared to go to the normal driving line over on the left, but Jared's been defending really nicely. He moved just to the right position into the S's and stayed in just the right position on the exit of the S's. And I think it caught Bose out by just a little bit, expecting to have a gap open up. That it just didn't open up.
They've got a slower car in front of them, which may be a factor here on this final lap as we're coming to the white flag, this time by working race lap number 14. Once again, this time Odrick getting a little better run down the straightaway. Bose not able to get right on his tail, and as luck would have it, it's another Porsche in front that's about to go a lap down. That's Dan Harding. But Harding stays on his racing line. We are coming to the white flag with this lead battle. White flag is in the air. One more lap to go for Jared Odrick. In only his second runoffs appearance, and right behind him, a man in his first runoffs appearance, and they are duking for the gold medal in GT2. That's great to see. We need new blood in SCCA road racing, and this is great to see these two drivers in their inaugural or almost inaugural performances really battling for the lead here.
This could be interesting. Bose had a little bit more of a gap than normal coming through this first sector, and that might actually mean he can get a better run up to the back of Odrick. Look how much stronger he is as he's already there, loses the back end just a little bit. We've talked about he's losing that rear grip. Finally, it bites him, and this is where he needed to be closing in and making the attack. I think the opportunity may have just been burned.
Yeah, because this is really the portion of the racetrack where he has been strongest. But if the tail end is getting a little too happy for him, coming into South Bend, hard on the accelerator as he comes up, setting up for the double apex here at Oak Tree. He's right there once again, but you can hear that car getting sideways. You can hear the tire squeal as he is just not able to get the power down as he would like. But last chance opportunity coming now as we're on the final lap. Jared Odrick taking over the lead after the problems for Tone Ave as he dives down the hill at the roller coaster. And Barry Bose just not close enough.
I think the Pirellis on the back of that car, one lap short on life. They seem to be just gone. That car wants to be backwards on every corner entry, and it's just one lap too short for those tires.
Absolutely. Jared Odrick, second time of asking, on his way to the checkered flag, and it's going to be a gold medal for Jared Odrick in his second runoff start. Barry Bose in his first runoff start has the silver medal, and congratulations to those two. Great race between them. Here comes Danny Bender, who crossed the line in the front a year ago. But again, that car fading a bit at the end. It does make me wonder if he had to keep one eye on the temperature gauge with that blocked radiator. But tip of the hat to Tiger Tom Patton, who comes across the line in fourth. There's the number 7 of Al Rowland in his Camaro, running in 7th position, as it turns out, as he comes to the line. Simon Aslan taking 5th place honors. Michael Quattlebaum in the 0-2 comes home in 6th. Al Rowland in the 7th spot. There's a good shot of Tom Patton in that Sunbeam Tiger, your 4th place finisher, just off the podium out of Fairfield Township, Ohio. Kind of in your neck of the woods, Tomo.
Yeah, the number 7 we were taking a look at might be a good contender for that Sunoco Hard Charger, starting 11th and finishing 7th in the number 7.
Indeed, the Sunoco Hard Charger award given to the driver who makes up the most positions from start to finish. As the 15 car coming across the line, Jack Stanford in the number 15. He had a kind of an eventful start to the race, dropping back outside of the top 10, but working his way back up into a 10th place finish.
Beautiful sound out of that number 38 from William Moore in the Hawk Performance Camaro. A little further back, gets just outside of the top 10, finishing 11th in that car.
Dan Harding, the first car a lap down in that Porsche. We saw him go a lap down just as the leaders overtook him coming to the white flag. But Jared Odrick getting the job done. He had plenty of pressure throughout the course of this race, taking the lead when Ave had his problems on lap number 11, and never relinquished it, even though Barry Bose piled all the pressure he could to try to take that over, but not to be, as Jared Odrick takes his first gold medal in his second runoff start. Danny Bender in the other TA2 car coming down the hill on the cool down lap. As there's your top 10. Jared Oderick, your winner. Barry Bowes in second. Margin of victory, just about 0.3 of a second. Daniel Bender finishing in third spot. Tom Patton in fourth. Simon Aslan in fifth spot in the 81. Michael Quattlebaum takes sixth place honors. Al Rowland in seventh. Jorge Nazario, who, after an eventful run, recovers for an eighth place finish. Scotty B. White finishing ninth. And Jack Sanford rounding out the top 10. Scotty B in his 39th runoff start in the top 10 once again. He's had 24 top 10 finishes over his runoffs career. Make that 25 this year with that ninth place finish. And it sounds like we are heading down to the pit lane. Hayward Wagner has got our winner. Hayward?
Yeah, we're getting everybody kind of situated down here, getting the balaclava off for Jared. Taking a moment to kind of collect himself here. Got the medal coming in. Jared, obviously you have gotten to compete at some pretty high levels in your life. What makes this so emotional for you?
I care. I care. It's just cool. It's really cool. This fucking guy. Sorry. It's cool.
You've made a career out of playing defense. What was it like to defend those last couple of laps for a national championship?
I'll tell you what, Barry Bowes is like the coolest fucking guy. I swear to God, when I saw him get out of his car in Sebring, and he had like a hot chick, and he was like sculpted, he's like 3% body fat, his fucking profile pictures with his sunglasses on. I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna beat this cool ass guy? And so, yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll give me some cool points, I don't know.
An incredible drive, a national championship. You get to do one more lap, a victory lap here at the Runoffs. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, second place, Barry. Started out front, came in second. How was the race for you?
You know, it was a really challenging race. I think when you watch these things, and you watch a GT2 class especially, sometimes there's a couple of cars on pace, there's a lot of cars off. Right? We had 3 or 4 cars that, really probably 4 cars that could have won the race. Some excellent driving, and it was way more fun than I thought it might be coming into it. I'm pleased as punch. And although I would like to have won it, I'm pretty proud with second place.
Well, congratulations on the podium. Always good to see a happy second place finisher. You, sir, had a practically boring race compared to last year. How'd this feel?
The car made it a little bit exciting. It was sort of a handful all week. Compared to last year, again, I had such a fun race with Andrew that race. I was really hoping to fight for a win this week. Just couldn't get the car to quite work the way we wanted it to. Coming out of corners, I couldn't get the power down to stick with these guys. It was all right on the brakes. The mid-corner was all right, but just coming out, it was brutal. But in the end, again, it's still fun to be on the podium at the runoffs. I'm super happy for Jared. He's an awesome dude. And to see him here, I'm sure he is. If he's not hooked now, he is. I think he's probably a lifer at this point. So I look forward to seeing him again. But just, big thanks to Bravo Trailers, big thanks to SCCA, all the workers, everybody that makes this possible for us. Matt Carson Racing and the rest of the crew is awesome. How with these TA2 chassis are always great. Hoosier, thank you for putting this all on. Pirelli, thanks for the good tires that we use in TA2. But, next year.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
We say it all the time, but you can see from Jared Oderick's reaction, this means a lot to these guys. I mean, this is not just another race. Winning the runoffs is a big deal. You can see the start here as Barry Bowes from the pole takes the lead. Tony Ave tries several times to make the move there into turn 1, but there's Oderick, the eventual winner, slotting into that third spot. Danny Bender right behind him as the field's still bunched up. Barry Bowes taking over the lead in the early stages. Tony Ave right on his back bumper. Here's the move where Ave gave him a little bit of a hip check as they come into the left hook. taking over the lead for that time, and it certainly looked like this was going to be Tony Ave's race to lose at this point, as he was able to pull away. But then Jorge Nazario has had an eventful day, as he had an off-course excursion early in the race, but then smoke out of the back of Tony Ave's car spelled the death knell for that effort. And then here we go in the closing stages. Both these guys struggling for grip. Jared Odrick goes a little wide at turn 1 on the penultimate lap, but had just enough to hold off the pole sitter, Barry Bowes, as Bowes gets tail happy, as he said. You know, the car just didn't have quite enough staying power to stay with the leader. But Jared Odrick taking his victory lap as he takes his first gold medal on second time of asking. It's lunch break for us here, and we're going to pass it away to Brian Belansky, Greg Grinsberg, and Laura Bralier for the Inside the SCCA halftime show. So on behalf of Haywood Wagner, Tom O'Gorman, I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you all down the road.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. We are here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs, VIRginia International Raceway. I'm Brian Belansky. He is Greg Ginsberg. And it is our noon edition.
Lunchtime, my man.
On Friday. It is a big day of racing coming up. We have got 5 races left in the day, and we only have 45 minutes to talk about it, so let us get right to it.
We better get rolling.
Spec Miata is our first up race after lunch, coming up here in about 45 minutes.
Sure, we can't take 2 segments for this one.
Nope, we cannot.
All right, Spec Miata.
Spec Miata.
And let's break it out right away. This is the class, as we know, very draft heavy, and it was the battle of the different teams. It was OPM Autosports, it was E Street Racing, it was SCDA, Krug Speed, all battling for the front row. And what ended up happening? Well, they ended up splitting it up there. Let's just break to it for the second year in a row. Danny Stain, your pole sitter, in Spec Miata, in his OPM Rossini Racing Mazda Miata. He was working much like he did all last year, all last runoffs, all this year on the Super Tour with his OPM teammate Chuck McTudis. And for whatever reason, even though they spent most of every single lap locked nose to tail, they got separated, and Stain ends up on the pole. Chuck McTudis back in 5th. He's going to start on the inside of row number 3. Not all that far back. I don't think that's going to really make much of a difference. But Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni, who had been working together, the 3-time national champion, Preston Pardis, the reigning national champion, Nick Bruni. They were able to stay locked together. Yeah. But Pardis is going to start on the outside of the front row. Bruni is going to start right behind our pole sitter, Danny Stain, and he's going to have his teammate Rob Hines, who he'd been working with not only on the Super Tour but also at regional races as well.
Yeah.
I saw them at Summit Point just a couple of weeks ago trying to work on their drafting strategy. Hines is going to start on the outside of row number 2. He was a podium finisher at Road America just a few years ago in Spec Miata. We mentioned Chuck McTudis starting 5th. Brian Henderson, who is a regional a racer from the region.
Right.
Lives in Northern Virginia. He has been on the pole for Super Tour races here, and the funniest thing, Brian, during qualifying on Wednesday, he was with that lead pack. He was working with some of the East Street Racing folks. He fell off the track at Oak Tree, at Hog Pen, ran through the grass, fell back to the next pack, actually set his fastest lap. Not with his teammates, but with the pack following behind.
This is one of those weird classes where a lot of the top times came out of the Wednesday qualifier when the weather wasn't quite as formidable. So let's do this. I talked with Danny Stain a little bit on Thursday after qualifying, and let's hear what he has to say, and then we'll go back and run through the rest of the order here.
All right, sounds good.
All right, we're here with Danny Stain here, the Spec Miata pole sitter here at the 2023 Runoffs. Let's do this first. Talk to us about qualifying. That was a heck of a session, wasn't it?
Well, first of all, I was very fortunate that yesterday I got a good time in, and I knew that if we were able to defend, it was going to be pretty close. Earlier this morning, we felt that with the cool air, the lack of humidity, that it was going to be faster. But we actually weren't able to turn the times, mainly because of traffic. There was a lot of jostling going on. Everybody wanted track position. It was quite interesting. It was character building 101 for sure. Very surprised that the my lap held. Didn't quite work out as well as we'd hoped with Chuck and I together. We had different tire strategies, and we thought that would work for both of us. Didn't quite work the way we thought. So we're in a much better place for the race tomorrow, having gone through that learning curve.
All right, so tomorrow we've got some numerology going on. This is your 500th start tomorrow, right?
That's correct, yep.
And you're going to be going for your 200th win, not runoffs win, obviously, but overall win. That's got to be pretty cool to be doing that.
Gosh, if only we had my 500th race coincided with STL, it might be a little bit easier to do that. I'm not saying STL's easy, but Spec Miata is just almost impossible to win. There's so much luck involved in that. Got to be at the right place at the right time. I'll be very fortunate if I win that. I'm not holding out too much hope for it, but I never go to a race hoping to win. I go to a race trying to drive the best I can, and if I do that, I'll walk away happy with myself.
All right, so your dance partner, he's not next to you. He's 2 rows behind, or he's a row behind you, which actually kind of works out, right?
Yeah, I believe Chuck is starting in 5th place. Right. Chuck's one hell of a wheel man. He and I have made this wonderful teamwork for the last 2 years, and it's really culminated in a fairly decent season with he and I sitting 1st and 2nd in the Who's Your Super Tour points, and you couldn't figure out a more unlikely dance couple, dance pairing than Chuck and myself. The fact that it works is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. If anybody gets a chance to go back and look at the interview that you did after the sprints, I believe,
correct,
with Charles, it was television gold. That was just a beautiful interview. So, all right. So, what do you think today, going into the Spec Miata final? What's the plan?
Well, if the weather holds like it is today, and that's what everything shows, that it's a good day of racing, unlike it was last year. It's about maintaining contact with the front and trying to play it out. There will be attrition. We all have massive egos. We all believe we should win. No, I know. So there will be a little bit of driving over the heads, and we're all fighting for that same piece of real estate. We're all Type A personalities, and I think the top 5 or 6 people are within 1/10 of a second. So that just tells you how close it's going to be.
All right, that's Danny Stain, your Spec Miata pole sitter for the 2023 Runoffs races. All right, so Danny was very surprised long story. Wait till the next interview we do with him.
Okay.
Danny was very excited about having the pole, but obviously a little surprised at how the whole thing played out with where the pole times came from. So, it's a lot of good stuff going on in this class.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were talking about, I believe we made it through our first 3 rows, if I remember correctly. Let's move over now to row number 4. And, we talked during the morning show about the Huffmans and they're starting nose to tail in FE2. Well, things are different here in Spec Miata. We've got the Goulart clan. Elvin Goulart, who is our 2012 Spec Miata national champion, our 2013 STU national champion. He is starting 7th, and directly next to him is his son, Ethan Goulart, in his first year racing in cars, his first year at the National Championship Runoffs, and it was a very difficult run for Ethan to get up to 8th on the grid, as he had a very poor Tuesday qualifying session. Started Wednesday back, I believe, 50th out of 52 cars, and has worked his way all the way back up through the field, back to where his father is. He's going to start on the outside of row number 2. And then we've got in our 5th row, rounding out the top 10, Jim Drago, 2-time national champion, the figurehead for East Street Racing, and then Sean Noonan from Krug Speed, from Elvin Goulart's team, starting in 10th. And all of these drivers, as we always see in Spec Miata, so closely matched. There is, between our front row, with a 2:14.986 qualifying time for Danny Stain, and our 10th position at a 2:15.752, less than 1 second separating those top 10 drivers.
All right, there's your starting order for Spec Miata. That race is coming up right after lunch at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so stay tuned for that. That's one you are not going to want to miss.
Do not want to miss that one.
All right, not a lot of time in this quick lunch show, so let's get right to GT3. This race starting at 2 p.m., if all goes as planned. And we're going to get this one in. This was another one of those races with some very, very interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, without a doubt. We already talked about Tony Ave in GT2. Well, this is his 45th class this weekend. He's going to be racing in GT3 as well. Not in a Nissan this time, but in his orange Acura RSX, and again, kind of the class of the field. He is your pole sitter, but in day 1 of qualifying, Jeff Durnell in his Mazda RX-7, the Roar Racing Hoosier Lucky's Mazda machine, was the fastest car out of the box. He had 1.7 seconds on Tony Ave. I mean, he was that quick, and Ave was the only other driver than Durnell that was under 2 minutes. And matter of fact, it wasn't until Wednesday, when track started to dry out, that we started to see some other drivers come in under that 2-minute time frame. But a lot of variety here. I always, for years, have referred to GT3 as Spec 3rd Gen RX-7, Spec FD RX-7.
Not anymore.
Certainly not anymore. We've got the RSX. We've got the RX-7 at Durnell. We've got the Toyota Celica of Warren Montague, the Midlothian, Virginia driver who has been racing that car for many, many years. He got into the 59s as well on Wednesday. And then Michael Lewis, 10-time national champion. Last time he won the GT3 national championship was just a few years ago, 2020, at Road America. And, he's got a 2nd-gen Mazda RX-7. And the Goodyear driver put in some very good times. He did not get into the 59s, however, but he was as close can be, a 2-minute .805. Did not go out for qualifying in this car on Thursday on pole day, and just kind of had to hope that Joe Christensen in his Honda Civic would not eclipse that time. Christensen almost a full minute off, or pardon me, a full second off on Wednesday, but more importantly on Thursday was not able to get anywhere near that qualifying time, put in a 2:03.5, so was almost 3 full seconds off of Lewis's time. And so, I mean, in the end, they're on the second row together.
Sure.
He's going to be on the outside of the front row. But the one thing about VIRginia International Raceway, and we haven't mentioned it, didn't mention it in the show this morning, didn't mention it when talking about Spec Miata, is that really you don't want to necessarily be on the outside going into turn 1 for the very first time. There's not a lot of grip out there.
Sure.
And so not a strong place for Christensen to be. Zach Hollingshead, who had a very good day 1, was not able to follow it up on day 2. He was in the low 202s on Tuesday.
Sure.
Almost a second off of that pace on Wednesday. Did not go out for qualifying on pole day. He is in the Hollingshead Performance Mazda Miata. And then Chris Edens in the number 26 machine out of Sherwood, Arkansas. This was an STU car, a forced induction Mazda Miata that he'd run for a number of years. It has now found a home in GT3. Edens in that 2.6 Motorsports Sherwood tire Miata got considerably faster on day 2, knocked almost 2 seconds off of his Tuesday qualifying time, but didn't have the pace on pole day when he needed it. He finds himself 7th with Timothy Proctor starting beside him, the South Jersey region Nissan 240SX driver, and this is in a I would call a true GT3 car, a silhouette body tube frame machine starting in 8th, considerably off of that pace, almost 5 seconds, separating the 7th and 8th place drivers.
Right, and 10 seconds from first place to 8th place there. So
as we saw, we saw in Spec Miata where the top 10 are all within a second. This is the polar opposite.
Correct. And it's, I was thinking about Tony Ave. A lot of times when you've got drivers driving in multiple races at the runoffs is not an unusual thing.
No, not at all.
But a lot of times when people do that, they are basically on a single platform.
Right.
Or maybe a single manufacturer, and because the cars, the mechanics behind all that kind of stuff. You look at Tony Ave, here he's racing an Acura RSX. He's also going to be in a Mercedes GT4, GT3, one of the purpose-built Mercedes cars.
I believe a T1 car. It's a GT4, homologated FIA GT4 car, and we're going to see him in a prototype car,
right? As well as in the other class we talked about,
Nissan 350
was a Nissan 350. So there's no brand loyalty. No. He's got a car. He thinks it's fun, or maybe he just has a car and it's there, so he's going to drive it, whether he thinks it's fun or not. But that's kind of how he goes and does what he does.
Exactly.
And that takes some real skill to be able to get in all these different cars. Obviously, they don't all handle exactly the same and all of that. And it's very interesting, though, to watch Michael Lewis, because I see him all the time on the West Coast.
Of course.
And Michael Lewis is always blazingly fast. Sometimes he has some reliability problems with his cars.
Sure.
And that's something that we always kind of look out for. But when the cars are fast, there are a few people out there who are quicker than Michael Lewis.
Well, we said he's a 10-time national champion across multiple classes.
Right.
This is his 42nd start at the runoffs, and his record, you can't argue with it.
Right.
22 top 3s, 26 top 5s, 31 top 10s, and again, he was your GT3 national champion just 3 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a quick moment here to talk about the awards that we're going to be giving out this year. We're going to do it just like we did last year. We're going to give away 4 awards every day. We're going to give out our Perseverance Award. That's for someone who fought through something and to get to the starting line, or maybe fell back in the race. But we're going to pick one person each day for that award.
Okay.
Then we're going to have the Veterans Award. That's brought to us by the folks at Cruise Associates and Racing for Heroes. That'll be one award. And then we're going to have the Under 25 Award for one of the young and up-and-comers. We've got some definite candidates for that this week. And then finally, our Women on Track Award, which is brought to us by the SCCA Foundation's Women on Track program. And they do a ton of stuff for the lady racers out there and workers as well. It's not just focused on the folks who are behind the wheel. They also do a lot of stuff for
a lot of people behind the
scenes. So that is going to be a pretty awesome award there. And then in the end, we're going to take all those 12 winners, and we're going to pick our final G-Dub Henderson Award of Excellence. It'll be our second time putting that award out. So very cool to be doing those again this year as we get ready to go through our and complete our first day of race action here at the runoffs, and a lot of other stuff going on as well. So let's take one final look at the starting order here in GT3. We'll put them up here on the screen for you so you can see them. And let me grab this here. Here they come. And we will look one more time at those. Of course, we've talked about it. The front row is going to be Tony Ave. And this, you know what? He started racing snowmobiles.
Yeah.
So it's like whatever it is, he's going to get into it, race it.
Exactly.
Second place car is...
Well, second place is Jeff Durnell.
Durnell, sorry. And I think I actually spelled his name wrong on this.
Dernehl.
Oh, boy. I completely messed that up,
Uh-oh.
Jeff. I apologize. That's on me. And I will get that right next time, I promise. Warren
Montague. In his Toyota, then Michael Lewis. Starting on the outside of row number 2, Joe Christensen and Zach Hollingshead will make up row number 3. Chris Edens and Tim Proctor, row number 4. And then running shotgun on the field, Ray Stevenson from Miami, Florida, in his Mazda RX-7. And I should just mention here, much like we had in Spec Miata, we do have a driver that is eligible for the Super Sweep.
Okay.
And the Super Sweep, as we have said before, is for drivers who win a Majors Conference Championship, who win the Super Tour Points Championship for their class, also win at least one Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour race, and win the National Championship Runoffs. And would this not be a story if Ray Stevenson, starting 9th in the field, takes the win? Because with the win, Ray Stevenson would be a Super Sweep recipient.
All right, there we go. GT3 starts at 2 p.m. Eastern. Catch that coming up very, very soon. Moving right along to Touring 4, our next race of the day. This race will roll off, at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
I've seen too much of that over the last
third race of the afternoon here on Friday, and let's get right to it. T4, Greg.
All right, and we had 24 drivers set qualifying times in T4, and let's just say it. This was the Devin Anderson and the Marshall Mast show.
Yeah.
All right. Both of these drivers were within a couple of hundredths of one another, a couple tenths of one another on the first day of qualifying on Tuesday, and we'll put Nick Leveroni in the mix as well. Coming out of day number 1, Marshall Mast in the same Subaru BRZ, Toyota 86. Let me be specific. With the same Toyota 86 that John Heinrichsey won the championship in last year, Marshall Mast was running, and he was your provisional pole sitter after one day. He had about 3/10 on Devin Anderson. He had 2/10 on our 2019 T4 national champion, Nick Leveroni, who took his first national championship here at VIR. And then we had Ray Blethen, who started 5th at Indianapolis, who was our 4th fastest driver.
Right.
Well, turns out we talked about all the issues with damp tracks and poor qualifying times and poor qualifying sessions on Wednesday for so many different classes. We talked about that during our morning show today. Well, track conditions were amazing for T4 on Wednesday afternoon, and the majority of our drivers set their fastest lap times, their fastest qualifying times on Wednesday.
Right. And what's interesting is the top 9 cars, I'm looking at the math here, are within about a second of first place.
Yeah, sounds like Spec Miata.
It's absolutely, and, well, that's because a lot of those are Miatas.
Well, exactly. Actually, MX-5s, usually, for the most part, NC MX-5s, not the NA and B models. But really 3 different chassis of choice for the most part in Touring 4, the NC Miatas, the Twins, the Toyota 86s, and Subaru BRZs, and then also the Mazda RX-8s. And the RX-8s, they've fallen out of favor, I think, a little bit in the last couple of years, and they're very, very quick at the top end. They seem to rev forever, and very good at the end of the straightaways. They don't have the rotaries. They don't have the torque out of the corners. They can't dig out of the corners like the flat 4s that the Twins have or the Mazdas have. But Devin Anderson, he managed to hold off Marshall Mast on Wednesday, and that was crucial because as our drivers went out for qualifying on pole day on Thursday, the times were not there. But really, not only were the times not there, but for Marshall Mast, most crucially, had an issue with the motor in that car, did an outlap, did one flying lap, and started to oil the track down on the last couple of corners, coming down through the roller coaster, came to the pit lane, and the car went back to the paddock on a rollback and a big puddle of oil underneath it.
Wow.
And so really, we'll have to see if Mast and the Phoenix Performance can have that Toyota 86 ready to go here a little bit later today, but it has been we'll just say a week of disappointment for Marshall Mast because he had problems with his T3 machine as well.
Well, if any team can put a car back together quickly, it
Phoenix.
would be Phoenix. You know, they've got so many cars out here, and they support so many drivers out here. So they definitely have the right people in place to make that happen if the motor's salvageable.
Indeed. And so, as we wrap up Ray Blethyn, Jaden Lander with a great run in his Mazda MX-5. He's out of the New York region. Great run for him. John Neudorf also in an MX-5. And then you've got some of the RX-8 contingent. Christian Braunlich, who for a time in our Thursday qualifying had been the fastest driver on track. He is in a Mazda RX-8. He hails from Fort Mill, South Carolina, just south of Charlotte and the Central Carolina region. He's got a lot of track knowledge here. He finished on the podium, I believe, on the Super Tour here at VIRginia International Raceway in the spring, and he was looking very strong. He puts that car into the top 10, and he is actually the only Mazda RX-8 that is in, well, no, I take that back. Stephen Blethyn, we already said it, Ray Blethyn and Stephen Blethyn, the two twins, more family affairs, members. Yeah, both of them put the RX-8s in the top 10. So, hey, that's 3 Mazda RX-8s out of 10. And a couple drivers that were really picked. They were picked by Sports Car Magazine to win in this class. They just didn't have the ultimate pace. Chris Windsor, out of the Washington, D.C. region, out of Thurmont, Maryland, looked very strong on day one. Best he could do was to end up in 8th position. Also, Sergio Slobin. Sergio, who had 2 years ago run a streak of 6 Super Tour wins in a row in a Mazda RX-8. He's moved over to an MX-5 now, and best he could manage was 11th. So he's just out of the top 10. Kevin Fryer, who's been very strong for a number of years in his MX-5, qualifies just out of the top, or just towards the end of the top 10 on the inside of row number 5.
You know, I always like to look at the underdogs and sometimes the underdog cars in a field. And so let's give out a shout out to 12th place Paulo Salvatore in a Mustang V6.
Yes.
And then the two stepchildren here at the back of the field, Christopher Dean in the Scion FRS and the Honda Civic
of Matt Milford. Actually, there are 3 people I want to mention, and because they work together all weekend long. Morgan, and they're all North Carolina region members. Morgan Miller in his Mazda MX-5, Chris Dean in his Scion FRS, and that is a car Chris had been racing an IT Nissan for years. Just within the last year has moved to that T4 car, and he's still trying to get a handle on it. Matt Milford, only his 2nd year with a competition license in his 8th gen Honda Civic, and it's the Dixie Cup car. It's going to be hard to miss out there this weekend. But they were working as drafting partners all week, all qualifying week long, and we'll see how they play out this race this afternoon.
You know, you've mentioned a couple times this morning and then again this afternoon about cars with a lot of local knowledge here.
Yes.
And I have to wonder, now that we're in our 2nd runoffs, we run Super Tours here every year. People are traveling to this track a lot. And I don't know if that local knowledge is that important at this point.
It may not be.
You know, it's certainly, you can never discount lots of laps on a track.
Right.
But,
look, the iRacing platform, they updated the track about a year ago to give us the current paving. And, so a lot of drivers have the ability to go and race. Of course, we've got the folks from Spark and Blaze that are here this week working with all of our drivers that also have, for example, Spec Miata modeled at VIRginia International Raceway. And, drivers have the ability, even when they're not on track, to get track knowledge.
Right. All right, here's our top 10 starting order for Touring 4. Again, this race comes off at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Devin Anderson, Marshall Mast, your first row. Second row, Nick Lavroni and Ray Blethyn. Third row is Jaden Lander and Jonathan Neudorf. Fourth row, Christian Brolick and Christopher Windsor. And then your fifth row is going to be Kevin Fryer and Stephen Blethyn. Got to keep it moving here. Short show here, so we got to get right to it. P2 is next, and this was also a quite interesting qualifying. Everything all over the place, but in the end, Greg Guyan got it right in the last couple laps, right?
Yeah, I mean, it came down to the last day. Greg Guyan did not go out for qualifying on the second day, out on Wednesday. And as we wrapped up the first day of qualifying, Tim Day Jr., who was our pole sitter for this race last year, and I don't know if that's necessarily where Tim Day Jr. wanted to be, he spun at Oak Tree on the opening lap of last year's rain-filled race, and that allowed Guyan, who started second, to run to the national championship. But as it stood, Guyan did not put in a great qualifying time. As a matter of fact, after the first day of qualifying, he was sitting third, and again, didn't go out on the middle day, but on the final day on Thursday, with that 148.590, he was almost 0.2 of a second faster than Tim Day. Sherman Chow, who also did not finish last year's race, third fastest overall. He set his best time on day one at a 149.096. So, only about 0.3 off of where Tim Day Jr. was. And then we had Lucian Pancia, who finished on the podium last year. I think probably maybe the big surprise, actually not a big surprise, Peter Shadowin, who started 8th in last year's national championship race. Well, he starts 8th again. Last year, he finished on the podium, finished third, as so many drivers had issues with the rain.
Sure. And here's should be a shock to nobody. Tony Ave's in this race.
Surprise!
Crazy as that may sound. This time he is going to start 5th. He is in a store WF1 Suzuki, which seems to be kind of like the hot setup in P2 right now.
Definitely the chassis. We see the Elan DPO2s in Prototype 1. We see the store WF1s in Prototype 2. But the bit, and like many of the drivers, Tony Ave running a Suzuki-powered chassis. The big difference here is Lucian Pancia with a Kawasaki motor.
Right.
And so we'll see how that motor does compared to the Suzukis. And again, Pancia is starting 5th here in qualifying, starting 5th in the race. And there are a few. I don't want to say oddballs, but there's the Ligier JS49, the Honda-powered machine that's out there as well. Bart Wolf, but he is about 3 seconds off the pole time.
So for those who might not know this P2 class, as we've been talking Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, they're purpose-built race cars, but they have a motorcycle-based engine in them.
Right.
I believe it's the 1,000cc motors from the Suzuki, the Kawasaki, the Honda, and they sound every bit like a sport bike driving when they go flying by.
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah.
They got a little bit more aero advantage than a sport bike, however.
Yeah, especially if I'm on a sport bike.
Yeah. Think of LMP2, LMP3 type cars, but all open top.
Right.
And very, very slick, beautiful cars.
All right, so I had a chance.
And very fast.
I had a chance to catch up with Greg Guyan after qualifying. So let's take a quick listen to that interview. I'm here with the P2 pole sitter, Greg Guyan. He is getting ready to go and race tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon when this is going to air. Tell us a little bit about how your qualifying went.
Today went good. The first day we did okay. We knew we could do better. Had an issue with our fuel cell yesterday, so we didn't get to run. So kind of had all our eggs in today's basket, and got a few good laps and had some good battles with Sherman there. And so I wasn't sure if that was helping or hurting us, but just fell into place. So got lucky.
So apparently that worked out, those battles with Sherman.
Yeah, no, it did. I don't know if it's motivating. I don't know if we're drafting each other and maybe pulling some speed. We probably could have given each other some more room to not compromise some lap time, but yeah, it worked out.
All right, so what are your thoughts on how tomorrow's race is going to play out?
Oh, I don't know. With this group, you never know. I mean, usually there's 5 or 6 cars going for it in turn 1, and it's anybody's game. And we'll see. I think we're all pretty evenly matched up at the front, and it should be exciting.
All right, that's Greg Guyan, the P2 pole sitter here for the 2023 runoffs. All right, we're back here. This year for the first time I was given the opportunity to do some of the editors' picks for Sports Car, who will win the runoffs.
Okay.
And every year I've seen that going, and I'm like, man, that's got to be a sucky job to have to make those decisions. And then when you're wrong, you get phone calls.
Well,
and
you get phone calls, and typically
emails.
your winner has the T-shirt that says "Sports Car was wrong."
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. So the two classes I was able to work on for this time this year was P2 and P1, Prototype 1. That'll be the next class that we talk about here. And so I talked with Tim J. Jr. He was my pick for first place in this class.
He was.
And he's definitely coming back from last year's moment at the start of that race, looking for, I don't want to use the word redemption, but let's use the word redemption.
Okay. Might as well.
He definitely wants to come back and get the job done this time.
Yes.
So starting from the front row, he should really have the ability to do that without any issues. And of course, then we had I had Greg Guyan and Lucien Panacea as my second and third place picks.
And I'm sure Sherman Chow is so happy to hear this.
I'm sure he
took
is.
all the pressure off.
I did. But I have to say, I've got the three of the top four qualifiers, so I don't feel so bad about that. And of course, I had to pick a dark horse because I'm all about the dark horses.
Right.
And I don't know that Tony Ave is really a dark horse. But my theory on that was, any race that Tony Ave is going to actually take the green flag on,
he's got a chance.
There's a good shot that he's going to be there somewhere in the mix in this race.
Right.
So a lot of that going on. And it's kind of an interesting proposition to look at the whole year and look at other races that they've run at this track. Looking obviously back at the last runoffs to see how people had done and to make some decisions. I don't think that the Tim J. Jr. pick was really a big surprise to anybody.
It wasn't a stretch.
No, not a stretch at all. Not a stretch at all. But had a lot of fun. We'll talk about the picks I made for P1, and we're not doing a lot of talking about the sports car picks this year because I don't want to roll other people under the bus.
No, probably best not to.
But if I'm going to roll anybody under the bus, I'll just run myself under the bus.
Good plan. We have, besides obviously a guy in the field, we do have many other national champions running in this class.
Okay, who are they?
Mike Rupert,
Yep.
who is making his 26th start at the runoffs out of the Milwaukee region. And so, we refer to Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. The class rule set was changed, I think around 7 or 8 years ago. What used to be C Sports Racer, D Sports Racer, and of course, as I was talking during qualifying to Tom O'Gorman, One Motorsports had the Sports Racer Party.
Okay.
That the team still refer to these as Sports Racers, and Mike Rupert last won the national championship at Mid-Ohio back in 1997.
I've been at that runoff, so I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, D Sports Racer, and so what are we looking at? Is that close to 25 years
very much
or
so.
thereabouts? And be a nice award on the mantle if Rupert could make it. Of course, he's going to be working his way up from 6th position, but he is running that store, that Suzuki-powered store, and so he definitely has a chance in the Sunshine Metals Hoosier Radial. It's listed as a Sport 2000, which it isn't. But we also have back in the field here, well, of course, Peter Shadowin.
Right.
We talked about how he finished up on the podium last year. He is, and we'll talk a little bit later in the weekend about GT Light.
Right.
Talk about rocket ships. I always tell the story a couple of years ago at Road Atlanta, right after he got the prototype car. We were asking him, what do you think your chances are? And he just said, I'm so scared of this car. And obviously not a problem any longer. But, there's Guyan. There is also Tim Day Jr., and a very strong field in P2.
That's right. So there's your prototype starting grid right there on your screen. This race gets underway at 4 p.m. this afternoon, so hang with us. It's coming up. All right, time to wrap this noon show up. And get
one
ready.
More race to go.
Yeah, we're going to get to racing here really quick here, folks. So let's do it right now. This is Prototype 1 we're talking about. This race is going to start at 5 o'clock this evening. And this was also one of those very, very interesting. I keep saying it over and over again. All of our qualifying sessions were really pretty interesting today.
Yeah, And and I think probably most interesting by how we came to our pole sitter in the class, because he had been for days mired back as far as eighth in class. Middle day of qualifying, he was around 5th in class, and somehow, some way, with about 3 minutes left in the final qualifying session of the week on Thursday, our pole sitter pulls not only a rabbit out of his hat, but I think the carrot that the rabbit wanted to eat, and I don't know. I'm just trying to look for Bugs Bunny euphemisms.
Well,
here.
and he was nice enough when I interviewed him afterwards to not remind me that I didn't pick him to be on the podium for this race.
Well, I probably wouldn't have picked him either, but this is another driver like Tony Ave going to be racing in a number of different classes, a number of different types of cars, prototype cars, formula cars, spec racer Fords, you name it, he's in it. But Todd Vanacore, just to give you an idea of his progression over the course of the week, he made up 8 seconds from his Tuesday qualifying time to his pole day qualifying time on Thursday. He started off at a 150 flat. Actually, take that back. Not 8 seconds. We know I can't do simple math in my head. But actually about,
almost 8 seconds.
Yeah, pretty darn close. A 150 flat to a 142.602. So I was actually going to say about 7.5 seconds. They are in his Elan DPO2, and as we mentioned, in this class, a lot of the faster chassis, they are the Elan chassis, typically Mazda powered. And so we saw in Prototype 2, where the majority of the cars, motorcycle engines. Well, here we've got the Mazda, I think the MZR motors in them. But we also have a Kawasaki powered
couple
store.
Suzukis.
Yeah, and a couple Suzukis as well in the store chassis. Of course, there's the one, I don't want to call it an oddball because this is, I think, my favorite car at the runoffs each and every year. Jason Miller's Kohler-powered Windfirst, the 6-cylinder, 2-stroke engine. And, of course, I wait to hear over the radio every single session when somebody on grid or down at turn 1 will undoubtedly say, that car is smoking.
Exactly.
Race control, you need to look at it. And, well, it's a 2-stroke motor, and it will always smoke.
Well, that's Jason Miller. It's appropriately named car from Plymouth, Wisconsin, the Kohler-powered car. And, of course, Windfirst, F-U-R-S-T, a good German spelling of the word first.
And can I just give you a small anecdote about the Jason Miller car from this week when I was working on grid? It has a very distinctive smell as well. Okay, and Jason Miller, we had a combined Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 test day sessions. Jason Miller's on the grid. The motor is fired up, and I don't remember which driver was the next car down. And when we put them on grid at VIR, they're at about a 45-degree angle pointing towards the track surface. And the driver next to him with the helmet on, with the visor down, is doing this, trying to knock the smoke out of the way. But Jason's crew, and here we're gonna theater of the mind here. Jason's crew starts doing this, trying to bring in the smoke, breathe it on in, and just enjoy the odors of the Windfirst. And it was a sight to see. Probably the one of the best things I've seen all week.
That's great. All right, let's hear from Todd Vanacore. I talked with him after qualifying about his run. All right, we're here with Todd Vanacore, the P1 pole sitter for the 2023 SCCA Runoffs. Tell me about qualifying.
Well, had a tough week. First session, I broke a rear suspension part, went for a high-speed spin in the upper S's. Yesterday was a wash with all the yellows and stuff, and finally got a lap in today and made it happen. So on the pole, but be honest with you, the car is just next generation. It's just phenomenal. Comparant Motorsports, Kevin Kahn, my crew chief, they just spend hours on it. We spent a lot of time in the R&D and wind tunnel and stuff like that just to perfect it. And if I can get some time in the car, it's really gonna go. So looking forward to the race tomorrow. It should be good. Chip, he's the reigning champion. He's good. Only beat him by a tenth. But it should be a good race. So I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'll be on Hoosiers, he'll be on Goodyear, so there'll be all kinds of competitions going on out there.
So what? How do you think tomorrow's race plays out?
Well, hopefully I win, and that's how it should play out, hopefully. So it should be a battle, to be honest with you. The Hoosiers take a little longer to come in. The Goodyears come in quicker. You may be able to get by me, and then I might have to fight for the lead later into the race. You know, hopefully we don't have a bunch of yellows or all that kind of stuff, and tires keep cooling off, because when they get hot, they're good. So, but we'll see. I'm real excited. Can't wait.
All right, that's Todd Vanacore, your P1 pole sitter for this year's runoffs. All right, we're back here at the runoffs. Just a couple seconds before we get back to racing action. Let's take a quick look at the top 10 here in Prototype 1. Here is your field. Todd Vanacore, Chip Romer, your front row. Lee Alexander, John McAleer. Oh, that's Prototype. Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Lee Alexander, John McAleer in the second row. Jim Davenport in the third row with Jason Miller. Matthew Gendron, which probably won't be here for this race after a big wreck earlier in the week. Todd Parks, then Greg Case, and John Manfroy. That's how it's going to play out there.
Yep, and of course Chip Romer looking for his second national championship in a row from the outside of the front row. We'll see how things play out.
And my picks for the SCCA Sports Car Magazine to win, I had Chip Romer for the win, Jim Davenport for second, Lee Alexander third, and of course, so they're all in the top five. Todd Vanacore was not on my list, but you know what? It'll be very interesting to see where he comes out.
He's going to have a new T-shirt on if he wins.
There you go. All right, right now I want to take a second here to thank all the folks that help us bring us here. This is, of course, Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Big supporter for the club here, and a big announcement that I'm going to be able to make on Sunday about some stuff with Goodyear, so I'm looking forward to that. Also want to take a minute here to thank the good folks at Racekeeper. Racekeeper is our official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. I used my Racekeeper at the Solo Nationals.
Well, and we used the Roadkeeper version at Solo Nationals, and I've been doing Time Trials National Tour and Track Night in America with mine.
So it was actually the comedy part of my shows, because I was really slow at Solo Nationals, and I documented the whole thing and was able to put it out there, and that was a whole lot of fun there as well. Also, Cruise Associates and Racing for Heroes are sponsoring our Veterans Award that we're doing this year again. A big thank you to those folks, and of course we really support our veterans here on the show. And then finally, the SCCA Women on Track and the SCCA Foundation. We really appreciate them being on board here as we get ready to kind of call it a show here. We're going to be back again tomorrow morning doing it all over again.
Yes, we will.
So we really appreciate everybody here who's doing that with us. This is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Hello, everybody. Virginia International Raceway is our home for this weekend of SCCA National Championship Racing. Great to have you with us. Our broadcast here is presented by Mazda, and we are going for the gold in Spec Miata, the biggest field here. Really looking forward to this one. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman for this one. And Tom, this is a 52-car field, biggest we have here this year. And one of the reasons we love Spec Miata, just doing a quick look at the grid, top 14 covered by a second, top 26 by 2 seconds, top 37 by 3 seconds. This class is mega.
It's always stacked. It's one of those that we can't really even speculate because you never know what's going to happen. But what we do know is there's a lot of drivers looking for redemption after last year's wet, changing condition, tricky race. They want a dry, fair, heads-up battle this year.
And they deserve it after what everybody endured last year for sure. Third member of our team, Hayward Wagner, is standing by down on the grid.
Guys, Miata is always the answer, and we got about 50 of them here on the grid. Sitting on the front row is Danny Stain. If you've been tuned into the runoffs, you know Danny's story. This is his 500th race. If he wins it, it will be his 200th win. And just let that sink in for a minute. I think that's like a significant percentage. I don't know. I don't do math. But the 3-minute board is up here. All eyes at the start are going to be on Danny. Right beside him, Preston Pardis. Preston is a guy who can find speed on any part of the course, anytime. Those two guys are going to want to try to break away and set a gap if they possibly can. But I think the most interesting cars to watch are going to be the two Krug Speed cars here back on the 4th row. This is the Gouliards, Elevon and his son Ethan. Elevon has won this. He knows what it takes, and is sitting beside him his 14-year-old kid. Now, Greg, let me ask you this. Coming out of Oak Tree, sitting on the back bumper of your 14-year-old son on the last lap, what are you going to do?
Well, that's a great question, and you know what? Under normal circumstances, I'd say be careful. But Elevon wants a 5th gold. I think he chrome horns him right out of the way if he has to. That's how. And that, you know what they call that, Tomo? Training.
I was going to say tough love.
Yeah. That's a lesson. But it's great. And it's such a cool story. And all Elevon, or an all Goulart row. And Ethan at 14 showing some pretty serious speed. Yeah, he worked with his dad, but to be within a 10th? That's pretty remarkable stuff. Let's take a look at our Mazda track map, and this is a really special place, about 3 1/4 miles in length, and it's almost like 3 different tracks, Tom.
Yeah, it gives you a really interesting first sector, all about handling. Deep on the brakes, great passing opportunity in Spec Miata, both inside and outside through turn 1. Then the sweep through NASCAR turn 3 into the lower S's at 4, 5, and 6. Then the uphill S's. Major drafting opportunity in Spec Miata. We'll get to that. But up through those flat-out S's in these cars, barely a brake check at turn 10 for South Bend before the critical exit at turn 12. Another massive drafting opportunity through the entire back straight into roller coaster. These guys will probably just be bump drafting even down through 15, 16, and into hog pen at turns 16B and 17. It's always a ton of fun to watch, but we got to it finally. The drafting is really what matters here in Spec Miata.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a long track. And, you know, that front straight, although it bends a little bit, it's darn near as long as Madison Avenue, as they call the back straight. So draft there is huge as well. And in these cars, I would expect you could probably even pick up a draft through the climbing S's, because that's a long flat-out run.
Absolutely. This track in these style cars at this pace, are really just kind of 3 long straightaways with 3 critical corners at the beginning of each one almost. But Spec Miata, we talk about the bump drafting and the drafting. It's kind of leveled up past that. They're actually at the point where they're pushing each other through corners to work together. So they're not even relying on the aerodynamic drafting. They're also relying on pushing each other through apex of corners. That's a level of trust that the teammates would have with each other. But if you go down the grid, the teammates aren't all specifically next to each other, right? They're going to have to either find each other or trust a stranger.
Trust a stranger, and that's never easy to do in this sport. Just had a great shot there of our pole sitter, and that means he's our tire rack pole award winner for the second straight year, the 39 of Danny Stain in the OPM Rossini G-Lock Planet Miata, and also his 7th career pole at the runoffs. The one thing for Danny, he and VIR, when it comes to racing, a little bit of a sketchy relationship.
Absolutely, and the guy behind, I would say, is kind of the one that always delivers. Preston Pardis is really, really under control of the situation pretty much every time it really, really matters, which is almost all the time in Spec Miata, where, as you mentioned, Danny's, the qualifying is there, the plan is there, the preparation is there, but it seems to have always gone a little bit sideways specifically at VIR, but that'll be an interesting dynamic between the two.
So we talked about that front row. Starting third, the defending champ, Nicholas Bruni, in the number 6. Fourth is the number 4 of Rob Hines. Starting fifth, the 66 of Charles McTitus. Starting sixth, the 97 of Brian Henderson. Starting seventh and eighth, the Goulars. Starting ninth, the number 2 of Jim Drago, former 2-time champion. Starting 10th, the 0 of Sean Noonan. 11th will be the 193 of Raiden Nickel. 12th, the 194, former champion Nick Leveroni. Starting 13th, the number 56 of Todd Burris. 14th, the 9 of Logan Stretch. 15th, the 198 of Daniel Conway. 16th, the 178 of Julian DaCosta. 17th will be the 199 of Ethan Jacobs. 18th, the 76 of Lauren Bralier. Starting 19th will be the 21 of Eric Gerchak. Starting 20th, the number 44 of Christian Semecki. Starting 25th, the 15 of Brett Kowalski. Starting 22nd, the 155 of Cam Eben. Starting 23rd, the 16 of Jonathan Davis. Starting 24th, a rookie, Noah Harmon in the 99. Starting in the 25th spot, the 133 of Boris Said Jr. Starting 26th, the 118 of Jordan Rick-Sagrini. Starting 27th, the 110 of Spencer Lofton. Starting 28th, the 95 of Jonathan Newdorf. Starting 29th, the 48 of Frankie Barrasso. Starting 30th, the 08 of Anthony Girazzi. Starting 31st, the 84 of Bobby Gossett. 32nd, the 169 of Matthew Sisson. Starting 34th, the 118, of Joe Tobin. Starting 34th, the 98 of Charlie Campbell. Already had a race under his belt today. Starting 35th, the rookie, the 34 of Ford Munnerlin. Starting 36th, the 14 of Amy Mills. Starting 37th, the 46 of Domenico Liucci. Starting 38th, the rookie 13, Alfredo Zidane. Starting 39th is the 69 of Jeremy Butt. Starting 40th, the 192 of Jesse Singer. Starting 41st, a rookie, the 109 of Chris Clark. Starting 42nd, the 28 of David Henderson. Starting 43rd, a rookie, the 100 of Doug Lazan. Starting 44th, the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting 45th, the number 8 of Patrick McGovern. Starting 46th, the number 78 of Theodore Cahill, who had an amazing run last year. Starting 47th, the rookie, the 74 of Rob Bailey. 48th, the number 17 of Whitfield Gregg. 49th, the 159 of Bailey Singer. 50th will be the number 5 of Mark Briley. 51st, the number 12 of Russell King. And 52nd, the number 108 of Andrea King. That is your starting lineup. And Tom, it's pretty much yours for the rest here. I'm going to catch my breath.
Yeah, well done. That was awesome. So a couple cars I do want to call out. Obviously, we have our defending champion, Nick Bruni, starting third there in his orange, should be an orange and blue livery car. But a couple cars to keep an eye on down in maybe the top 15. We have Nick Leveroni, who is always a competitor, starting in 12th, and Todd Burris, who's not only a competitor but a really scrappy racer, starting in 13th. That's further down than he's definitely going to, obviously, than he wants to be, but he always
won this
races
here in 2019,
yes.
So he likes VIR.
Yep. So keep an eye on that number 56.
And you were telling me, too, there's a guy that maybe keep an eye on, Jonathan Davis, who had a really good run from deep in the field last year to 5th.
Yeah, finished 5th, had qualified 18th to get up there. Obviously, that was a rain-affected race. He's starting 23rd this year. It's a black car with a red top.
And the other guy to keep an eye on is the number 78. That is, as I mentioned, Theodore Cahill. And he started 48th last year and finished 14th. Wow. I mean, that's a stellar drive here. All right, the field under the control of Danny Stain and Preston Pardis on that front row, down through the roller coaster and down into these final 2 corners. Remember, in SCCA championship and club racing, when the green flag comes out, the track is green. You can go anytime once that green comes out. So it'll be interesting to see, does Danny want to bring him up with a little bit of pace, or does he want to bring him up a little slowly? This huge field, 52 strong, heading toward the starter's stand. The run for the gold in Spec Miata, and wait for it, we're green! Danny Stain gets it, looks like a little bit of a jump, with a little nudge from Nicholas Bruni, the defending champ, trying to freeze out Preston Pardis as they get to turn one. Big lockup. Hate to see that into a packed corner. Looks like everybody got away with it.
Yeah, it's clean so far. We'll hold our breath through the apex as one car runs wide. That might be the number 4 of Rob Hines. Is the same color car, at least, and another car off in the background as well. So from the second row, Rob Hines already off the track, but Stain has the lead. Then it's Bruni, Pardis to third, and I think Chuck McTudis all the way up to fourth now.
And a couple of cars door to door there, and I thought they might touch going in, but Danny Stain hanging on to it over Bruni. And here's the rest of that pack, the number 56 on a charge there as well.
And that's a killer start for the 193 of Raiden Nickel from 11th. He's all the way up to what I think it's 6th. And so did Jim Drago on a charge. Pops out on Chuck McTudis, is going to go side by side to the uphill S's on this first lap.
Yeah, and Drago.
Big crash, big crash in the background.
Oh, huge shunt. 2 cars, one in the middle of the track, bad damage, the other car airborne. And this, I'm sure, is going to be an immediate red flag. So this one is going to get parked for a minute. Remember, these are 15 laps or 40 minutes. And because we're on somewhat of a time-certain schedule here, folks, when the red flag comes out, which it surely will, the double yellows are out already. Clock continues to tick no matter what happens here. So immediately the double yellows, and I've got to think they're probably going to have to red flag this.
Yeah, they're going to at least probably go to a black to stop the cars in the pit lane as we have a little bit of track blockage there.
Right.
So things immediately going to yellow, drivers at the front starting to get into that tire warming procedure that they will try to maintain until they get parked potentially. But it was Stain, good enough start to keep the lead. Bruni, Pardis, then Drago, McTudis, and then a killer start for Raiden Nickel jumping just in front of Elvan Gular. That's the top 8. And we'll wait to hear which cars are involved and that everyone is okay for the incident between the upper and lower S's.
And Drago up from 9th into 4th, so a monster start there as well. And we just get word now it is a black flag, which basically means that they can bring him into pit lane, but the clock continues to run, and this is going to take a little bit of cleanup. You know, one of the things that, there's so many corners on this track that get a lot of attention, but that exit out of the snake as you go under the bridge there at 5A, 6 and 6A, it narrows up, and it is tough to get 2 cars through there, especially if the one being overtaken doesn't see the other one coming.
Yeah, it's not only narrows up, but it changes direction so many times. I don't think they even number the number of times it changes. They just call it 4, 5, and 6 for about 8 turns. But it makes it so that when you're still side by side, which you inevitably will be through the middle of Spec Miata fields, both drivers have to agree to change directions equally, and sometimes they don't always do so. But luckily, we do have a number of pace cars stationed around the track so that that's able to pick up the field on the back straight out of that south paddock.
Yeah, and it's nice to have that many staged, and we wouldn't be able to do that without Mazda helping provide those cars, as well as Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, working together to provide us with a nice fleet of pace and safety vehicles. So we appreciate that very much. You hate to see them in use, but when you need them, it's great to have them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just to give you a little bit of information here, there is a thing called Super Sweep. If you haven't watched our coverage of the runoffs before, and as difficult as it is, Tomo, to win a national championship at the runoffs, the Super Sweep is about 3 times more difficult, it seems, because you have to win a Hoosier Super Tour class championship. You have to win a Hoosier race, and there's other things as well, but it culminates with you got to win here at the runoffs. And if all of those things don't fall into place, you don't get it. And Danny Stain can win it if he wins this race today. And then there's a couple of other guys, or Logan Stretch also has an outside shot of it, but he needs a couple of the key players, McTitus and Stain, to have really bad finishes. So it's not likely, but you never know.
Yeah, and Stretch had qualified, I want to say, 14th in his number 9 car, so that would be a big climb, especially with what will be an abbreviated race at this point. But I was going to make the point in Spec Miata, this is one of the fields that you can expect challenges no matter where you are in the country. Obviously, these drivers are racing from West Coast, East Coast, South, North. That's not necessarily the case in every category, right? You could have a race that's, you don't see your real competition till the runoffs, and then that makes the Super Sweep difficult. But to even be qualified still for the Super Sweep when you get to the runoffs in Spec Miata is pretty impressive.
All right. Well, we are under a black flag. It's going to be just a little while here, folks. So, one, we're going to take this opportunity to say thank you to some of the great partners that we couldn't have an event like this without. And two, because this is going to be a bit of a long cleanup, when we're done with the break, we're just going to pause, and we'll get back with you as soon as we get word from Race Control when we're going to be starting things up.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new three-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back, everybody, to VIRginia International Raceway as we're continuing with the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. Obviously, we are in the middle of the run to the Spec Miata Championship. Well, not really the middle, the beginning, but we did have an incident. They are just now starting to get that cleanup all completed. There was a little damage to a guardrail, and they've got a workaround for that. So we expect to be able to go racing fairly soon. But for more of an update from right down in and amongst them, let's check in with Hayward Wagner.
Hey guys, if you've never been to the runoff, Spec Miata is just different. It's special. Everybody's on the fence watching. There were probably 20, 25 people in the start stand area to watch the roll-off and the start and all of that. And all of that just came to a screeching halt. Everyone came to pit lane, and you can just kind of feel the tension, the anxiety in the air as we're waiting. Drivers were waiting to find out, are we going to restart? How much time are we going to have? Is it going to be laps? All of those things. At one point, Deanna Flanagan, director of road racing, came down with a whiteboard and a marker and handed it to the grid workers and said, you're going to need this. And they said, great, what do we write on it? And we don't know. And so there was this wait with the whiteboard to see what race control would say. But these are the words that eventually went on the whiteboard and were walked up and down the grid to make sure every driver could see exactly what we're dealing with. We're going to have a 213 checkered flag regardless of what else happens in this event. A single file start, one out lap. We're about under a 5. Different strategies, different methods for these drivers. Some guys immediately got out of the car, were frustrated, wanted to know if they're going to regrid or not. Others got out eventually. The top 3, Danny, I guess it's Danny and Bruni and Preston, all 3 stayed in the car, helmet on, focused, ready to go. So we're going to see, we're rolling them off right now, and we'll keep an eye and see where we land.
Thanks very much, Hayward. It's great information, and it's great to have, one, that level of communication, Tom O, and 2, isn't it telling that those 3 stayed in the car, pure focus, and that's why they are up near the front.
Absolutely. And there's always kind of the running joke, if you can fall asleep, you should be able to fall asleep in your racing, right? That's how comfortable you should be in your race car. If they're just kind of staying focused on the task at hand, that's the job, right? That's why they're the top 3. So we see our grid workers writing. Again, it's going to be what we can assume is probably close to a 20-minute or so. It's specifically 213 was calculated on how can we fit the rest of the races in. Yes, we have had 2 classes be canceled before this year's runoff, so pulled out. But unfortunately, those are tomorrow and Sunday. Today is the day that we don't have a lot of wiggle room in. So we're now on kind of a time schedule for the rest of the day. With not a lot of wiggle room left.
You can understand that there's a little frustration, obviously, for some of the drivers who they put an awful lot in an entire series of club racing, Hoosier Super Tour majors. You can see a little bit of damage here that on some of the cars. And, when that incident happened, we saw some amazing evasive, but there were little bits and touches here and there on cars around the track. There's a look at the number 78 of Theodore Cahill, who had that great drive last year, so it's a shame to see that.
And did you see there was a tire mark on the top of the fender as if a tire had landed on that, so he must have been around the incident. Near that. So I went back and rewatched the start. There were a couple of cars that went off at turn 1. It looks like Rob Hines was the blue car that went off first. Got either tagged or came down on Elevon Goulart. Goulart was on his inside, moved him a little bit sideways, and in catching it, he went off the track. The other car that went off, it looked more like a solo incident, was the number 44, a little bit further back in the pack.
Christian Sarnecki.
Yeah, he took off as well. So those drivers, they're going to be with the field now. That's a positive, but they are definitely on the back foot.
And essentially, this will be a single file restart because we never technically went to a red flag, and that means that they will just resume as opposed to going to a brand new start. But remember, the rules still apply. That when it's green, single file on a restart or double file on the original start, when the green flag flies, track's green. At that point, everybody can go racing immediately. So what we've done is essentially made this starting field, as it takes the green, twice as long. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah, it is as close to a reset as without literally resetting the grid. So a lot of the drivers that had those great starts, great moves, or made a small mistake, they have to live with the consequences or the successes of the original start of the race. This will be a single file restart, if you remember back to the whiteboard, which means that the acceleration zone comes into effect, and Danny Stain, once he enters that acceleration zone, gets to pick when he starts to accelerate. With the acceleration zone being marked, though, Bruni, Pardis, Drago, etc. can all see exactly where Stain might go. Just typically expect Miatas will ride the brakes, be full throttle, and be getting pushed at the start and restarts and things. So we'll probably see a 10, 15 car train pushing it all the way through. Danny may not actually get to pick when he goes.
Well, exactly. And the other side, when you have a marked acceleration zone, as the leader, the last thing you want to do is wait.
Yeah.
Because then you get to a point where you have to go. And everybody else will just roll into the throttle before you get there, and it's game over. So you've got to be savvy about that. The big beneficiary here that getting to keep his position is the number 2 of two-time champ Jim Drago. Started 9th, and had they re-gridded, he'd have been back in 9th. He stays 4th.
Yeah, and I would say there's 2 other cars that had great starts. The 193 of Raiden Nichols sitting in 6th, and the number 56 of Todd Burris sitting 8th. Remember, we mentioned Todd starting 14th. He'd already cut that in half. So keep an eye on that plain orange Miatas. You can see now that train of 6 cars. They're up on the wheel. They know what's going to happen here in about 10 seconds.
And basically, we're going to have 23 minutes of racing. And look at that. You called it. It looks like Pardis into Bruni into Stain, and maybe even helped by Drago. And we're green. We're back at it here. And some cars in the back making some early looks. And let's see what happens here. There we go. We see Bruni taking a peek, dives right back down to the inside. And then 3, 4, 5 abreast in the group behind here. Anybody going to try something drastic? Everybody, there's a few cars that thought about it, Tomo, but most of them look like they said, yeah, let's just get through this lap. Although we got somebody running wide, just the lefts. Looks like he held on to it, and a couple other cars behind. But so far, let's keep the fingers crossed as we head toward the snake.
Yeah, that was Jonathan Davis up from 23rd to 14th on that initial start. So he keeps it mostly in the same position. Little flat slides through NASCAR into turn 4 now, as the field is mostly single file still. Not a lot of attacks happening from that single file restart, really.
Look at this, good respect here, even though there is one of the cars. You hate to see that. You got 2 cars side by side, and somebody clobbers a curb and it launches it. But everybody dealt with it beautifully. We've got a break already. Stain, Bruni, and Pardis opening up the slightest of margins back to the white and green 2 of Jim Drago. With right behind him is McTitus. And Raiden Nickel, again, really impressive. And Elvin Goulart, as always, showing some great pace. There's a look at the number 76 of Lauren Bralier, doing a really nice job early in the going here.
Yeah, qualified, I think, 18th. Has raced forward slightly.
Yep.
Another big slide for Todd Burris. Missed the apex of Oak Tree pretty bad. He might get under attack as he's kind of the break, as you see the lead pack, the break, and Todd Burris is the orange car at the front of that, having had a great start the first time. Looks a little too scrappy for his own good on this second restart. The front pack is breaking away just a little bit.
Yeah, that looks 6 cars strong, and there you go. Stain, Bruni went, and Pardis popped as well, and now they are working each other over, and that might be enough to at least get Pardis up in front. And look at that, Stain just that fast. Oh, Drago gets into the back of Bruni, loosens him up, but Bruni somehow held on to it. Stain back and forth, might even end up 5th or 6th there by the time they get down to the bottom of the roller coaster. Here we go into Hogpen. And Drago there in that 3rd spot, the 66 of McTitus. A great rebound into 4th, and Stain drops to 5th.
Oh, and you can see there's a big wiggle as McTutis pops over the outside of Jim Drago. Now, that's the long way around this bent front straight, but he's got his teammate. These are exactly what they wanted to happen. They wanted to find each other somehow, and they know they've got 20 minutes to make this thing work now. I think they're really the only teammates that are in lockstep at this point.
And that can have huge dividends, of course. And so, Preston Pardis to the lead, Bruni into 2nd, McTutis into that 3rd spot, and then Drago still hanging on in 4th, and Stain side by side with a rapidly starting Raiden Nickel. What a start he's having, but here comes Elvin Goulart down to the inside as they head now into this really tricky turn 4, left hook they call it, and looks like, well, they're still side by side, so close. And Elvin Goulart, that was experience showing, Tomo, as he went not the place to battle, just tucked back in.
Yeah, exactly. He must have lifted just enough to get back in behind. He knew that they were going to cause a big break between the 2 packs if he stayed there. So we have 1 car off pace. That is Lauren Bralier off pace a little bit in the 76.
It's like she just got maybe squeezed wide, and you get offline, you get into the slippery stuff a little bit. You got to just get out of it a bit. But this field continuing at serious pace here, and up front it's Pardis, Bruni, McTutis, Drago, and Denny Stain right there. But boy, look at Raiden Nickel, Elvin Goulart right there as well. And there you talked about him, Todd Burris, even even with that little problem coming out of Oak Tree last lap, he's still right there in 8th.
After getting hung out to dry on the outside of turn 1, it looks like a really kind of floundering a little bit for Stain. He's still going to get pushed up to this lead pack. It's not game over, but with Drago being able to slot himself between the two teammates, McTutis in the black and yellow and Stain in the blue and orange, he's kind of broken up their strategy just a little bit. Now it's Raiden Nickel deep on the brakes, up under the back bumper of Stain. There might have been two sets of brakes, more than one there for a moment.
And there's the number 70 of Elvin Goulart we've been talking about, and he was our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner, which means from Tuesday to Wednesday, whoever made the biggest gain in that second qualifying session, and that went to Elvin, and that helped promote him up into that 7th starting spot. But here comes the field, and all of that is changing. We've got little groupings here now that are broken clear. We're starting to see some gaps forming in this huge field, Tomo.
And Pardis able to actually just start to pull away until this very last minute. Big lockup for McTutis, but he keeps it under control. Around the outside as we have an impact off, light impact, but off at the hog pen corner coming onto the front straight, the number 12.
That's Russell King, who had an issue in qualifying and was back in the pack just a little bit. Fortunately, the impact and just got in too hot down into hog pen, and the tires doing their job. He bounced off him, backs out, and might even be able to continue, Tom.
Yeah, luckily didn't get stuck too badly in that wet grass, so this should continue on. Pardis commanding control of this race. He's starting to check out. We mentioned at the beginning of the show that he's the one that delivers when it needs to happen. As another off for the 95, we'll go on kind of a sad, sorry journey through the grass off the outside. That's painful. But Pardis, again, he's the deliverer. He knows exactly and can pull it out when it matters, and he's somehow just starting to drive away a little bit. We don't see that very often in Spec Miata.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, and I mean, at the sharp end of Spec Miata, the driving talent is really stout, but he's one of those guys, you just never see him make mistakes. And that's pretty impressive to watch. Having a look here at Nick Leveroni and that 194 trying to make his way up just a little bit. Really didn't get a great qualifying run by his standards, and trying to auger his way up. Oh, so close. Big move of the car right in front. Was that Leveroni?
It was. Leveroni got pushed by the 118.
Yep.
Trying to find the name of the driver that pushed him, and then another kind of side-by-side clunk for the two cars that went through there.
That was Jordan Rixigrini, I think.
And this had been going on for a while. Look at side-by-side all the way through the S's, leaning on each other. Have to wonder if the 18 car decided to come off the brakes a little early and give a little kiss to the back of Leveroni for having squeezed him through the S's. Maybe wasn't super happy about that. But this is the story in Spec Miata, right? You start to break away. You get a killer first sector, but then you get it back straight away. The draft brings everything right back together. Pardis has Bruni, the defending champion, on his back bumper again.
And McTutis just continuing to hang right in there. And Drago, though, has faded on this lap. Oh, and that is Burris off at the bottom of hog pen, and that's going to cost him a lot of spots. It was a great save, but the thing is, these cars, you have that moment where you lose that level of momentum. It all goes wrong, and we've got 4 abreast down into turn 1. What a move by Raiden Nickel from 4th into the lead. And then knowing that it just opens up on the exit, the radius increases, was able to just stay with it. Pardis just following him through. But Raiden Nickel, the move of the day so far.
That was spectacular. It reminds me of 2021's runoffs where we had Connor Zilic just willing to make every move, and everybody around him went, okay, you do that. Yeah, okay. And it worked for him. He had a pony of finish. Raiden Nickel just did the same thing, and I think Preston Pardis did acknowledge, okay, this is probably not the time to defend too hard.
Yeah.
Let's slot in. I'm going to keep this second position, keep myself in the race.
And right now, we have about 15 minutes left in this, 15 minutes to go. So still plenty of time here. And, for the drivers that now are outside of those lead 2 groups, the shot at a win certainly is probably not there. Podium may be a little difficult as well. But for this group of there's 5, 6, 7 cars, any one of them could do this here. And Raiden Nickel, what a drive he is putting on. Mighty talented guy for sure here, and showing it here with this great run thus far.
From 11th on the grid, don't forget that. But yes, you're correct. It's a 7-car breakaway at this point. It's Pardis, Bruni, McTutis, Nickel, Stain, Drago, and Henderson. Not in that order currently. That's the last time they were across the line. So don't forget that Drago and Henderson are still kind of in this one with a shot. You see another shot of that 76 of Lauren Brallier has recovered from that kind of off moment and rejoined this this really heated pack. And I was going to say, Greg, what I'm sensing right now is from that 40-minute or so break, a lot of drivers are looking a little frantic.
Yeah, just trying to do too much too soon possibly here. And let's give Lauren a little shout out here as we have a look at the number 46 of Domenico Lucci as he pops out, makes a nice pass on the number 98 of Charlie Campbell. And Charlie already had a win, just missed the podium earlier today. And it's unfortunate that he's back in the pack just a little bit. But Bralier, she's been doing double duty here, not in other cars, but in the announce booth a bit. It's real close quarters at the bottom of Hog Pen.
A little lockup for the driver we're talking about right now. Got pushed a little bit wide by the 95. Two cars that have had some excitement today. The 95 as well has been off, but now back to our lead pack. Not a lot of shuffling in turn one this time, but Pardis making his move. He's got to be careful, try to slot back in front of Pardis, or sorry, in front of Stain, and he does.
Boy, he wanted to open that arc up a little bit, but he knew Denny Stain was just going to jump down the inside, and Bruni, for a second, I thought he was going to stuff it down the inside of McTutis, and decided, no, that's not the place to try and do it here. You got to be a little bit better up and alongside. But boy, Pardis got a great run through that increasing radius exit of turn one, but just put him on the wrong side.
Yeah, Bruni is the car that's dropped 2 positions. I think everyone else is pretty much in the same order. He was third, is now fifth, and as Drago and Henderson at the back. Drago is in the white and green. Henderson is in the gray. Those cars are getting a little bit closer now. I'd say this is properly a 7-car train.
I think so too. And then it's a bit of a gap, about 4 seconds from there, back to Dan Conway in the 198. Jacobs and the rest of the field. So this is the group that are going to be duking it out for the remainder of this one for those top positions here. Huge run out of Oak Tree, and Ray Nickel using up every piece of the racetrack, but getting it done at fast lap, last lap, not a surprise fast lap of the race at a 2:16.4. And even so, his margin at the line, 86 one-thousandths of a second. Welcome to Spec Beyond.
Yeah, it is a little impressive, a little surprising, I should say, to see the lead car in the train be the fastest. So he's holding it down very well. But had a little bit of a sideways moment coming off of Oak Tree. Not sure if he was able to hold that lead, or maybe they just all decided to give him a push. As we take a look now at Nick Leveroni, who had that off-course excursion a couple laps ago with a little bit of help from the 118 of Jordan Rixagrini.
Leveroni just trying to rebound here and fight his way and get back into the group. He clearly wants to, be up there and be able to at least do whatever he can in terms of some sort of position here. And, with a big field, you just want to keep getting after it here at this stage. And remember, Denny Stain had the opportunity to win the Super Sweep, but he had to win the race. And right now, he's in 5th, and he's got work to do.
We're taking a look at the battle for 10th, essentially. That is the yellow car, number 15 of Brett Kowalski. Then right behind Logan Stretch, Boris Said Jr. up from 25th to 12th. Todd Burris, after going off on that first lap, is in this scrap. Frankie Barroso, Sean Noonan. You can see there's 10 of them all scrapping out. And then side by side for Burris around the outside. And the number 9 of Logan Stretch up the inside, very close with the 133. That's Boris Said Jr. in the flat gray, almost catching the rear bumper of Todd Burris.
Really, really close. And Boris Said Jr., he might be a candidate for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award from where he started to where he is running now. He just lost the spot to Spencer Lofton at the flag on that lap at the start stand, but still a great run up through the field right now. Here we go, Pardis working his way up, and look at this, Denny Stain. What a lap he's driven here. Look at this move. Denny Stain, he started this lap in 3rd spot, folks. 3 abreast up into Oak Tree. Is this even possible? And Nicholas Bruni says this is golden opportunity, and Bruni comes from 5th. Oh, off goes Radon Nickel and Denny Stain, and Bruni goes from 5th to 2nd.
Man, that was so intense, and Stain was trying to be a little more careful there. He actually broke from the middle of that pack to get back in line, and unfortunately, Nick Bruni took the perfect opportunity to put himself in prime position, and it was Radon Nickel that gets scrapped off the back of that outside corner, when now we see Brian Henderson getting really aggressive. He was that big pop in the gray car at the back, moving up to at least 4th.
Yeah, and look at this. Jim Drago, who had started that last lap in 6th, now 3rd, as we drop down through the roller coaster once again. And Nicholas Bruni doing an absolutely superb job. Remember, he's the defending champ, won it here last year, and doing a superb job. Preston Pardis right there, then Drago, And then that 97 of Brian Henderson, what a move by Brian after he had started this lap in 7th spot, now sits not only in 4th, but there's a gap between himself and the pursuers.
Yeah, it kind of dropped one of the cars off the back there, but it's East Street Racing cars 1, 2, 3 right now, and it's Chuck McTudis that had dropped back. I have to wonder if Chuck is trying to get Danny back into this battle, because those two are teammates in 5th and 6th. If he drops back just enough that he still gets the draft but picks his teammate back up, I mean, that's a hero save if he can do it, but that's a really, really risky move.
Yeah, it truly is, and I don't know whether, he's thinking, Danny has a shot at this super sweep. Am I going to help him? Maybe we can both go to the front. And we're going to see how that plays out right now. Meanwhile, a little bit farther back in the field here, good battle with the number 95, having a really good run. That's Jonathan Newdorf. And we'd seen him he was one of the guys that had that off at turn 1, had that long lurid slide, but has gathered it back up and into a pretty good scrap of his own.
The other car he's battling with is Ethan Goulart, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show. Had qualified with his dad in the top 10, but had something happen at some point that we might have missed, taking him further down the field.
It's about 30th right now where those guys are battling for it. So, yeah, some problems, but still doing a great job as we are just under 7 minutes to go here in this run to the gold in the National Championship run. Boris said, once again, making a big move, jumps inside of Logan Stretch, and Logan then gets sort of freight trained off the side of the track as a few more guys go through on him as well. Todd Burris has cleared those guys. I think it may have been the 178 of Julian DaCosta that also got an opportunity there. And with a field this big and cars this close, yeah, there's always great battles for the win, but there's huge battles everywhere around this track.
It's one of those races you come off, you're like, where did I finish? You don't have your crew. I mean, you're shuffling so much. You're focused on it. But Boris said Jr. up the inside of the 178. Julian DaCosta is going to hold the position this whole stack up. Logan Stretch was the loser this lap, but he's going to have a chance to come back at him as he's very, very tight with the 118 of Jordan Rick Segrini.
And Jordan Rick Segrini, it's great to be calling him live at a race. He runs in a iRacing series that I announced and does a really good job there. And it's nice for me to be able to actually call him live here at the runoffs, and sitting right now in the 17th spot. And not a bad show at all for Jordan at this stage. But at the line, here we go. We have now 6.5 minutes to go. It's Bruni, Pardis, Drago, Brian Henderson, McTudis, Denny Stain, and not much of a gap now to Conway, Jacobs. I mean, this pack, Raiden Nickel back in 9th, but they're still so close.
Another close call for the 44. He's almost done that twice this race, but fun to give some love to this battle for just outside the top 10, basically for the 10th spot, as our leaders have had another drama happen. Somehow, I think Brian Henderson got dropped back off. Yes, he did. He was in the lead pack for a moment, but he's somehow now behind Chuck McTudis. So it's now dwindled from a 7-car pack, I would call it, to a 3-car pack.
Yep, and not a lot of time left in this one. And it's Bruni, Pardis, and then Drago just trying to stay close here. And then, as you said, then that little bit of a drop here. And McTudis making that move right when he needed to. And look at these two guys right now. This is the mission here. Make a break.
Yeah, Pardis is working on getting this to be a 2-car battle, and it's working. He pushed Bruni all the way through the S's. It's your defending champion, Nicholas Bruni, leading the race ahead of Preston Pardis, multi-time national champion himself. Jim Drago is the one losing out on this because Pardis is trying to get rid of him so he can focus only on the race in front of him. And so far, it's working.
And Drago also part of that E Street Racing. Yep. So right now, the teammates are have said, well, sorry, we got to choose somebody, and it's not you at this stage. So Jim, if he's going to pull this off, and he is a multi-time champion in this class previously, so we know he knows how to get it done. But man, he's got some work to do. And the guy that's got to be kind of ruining things just a little bit is that beautiful blue and orange. Oh. Go! And McTudis locks him up and skates off to the outside here. And this could end up not hurting him too bad here.
Yeah, Henderson had a lockup before and actually just kind of hip checks him off the road. I don't know if either of them would have, fully made that apex by themselves, but unfortunately Chuck was trying to hold the apex around, or try to hold the outside, and got some help pushed off.
And that lead duo now, that margin is going to be pretty stout here. And that's the number 97 of Henderson trying to get back around on Stain. But what is the margin up at the front? We'll let you know as soon as scoring cycles here. And Preston Pardis into the lead now. And nice move by him.
You know who's doing a killer job is the 199 of Ethan Jacobs from 17th on the grid. With all this attrition of cars getting knocked on and off, it's all the way up to 6th.
Boy, talk about another potential Sunoco Hard Charger candidate. What a great run here.
And you'll see him in the shot, the pink, black, and yellow car right there. Just he's clinging on.
He's got the back of them. That's a heck of a run.
Yeah.
Really impressive here. But again, these two opening it up, they were about 1.2 seconds clear of Drago. And what do we have left here? 3.5 minutes. So it takes a long time in this class to make up a tenth of a second, let alone 1.2. So Drago, he may soon find himself in a battle for that last podium spot because Stain getting help with Henderson, and they're trying to close it up on him in a hurry and bringing Conway and Jacobs right with them.
Yeah, I thought it was Henderson, but there's another car in there. It's Daniel Conway, who started 15th. That's the car that runs 6th. So Conway and Jacobs, working together from 15th and 17th, have decided to just drive to the front, and they're successful with it. But these two have successfully made this car a two-horse two-horse race. Bruni and Pardis, with Pardis now to the point.
And with lap times in the 2:17s and with under 2 minutes left, white flag's going to be coming out. We're going to be starting our final lap. And the battle for the gold is going to be mano a mano. It surely appears at this point. And then Drago, Stain, Henderson, Conway, Jacobs, they're going to be duking it out for that final podium spot. So into the roller coaster, down the hill, Hogpen facing them, and then the white flag, Tom.
And Conway and Jacobs were challenging Henderson and Stain. They weren't able to do anything with it that time, but that's a 5-car battle for the bronze right now.
Yeah, they are all over the back of Pardis, over the back of Drago right now. Down through the bullpen. Always keep a weather eye there because it's such a tough place here. Stain got a run, he thought, on Drago. Drago tried to protect a little bit, but Stain got the nose underneath, and Henderson goes, that's my guy, jumps to the inside. As we start the final lap, it is Preston Pardis leading from Bruni, and look at this. This is it. Gloves are off, Tomo.
Stain had an incredible run through Hogpen. You saw the car compress and hook up just perfectly. Was able to motor right past Jim Drago, who's now gotten passed by Brian Henderson as well. Down to 5th for that driver. And now Conway and Jacobs smell blood in the water. But Danny Stain just got himself a bronze medal if he can hold it.
And there you can see the two up front that are kind of duking it out, and then this great battling going on behind. And there you can see McTutis trying to recover, Julian DaCosta and Burris having their own little scrap. But we're going to keep an eye on what's going on up front. But right now, Pardis has eased away just a little bit from Nicholas Bruni, and we'll see whether Nicholas is going to be able to get that toe back. But here is that scrap. 5 cars strong, and Raiden Nichols closing in, too.
Everything on this race depends on the exit of Oak Tree for Nick Bruni. If he wants to defend his championship, he needs the perfect run through the exit of Oak Tree to be able to draft all the way back to Pardis, because Pardis has absolutely done a fantastic job to give it a little bit of buffer.
All right, you can hear the tire.
That was
chirp.
Pardis.
That's the work, yeah.
That was a flat slide for Pardis. He kind of botched the entry to Oak Tree.
So Bruni might just have that run you're talking about. Pardis goes, that's a block, and that's not going to be viewed very positively. Bruni able to get down and underneath and make that happen here. And here we go. Now, is Pardis going to get a side draft and be able to do anything down into the roller coaster? He's got position for this first little flick left, but then it's the right-hander that makes the difference. Is Bruni going to tough it out? He dives to the inside. Pardis tries to close the door. Side by side into the roller coaster. Finally, Bruni gives way. So now Bruni has got to figure out a way to get the run through Hogped, Tomo, and get that run down this long straight. Here we go. Both of them a little slide. Bruni does get a good run. He's closing it up. Has Pardis done enough? Is Bruni in a position? Wait for the move. He's going to try and pop and do something. It's coming up. He's not close enough, or is he? They touch. I don't know. That is a photo finish. We're going to wait for timing to clear here. They were so close. And behind them, was it Denny Stain or was it Brian Henderson? A photo finish for the bronze as well. Right now, timing says Pardis by 3/1000ths, folks, over Bruni, with Brian Henderson equally close over Stain. Look at that. There was a touch there. Did they rub each other?
They absolutely touched. I just don't know if timing and scoring is going to be declared the absolute official, because there's obviously where the transponder is in the car to question, of course. So that's going to be reviewed certainly. But Brian Henderson did take the win, the third place. What was that?
I'm not sure. I don't know if Pardis was celebrating and it got away from him.
So Henderson scored third on timing and scoring. Stain, Drago, and then Conway and Jacobs, killer drives from 15th and 17th respectively. Nickel able to get back to the 8th spot after getting knocked off the track, or more or less driving off the track, one of the two, at Oak Tree. Julian DaCosta, Todd Burris finds his way back to the top 10. I'm fascinated to see what they call at the line if timing and scoring is scored as the official.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a clarification on that. It's just that close for sure. And let's see what happens here. And, the guy who's got to be gutted right now is Charles McTudas, who had such a quick car, had such a great run going. And, another guy I want to give a shout out here, Jordan Rixagrini started 26th, ended up 12th. So, and this is only his second runoffs. That is a fabulous drive to a very, very intense field here for him as well. And Boris said Jr., he was kind of the yo-yo. He went from where he started up into the top 10, out of it by a number of spots, back into it, and ended up 14th. So tough run for him.
Yeah, there's so many drivers who just climbed through the field. As one driver would drop off, someone else obviously takes that spot and fills in the gaps. But right now, on timing and scoring, Preston Pardis right here at the 42 being scored the national champion winner in Spec Miata. Still celebrating.
He's just pitching it sideways.
And I got to say, so he made that uncharacteristic mistake coming into Oak Tree. We heard the flat slide. You heard the tires squealing.
Yep.
He did a masterful response to that. I think he defended just appropriately enough without crossing the line, and then he outbraked himself perfectly into Oak Tree to keep the position.
Well, and there's what it shows now. Obviously, that can always be reviewed with an absolute photo finish here. And you may have to look at that when it gets this close. But really, no question, it was Brian Henderson with a great drive up to the podium, considering that he started 6th, dropped back a little bit, and fought his way to the top. But as of now, Preston Pardis, absolutely remarkable run. That would be his 4th gold medal for Preston. And proving that he is an absolute master in Spec Miata.
Yeah, it's so much fun to watch. I think we forget we're commentating. We just lean forward and start and just enjoy the show half the time, but it's awesome.
Let's go back and take a look at this finish here. And there you can see the move by Bruni and Pardis, and they touched. There's the line. Wow, that's close to call.
Yeah, the problem is the camera is not lined up perfectly with the start-finish line, so it almost looks like Bruni was ahead, but the camera angle is going to do that, right? So it's hard to say. If anything, I want to say Preston Pardis might have actually been a little further ahead than it looked, but look at how he's so excited.
Well, you win a battle like that, that's the joyous moment, as I think our Hayward Wagner is about to reconfirm. Hayward?
Can we now call you Mr. Spec Miata? Is it time?
No, it's not. No, no, definitely not.
We don't know definitively who won this race yet. We're still unwinding it. We're still trying to figure it out, but the timing says it was you by .003. Closest margin I can remember. How does that feel?
Awesome. I mean, it was a great team effort. I got East Street guys, and Nick Bruni, been a heck of a teammate, especially here in the past. Last year wasn't the result both of us wanted, but no, I can't thank the East Street guys enough. Powertrain, motors, everything ran phenomenal. I can't believe it. I didn't think I had a car to do it. About halfway through, I got a little in contact, and I don't know if I dropped the wheel or what, but big vibration on the right front. I thought the car was coming apart, so I'm pumped up, man. I can't believe it.
More time. Woo! Tom thought on the last lap at Oak Tree you might have come in a little late, a little sideways, scrubbed it a little bit for the back straight. It looked like Nick closed up there. What happened?
Ran out of talent. I missed the corner. I thought I had him for sure going into Oak Tree with the gap we had, and I don't know. I had a little rookie mistake, and thankfully I didn't get too passed up by him there, but it made it happen. So
even a lot of celebration, a lot of congratulations. How many people you put in the car for the victory lap?
I don't know. As many of these guys that can fit in a Miata. I don't think that's too many of them, but we'll open the trunk up and do it.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Back to you guys upstairs.
What a hard-fought battle for the win, and you called it, Tomo, that little tire chirp going into Oak Tree, and it put him in a defensive position and resulted in this run. He was able to hang on to it, but Bruni getting a great run down through Hog Pen. They touched as they came across the line. So close to call. We can't do it. Obviously, this is going to be reviewed for that absolute photo finish. So it's time to get back down to Hayward and check in with our current second-place finisher and third-place finisher. Hayward?
So, Nick, to be clear, we don't know who won this race officially yet. We're looking at video. Timing says that it was 0:03 advantage for Preston at the line. So right now we think you're second. Going into that last lap, knowing that you're trying to back up a national championship from last year, are you thinking about strategy? Is it just holding on? How did this all feel?
Honestly, I was thinking, like, what could be better than getting to race with my good friend Preston on the final lap there. You know, I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my God, we got this. Like, no matter what, we're coming home 1-2 right now. Let's not throw it away. And yeah, I was thinking about, like, you know, he's really good. He's the real deal. He's not an easy guy to beat. And I'm like, where am I going to get him? We both drove the worst lap of our lives, I would say, on that last lap, missing every apex. Probably because we were both just thinking about the podium already. But, you know, yeah, I was trying to get a good run on him, coming down the back straight, got up alongside him. Then I had tucked back behind him coming through Hog Pen, and he bobbled. He got loose. I held onto the brake a little too long, getting worried I was going to slide off, and you saw the results. We don't know who won, I guess. Him and I at the end there came together. I think we were both trying to side draft each other at the exact same time and unfortunately doored each other, but luckily we came across the line in one piece.
It was an incredible race. We'll have officials in a moment. We'll let you know when we know. I'm going to bring Brian up next. Brian Henderson finished in third. Brian, if those guys had just vaporized, you would have had an incredible race for that win.
Yeah, they were, 10 cars ahead of me battling for third and fourth. If they would have just something happened to them, it would have been great. But nah, they're my teammates. It's great to see ESR 1, 2, 3, man. I was able to squeeze out Danny there at the line too. So it was just great. Man, I couldn't ask for a better week of racing, and to cap it off with this podium means a lot to me. Big thanks to my whole family, my mom and dad, my wife Allie, our daughter, her whole family for being here. Billy Ring, East Street Racing, all the guys on the crew, it's been awesome.
Well, they're still trying to figure those guys out. You're definitely third. Congratulations on the podium.
Glad that it's certain, and it's going to be interesting to see who takes the win. I'm rooting for both of them.
Congratulations.
A politician in the future when he decides to quit racing. But, I mean, what a great drive he put. And you said it. You said keep an eye on him, and he was just relentless.
Yeah, they had come from, I think, 6th and 7th just to kind of start to inch forward through the field, and it pays off.
And we watch Preston Pardis on the very special lap. Let's go to some highlights here. And Denny Stain led him away from the pole, and immediately Bruni jumped up and got into that second spot. And the action got to be pretty fierce in a big hurry here. Preston Pardis, Drago getting involved in it as Danny Stain got demoted. On the outside, you see the 66 of Victutis, and also Element Goulart there in the early going.
Yeah, it was still there at this point, but this is that back and forth with Leveroni and Rick Sagrini, back and forth, and it ends up with Leveroni getting pushed off at Oak Tree.
And how about this move of the race? We think Raiden Nickel coming from fourth to the lead, heading in to the first turn here, and then using that exit up beautifully. But it didn't take long for Pardis to get back up front, and they were still three abreast. And here, Raiden actually got forced off the outside at Oak Tree. Denny Stain going with him. And that allowed these two guys eventually, Tomo, to make a little bit of a break.
Yeah, that multiple over-under that Bruni pulled off in Oak Tree that we just saw was the moment he secured a podium for himself. This is the final lap back all the way down the back straight, trying to side draft each other. Just does not quite work for Pardis.
Yeah, and Pardis was able to just hang on to it here. And then we talked about it. Bruni now had to time it to perfection. He makes the pullout. They touch as they side draft. And we just got confirmation from race control after checking the photo finish. Pardis is your national champion for 2023 in Spec Miata and gets his 4th gold medal in this class. He is one of the specialists in Spec Miata, to be sure. Thank you so much for joining us here for the Run to the Gold in Spec Miata at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. For Tom O'Gorman and for Hayward Wagner, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks so much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. It's the historic 60th annual SCCA runoffs. Welcome to an absolutely beautiful afternoon here at Virginia International Runway as the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs is being brought to you by Mazda here in our broadcast. There is a look at the lodge, great place to stay here on the grounds. And tell you what, this is an absolutely beautiful place. And after what really every class endured last year with Hurricane Ian just slamming this facility, to see the clouds part, it was dry, but to see blue in the sky, sun coming out, absolutely beautiful day to go racing for the gold in GT3. And for more on that, let's get down to Hayward Wagner.
Hey guys, this morning we saw GT2 run, and we talked about how a lot of the cars in that class were spec cars from other series, TA2 cars or Porsche GT Cup cars, things like that. In GT3, this is all hardcore tube frame, body draped race cars. On the pole, you got Tony Ave. This is a rear-wheel drive Acura RSX. Yes, Acura RSX body, but a rear-drive car. Right beside it is a third-gen RX-7, except it actually started life as a first-gen RX-7. This car's been developed year after year after year, been rebodied, reskinned, now in the third-gen configuration. Beside that, you've got another rear-drive car that's theoretically front drive. You've got a Toyota Celica with rear drive, and then another RX-7, of course, there in the fourth spot. Almost all these guys are running similar tires, best I can tell, until you get to the fourth place car, and that is a Goodyear car. A lot of Goodyear support here at the runoffs, really trying to get some good results from them. So it's a Hoosier-Goodyear battle at the front of GT3.
All right, thank you very much, Hayward. Great information as always. And also want to welcome in Lefty McLeod. Great to have you here on the heels of winning your fifth solo national championship. So you know what it feels like to win a national title. You know how important it is for these guys, but they have to be able to tame Virginia International Raceway. Let's take a look at our Mazda track map.
Yeah, a lot drier than it was a year ago, which means turn one braking zone's a little bit easier, but still very treacherous as the whole field's going to funnel down into there in just a few minutes. Turn one's kind of a hairpin, come around the classic NASCAR turn 3, the left hook at 4 is where everyone's got to be single file. Then you get the snake, which leads you down the short chute under the bridge through the up S's, and these cars are going to be fun climbing curbs, heading up those things, and then whipping those cars around turn 10, South Bend. It's treacherous. These cars will fly around there. Critical to a lap, though, is going to be Oak Tree, turn 12, leading to the longest straightaway on the track, and it climbs a hill all the way to the top of that roller coaster, where, again, they better be going single file, all the way down 14 through 16, and then finally hog pen onto that front straight. One more time, I'll tell you, that front straight is fast.
It's fast, and it's longer than you think. Just because it bends a little bit, it doesn't present that way. This turn is hog pen, and this is one treacherous corner. The other one that I like to call my commitment meter is turn 10, South Bend, because as you turn in blind, it falls away. And if you're not on that exit curb, you're not fast up into Oak Tree. But if you misstep it by one little bit, you're sliding.
It's one of those, you take a deep breath and just kind of go, right as you come out of the upper S, you go, all right, let's go. And then you get through it. Yep.
Yeah, you cinch them up right through there. There's no question about it. So this is going to be interesting. And talk about a stacked field. I mean, Tony Ave, 3 gold medalists, almost got a 4th earlier today. Jeff Durnell, also a gold medalist in the past. And then Michael Lewis, how about this? 10 gold medals in his career here, 22 medals total. Talk about a stacked grid.
Yeah, all 3 of them have won it in this class. And even, in fact, Durnell, he won here in 2019. Ave won this thing last year. Lewis has won it many, many times, including his last was at 2020 Road America when he won this class in that same car that he's in this week. Yeah, lots and lots of front heavy in this field. Keep your eye on Warren Montague in that Celica, telling me that car is good for long runs. If anything in the front field ends up in a battle, if there's any kind of attrition, keep your eye on that Celica. He had a rough year last year. He's happy back in a car that he thinks in a long race could be a contender.
Yeah, and where we're talking about gold medalists, also Joe Christensen starting in that number 41. So it's a field that isn't big in numbers, but man, is it big in depth, depth of talent and driver abilities. And as that field makes its way out onto the track, let's take a look at our starting lineup. Starting in the 9th spot in his 5th runoff appearance, the number 7 of Ray Stevenson out of Miami, Florida and Florida region. The Mazda Goodyear Performance 411 Mazda RX-7. Starting in the 8th spot is the number 98, a rookie in runoffs competition, Timothy Proctor out of Columbus, New Jersey. And he is running the Route 22 Nissan Old Glory Detailing Nissan 240 SX. Starting in the 7th spot in his 6th runoff appearance, the number 26 of Chris Edens out of Sherwood, Arkansas. In the Arkansas region, the 2.6 Motorsport Sherwood Tire Mazda Miata. Starting in the 6th spot is the rookie, the 56 of Zachary Hollingshead. We're not sure whether he was going to be able to make it out. He made it. Yep. That is so good to see. Out of Lake City, Florida, the Buccaneer region in the Hollingshead Performance Mazda Miata. Starting in the 5th spot, his 13th runoff appearance, the 41 of Joe Christensen out of London, Ontario, driving in for the Detroit region in the Christensen Racing Engines Hoosier.
I don't see him on the grid, though, so unfortunately I may not be seeing Christensen in that Honda.
That's a shame. Obviously, one of our gold medalists. Then, starting outside of that 2nd row, the 4th spot, his 43rd runoff start, the number 32 of Michael Lewis, who, as you said, 10-time gold medalist, driving the Goodyear RX-7. Starting inside of row 2, in his 2nd runoff start, the 37 of Warren Montague out of Midlothian, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. region, in the Pella TRD and Toyota-sponsored Toyota Celica. And then our front row, as we said, on the outside, Jeff Durnell out of Roswell, Georgia, Atlanta region, in the Road Racing Hoosier Lucky's Mazda RX-7. And on the pole, and the defending champ in this category, the number 44 of Tony Ave, Maiden, North Carolina is his home, Central Carolina region, in that Acura RSX. This is his 3rd pole at the runoffs. And as Hayward alluded to, these cars are what often are called silhouette cars.
I think with one exception, I think Chris Eden's out there in a car that started out life, I believe it was an STU, if I got that right, and he's been developing that car, modifying it different classes, and here he is now in GT3. So keep your eye on him. He'll be in that black, red, and white Miata, that number 26. The rest of these, as you say, silhouette cars. There are tube frames, pure race cars underneath, just a bit of a smaller displacement, and pretty much all the things you see that are Mazda. Not sure about Eden's, but on the other ones, even in the case of Hollingshead, that's a rotary in there. He got himself a 13B inside of his Miata, quote unquote. But some of the other ones, small displacements. Some of the Nissans, they'll run the 2.4. If it's the Honda, I believe it's a 2-liter. The Toyota's a 1.8. All smaller displacements, but these are pure race cars underneath, and they make some pretty good top end power.
Yeah, and lightweight and really good braking systems. I mean, they are built from the ground up to be race cars, except, as you said, for Eden's. And we'll see that in these GT classes on occasion, what I call a hybrid car, where the most of the car will be a stock car that has been massively modified with a front clip and that sort of thing. So pretty much this is it's a great engineering class.
It absolutely is, yeah. And some of these cars, it's a generation of development. Lewis's car has been around for decades. As Hayward was talking about, Darnell's car starting out with a first-gen Silhouette. Now he's got the second-gen. He continues to develop. Ave's car has been a couple years in development to get to where it is. Yes, if you're in a class like one of these GTs, you're in it for a long time.
Yeah, it's sort of like the other folks who are just we're happy and proud, man. A lot of times you're just happy in GT. And again, we talk about it, not a deep field in terms of numbers, but man, huge amount of talent here. And Tony Ave, who missed out on another gold medal earlier today in GT2, you know he wants to make good and defend here as the pace car makes its way into the pits. Thank you to Mazda and Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina. And now it is down to Ave. And once he gets into the acceleration zone, he can go when he wants. And that's when the flag will fly. And we have 15 laps. And Ave drops the hammer. We're green. And Ave leads away. Darnell trying to stay with him here. Both of them look like they got a pretty good launch here. And Darnell staying right up on the outside. He's got a nose ahead. Can he do the roundup and go around the outside? Too early in the race, he says, not yet.
Well, I talked to Darnell's crew chief today, and they said, you know what, even though their times were disallowed from Thursday, wouldn't have been on pole, but they had a bit of an issue with the flagging that they didn't see. He passed on yellow, didn't get his times, but ends up second on the grid. The key to them was they ran nearly pole pace in very hot conditions yesterday compared to the Tuesday conditions that Ave said his time in. They're very comfortable on this track for a very long run. They think they've got the pace to keep up with Ave or maybe even pull ahead of him here. Keep an eye on the first couple laps. And I'm looking at Montague there in the Celica already on the back of Darnell, so maybe Montague's got a little bit of hidden early speed that he didn't tell me about.
Yeah, and one thing we really haven't talked a lot about here is obviously, setup of the car, tire pressures are key. And do you start with a little harder, more pressure in the tire to get to the front in a hurry, get those tires to come in? Or do you want them to come in a little bit later, be fast late? And that's all part of the dice roll, isn't it?
Yeah, well, this morning, it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all morning long, overcast, kind of chilly. About 25 minutes before this race went green is when the first poke of the sun really came out, and I don't think these guys were necessarily ready for that. If you find somebody that was running, maybe they were thinking start with a hotter pressure, a little higher pressure, because it was going to be cooler temps, might get caught out.
Absolutely, and look, as you said, Montague all over the back of Darnell, but now they get on the straight. Darnell got a really solid run out of Oak Tree, and as they head down Madison Avenue, this long back straight, he's got some ground to make up because Ave has been easing away here. So we have a good look at the number 26 of Chris Edens out of Sherwood, Arkansas.
That's that car that's come up through the ranks of the STU just a couple years back, and he's been developing it. He's got a little bit of a loose front splitter on that car. We'll see what kind of pace he's got. Also keeping an eye on Michael Lewis. Has been quickly dropping back in the pack. He's had some mechanical issues with the car this week. His team's been working on it. Hopefully that car is going to continue and maybe pick up pace as it goes on.
All the way from Poway, California for the multiple-time champion here. We'll see what he's going to be able to do here. But, boy, he has dropped off significantly, hasn't he? As Darnell has been able to make up a bit of that deficit that Ave had opened up here and drop Warren Montague just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think that maybe that opening lap there for Darnell just needed to kind of get his feet wet, get the car settled in a little bit. It looks like he's done that. He's just going to keep Ave in his sights, going to maybe make Ave work just a little bit. And Darnell maybe looking at this as kind of a long-run race as well. Save the car a little bit for the end, which works really great if you're Warren Montague. As he told me, he'd love to have a nice long race that plays out at the finish. So everyone's got their strategy. Ave's might be to try and run away with it. The other guys are going to say, no, let's let this run for a while.
One thing I'm noticing from Ave as we watch him up through here is that car, and I don't necessarily think that the car is all that loose. He's just driving the wheels off it, so that car is sliding and moving everywhere. I think he wants to try and break them early here.
Yeah, he may be trying to throw in a couple of qualifying laps. But again, Darnell ran qualifying times yesterday in almost these same conditions. I think he's comfortable with that. Let's see what they look like right now. Their first flyer laps really only about a 2:01. Let's see if they can get down to the 159s or so that they were running into that qualifying times.
Yeah, Tony's lap, that first lap at 2:01.7. Everybody else in the 2:02s. So Tony really quick there, but there are spots here, obviously, where they're able to cover. And the interesting thing to me, it doesn't look, there's a little bit of a margin, obviously, between Tony and Montague, and Darnell seems to be sort of back and forth in that. Zach Hollingshead, really close to having it off there.
Yeah, just at the end of the break-in zone there at the top of the roller coaster for him. So I was talking a moment ago, but we weren't sure if we were going to see Zach on the grid. Talking to him, it was just about 2 hours ago. The entire ignition system off the car. They had issues. They had sand in the motor a couple of days ago, got that taken care of, and all of a sudden they had no spark, so they were putting on essentially a stock ignition module and coils on this thing just to get it to run. They weren't even sure they were going to source the parts until 2 hours ago when I was talking to him and his parents, his dad, of course, the crew chief. They've got it going. Very happy to be in this field. He runs a lot of Spec Miata. Trust me, that Miata is not a Spec Miata. He says this one's got a little more punch.
Yeah, and this is the huge story right now is Michael Lewis didn't have the best qualifying run, but he slipped from 4th now to 6th, and his last 2 laps have been about 8 seconds off of Ave's pace. That's not Michael Lewis, folks. There's something just not quite right with that car.
Yeah, about half of that, I think, just looking at the speed trap numbers at 112 miles an hour to the 145 that Darnell's running. So, yeah, there's definitely something up with the motor there in the Lewis car.
Yeah, and that's a real shame, obviously. And Ave, though, boy, the top end's working on that car, isn't it?
Look at this little battle, though, here between Ray Stevenson and Tim Proctor, between the Mazda and that Nissan. Very cool to see these guys. This is only a battle for 7th, but trust me, that's no less intense for these two to be doing their little battles here in the classic Nissan and Mazda going heads up.
Yeah, we've seen that over the years at the Runoffs. Those two marks so involved in it here. And that's one of the great things about the Runoffs. It's just a big deal to qualify. To get to the runoffs, then to be able to, get in the field solidly. And sure, you'd like to be running for a medal, but even if you're outside of the top 5, you find somebody, you're going to race hard. You're at the runoffs.
Yeah, and then we got another battle of these two Miatas. As you got Edens there in the 26 trying to chase down the 56 of Zach Hollingshead. Eden's really a great start to this race. He kind of running here in this 5th spot. If he can kind of get on the back of Hollingshead, maybe even make a move, something happens to that front 3, you could see Edens or Hollingshead really chasing down a potential podium and a medal.
Yeah, and Eden's the Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner. It's an interesting little challenge for the folks at Sunoco and their 260 fuel to say whoever gets a lap time in qualifying on Tuesday when the last 3 digits are as close to 260 as possible, we're going to give you a whole bunch of that fuel. And that went to Mr. Eden. So a great run for him. Obviously, Tony Ave, one of the big awards is the Tire Rack Pole Award. And that went to Tony Ave, as I said now, for the 3rd time in his career. But this battle is starting to shape up. Ave is definitely getting away now. The margin up to 3+ seconds. But Darnell and Montague, these guys are absolutely in it right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Darnell doesn't have better pace at this stage of the race. Not sure what's going on there, but Montague's loving it. He is just thinking, I can stick with Darnell all day long. But either one of them that far, we're only talking about 3 seconds here, and Ave's running some pretty quick laps right at that 2-minute .0 mark. That's pretty solid for this stage of the race. Full load of fuel in one of these 15-lap races. As it goes on, he might be able to lay down something faster, but Darnell and Montague, I don't know if they're going to be taking too many chances. They want to make sure they stay in this in case something happens to Ave, but they're definitely staying close.
Well, you don't want to jinx anybody here, but one of the things about this class, these are really highly stressed motors in these cars, and they deliver a lot of torque load through the gearbox and the drivetrain. And so that's one of the things when you get into GT classes, attrition can be a factor here. So it comes down to how hard do you want to push, thinking maybe somebody's going to have a problem up front. I want my car to last.
Yeah, and that's how this race has been for a number of years. You've got to finish first, you must first finish. It definitely applies here in the GT ranks. So look at Edens now trying to make the move on Hollingshead.
I'll tell you what, in a straight line, that sort of hybrid car, if you will, of Edens, really good down the straight, 140.8. We've seen him run here. That's one of the fastest times speeds that we've seen. So that car really working well. It's just not going to be quite as agile through the corners right now.
It might not be, but he's certainly given Zach all that Zach can handle. And Zach, of course, like I mentioned, he's running this thing with a silhouette of a Miata on it. He does Spec Miata race, so he's definitely comfortable in close quarters, as if you've watched the Spec Miata race we had here already this week. A lot of close quarter racing. That's how Spec Miata is. So even throw on the GT3 skin and a rotary up front, and he'll still race it like it's Spec Miata. And Edens as well. Those guys are definitely going to have a good race, and we're only 5 laps into this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is for, it's 4th right now for Hollingshead, 5th for Edens. And we talked about it. Anything happens to anybody up front, And guess what? That can change. In that last lap, for the first time, Durnell running faster, almost by a full second over Ave. Ave had that margin up to about 3.5 seconds. It's down to 2.2.
Ave responds, first sector, best of the race at a 42.9. But as you're saying, you're correct. Durnell and both Montague were both quicker than Ave on that last time around. So going to keep an eye on that. If maybe perhaps Ave's having issues in certain corners, maybe that oak tree, maybe down the roller coaster. He had no issue in turn 1, 2, and 3 on this lap here. But Durnell and Montague aren't going anywhere.
Well, I watched Tony, and I commented on it earlier that he was really hustling that car. It was sliding around, and you do have to be a little bit mindful of tire here.
Yeah.
And he was working it really hard, so we'll see now what he's able to do. Pretty good second sector. And a shout-out for Hollingshead, under pressure of Edens on that last lap. He set his best lap of the race, so really good job for him. And as long as you got a little tire on the car, as the fuel burns off, you should, in theory, be able to go quicker and quicker. So.
Yeah, Eden turned his best lap. Not surprisingly, Zach Hollingshead. Right now, they're battling pretty strong. Both turned their fastest lap of the race last time around. Montague here in this possibly underpowered Toyota is doing a great job of staying in the draft of Durnell and just keeps pressuring him. Not enough to try and make a pass, doesn't need to at this stage, but he's certainly going to be giving him all he can handle and staying up in the draft. Just see how this race plays out as we get closer to the halfway point.
Well, and Ave just delivered a message. First guy to drop beneath 2 minutes goes a 1:59.8 to Durnell's 2:02, and that margin, which was down to 2.2, is now 4.3. So Ave said, no, I got plenty left.
Yeah, somebody got on the radio with Tony, said, hey, Tony, they're getting closer. Okay, no problem. Tony's got quite the crew working for him. They were out there late last night. They were working on his GT2 car. They're working, of course, then here on his GT3 car. And even Joe Christensen's car. They're all, of course, paddocked in there together. And I think he's even going to be running P2 this week. So Tony getting a workout as he does. He drives anything with a wheel and pedals and showing that he's pretty darn good at it here.
And he also builds a mighty fine car. Ave Motorsports is a car builder for GT1 cars in particular. They really excel in that. So right now, Ave leads by over 4 seconds. Montague, though, right behind Durnell in a great battle for second. And this battle, Hollingshead and Chris Edens for that top spot in the top 5. And then behind them, actually, is this battle. That is Timothy Proctor has gone around on Lewis. And that is Ray Stevenson and Proctor having a great battle for 6th. So battles everywhere we look here in this 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs for this great class GT3. We'll be back.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Some wonderful partners are necessary to make an event like this happen, and SCCA has them for this 60th running of the National Championship Runoffs, and our broadcast being brought to you by one of the best, Mazda. Huge thanks to them as we're watching Tony Ave as he now is continuing to click off these laps in the low 2 minutes and high 1:59s. But Durnell has brought himself down into the low 2:01s and starting to build a little margin back to Montague. You can see that gap here just a bit. Then Hollingshead and Edens 4th and 5th, and Stevenson doing a really nice job because he started 9th, last in the field that came up here, and he's gone by guys like Michael Lewis, Tim Proctor, and now sits 6th.
Yeah, he's having a great race there for Stevenson. Running that beautiful blue Mazda, and I tell you what, it's not a bad combination in this class. Just like Durnell up front there, as well as Lewis in his own. These 13Bs tend to run pretty well out here in GT3.
And Stevenson was 8th in this class back in 2019, the first year we came here. And Lewis looks suddenly to be slowing dramatically. And that may have been able to let those guys through, but he is really struggling as Michael Lewis. This is a real shame, one of the great drivers in SCCA Runoffs history. And on Wednesday, he did earn the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award, and that's the award for the driver in each class that makes the biggest improvement from Tuesday's qualifying to Wednesday's. That goes to Michael, but his car, something is seriously wrong with it right now, and he's just limping it around.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Former champ in this class, in that car even, has had some fantastic races over the year, 10-time gold medalist, and all he can do is put the foot down and it not want to go for him. So that's not the best way to come across the country for your runoffs and in that way. But you know what? He's got a pile of gold medals at home. I think those will make great comfort things he can cuddle with when he gets back to Poway, California.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's not forget, that's just golds. In total, he's got, just want to make sure I got my number right here, he has 22 medals from the runoffs that he has. Oh, no! Edens has an off here, and he's got it stopped. Let's see what happened here.
It is outside of 1. He's got something mechanical going on there, and you can see the front end is all locked up as well as he's just trying to woe it down. Yeah.
I wonder, if he broke something.
Yeah, the way the front wheel's locked and the rear's not like that tells me maybe he's got a braking issue.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, he didn't get out to the wall, but he may be stuck there. Hopefully, see if we end up with a local yellow or what they decide to do.
Yeah, that's you always wonder about that, don't you? Because if one guy gets there, it's possible, and it always makes you a little nervous. But he's way off down there, so we'll see what happens. And that frees up Zachary Hollingshead a little bit. Doesn't have that pressure from behind. It's a long way for him to think about a podium right now. But I'll tell you what, just doing a superb job. And as a rookie, to end up top 5 in a class with this level of talent, and it's not too shabby.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's doing. And with all that pressure of this morning, not even sure if the ride was even going to run. To go back out there, it's just the young man just shakes it all off completely. Just gets behind the wheel and drives what he's got under him. And to see what happened. I know he's looking forward to getting up to Road America next year. I was asking him to say, have you driven there? Is it a good track for you? He said, never been there. I'm from down in Florida. We don't get up to Wisconsin too often, but next year you might see him at the 2024 runoffs.
Well, and he will discover immediately the glory that is Road America, that's for sure, when he gets up there, and that's going to be a lot of fun, obviously, and doing a really stout job right now as we are coming up, just gone by the halfway point here, and Durnell hasn't had an answer now for Ave for just a little bit, so Tony has made the break, but we'll see whether that is going to be able to continue here. But I'm looking here, Zachary, you know what? You think about that group in front of him and the speed they have, and Zachary now is dipping into the 204s, even a 203 on occasion. He's finding some speed here, Larry.
Yeah, he's getting very comfortable. They had issues during qualifying this week. He never got a lot of track time, so this is his chance to sort of every lap, every sector, he's going to be faster. In fact, he did this on the lap he just cross-start finish a moment ago. Again, he's sector by sector going quicker. So Zach having a really good race here. These guys here, of course, you got Proctor in the Z now getting around Stevenson back there in that in his Mazda. Proctor, I think another one of the rookies in this field out of the South Jersey region, having a pretty good run as well in his Nissan, now up to 5th.
Yeah, I mean that's it's big now, cracking the top 5, and there are obviously are the 3 main categories that you want to find yourself in. Obviously, number 1 is on top of the box with the win, but a podium, and then if you can't do that, at least a top 5, and he's there. And it has just been a run. I mean, he dropped behind Ray Stevenson for a while, and he's been able to fight his way back through, and now finds him up in that position. And it looks like Chris Edens, he is still parked down there. So that's a real problem here. But at this stage now, we've got a lot of racing to go, and it's fairly gapped out just a little bit here. And every once in a while now, you start to find those scenarios where you've got that huge lead, your focus. And as I said, these cars are stressed. You're listening for every sound that's going on here.
Yeah, watch the lines in that realm. Watch Tim Proctor here in this Nissan. He is not touching a curb anywhere. Look at this. He goes around Hog Bend, even on the exit. Everyone else is going on the curbs. You can see Stevenson doing that. Proctor's not. I'm starting to wonder if he's listening a little bit to his car and thinking, I don't need the curbs. I want this car to get to the finish. Watching him come through the climbing S's, everybody climbs his curves. He wasn't. So I'm really curious if he's got something. And now watch, Stevenson's on his tail, ready to go by him. I'm wondering if Proctor's got something he's listening for.
That's a really good point. Stevenson, that was just a power move as he went around it. So looks to me like Stevenson's car's got a little bit more top end on Proctor. And so Proctor is wheeling it whenever he can, using a little curb there. But yeah, in general, and that's smart. Again, these cars can be a little fragile when they're not designed to be going over big bumps.
Yeah.
And so he's smart about it.
Yeah, and we're coming up on this 9 laps complete for these guys. I don't know how many races they've done that have been that 12 to 15 lap duration. They may be thinking, I got to make sure this thing makes it to the finish. But now look at the gap of Stevenson over Proctor. Proctor's got something. He's got something he's really cautious about right now. Just look at how he would easily passed Stevenson a lap ago, and now he's definitely driving a bit cautiously in that Nissan.
And now Stevenson has gone through, and Stevenson, he had a really good season in the the Hoosier Super Tour. Came in here second in the points, so a really good run for him. 7 starts, 3 wins, 7 podiums, and 3 poles. And Stevenson even better in the major season, 5 wins out of 12 starts. But listen to this, 11 top 3s and 5 poles. So he's got a lot of experience under his belt here this season already coming in here to the runoffs, and that makes a big difference.
It definitely does. If you can get a lot of seat time within a season, you just get comfortable. But watch, let's talk about the line. Look at these two, how different they are. How Stevenson in the Mazda hitting those curbs. Proctor, nope, staying off of all of them everywhere. He's being cautious. Even at the exit of South Bend, he's not getting anywhere near that edge. He's just playing very conservative. Maybe he realizes his fight is here with the number 7 in Stevenson, and it's not going to end anytime soon. He may as well just there's the first time because he follows Stevenson right off.
That was a little bit of target fixation, I think, right there. But you know what? I think you're right. I think he's watching Stevenson, and Stevenson is definitely slinging that car more. And I think Proctor might be going, he's going to run those tires off. And maybe. If I just keep this car underneath me, I may have a lot better speed by the time this race gets into those final 3-4 laps. And we now have 5 to go. We've completed 10, and Tony Ave starting the final third of this race.
Relaxed. He's got his visor cracked. He's just getting into his groove.
I remember calling Tony Ave when he was running Sports 2000, and he was one of the young up-and-comers in Formula Atlantic. Way back in the day, he was just fast. And believe it or not, you know what he started his racing career doing?
Snowmobiles. Yeah.
You bet. From up where he is, and his family, his dad was a top-tier snowmobile racer, and Tony picked up the speed. And believe me, folks, if you're racing a snowmobile on a mile-long or a half-mile ice oval with carbide picks in the tracks, fear is not a big issue for you.
Oh, no, not at all. That's an amazing sport. Get the chance, if you're ever up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, come wintertime, they've got that, whatever they call that, the Sioux 1000 or whatever it's called.
You bet.
Yep, some great snowmobile racing going on up in that part of the world. And
the Eagle River World Championships on the big oval up there. So, and it's crazy. It's crazy fun, but it's crazy. And Jeff Durnell, I think now he is looking back. He's got himself, about 3 seconds ahead of Montague, but they're running near identical laps right now. And every time, Larry, I'm kind of watching, and I'm looking for one of those two to make a big step and do something here, and they just seem to be almost identical in pace now.
Yeah, it seems like a string of 202s for both of them, just lap after lap after lap. Meanwhile, Hollingshead's doing the same thing in the 203, 204 range, very, very consistent, but Montague doing that here, again, he was just happy the car was running this year, the work that they put in and his team put in to get that engine running over the winter, to redevelop the chassis, because they even felt that the chassis under them just wasn't very strong and had some issues, so they've gone to work on it, able to get the chassis sorted out, the engine's worked out, and this car, it seems, every weekend gets a little bit faster. It's showing its pace here, sitting in this 3rd spot.
Yeah, I mean, Montague also had a really good weekend season in the majors. He had 4 starts, 3 wins, and 3 poles out of it. So when he ran really, really well, obviously. And some of that development happens on the racetrack during races. And so he's got to be pretty pleased with it. But Durnell, and I'll tell you what, that Soul Red on that Mazda, and it looks nice.
Yes, it does.
It's just, I've always thought beautiful lines on that on that era of Mazda RX-7.
Yeah, and that color just it makes me thirsty for a glass of red wine. But a little shout out to here in the GT3 field. A couple of folks that didn't make this year, but I'm hoping that they're going to make it next year. The Wilsons, Blake and Stacy Wilson. They are just staples of this class year in, year out. They were here a year ago, not back this year, but I saw them up here in Paddock. They decided to come and check this out. I looked at them and said, you guys forgot to bring a couple of race cars, but I think they did say, we might be up at Road America next year. So I'm looking forward to the Wilsons, another part of the great families of GT3, and can't wait to see them again.
Well, I'll tell you, this battle for that final spot in the top 5 is absolutely superb. Look at this big thought. He was thinking about it, wasn't he? Down into left hook there and decided to get out of it.
Yeah, it's a little defensive there for Stevenson.
Now, Stevenson really wide, overdrove. That's turn 5 and skipped over that curb. And, the one thing is even if you make a mistake there at that part of the state, it's tough for anybody to get by you because the road immediately switches direction, and we've seen already what can happen there.
Replay. That is not a slow part of the track. I know they're coming off of that sweeper, but you're Watt, and all of a sudden you come around there, right across that dirt, right in front of Proctor, who probably backed out and went, I don't know where this is going to go, but I'm just going to wait and see. And no problems there, right? But a little bit of rallycross in your GT3 RX.
Exactly. Both of them a little more circumspect this time through Oak Tree as we are working our final 3 laps as Ave really has things covered right now. Really, the medal positions are pretty set at this stage, barring a problem. But these two guys, just a joy watching Stevenson and Proctor do battle here.
Well, SCCA is proposing to have a one make for a couple of different disciplines. They're talking about an autocross and a time trial car, maybe even some rallycross. Who knew a GT3 RX-7 would be one of the contenders for that? A little rallycross, a little road race.
Exactly. Throw a little all-wheel drive in one and see what happens out there right now. Hey, it's the runoffs, and you throw everything conceivable at it here. And at a certain point, and look at the roll speed right there that Proctor gets down through Hogpen, and he makes up a big chunk of that deficit that he had to race Stevenson here. But Stevenson's right now, it's motor versus mid-corner speed, and that's the duel we're seeing.
Yeah, behind them, just in the back of the shop there, I'm seeing a red RSX coming up behind them. So this little battle may have company in a minute of a lapping Tony Ave. So this will be interesting here in these last 2 laps.
And I just want to talk about it, since we do have some margins here. One of the cool things in Hayward was, I was talking about it, that, you can, these are built from the ground up race cars with a body draped on them. So you can do all sorts of different things, including changing the drive configuration from front to rear. And, you think back in the old GT light days when you had, people that would be running old minis, rear drive. All these things you can do, for these cars. And it's just fun. Like I said, it's just fun to see a team, and this isn't big money stuff. These are, what I lovingly call backyard engineers, that build these cars from the ground up and see what they can do here. And Tony Ave, boy, what a race he is having here.
Yes, like I said, he's got a front row seat to this battle for 5th going on in front of him between Ray Stevenson and Tim Proctor. Let's just see if he just lets them play out. Oh no, not Ray, got to stay in it. He does, he recovers, so he's been in the dirt twice, but he's still in this. Keep your foot in it, keep going.
And I think Proctor again, I think, if it had been last lap, he may have gone for it, but I think he was saying now he's going to come back and I don't want to get collected and everything. And here comes Tony Ave. If this were the last lap, Tony is the kind of guy that might just say, you know what, I'll back off, let them have another lap of racing. But there's 2 laps, lap plus to go here. So we'll see what Tony decides to do here.
And Tony does set his fastest trap speed in the race right there, coming to the top of the hill at 142 miles an hour. So we got a little bit of draft off the back of Proctor's 240Z, 240SX. But for Tony, you're right. I think he's probably going to go ahead with 1 lap to go and keep going at the pace he is.
So he's got a rhythm going, doesn't he?
Yes, you don't want to get out of that rhythm. Hopefully these guys are kind of keeping their eyes out and looking for those blue flags.
Well, there you see what we're talking about.
That's Zach.
Zach Hollingshead, who had been having such a great race, suddenly sideways on the track. Is that up in Oak Tree?
That might be. It does look like that's where he is, and he's just parked in a very difficult spot right now.
Yeah, that's sketchy. And I was going to say, we just saw how strong the motor is in Ray Stevenson's car when he out-dragged Ave down there. Let's watch it here. Oh, he's just a little hot in.
Yeah, you can see that. It just goes around. Let's see if he probably stalled it and he's trying to get it fired up again. Didn't have it in, didn't have the clutch in. He's trying.
You can hear him.
Gets that out of there.
And you know what? I mean, that was really what Stevenson did last time, although he didn't get in there quite as hot.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Hollingshead really flying up in there and just got a little bit wide here. And look behind Ave. Once again, Proctor, you get into the twisty stuff here, and Proctor just starts coming. And I'm really intrigued by Stevenson's line here when we get into South Bend, or this tricky turn 10. He really pinches the exit here, and the car, well, that time, you know, I'd seen that car just huge slides through there because he's not using up the whole track. And you see Proctor wasn't really either, but he isn't pitching it sideways so much there.
Yeah, let's see if this time around, last lap, see if Proctor is able to get a good run. I don't know that he's got the top end that Stevenson has in that RX-7, but we have seen Proctor get great runs off of Hog Pen. So this battle for fifth is not over yet. And by the way, it looks like Hollingshead was able to continue still holding on to that fourth spot, I believe.
Great news for him and for not having a caution on this last lap. But now you can see Stevenson able to gap Proctor a little bit, but Proctor, look at the ground he makes up under braking. And then, you know, okay, is that the accordion? No, he keeps that margin, and he has such good roll speed through here. This is going to be fascinating. Tony Ave, though, working through Hog Pen for the last time. And after just missing out on the GT2 National Championship with a mechanical, he brings it home to repeat in GT3, earning his fourth gold medal in SCCA Runoffs competition for Tony Ave. And there behind him and at the line, Stevenson able to hold on and grab fifth from Proctor. Jeff Durnell is coming along and is going to get himself a nice silver medal. And that's going to be his seventh medal in SCCA competition. And here comes Warren Montague. And for Warren, in only his second runoffs, I think he's got to be very pleased with that run, with everything you've been talking about how they're reinventing that car.
Yeah, I'm sure that crew right down, and that's a celebration for them. You take a car that would barely run a year ago to putting it up on the podium in GT3, that is definitely saying something. And running the whole race with Ave, with Durnell, and not backing down. Yeah, that's a very strong result there for Warren Montague going forward.
Absolutely, and then Zach Hollingshead able to get that car going and preserve his fourth. So well done for him after starting in sixth as a rookie. And you know, when you're a rookie at the runoffs, I've said it before, in terms of the learning experience of how. I mean, it's just intimidating. This is a huge event, and you're just sort of feeding from the fire hose in this first year. Then the next year when you come back, even if it's at a different track, at least you know the process and you know what's going on. It's going to be fun to see what he can do in the future. He showed some pace.
A smart young man who knows how to go and just shake off all the pressures and just lay down laps. And, he may be trying to qualify in Spec Miata and GT3 next year. Could make him an interesting one to watch for.
Absolutely. And, hey, talking about Montague, look at the fast lap times. Ave at a 1:59.8, Montague at a 2-minute flat 8. Yeah. I mean, that's only a second off a multiple-time national champion. So he's got to be delighted with what they're seeing here. So here we take a look at the unofficial results, but it's Ave, Durnell, and Montague on the podium and earning the medals. Hollingshead in fourth. Stevenson outdueling Proctor to that top 5 spot. And Chris Edens, who was really having a good run until he had, it looked like a mechanical problem in the braking. And then Lewis had a big mechanical as well, and Joe Christensen never made it onto the track. But again, GT3, I just love this class, because where else are you going to see an Acura going 150 miles an hour? You know what I mean? That's not an NSX, right? An old RSX. And it's just fun. I love this category. It's been around a long time. And even though it's a little short on entries this year, great talent here.
Yeah, and wait till next year, because there's going to be more numbers at Road America next year. And I keep saying Colin Jackson, and I know he's listening. And watch this right now, Colin. See you up at Road America. It's not that long to tow from where you're at to get to Road America. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to have him back in it and the like. All right, Tony Ave has made his way down into the Victory Circle staging area, and you can see the Hoosier reps there. They'll be putting the sort of necklace, the bandana around the neck, and a gold medal will be plopped down and around the neck of Tony Ave after an absolutely superb run. And man, he went hard early, got a big gap, and then just brought it home.
Yeah, he knew when things were getting close. He had that one moment where maybe Durnell and Montague were starting to make in grounds. Ave said, nope, not this time, guys, and just pulled away.
All right, let's get down to Hayward for an interview with our now 4-time gold medalist, Tony Ave.
Tony, 4 gold medals here at the runoffs. How good does this one feel?
This was fun. This is my favorite car. I was pretty down this morning when we broke in GT2 leading, but Joe Christensen and his dad and Hoosier and everybody that does all this, I just have fun here. Those guys do all the work, so this was really fun, though. The cars never handled that good. Every lap it just got better, so it was pretty easy, really.
Talk about the preparation for a car like this. What does it take to bring a car to the runoffs in GT3 and be successful?
If you listen to Joe and his dad, it takes all kinds of time and all kinds of money. All I know is when they get here, I sit in the lawn chair and watch them do all the work, so whatever they're doing, they can just keep doing it.
Enjoy your victory lap. Enjoy the championship.
Thank you.
And lest anybody thinks a 15-lap run at the runoff is just an easy breezy piece of cake, listen to Tony. He's breathing hard.
Yes,
you work hard hustling a GT car around here. Part of it is because these GT cars and these slick tires make a lot of grip, and you get a lot of centrifugal load on your body, and that's a big part of it.
Yeah, it is a lot of workout, but I'm sure he's feeling pretty good right now. He's got a little bit of adrenaline flowing after getting that gold medal.
You bet. And he is now heading out. That is just a hardship lap, you're saying. He's heading out for that very special lap of honor. And while he's heading out, let's get back down to Hayward and hear from the rest of our podium.
Jeff, you started in second. You came home in second. How was that race?
That was great. Tony is just an animal. You're dealing with somebody that's a complete professional. And, when you get beat with somebody like that, you don't feel too bad. We've had a horrendously tough week. My wife was admitted to the emergency room a week before I left, and I don't know, go into all the details, but it's a nightmare. I have a horrendous chest cold, and I didn't even know if I could get in the car. You can hear my... So everybody did an awesome job. Barry Trevette, fantastic job on this car. All my other crew, and God bless my wife, she's allowed me to do this.
Well, congratulations on another runoffs podium. A great drive for you under all these conditions.
Thank you very much.
While we're here, we're going to go ahead and bring Warren up. Warren, a podium at the runoffs, the bronze. How does that feel today?
Today it felt pretty good. Hanging with these two guys, it's tough. Tony's a fantastic driver, and Jeff's got a tremendous engine underneath that Mazda, so just hanging tight with him was fun.
Well, congratulations here on a bronze, a podium at the runoffs.
Thank you very much.
And as we said, he put down a lap out there to get that 2-minute .9. That's a really good lap in a GT3 car. Take a look at some of the highlights, and right from the off, Tony Ave just sort of dropped the hammer a little bit, lefty, and Durnell did everything he could to stay with him for as long as he could, but eventually Tony was just going to ease away. But this battle started, lap 2 and went for the entire race.
Yeah, pretty much. As attrition worked around them, these two were so close that Brockton decided to just follow right off the oak tree, but they kept going. And what a great race. Those guys, I'm sure, are going to go crack a few sudsy drinks tonight and enjoy this one.
And then Zach Holling said he was having a really good run in fourth, just overcharged up into oak tree a little bit, got it going again. But in the end, Tony Ave winning with a comfortable margin and earning another national championship here at SCCA's 60th running of their national championship runoffs for the second straight year here at VIRginia International Raceway. That's the run for the gold in GT3. Congratulations to our medalists, Ave, Durnell, and Montague. For Larry McLeod and for Hayward Wagner, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us here for the call of the Race to the Gold in GT3. We look forward to bringing it to you again. Have a good one, folks.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th running of the annual SCCA runoffs. Hello and welcome to Virginia International Raceway. Bright sunshine here. What a change it is from here a year ago when we raced under hurricane conditions for much of the weekend. But it could not be more beautiful here. A Chamber of Commerce day, temperatures in the mid-70s. I'm John Phippen. Alongside me is Tom O'Gorman. And we've got one more member of our broadcast team down on pit lane. He'll give us all the scoop. It's Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward.
Guys, it is warm. Probably for the first time in the last couple of days, we are legitimately warm here at VIR for the Touring 4 race. We've got 3 of the FRS BRZ twins on the front of the field. Then we've got some Mazdas. A lot of people look at these cars and think in T4 trim they're going to be very similar, not a lot of variation in the car. Generally, that's true. Your front 2 cars are running the A7. You've got Nick Leverone here. He's running the R7. A7 beyond that. But one thing I did notice, if you look right here at the front of our pole sitter, Devin Anderson's car, he's got about, I would say, an inch or so of tire tucked up in the fender here. I can't even get my finger into the gap here. Nobody else is running that low in the class. A relative newcomer may have found some speed with setup, but that is a seriously tight package there.
This class has been dominated the past several years by the Subaru BRZ, Toyota 86, Scion FCRS, basically all the same car, different badging. And that's no surprise that we've got 3 of them at the front of the field this year, too.
Yeah. Hey, John. It is definitely proven to be a little bit of a better package, or the most consistent package anyway, at VIR specifically. But as Hayward mentioned, it's a very tight field. The top 9 covered by about 1 full second, and it is the 3 twins, we'll call them, at the top of the field, but then a bunch of RX-8s and MX-5s completing that.
Here's the track, Matt. Take us around, if you would, Tomo.
Well, it's got a couple different sectors that present very different challenges, so we'll see the cars ebb and flow throughout this lap with different makes and models. The first sector, definitely the handling, kind of mechanical grip sector, that slow hairpin opening up into turn 1. Then NASCAR turn 3, big wide open fast corner into the lower S's, which is critical. These entire S's are going to be flat out in all of these cars. We're taking a look now into sector 2 at those uphill S's, into South Bend, a really critical corner for bravery, but ultimately doesn't make or break your lap nearly as much as that exit at turn 12 onto the back straightaway. These cars do have some drafting in play here, not so much working together on purpose, but it will keep cars in the fight down towards Hogpen and Roller Coaster. Roller Coaster being 13, 14, and 15. Hogpen being that 16, 17 complex, falling down the hill in a couple of different drops onto that front straightaway. Another critical exit here at VIR.
Yeah, 2 great braking zones, obviously, into turn 1 and then into the roller coaster as well. As we've got some crew members doing a little push or holding our pole-sitting car in place, it appears. So don't know if that's going to delay our grid or not. But everybody's getting fired up here. Again, we mentioned the Subaru Toyota Scions at the front of the field, but then Mazda RX-8s, Mazda MX-5s, and their variants make up the vast majority of this 24-car field. As they will be heading off on their parade lap, we'd like to thank Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for providing the Mazda safety cars for us here for the course of the race weekend. And it looks like everybody's squared away, and you hear the whistles. That usually means that the field's about ready to pull out. They're giving them 1 minute. That sounds like a plan. We've got a number of former champions in the field. Marshall Mast, a 4-time and defending champion in the class. Nick Leverone, won in 2019. but we've also got some rookies making their first runoff start as well. Christian Bronlich is making his first runoff start, as is Jeff Gordano, Aiden Rose, and Matthew Milford. But now that the field is rolling away, let's introduce them to you. As in row 12 on the outside, car number 29 is John McClendon out of Southport, North Carolina, the North Carolina region, in an MX-5. Making his first runoff start is the 131 of Matthew Milford from New Bern, North Carolina, also the North Carolina region, in a Honda Civic SI. In row 11, the 85 of Christopher Dean from Wilmington, North Carolina, the North Carolina region, in a Scion FRS. Next to him, the 09 of Morgan Mailer from Belleville, North Carolina, the North Carolina region, in a Mazda MX-5. Moving up into row 10, the 68 of Ron Munnerlin from Bennettsville, South Carolina, the North Carolina region, in an MX-5. And the 24 of Ken Landrum out of Queensbury, New York, in the Mohawk Hudson region, in a Subaru BRZ. In row 9, a rookie making his first start, the 46 of Aiden Rose from Staatsburg, New York, in the New York region, in an MX-5, and the 3 of Brent Simonson from Millersville, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region, in an RX-8. Another rookie starts outside of row 8. That's the 34 of Jeff Gordano from Cary, North Carolina, in the North Carolina region, in an MX-5, and the 18 of Owen Schaefer from Warrenton, Virginia, and the Washington, D.C. region, in an RX-8. Row 7, the 80 of Richard Estacio from Wilton, Connecticut, the New England region, in an MX-5. And another MX-5 is the 69 of Jeremy Butts from Damestown, Maryland, and the Washington, D.C. region. In row 6, the 142 of Paulo Salvatore from San Antonio, Texas, and the Houston region, in a Ford Mustang V6. Next to him, super sweep eligible driver, the 118 of Sergio Zlobin out of Houston and the Houston region, in an MX-5. In row 5, car 50, Stephen Blethen from Bow, New Hampshire, in the New England region, in an RX-8, and the 98 of Kevin Fryer from Durham, North Carolina, and the Washington, D.C. region, in an MX-5. In row 9, the 21 of Christopher Windsor from Thurmont, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region, in an MX-5. And the highest placed rookie in the field, the 83 of Christian Bronlich from Fort Mill, South Carolina, in the Central Carolinas region, in an RX-8. In row 3, the 95 of Jonathan Newdorf from Scottsdale, Arizona, and the Phoenix, Arizona Solo region, in a Mazda Miata. Next to him, the 04 of Jaden Lander from New York in the New York region, in an MX-5. In row 2, on the outside, car 51, Raymond Blethen from Londonderry, New Hampshire, in the New England region, in an RX-8. And then the 16-time, this will be the 17th start, should we say, for the number 186 of Nick Leverone from Mendon, Massachusetts, and the New England region. As we mentioned, he won this class in 2019 in a Subaru BRZ. On the front row, the 4-time and defending champion, car number 31, Marshall Mast from Denver, Pennsylvania, and the Philadelphia region, in a Toyota 86. And your pole sitter, winning the Tire Rack Pole Award, Devin Anderson in the car number 11 from Mooresville, North Carolina, and the North Carolina region, in a Subaru BRZ. Tomo, we've got a lot of cars here from the Carolinas.
Yeah, it's a home track for a lot of these drivers, but this is also, like I mentioned, a very, very tight field. We have those three twins at the front, and we'll keep an eye on this number 31. That car has won national championships with John Heinrichsey at the wheel, and last year's national defending champion, Marshall Mast, now drives it here. Both of the front row cars are the newer 2017 to 2019 range, a little bit different gearing and power than Nick Leverone's, but it all evens out based on the spec lines here in T4.
Yeah, last year, that was, I think, the first time we see John Heinrichsey winning a championship in something other than a GM product. So that was great to see. And John, of course, we'll be seeing a little later on in Touring 2. But the field is now making its way out of Hog Pen as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. The acceleration zone is about halfway down the pit lane, and that's where the leader can begin to accelerate. The green flag will indicate that the race is on as we wait. And once that's the case, everybody's free to move. There's the green, and we are underway. We've got 15 laps or 40 minutes to determine the champion in Touring 4 for the 2023 runoffs.
Great start for the Mustang from outside of the top 10. Paulo Salvatore drives it up the outside, almost into the top 5 for that Mustang, and see if he can keep it there. But at the front, a great start for Devin Anderson. They're going to get single file pretty quickly as Salvatore uses that great start to immediately dirt drop it into the exit of turn 1 and is going to lose all that momentum.
3 wide coming into turn 1, 3 wide into NASCAR as well. This looks like a spec Miata race. These guys are really laying it on each other in the early running here.
Oh, it's a pass for the lead. Mast goes at the inside of Anderson. They're going to be side by side through the snake. No, Mast clears him, and that's going to put the 31 car out of the Phoenix Performance Stable straight to the top early on. That's a great move over Anderson. Leveroni not really able to capitalize on it, but is still going to follow in third.
The Mustang of Salvatore still hanging it out there, running side by side with these cars as he's trying to find a spot. There he is as he finally gets into single file. Everybody under the bridge as they make their way into the climbing S's. Every driver's favorite part of this race course. You can see them snaking through this wonderful part of the track, and then they come into the very, very tricky South Bend. It looks a little deceiving on the camera, but it is definitely a corner that requires some serious commitment.
Another good start for the two MX-5s we see running in 5th and 6th. Jaden Lander and Jonathan Neudorf both able to jump Raymond Blethen through the first sequence of corners. So we have the 3 twins that we mentioned, the 2 MX-5s, and then 2 RX-8s running in that order right now.
We have 2 Blethens in the field. Do you know are they brothers, father and son?
Twins actually.
Twins, no kidding. Fantastic. As they climb the hill, and we got a bid for the lead here. It is not over yet between Leveroni and the 31 of Marshall Mast as they go side by side at the top of the hill.
Wow, a dominant move from Mast puts Devin Anderson nearly through the grass as they kink up into the roller coaster and now down the hill towards Hogpen, still side by side. And they're actually doing a pretty good job of not losing a lot of pace, as Leveroni still being very, very patient. Hasn't crammed that car up the inside or outside. I think he doesn't know really who he wants to pick to work with just yet, but that has finally brought these MX-5s into a really, really tight run up the front straight.
And now they've sort of gagged up on one another, and they're going to break Marshall Mast back just a little bit as Devin Anderson, the pole sitter, retakes the lead here as they head down into turn number 1. And then right behind him, the 04 car of Jason Lander now up into 3rd spot. And that's Raymond Blethen in the 51 right behind him.
It's kind of a strange drop there for Nick Leveroni. He had a great head of steam tucked up underneath Devin Anderson, and suddenly he's found himself all the way back in 5th. Looks like he just didn't have a great drive into or out of turn 1. Oh, and another move for Marshall Mast. Does a rinse repeat, tries it up the inside again. It worked last time, but it's not going to work this time.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen that move come to tears in a couple races this weekend already as they work their way side by side through the lower S's here, kicking up dust as they drop a wheel off.
And that opened the door for Jonathan Neudorf to get a good run around the outside through the snake and up into the upper S's. Marshall Mast going to come back at him, but also defending on Jaden Lander. Things are getting really scrappy here, and it's bringing more and more cars into the fight. Raymond Blethen and Christian Bronlick are also now tacked onto the back of this battle. And you're right, it does look very similar to Spagnato right now.
Yeah. Jonathan Neudorf up into that 2nd spot. But Devin Anderson, the pole sitter, the tire whack pole sitter, trying to get away at the front.
Chris Windsor, our camera car for the 2nd year in a row, had awesome view of last year's weather-affected race from this car, the number 21. He sits just at the back of this battle for the lead now. Is just outside the top 10, pushing the number 46 of Aiden Rose towards Kevin Fryer.
Hear that car up on the cam as it comes up to what we call terminal velocity, and just a little bit of a love tap on the 46 of Aiden Rose as they come up that last little rise, and then just a tap of the brakes there to make sure that the pads are seated. And side by side with the 95 of Jonathan Neudorf and Marshall Mast, the 4-time winner.
Little touch between the two, and this is letting Devin Anderson get away just a little bit. It's going to be Mast that comes out on top. He runs just a little bit wide, keeps it on the track though, and he's going to have a little bit better head of steam down the front straight due to the power, but 2 Miatas are faster than 1. We know that from Spec Miata. Lander is going to get a big push onto the back of Neudorf and try to keep them into this fight for 2nd place.
Mast is going to try to duck in front of them and be part of this train, but obviously the Mazdas are going to try to get around him if they possibly can. Meanwhile, pole sitter Devin Anderson getting away at the front. He's built up about a 2.5 lead as we're working race lap number 3.
See the RX-8 of Raymond Blethen in the 4th position in this train. That's 5th place overall. Not as much torque in that car as the other cars, but it does tend to have really good top speed. The only issue, it does tend to struggle just a little bit with heat management in that rotary with those cars dealing with. So hopefully he can keep that car in the fight, as Paolo Salvatore is still really, really dealing with a lot of pressure from the back of our camera car, Chris Windsor.
Yeah, the Mustangs that are eligible for this class run the V6 motor as opposed to the V8 motor that we see in some of the other classes. So Paolo has his hands full. That car looks giant compared to the rest of the cars in this field. So I'm sure he's got to deal with that, but he's got some pretty good torque coming off the corners.
Yeah, it was big enough to, I think Chris Windsor just basically curb jumped the entirety of turn 6 entering the lower S's because he couldn't really see where the track was. And we got dirt dropping from, I think that's the second place car. Oh, it's a big crash for Marshall Mass. Dropped a tire and into the tire wall on the left side of the track, just in front from second place. Now almost a spin for the 80 of Rich Estacio.
Yeah, that's a tank slapper for Richard. He gets it gathered up before he gets all the way to the tire barrier and joins right in the thick of the battle a little further up the road as they're working their way down Madison Avenue and climbing the hill. Devin Anderson, Marshall Mast, and Jonathan Newdorf were the top 3, but Mast with that off to driver's left on the run up toward Oak Tree.
Blethen with an attempt to pass for third place now, I believe, on Jaden Lander. And we suspect this will go full course. It does, as Mast. That was a pretty big impact into the tire wall on the left side of the track. Uncharacteristic mistake, but it's an easy thing to do at that spot on the track. You drop, it's the bravest corner on the track. You drop one tire too wide, and it gets really, really bumpy, and it can float the car either out to the right, off to the left. It's easy to overcorrect. You're going 100 and some miles an hour already. It's an easy mistake to make, but very uncharacteristic from the defending champion.
Yeah, this is very much, and we've talked about it many times, this is very much an old school racetrack in that, there's not asphalt runoffs at every turn and gravel traps and all that. If you drop a wheel off, you're going for a ride because the track falls, or the landscape falls away from the edge of the track at just about every place that you can get off course. So usually if you drop 2 wheels off, it's soon going to become 4.
So go ahead.
I was just going to say, full course yellow is out. That indicates everybody's going to pack up behind the safety car. So just a quick rundown. We've got Devin Anderson as your leader. Jonathan Newdorf now up into second with the problem for Marshall Mass. Jaden Lander in the red 0 is up to third. Raymond Blethen in the 4th spot. Nick Leverone rounding out the top 5. Christian Brownlake, Kevin Fryer, Aiden Rose, Sergio Zlobin, the Super Sweep eligible driver, and Paolo Salvatore in the Mustang are your top 10. While we have this full course yellow, let's take this opportunity to step aside for just a moment and thank some of the folks that make the racing possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Hagerty Race Days presented by Mazda here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. John Phippen alongside Tom O'Gorman. As we can see, Marshall Mass climbing out of the car. It was a pretty good hit, but glad to see he's climbing out under his own power. As we're going to get a replay here in just a moment of the incident that happened very early in the race. You know, on lap number 2, you can see Mass. He dropped 2 wheels off. You can see the cloud of dust. And then he is off and into the tire barrier on driver's left, but the tires did their job, decelerated the car, and Marshall able to climb out. And then right after that, a bit of a tank slapper for the 80 of Richard Estacio, but he was able to gather it up. So we're stacked up behind the Mazda safety car as the field will need just a moment or two. We could see the tilt bed already in position back there at that incident for Marshall Mass. And as you said, Tomo, that's a very, very difficult section of the track. If you get it a little too wide coming out of South Bend, you're going for a ride.
Yeah, you're traveling so quickly, it's hard to tell if you need to under or overcorrect, and it looked like Mast was able to basically kind of keep the car under control, but he undercorrected, and it's equally bad to over and undercorrect, right? So if the car is kind of floating and bouncing, and you read the situation as I need to do less, and you needed to do more, that's kind of where the ease of that mistake comes in. But we're working about 10 minutes on lap 4 of this 40-minute or 15-lap race. So if we get this car pulled out pretty quickly, we should be able to complete all of the laps. T4 is one of the slower classes overall here in the runoffs, though, so we may come up against that 40-minute window a little bit quicker with these cars.
There are a number of contingency awards that are offered to the racers throughout the course of the weekend, and it's basically a different award for each of the qualifying days. One of them is the Sunoco 260 award, which is awarded to the driver on Tuesday qualifying who sets the time with the last 3 digits closest to 260. And the winner of that one is the man in his 17th runoff start, Nick Leveroni, in the number 186. Nick out of Mendon, Massachusetts, in the New England region, the 2019 champion of the class, and he picked up 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for winning the Sunoco 260 award. You can see Nick's car there in our camera shot as everybody stacked up behind the safety car.
This should be a decent opportunity for Nick to reset. He had that difficult turn 1. We don't know, maybe a misshift or just got hung out to dry a little bit around the outside. He was challenging for second place when it happened, and then he just kind of floundered back to what was 5th. Now, sixth is now 5th. But a restart is a good time to reset when you're kind of been on the back foot for a lap or so. Right behind Ray Blethen in the RX-8, and then it's Jaden Lander, Jonathan Neudorf in that order up to Devin Anderson for your top 5.
And just one change in the order, Sergio Slobin making his way up into 8th position. Sergio's worth mentioning because he is a driver eligible for the Super Sweep. The Super Sweep is one of the toughest, if not the toughest award to win in SCCA road racing. It basically has 4 legs. In order to win the Super Sweep, the driver must win one of the Hoosier Super Tour races. He then must win the Hoosier Tour National Championship, Points Championship. He then needs to win a U.S. Majors Tour Conference Championship and win the runoffs. It's tough to do, but we've already crowned at least one Super Sweep winner already this year, and Sergio Slobin, if he can find his way to the front, could be another winner of that. We'd also like to acknowledge our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner. The Hawk Performance Breakthrough is for the driver who improves the most places between Tuesday and Wednesday's qualifying. And he gets a set of Hawk brake pads. And the Hawk winner this weekend is Raymond Blethen in the number 51 car. He made up 5 spots between his qualifying performance on Tuesday into Wednesday. And so he's the winner of the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award.
It looked like Sergio Slobin may have made that pass under the full course after the full course caution had came out on Aiden Rose, so he may be waiting to get that back under the restart, or perhaps they were more alongside each other when the yellow came out than our camera angles show.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was a good clean pass. Back on board with Chris Windsor, who had raced his way now into. No, he's actually still just outside of the top 10.
Yeah, in 11th spot is Christopher Windsor. Nice to have that camera shot aboard his Mazda MX-5. Sports Car Magazine, of course, makes their annual prediction as who's going to win the race, and they're betting on Marshall Mast. That has not come to fruition as Marshall, the 4-time and defending champion, falls out of the race and brought out this full course yellow. The other 2 drivers projected to be on the podium are Sergio Slobin. We talked about him as the Super Sweep eligible driver, and Christopher Windsor, with whom we ride. He was picked to be on the top 3. But Devin Anderson, your pole sitter and winner of the Tire Rack Pole Award. The Tire Rack Pole winner, by the way, wins a $500 gift certificate for Tire Rack, as well as some nifty other swag. So these contingency programs are the lifeblood of club racing. These drivers are all amateurs. There are no big cash awards for winning one of these races. It's strictly a gold, silver, or bronze medal. And your reputation as one of the fastest shoes in the country on this weekend, which in my humble opinion is the best racing weekend on the planet. You see more great racing on one of these runoffs weekend than you see just about anywhere else at any other time. And so it's great to see this wide variety of racing cars, everything from spec Miatas all the way through prototype cars and Formula Atlantic and open wheel cars that lap this track much faster than these guys do. This is at the bottom of the touring ladder, touring 1, 2, 3. This is touring 4, but we're going to see some of the faster touring classes a little later on this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's one of the most attainable classes for sure. These are obviously familiar sports cars. None of them are brand new, so they're easy to come across and build into race cars. Lightly modified, we're talking maybe shocks, maybe springs. Some of them are not even allowed those allowances based on their spec line, but we're seeing an indication of how warm it is now that the sun has come out at VIR. Drivers getting their hand out the window, guiding some air into the cockpit, trying to stay cool under these full course cautions. And obviously you get hotter when you're racing, but it starts to only sink in once the full course comes out, like, oh, it's actually really hot in this race car.
Exactly right. And you don't have quite as much breeze coming through the cockpit as you do. You've been here all weekend for the qualifying sessions as well. The weather has been kind of mixed. It's been mostly, we haven't had any rain, thank God, but the weather has been kind of mixed with overcast conditions, coolish conditions, as we heard from Haywood Wagner down on the grid. This is the hottest it's been in all week, basically.
Yeah, and even more so for T4. They've actually been one of the first races every day for the last couple of years. And I was wondering, talking to a couple of the drivers, the pole time last year was in the 209s. This year, they're barely into the 210s. It was like, where did the speed go? Did they change the class? Did you all get more weight? What's going on? And they're like, no, we're actually just racing in the middle of the heat of the day in the afternoon for the first time in a couple of years. So it's just the engines are getting hotter. They're making a little bit less power. The top speeds are down just a little bit, but everything else is the same. So it's for the drivers that are repeat comeback drivers every single year after year after year. All of them have just been a little bit slower this year due to that warmer condition.
Yeah, there have been, if you add up all of the starts for the entire field, there are 79 runoff starts in total for the 16 drivers that are taking part in this race. And 5 different winners. We mentioned Marshall Mast, who's now out of the race with the most wins, a 4-time winner, and Nick Leveroni, the only other winner in the class, with a single win here in 2019, the first time the runoffs came to Virginia International Raceway, and he took the win in T4 that time. But this is his 17th runoff, as we mentioned. And the reason we're in a little further delay, Marshall's car is long gone, but as you saw, there was some damage to the tire barrier, and so the track worker is having to replace some of the tire bundles to make sure that that's a safe place, because if somebody goes off there, somebody else could go off there, obviously. So when the tire bundles get deranged by contact, we need to get them replaced, and that's why we're taking just a little extra time to make sure that safety measure is in hand.
You see the pace car slowing down, or the pace SUV in this case, slowing down pretty significantly, and that's usually an indication that they're trying to get the race restarted this lap and buy just a little bit more time, as it looks like we're down to just two vehicles and a couple of crew there with the loader. But the tire trucks are all gone. They're just finally getting everything in place, and if they go slow enough, we can get a green flag maybe this time by. And Devin Anderson had built up quite a bit of a lead after some scrapping between Jonathan Neudorf, Marshall Mast, and then that spin from Mast gave him obviously even a little bit more, but then took it all away immediately when the yellow flag came out. So now he's got a mirror full of a couple of cars, but a couple of cars that he hasn't seen in his mirror yet. Neudorf and Lander both getting by Leveroni, and now obviously Mast missing means that the MX-5s are going to have a shot at the lead right away.
Yeah, exactly right. As he and Leveroni are the remaining BRZs in the front of this field, as they're surrounded by Mazdas. You talked about the difference in what the preparation level of these cars and what they're able to do. You wouldn't think that an RX-8 and an MX-5 could compete in the same class on equal footing, but obviously the RX-8s carry a little more weight. They can't do quite as much stuff to the suspension to try to equalize that out.
Yeah, looking at about 2,600 pounds for the MX-5s, somewhere in the 2,800 to 2,900 pound range, depending on the year for the twins, and about 3,100 pounds for the RX-8s. Obviously, those cars came with a rated, 230, 240 horsepower versus the MX-5's 160. The BRZs and FRSs somewhere in the 190 at the wheel. So they just basically are balancing off power to weight, but it is very specific down to the year of the car. What are you allowed to do to that car? And that's where I point out the difference between Leveroni and Anderson. Those cars are about 6 years apart. They have different final drives. They have different power bands. So they have a little bit different of a spec line.
The lights are out on the pace car. That basically indicates we are about to go green once again. It'll be a single file restart as we are completing race lap number 6 Again, the time could be a factor as we're about halfway through the time with about 20 minutes remaining. As they approach the acceleration zone, our pole sitter, Devin Anderson, can choose to accelerate, but once the green is out, you can immediately see everybody popping out. And the 51 of Raymond Blethen getting a fantastic run, and it looks like Leveroni is coming with him as they're going to get side by side with a leader by the time they get to turn 1.
No kidding. That was a killer start for the RX-8 driver. Leveroni's not quite able to cling around the outside as well as the RX-8 did. It's going to be Neudorf still alongside now with a great run off of turn 1, challenging for the lead.
And Blethen right in behind our leader. And here comes the 95 of Neudorf in the MX-5, trying to go around the outside as they're still side by side, 3 wide as they approach the left hook. And it looks like Anderson's going to be able to get back into the lead, but Neudorf right on his bumper, then Leveroni, then the 51 of Blethen.
Rich Estacio also up there, but Chris Windsor,
big.
our camera car, is going to make it just short of the tire wall, coming off the lower S's, gets it going again. Harmless, other than it lost a lot of track position.
Yeah, spinning out of 10th spot, but he got it back on the road, and he'll be in chase mode now to see if he can catch up with the rest of the field.
But I was saying, Rich Estacio from 8th on the restart. It looks like he was challenging for about 5th in his black and orange MX-5. Once we cut back up to the field, there he is in now 4th position. So right now it is, oh no, that is 5th. That was Leveroni in 3rd, not our leader, Devin Anderson. So it's Anderson, Neudorf, Leveroni now, as this is a small mistake, or maybe he got some help for Chris Windsor.
Yep, there was a little love tap there on the right. You can hear as much as see it, as giving these drivers each other running room to run side by side is something we were talking about in between races here in the commentary booth. But look at Leveroni side by side with Blethen, and Leveroni's got some help. Lander right behind him, giving him a little bit of a push. And then coming into this battle is the 80 of Richard Estacio as well, as they're swallowing up Raymond Blethen as Blethen gets shuffled back a couple spots. Leveroni leading this battle. This is all going on for 3rd spot, the final step on the box.
Big push for Ray Blethen, keeps it on the track, but loses some time through Hogpen, and that's going to break that train just a little bit. But now it looks like Jaden Lander is bump drafting, not quite able to get to the back bumper of Leveroni, and all of that battling has given a little bit of a gift to Anderson and Neudorf, who have let's call it a 10 car length lead now over the rest of the field.
Yeah, but this battle right behind him, the 83 of Kristen Braunlake in the red RX-7, or RX-8, I guess I should say. And Sergio Zlobin, who is our Super Sweep eligible driver, going after it side by side at the exit of turn 1.
For the lead, Neudorf up the inside on Anderson, shuts the door by inches. I think they actually traded paint just a little bit. The 95 MX-5 goes to the lead. Then Devin Anderson just behind actually had to check up, I think, with the confidence of Neudorf to shut that door. I think he was accommodated just slightly by Devin Anderson there.
He realizes it's a long race. We got plenty of it. We're not even to half distance yet. We're just past half on the time table, but we're working a race lap number 8 of the scheduled 15. So this one could go either way. We might run out of time before we run out of laps, but there's still plenty of racing left to go. Through South Bend they come, and you can see right out to the edge of the track. That's where it all went wrong for Marshall Mast as they work their way through this double apex left-hander. There's the 118 of Zlobin, that Robin's Egg Blue MX-5 right at the tail end of that draft.
Been on a little bit of a charge. That driver started down in 11th, and he's currently in 8th, but that doesn't tell the whole story. He was well back of this pack of cars, so he's made up only 3 positions, but he's also made up a heck of a lot of race distances. Now Devin Anderson coming back, a big power move, literally. Horsepower's right around Jonathan Neudorf.
Yeah, exactly. As they come into the braking zone for the sharply downhill roller coaster. And there goes Leveroni with the 04 of Lander right behind him. And then once again, we see Anastasio in the 80 trying to put himself into this battle.
Christian Braunlake wants this position. Looks like Ray Blethen struggling just a little bit with the handling on that car, and now it's going to bring the red RX-8 of Christian Braunlake around his outside up to start lap number 9. And back at the front, this is kind of telling a story of how important the draft might be for the MX-5s. Once Jonathan Neudorf was in front, his trap speed at the end of the back straight only 116 miles an hour. The twin of Anderson able to do over 120, so that's 6-7 miles an hour advantage just down the back straight. But once he has the draft, look, he's able to put the pressure right back on and go for another move.
This battle for 5th is a dandy. Right at the moment, it is Blethen at the front, but the 83 right behind him of Braunlich, as that gaggle of cars works its way through the left hook. Then the 98, we haven't talked about Kevin Fryer much. He's now put himself up into the thick of this battle. And then right behind him is Slovin.
Slovin picks up another position, getting in front of Rich Estacio in the back of that 5-car train. In that exchange between Anderson and Neudorf, that last lap has brought Leveroni and Jaden Lander much closer, less than a second, I would say, as they've finally sort of stabilized that battle for the lead. Got to be a little careful for Neudorf if he starts to attack too much. It looks like he's able to make moves, but it's high risk. It's bringing more drivers in.
The 142, the Mustang of Paolo Salvatore, has been in contact with something, obviously, as the front clip is missing on that car.
Yeah,
that looks to be the outside of turn 1, I'm thinking.
It is, and the bash bar is also dented slightly, so I don't know if looks like it would have been the 46 that he got into.
Yeah, the 46 with some left rear damage, so my guess is that was an out-braking maneuver that went wrong at the braking zone there at turn number 1.
Going to look like a couple of drift cars with bumpers missing at this point, but This is that battle for 3rd. Leveroni leading Lander. How much better the MX-5, able to close up on the brakes, but wasn't close enough to do anything quite with it.
So some two-way battles at the front between Anderson and Neudorf, and then Leveroni and Lander in the battle for the 3rd place or bronze medal. And then Blethen leading the parade behind for 5th place, as they come by to complete race lap number 9.
And even in the draft, look at Devin Anderson just pull away from Jonathan Neudorf, struggling with top-end speed in that number 95. But then once we get through this first sector is the handling sector. Mechanical grip and balance is king, and you're going to see, I think, Neudorf's going to close that gap up as all these cars dodging the debris left over from Paolo Salvatore.
Yeah, and it looks like, fortunately, it's going to get itself off the track, just being blown off, basically, so we should be able to stay green, as that won't bring out a problem. The corner workers will be showing a debris flag, which is the orange and red striped flag, to the drivers, indicating that there's some debris on the racetrack. This battle for 2nd is a dandy. We've been following it for a while. Leveroni in the BRZ, and Jaden Lander in the MX-5 right behind him. And then Blethen and Braunlich in the blue and orange RX-8, and Braunlich in the red RX-8 have separated themselves just a little bit from Kevin Fryer and the group behind.
Great lap from Blethen and Braunlich here, working together to turn personal best laps and currently personal best sector 1s. As now Braunlich looks to the outside, going to go for a brake maneuver, pinches Blethen just slightly towards the grass. They're going to keep it clean though. Blethen now to the inside. It's much easier to hold this position, but it ruins your run just slightly onto the back straight. Braunlich clearly with a little bit of a run, but he's going to tuck in and push.
Yep. Those two RX-8s, obviously, it would be great drafting partners, and then right behind them, Kevin Fryer and Sergio Zloba trying to do the same thing in the MX-5 battle. As we go back to the battle for the lead, Anderson and Neudorf, but the best one is the one for 3rd, between Leveroni and Lander. A little deeper in the pack, once again, a look at the 50 car of Stephen Blethen. He and Raymond are twins, did you say? So, you can see Windsor, our camera car, in recovery mode. If you remember, he had the spin there at turn number 1, and he's working his way back up through the pack. Currently in 17th position. Working his way down into Hog Pen. And onto the front straightaway.
So by my rough math, we're going to get 4 of the remaining 5 laps, I believe. We're starting lap 11, and we have 10 minutes left at a 2-minute and 11 or so lap time. I think that checks out to just 4 of these laps being able to be completed, but they haven't switched to the time just yet. I think they're going to wait to see right up against the time limit here in T4. So the tricky part is all of these drivers most of the drivers are going to have some sort of communication from their team. They don't know how many laps are left. They don't know how quickly they need to make the moves, right? If you're expecting to make it on the last lap, or you're going to have 5 laps to do it and you only get 4, that's a little tricky.
Yeah, that battle for 5th spot between Blethen, Brownleg, Fryer, and Slobin is gradually reeling in the 2 in front of them, the Nick Leveroni, Jaden Lander battle. As Blethen is getting ever closer to the back of Jaden Lander.
Yeah, it looked like he was struggling for a lap or so, but he's really recovered from that, and I think they're a little bit quicker than the cars in front, just slightly by the last couple laps, but not in a meaningful way. We're talking tenths and hundredths at this point, so it's really, really stabilized here for a moment in T4.
You can see Brownleg's car, the red RX-8 with a tire donut on the driver's side door, and he's going to pull out. No, sorry, that's Jaden Lander pulling out, thinking about making a move on Leverone, but I don't think this is the place to do it, because this is not a place where he's got a big advantage. He's thinking about it, though. Showed him a fender. Leverone's having to be a little bit defensive as they head down into the top of the hill at the roller coaster. But Blethen and Brownleg coming strong to make that a 4-car battle here before we get to the end. Working race lap 11, as we mentioned. The leaders will be starting lap 12 here as they cross the line this time.
You can tell Jaden Lander is getting held up just slightly at every apex. When they come up on the brakes, the MX-5 closes right up to the back bumper, and then he's got to check up just a little more than he wants. His speed is just a little bit limited right now by Nick Leveroni. He just can't figure out what to do with it because it's happening in those difficult positions, but he figured it out this time. Look at that, up the inside into turn 1.
Out-braking duel down into turn number 1. It looks like he's gotten it done. If he hasn't out-braked himself, Leveroni might try to do the over-under. Can't do it. So we have a new 3rd-place runner, and then the same kind of battle for the lead. Coming through this long, sweeping left-hander called NASCAR. And Devin Anderson with Neudorf to his outside. Can Neudorf hang there as they go into the left hook? Because that'll put him in prime position as they come into the lower S's.
It's a really tough pass to pull off within the same class of car. You almost need a different category of car to pull that off, but this is promising for Neudorf. If he got alongside down into or close enough into turn 1, if he could get that pass done in sector 1, he's clearly the stronger car through that part of the lap, and he could maybe try to get away just a little bit.
And this battle for 3rd now has become a multi-car battle.
Yeah, what happened with Jaden Lander dropping back? I think that attack that he made into turn 1, it didn't pay off. And both Blethen and Brownleg able to get through. Now Leveroni has RX-8 headlights in his mirror instead of MX-5.
Exactly right. And here comes a Brownleg thinking about an inside move on Blethen, but not quite able to close the deal. The 0-4 of Lander, as we said, shuffled back behind those two.
The RX-8s are very fast in a straight line right now down the back straight. You see Leveroni planning where he wants to defend, and it's going to give a very open door to Ray Blethen. Grabs another gear. I think he's going to clear him entirely down the back straight, and indeed he does.
Yeah, that was an easy pass for Blethen. In fact, here comes Brownleg going to try to repay the favor as well, as Brownleg showing a little body damage on the right rear corner.
Whoa, I think they got together and floated for just a second through the braking zone. That was really, really tight between the two RX-8s, but they worked it out, and now Leveroni has dropped from 3rd to 5th in 1 lap. Lander is trying to make it 6th.
Yeah, exactly right. Lander, his old nemesis, basically right back on his tail once again. And just behind him, Kevin Fryer and Sergio Slobin there to pick up the pieces if these guys come to tears. But right at the moment, Blethen will be at the front of this group, and that'll put him up to 3rd. Leveroni shuffled all the way back into 5th position, and here comes Lander trying to go around the outside this time. As Leveroni guarding the inside line, can Lander make it stick? Yeah, he gets the pass done before turn 1. You called it, Tomo. That's the place where he's most likely to get it done. Leveroni tries to fight back, but as they come into NASCAR, again, this battle for the lead is a dandy. We got great battles here at the front of this field, as once again, Neudorf trying to find a way around. Our pole sitter, Devin Anderson.
Little clunky in turn 4 for Anderson. It's going to be a bad run into the S's now this time through. It's tough to make that kind of a pass work, but if you saw, Neudorf was trying to get to the better side of the track. He was on the driver's left. If he had been able to outbrake, that's where he's made the pass happen before. And again, it's going to be either 2 or it's going to be a full lap race. I think we're going to make it.
as we are just about 34 minutes into the 40-minute time limit and working race lap 13. So we just might get them all in. Oh, little mistake from Blethen, and that opens the door for Braunlake, and he gets by cleanly. And again, same place where Marshall Mast had his problem. He went a little wide coming out of South Bend, and that opened the door. And now Lander once again going after it with Nick Leverone. Those two just can't get away from each other. But look, the battle for the lead is side by side down Madison Avenue.
The pace of these BRZs at the very end of this race is looking a little bit weak. The MX-5s and the RX-8s both seem to be managing just a little bit better. Obviously, faster top speed for Devin Anderson, which is a big concern for Neudorf. If he gets in front, it looked a little too easy for Anderson to be able to just motor right back by, but the big momentum right to the back bumper gives him a push down the roller coaster.
Down the roller coaster they come. This is the battle for the lead, and then right behind a battle for third spot, the final step on the podium. With that reverse now as Braunlake in the red RX-8 in front of Ray Blethen in the orange and blue.
It's a good run for Neudorf through Hogpen. He's going to drop a couple of car lengths back down this front straight, but we know Sector 1 is good for that blue MX-5. Just behind Blethen, it's Christian Braunlake now in third for that bronze medal.
Working race lap 14. So it looks like we're going to get them all in, because if the timing and scoring had thought we were running out of laps, they would have thrown the white that time by. So we're going to get all 15 laps in. Looks like maybe a little body rub on Jaden Lander as he was going around the outside. I saw a little puff of smoke.
And meanwhile, Kevin Fryer is also gotten by Nick Leveroni, so now it's going to be Sergio Slobin on the attack. And Neudorf for the lead, gets to the outside, but it's tough to hold this. Can he shut the door? Yes, he's clear.
But can he hold it? We'll see how it looks through the S's here. I would think the MX-5 would be a little handier through the uphill S's, but Devin Anderson has...
Good defense there from Neudorf. It's going to be flat out for both cars through the uphill S's, but the MX-5 should be stronger both through South Bend and in the brakes for Oak Tree. He needs the Oak Tree of his life to get a gap from Devin Anderson so that that car doesn't just get motored by again.
Here they come. They both right out to the edge of the track. That was close.
Anderson saw it at the wheel through it. That was good.
Yeah, exactly right. Into Oak Tree they come.
Oh, he caught the outside curb and floated just a little bit. I don't know that that's exactly what he needed, but he did get a good exit. Looks like Anderson's struggling to get the power down maybe a little bit more. But watch this BRZ start to chug up to the back of that MX-5. I don't think he's going to get clear of him, though. Look at this. They will be side by side by the time they get to the braking zone, but I don't think Anderson was close enough to motor him.
And Leverone dropping down the order. Slobin is trying to get around him as well. And yeah, he got it done. Devin Anderson once again at the top end of the straight had just a little more terminal velocity and was able to get around Neudorf. So he's going to have to do it all over again, as they should be coming to the white flag this time by.
And look who's coming. Christian Braunlake is now within striking distance. If they get another lap of exchanging positions, this is going to be a 3-horse race. Again, the top speed for the MX-5 without a draft, 116 miles an hour. Top speed for Anderson with the draft, 123. There's not much you can do about that.
Yeah, Braunlake is cheering these two guys on to keep banging on each other. There's the white flag. We're on the final lap. So Braunlake's just hoping that these guys defending against one another will open the door for him to be a part of this battle, and he's there for the most part. It's only about 4 or 5 car lengths from Neudorf to Christian Braunlake in the red RX-8. Here they come as Anderson being a little defensive now down into NASCAR. That's going to sacrifice his exit speed just a bit. Neudorf might try to show him the dummy there and then pop at the last minute down into left hook, but no, he stays single file. I think realizing he might have a better opportunity a little later on, some debris being kicked off the track just as they come into the S's. Into the lower S's they come. Really a 3-car battle at the front. It's all going to come down to how they run through the climbing S's and the exit out of Oak Tree. As the rest of the field pretty much strung out here. These guys are going to settle it between them. I'll tell you what, Braunlake is looking really racy here.
Yeah, he's there. This is a 3-car race, but Devin Anderson has gotten a better run through a couple of the key corners than he has the last couple of laps, and that's put Neudorf really at a disadvantage. He's going to chuck it into Oak Tree. Good pivot out of the MX-5. Gets the power down too early, though, and steps it sideways. Christian Braunlake is going to have a run on the MX-5.
Yeah, and we know that the RX-8 has got plenty of straight line speed, so Neudorf may be a bit of a sitting duck here. Braunlake pulls out early, gets alongside him. Meanwhile, Devin Anderson hoping that they stay side by side long enough for him to be able to maintain his lead. Bronlick up to second now. Neudorf dropped back to third. But we've seen Neudorf really strong through the roller coaster and down through Hogpen. Once again, Devin Anderson backing them both up. This is not a done deal. We are heading into another side-by-side finish, I have a feeling, as they come down into Hogpen for the final time. The checkered flag awaits. Who is going to be able to maintain their position? Bronlick might have the advantage here. He's got a little more horsepower under the hood. He's going to pop out. We've had a side-by-side finish already this weekend, but I think Anderson's going to be able to hold him off barely, and does. Devin Anderson taking the gold medal. Christian Bronlick, what a great final lap as he was able to go from fourth up to second. Jonathan Neudorf has to settle for the bronze medal. But man, what a great final couple of laps we had here, as Raymond Blethen comes home in the fourth spot. Kevin Fryer, a good run into fifth. Sergio Zlobin won't be notching the super sweep this weekend, but he'll come home in sixth. Nick Leverone did not have the race that he had hoped for, running as high as second for much of the race, but eventually fading for a seventh place finish. Jaden Lander also, he and Leverone were locked together for much of the race. Lander finally comes home in eighth spot. Richard Anastasio, in the number 80, comes home ninth, and Stephen Blethen rounding out the top 10 positions.
Chris Windsor able to race back up to 12th, by the way. Picked up 3 positions in the last lap alone. As these guys still racing their hearts out, the 09 and the 29, John McClendon.
And the 09 of Morgan Mailer. And they're going to go side by side. McClendon and Mailer battling for 18th and 19th position. McClendon able to hold off.
I'll tell you, Devin Anderson had a fantastic hog pen to finish this race off, and I think that's what won him the race.
Yeah.
Because he needed a perfect compression through the exit of that corner. I think if he'd have gone it any bit wrong at all, that RX-8 would have had enough legs to get him by the line, and he guaranteed it didn't happen. And also, a frustrating reality, but it is a reality for Jonathan Neudorf. Just not enough top speed out of that MX-5 to keep himself in the second position, or even when he got to the lead a couple times, it was just a little bit too little, and unfortunately a great driven race, but falls to third there right at the last minute.
Here's your top 10. Devin Anderson from the pole takes the win in only his second runoffs. Christian Bronlick finishing in the second spot. Look at that margin of victory, less than a tenth of a second. Jonathan Neudorf, another half second back, taking third place honors. Raymond Blethen giving chase in fourth. Kevin Fryer comes home in the fifth spot. Sergio Zlobin, the super sweep eligible driver, has to settle for sixth. Nick Leverone fading to seventh at the end. Jaden Lander in eighth spot. Richard Estacio and Stephen Blethen rounding out the top 10. So the Blethen twins both get top 10 finishes in their runoffs.
And doing the cooldown lap information, I might add, side by side.
Christian Bronlick, by the way, a rookie making his first runoff start. He's going to be pleased with that, coming within just a whisker of notching a gold medal in his first runoff start. As we head down to Victory Circle, we're just waiting for our winning driver to unbuckle and get out of the car. And then he's going to celebrate big time. And standing by to interview our winner is Hayward Wagner, sorry.
We're going to get Devin out of the helmet and get the medal on, get the Hoosier strap on. I think he's a little bit excited. We can't quite tell. We're going to have to find out. Devin, Tom O'Gorman thinks you might have driven the greatest hog pen of your life on that last lap to hold the lead down the front straightaway. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was scary watching that RX-8 barrel down on me at the end. I just want to say, amazing race by all my competitors. I mean, that was tough. That was a really tough race to win. Took a lot of consistency and really digging deep to try and stay ahead of these guys. Really just tough field.
How does it feel to win your second ever runoff start?
Oh, I'm thrilled. We came into it here with the express goal of coming out with the victory, and we did just that. So it feels amazing. It's years-long work coming together. It's just amazing.
You get to take one more lap here at VIR. This one's a victory lap. Enjoy it.
All right, thank you. And thank you to my team, Tech Sport Racing, and sponsors, Redline Oil. Thank you. Helmet on?
Obviously a winner, a little breathless, obviously. Again, you can just tell just how hard these drivers are working on this hotter afternoon than we've had. But he is obviously very, very stoked to take a gold medal on his first ever, or his second ever runoffs. As you can see that battle replaying earlier on in the race. Let's head back down to Hayward with our second and third place finishers.
You literally saved the very best for last on that race. What was your mindset going into the last lap?
I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. I'm kind of speechless right now, but I saw them. They had a good probably 10, 15 car gap on me. I was like, cool, sitting in third place, and then next thing you know, they're going at it. So next thing you know, I'm catching them down the back straight away, and then I'm on Anderson's bumper coming down the front. So can't ask for anything better for my first runoffs.
What was your body language in the car coming to the stripe? Were you beating on the wheel? Were you pushing on it? What were you?
I was screaming my dad on the radio, why? I'm so close, but I'm happy with second. Nothing I can do else.
It was an incredible drive. Congratulations. We're going to go ahead and grab Jonathan. Jonathan, you were everywhere in this race. You battled everybody. You had a great pass going into 4 there towards the end. What happened in the last lap or so?
I was just thinking, I knew he had the straight line speed on me, and I knew I had to make it up in the corners, and that's what I tried to do. I tried to make a late move into 4, which ended up sticking, but he caught me down the straight. So, and then he ended up catching up to us while we were scrapping, and he ran me down. So it was a really tight race. It was a close race. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, the Mazda held up really well. It was awesome.
Congratulations to you on the bronze. A lot of big smiles here in the pit lane. These guys had a blast in this race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was sweet.
Thanks, Hayward, and congratulations to our podium finishers. The Braunlick car definitely would be one of the front runners for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, starting 7th and coming home just a whisker out of the lead. As you can see, Marshall Mass going after it with our pole sitter, Devin Anderson, in the early going. As Mass led for much of this race in the early stages, there he is diving down to the inside of Anderson, trying to make that move. As we see the rest of the field going 2 and 3 wide, but this is where it all went wrong for Marshall Mast as he dropped a wheel off at the exit of South Bend. Fortunately, he was able to climb out, but the car unable to continue. And then on the restart, the 2 RX-8s going after one another for much of the race. Finally, Blethen getting the better as they work their way through. But then on this final lap, Neudorf had the lead briefly, and it looked like he might have the opportunity. This was the next to the last lap. Neudorf might have the opportunity to take the win. But Devin Anderson was able to power back around him, and then here is the final run out of Oak Tree down Madison Avenue as they head up toward the top of the hill. And here comes the pop out as Braunlick came just that close as they come across the line, about half a car length. That worked out to less than a 1/10 of a second as our winner makes his way around on his victory lap with the checkered flag out the window. Another great race in the books as the sun is shining here in a Chamber of Commerce day at VIRginia International Raceway. Thanks so much for being with us. On behalf of Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phipp, and thank you for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. 500 drivers and over 20 classes doing battle in a race for the gold. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. Welcome to Virginia International Raceway as we're in prototype racing mode. These are some of the fastest fendered cars here this weekend. This broadcast, of course, brought to you by our friends at Mazda. It's Hagerty Race Day here at the Virginia International Raceway. I'm John Phippen. Sitting alongside me is Larry McLeod as we are getting ready to bring you the first of two prototype races here at the Virginia International Raceway this weekend. We start with Prototype 2, the, quote, slower of the two prototype classes. And this class is chock full of veterans. It is chock full of former winners. And to set the stage for this Prototype 2 race, the third member of our broadcast team is Hayward Wagner down trackside.
Guys, to put the slower of the prototype car classes in perspective, these guys were running about 148 in qualifying at the front of the field. The P1 car is 143. That same gap is with the gap between a Prototype 2 car and a GT2 car here at VIR. So these cars are about 6 seconds a lap faster than one of the fastest full-bodied car classes here at the Runoffs. Every year in Prototype 2, as we walk around, you see new bits, new little aero things, new adjustments, developments in the car. This is very much a developer's class. The steward for this class often dresses in a Gumby outfit to imply that everything's a little bendable, a little stretchy in Prototype. What's really different this year, though, is Goodyear. There are two cars on this grid that are running Hoosiers. The rest are all on Goodyears, and that includes the front row, the second row, and the third row, all running the bright yellow Goodyear logo on their tires.
Thanks, Hayward. Looking forward to this one. It's a small field, but a mighty one. And again, lots of experience. 160 runoff starts between all of the 12 drivers in this field. That's a bunch. We only have one rookie in the field, and he is starting at the back. We've got a track map here. Let me introduce Larry McLeod. He is a 5-time Solo Nationals champion and a solo driver of eminence, by the way.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the track map. So let me take you through Sector 1 is going to be all of the kind of sweepy stuff. Turn 1 is downhill braking into that long sort of increasing radius hairpin around through NASCAR bend at 3, which can be side-by-side, these kind of cars, up through Turn 4, which is the left hook, and then you get into the twisty bits, the snake, and then you go around that back straight, which is a bit of a flat-out run. Should be flat out for these cars all the way through the climbing SS 789, and then flick these things with all the downforce around South Bend at 10 as they go in through the number 12, the old oak tree turn, up the back hill straight Madison Avenue to the top of the roller coaster there at turn 13 and 14, and they'll go plummeting down that coaster, hopefully single file, could be double wide. They get down to 17, and these things will have all the grip of the world coming off a hog pen down that front straight.
These cars are all about downforce. They are basically Formula Atlantic style cars with bodies on top of them. And these cars in the Prototype 2 class run predominantly with the motorcycle-based power plants, Suzuki's and Kawasaki's basically. There's even a Honda in the field, but the store chassis very much dominant in this field. Let's go ahead and introduce the 12 runners for you. As we mentioned, there's only one rookie in the field, and he starts outside of row number 6. That's the 89 of A.J. Snyder out of Gastonia, North Carolina, in the Central Carolinas region. He's in a store Suzuki. Next to him, one of the most experienced drivers in the field with 48 runoff starts, but he's still looking for his first gold medal. That's the 97 of Richard Colburn out of Northbrook, Illinois, in the Cincinnati region. In the Sunshine Metals car, he has 42 consecutive runoff starts. That is the most of any active driver. He's in an Ostendo Suzuki's powered machine. In row number 5 on the outside, the 77 of Michael Moulton out of Wilmington, North Carolina, in the North Carolina region, in a store WF1. Next to him, the 07 of Thomas Kaufman from Riviera Beach, Florida, in the Florida region, in a store Suzuki. In row 4, car 12, Peter Shadowin from West Palm Beach, Florida, in the Florida region. He is a 5-time former champion, most recently winning in GT Light a year ago. He is in a West Suzuki powered machine. He's the 2010 winner of the Donahue Award. The inside of him is the number 28 of Bart Wolf from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region, in the only Ligier in the field with Honda power. Outside of row 3, car number 7, Mike Rupert, Hubertus, Wisconsin. He is also a 2-time winner, most recently D-Sports Racer in 1997. Next to him is the number 44 of Tony Ave. We've seen him this weekend in several tin tops. He's in out of the Central Carolina region, a 3-time winner, most recently, or just earlier today, but he won GT3 a year ago in another store. Outside of row 2, the 99 of Lucian Panseo. Lucian out of San Antonio, Texas, in the Lone Star region, in a store Kawasaki. Next to him, the 03 of Sherman Chow out of Palm Beach, Florida, in the Central Florida region, in a store Suzuki. On the front row, Tim Day Jr. in the number 8 out of Scottsdale, Arizona, and the San Francisco region, a 2-time champion, most recently in 2021 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, in a store Suzuki. And your pole sitter, the number 83 of Greg Guyan from the Western Springs, Illinois, and the Chicago region, a 2-time and defending champion. He was the Tire Rack Pole Award winner in his store Suzuki. As the field still weaving back and forth, trying to get some temperature into these, again, mostly Goodyear tires in the field. As the 83 of Greg Guyan, your Tire Rack Pole Award winner.
Took that award on Tire Rack Pole Day, just clipping past Tim Day Jr., who had it on the first day. So Greg knows how to step up when the pressure's on. That's what he did to take that pole. We'll see, there's going to be a lot of pressure behind him as we get this race going, though. Yeah, Tim Day Jr., again, a 2-time champ. Both of these drivers on the front row, 2-time winners in this class. Their qualifying time separated by just over a 1/10 of a second, as they are just now getting ready to line up single side by side as the safety car pulls into the pit lane late. Sherman Chow and Lucian Pansea need to get lined up in row number 2. The field now all packed up. Everybody's good to go. As the starter looks them over, and we are green as they accelerate toward turn number 1. Our pole sitter, Greg Guyan, trying to hold off the challenge from behind, and that is the 8 of Tim Day Jr. But Guyan's gotten it done. Day falls in single file right behind him, but sweeping around the outside is Pansea, trying to get himself up into the 3rd spot, but he is still side by side with the 44 of Tony Ave. Ave and Pansea going after it. Ave thinks about ducking down to the inside, but falls back in single file. It's still very much early days with Greg Guyan, your leader. There's the 7 car of Mike Rupert, another veteran campaigner. As they work their way through the lower S's now,
these cars so much faster than the cars we've been watching earlier on in the runoffs. I kind of have to recalibrate myself as how quickly these guys are making their way around the track.
They are hustling. And take a look at this. Tony Ave, who's been out there in 2 races already today, trying to make moves on the Sherman Chow. Sherman getting those elbows out a little bit, keeping Ave behind him. Ave now, of course, has Pensea in the similarly prepped 99 right behind him. So watch for these two guys. They may work together a little bit, but at some point, they become frenemies, right? Is that what they call that?
I think something like that. Greg Guyan and Tim Day Jr. in the 2 stores at the front. And then kind of in a lonely third spot, Sherman Chow, as here comes the 8 of Tim Day Jr., the 2-time champion, winning this race in 2021 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as they fall down the hill through the roller coaster. And this is where the downforce in these cars really shows, as these drivers just able to carry so much corner speed through these very tricky descending turns as they make their way onto the front straightaway once again.
Yeah, those Suzuki those motors just absolutely scream down the front straights, but it's all the aero with these cars. They're lightweight, a lot of aero from underneath and on top. And look at this already, Guy. And again, trying to go right back at Day able to hold that line. But these guys, they race very close. Yes, there's a bit of aero wash off the back of these things, but they still allow them to race close. There you can see Ave pressuring now Sherman Chow as they go around NASCAR Bend. He's able to do that with these cars, but look at that, a little bit late on it, and all of a sudden Pensea says, "Thank you, Tony, I'm going to duck right underneath you."
Exactly right, and then right there behind them is the 28 of Bart Wolf in that Robinzake blue Ligier, the only Ligier in the field, as they work their way through the lower S's. But Ave and Pensea continue their battle.
Yeah, Wolf comes into this with 13 previous starts, so here in his 14th start, he's got 6 podiums in his past. Do not count out Bart Wolf. He looks like he's pretty racy early on. A little bit of an oddball-looking car out there in that Ligier with the Honda, so it's not one of those bike motors, I don't think he's got in there, but a little bit of a different chassis than the rest of the stores with their Suzukis.
Tony Ave goes just a little bit wide. Pensea, though, compromised his exit of Oak Tree, and that's going to open the door for Ave. Again, similar prep job on these cars, very similar paint jobs. Ave's got a little bit of a blue over the shock cover. So that's how you can tell the two apart. The yellow shock cover for Pensea in the 99. Ave's thinking about it, and he pulls the trigger all late on the brakes into roller coaster, and he's able to get it done. Pensea didn't fight him too terribly hard. And there's the 28 of Wolf right behind these two.
Ave, again, just about, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, ran a GT3 car around here, a very different type of car. Yes, they have a little bit of aero to them, but they are not a P2 type of aero. He's definitely getting used to that. But you see how late he is on those brakes? Just about didn't get it woed down in front of Pensea, but in the end he does. Let's see if he can get a run going and get back up to Chow there for third. Look again, locking up for Tony, continuing to lock those front tires up on there.
Tony, of course, the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award, and that's the award given for the driver who makes up the most positions in between first and second qualifying, Tuesday and Wednesday. Tony only picked up 1 spot, but this field was so closely packed that that's all that was required to win that Hawk Performance Award, a set of Hawk brake pads.
Yeah, maybe he needs to put that set on the car. He wouldn't be locking up so much. Maybe he can modulate a little more with the Hawks.
Yeah, it could well be that he might have flat spotted those tires the first time he locked them up, and now every time that tire comes around, that flat spot is going to want to lock up once again.
It always finds that same spot over and over again. That can be tough. This is a very long race. We're only working lap 4 out of 15. It could be a very long race here for Tony if he does in fact have a bit of a flat spot on there.
These great camera shots we're getting from Apex, you can see the carbon fiber bodywork on these cars. Most of them run without any paint to make them as light as possible. And Tim Day having to be just a little bit defensive as he's doing a little weaving, trying to keep Greg Guyan behind him. Guyan, the tire rack pole sitter. And right now, those two just kind of having a little dance between themselves. Sherman Chow kind of by himself in that third spot. But then the Ave Pensea battle with those two stores going after it for 4th and 5th.
Between Day and Guyan, they are the 2 most recent champions in this class, with Guyan coming in having won here last year. Guyan also set the track record in here in the race back in 2019 right here, VIR. And he just reset it. Did Tim J had it for a moment? Now Guyan's got it at a 49. But wait a second, Tony Ave just did a 49.3, and that's an off. Is that Guyan?
Yeah, Guyan was trying to go around the outside of Day at turn number 1, dropped a couple wheels off, but he's kept the motor running, but he's fallen back behind Bart Wolf all the way back to 6th. So Guyan's going to have an uphill struggle now, and he's going to have some dirt on his tires. It'll take him a while, and it looked to me like that was Pansea who dropped a wheel off at the exit of 3.
I wonder if they're getting out a little bit of the marbles. Again, this is not the first race today for sure. Let's check a little replay here as they come down into 1. You got Day doing a good job right in the middle of the track, forcing Guyan to go a little bit on the outside. And he tries, but you watch him, he's out there, and it's dirty. There's a little bit of marble out there, and I think he just then runs right up the track, which drops fast. And you realize, look how much of a hill that is, and just whips it around. Everybody else able to avoid him. But that's going to give Day a bit of a nice cushion now. He's about 2 seconds ahead of Chow and Ave, but Ave should see him in the shot, getting close to Chow. That's your top 3 right now, Day, Chow, Ave.
Lucy and Pansea are right behind him. Then Bart Wolf. And that's where we'll see Greg Guyan come in behind them. As you can see, Tim Day with Sherman Chow now giving chase. Chow in the white 03 with the red highlights on top. Sherman Chow in his, this will be his 8th runoff start. His best finish so far, a 2nd at Mid-Ohio in Prototype 2 back in 2016. And Sherman Chow giving chase to Tim J as they come across the line. We'll get the interval. It's now about a 1.5 between those two. Then Tony Ave in the bronze medal position right now, but Lucy and Pansea are right behind him in the 99 car.
They are at a blistering pace right now. You just see them all. They're all running right around the old track record time in those mid-150s, of course, with Pansea turning 49s. I mentioned Tony Ave's 49.3, the new track record here in this. It is prime conditions for these cars. These Goodyears are hooking up right now.
Yeah, and it's coolish. The motorcycle motors making good power under these conditions. They're all normally aspirated, of course, so they like these cooler conditions. But Goodyear's getting hooked up. I think it's with the reason we saw some of these cars being a little more skittish earlier in the run is the tires weren't quite up to temperature and up to pressure. But now that they've had a couple laps under their belts, working race lap number 5, these cars are really getting stuck to the ground.
Take a look at that. That's interesting to watch. Day Jr. running wide off the curbing, trying to get that exit speed. Chow deciding to stay inside of the curbs and get the smoother exit, probably trying to get the arrow to stick a little better, be more consistent. Look at this. Day trying not to give any bit of air behind him to Chow. Doesn't want to give that draft. Chow says, that's fine. I'm close enough. I like air over my car going down roller coaster.
Sure. And, you weave around as much as you want. You're wasting valuable time and distance. Chow just taking the shortest distance between 2 points, and that's going to keep him right in touch.
And Chow on a really quick lap this time around, too. He reset fastest first sector. He's only a 10th off fastest second sector. That was a pretty good dig coming out of Hog Pen. Chow also going to be in the 49s here in a second with that draft behind Day. He is moving.
A 49.6, his personal best. Best lap of the race right now is Tony Ave with that 49.9.
There's Tony. Look out for the marbles out there, Tony, as he's getting pressured from Pansea. They were side by side for a minute. Tony able to keep it in. These two good buddies are fighting their way around. They got to watch the marbles. We already saw what happened to Greg Guyan behind him.
Yeah, Guyan in recovery mode. He got around Bart Wolf to get back up into 5th. Remember, he was battling for the lead when he dropped all 4 wheels off at the outside of turn 1. It's going to be a tall order for him to catch these leaders. But while we're coming up on lap number 6, working race lap number 6, let's take just a moment and we'll step aside to give some of the folks that make the running possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It's Hagerty Race Day presented by Mazda, and we are here at VIRginia International Raceway. The Sunoco 260 Award is one of the contingency awards offered during the qualifying runs coming up into the race weekend. And the winner of the Sunoco 260 Award was Bart Wolf. Bart currently running in 6th spot. Basically, the award is given to the driver whose qualifying time on Tuesday with the last 3 digits coming closest to 260. Bart Wolf turned a 154.252. That's pretty close, and that got him 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for winning the Sunoco 260 Award. As the battle at the front between Tim Day and Sherman Chow has stabilized at about a half a second. Chow just kind of biding his time right now. Day, the 2-time champion in the class, most recently winning it 2 years ago at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But I'll tell you what, lurking there in 3rd is Tony Ave. He's broken away just a bit from Lucien Pansea, and we're soon to have a 3-way battle for the lead here.
And Pansea's not going anywhere. In fact, he's actually right there in 4th. You can just see him at the back of the shot, just another half a second behind Ave or so. This is turning into a very tight little race between these 4 cars.
I misidentified the 3rd place runner. Obviously, it is Pansea. Ave now back into 5th spot as we've got a spinner. Unfortunately, I don't see the number on the car as the camera angle. These cars are so low to the ground, the camera angle did not show us the side view of the car, but that's the same kind of problem that we saw earlier.
That's a 77 of Michael Moulton.
Yeah.
Going for a long ride just as he had crested the top of the uphill S's, and he's just sort of down in the valley in between South Bend and the back straight.
Yeah, Michael Moulton was running in 10th position and just carried a little too much speed coming off the last of the climbing S's. And Pansea has gotten around Sherman Chow. Pansea is the man on the move. He is up to 2nd spot right now.
I can tell you why he did, because he just reset again the fastest lap of the race at a 48.8. They have dropped 1.4 seconds off of the prior track record out here. They are blistering this place.
And Tim Day has got his mirrors full of Lucien Pansea. Pansea looking for his first runoffs gold medal. He's had 4 second places in his 9 runoff starts, this being his 10th start. And could a gold medal be in his future? As he pops to the inside, he's been watching Day weaving back and forth trying to break the draft. He is going to go early right out of Oak Tree Bend, still side by side, but I think he's gotten it done. Day falls back in single file. Day going to try to go late on the brakes, but Pansea very calmly just takes his normal racing line and uses all the downforce at his discretion here as they tumble down the hill from the roller coaster down into Hog Pen. Pansea is hooked up. That car is not wiggling one bit. He has got it right where he wants it. Sherman Chow goes out. He goes wide. Tony Ave goes up into 3rd spot. It looks like Greg Guyon got by as well. So Sherman Chow will rejoin, I think, in 5th position as he just carried a little too much speed. Oh, it looks like a blown motor, and that's for the 97 of the veteran Richard Colburn in the Nostendo as Colburn's engine gives up the ghost. He was running in 10th spot after Michael Moulton's spin. So we've had a little attrition here with Moulton spinning off, and now Richard Colburn, the veteran, in his 49th runoff start. It's not going to get to the end.
Yeah, they've got that debris flag out in that corner. Look at all that smoke that they're driving through. Let's hope there's no other fluids. Could be. That's why they're being cautious right now.
Yeah, looks like a little maybe dusting, but these drivers have all gotten through it. as Colburn has pulled into a place of safety there. So we won't have a yellow flag unless the corner workers determine that there's just too much fluid down on the track. Just as it looked like Pansea was going to be able to march away into the sunset, he's getting a little squirrely coming out of Oak Tree, and Tim Day Jr.
That's why Chow earlier we were watching him wasn't using those curbs because he wanted the car to plant. Wants the consistent arrow into the car.
Yep.
Well, in that move right there, you can see why. You know, Pansea gets a little bit loose, and now Day is going to try to use that to get the pass. They're going to go side by side up at the top of the roller coaster.
Pansea, I think, making a good decision to let him go by, realizing he can live to fight another day. We've got plenty of racing left. We are just about to complete race lap number 9. So 6 laps to go as they come down into Hogpen. That's one thing about it. You know, we see a lot of the stock body cars using a lot of curb, but these downforce cars obviously can afford not to do that. Yeah. They are definitely, they want to be planted to the ground, running as low as they can possibly do. As you can see, you can't even see a sliver of light underground as Pansea late on the brakes.
Oh no.
And now another retirement. Mike Rupert with trouble as the motor giving up on the 7 car. Mike Rupert, another veteran of 26 runoff starts. He's had 2 wins, but he has not won since 1997 at Mid-Ohio in D-Sports Racer. So Rupert and Coburn, 2 veterans in this class with mechanical problems, as Pansea has retaken the lead from Tim Day.
Yeah, Rupert, I talked to him this morning and, you know, didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted. Thought perhaps he would have the pace once the race got going. Unfortunately, that motor decided to give up the ghost right at the end of the back straight. Now he's done here today. Both he and Colburn out within about a lap of each other.
But the constant has been these 2 drivers at the front. Once Pansea got around Ave, he just went like a house of fire, caught the leaders. Tony Ave soldiering on in 3rd spot, but he, at the end of the last lap, was 3.5 seconds behind this great battle at the front.
Well, he better watch, though, because Greg Guyan, after the spin that he had down there in turn 1 a few laps ago, only about 2.5 seconds behind Ave for that 3rd step on the podium. So Greg is coming. Tony better look out for him, and Greg just reset his personal best sector 2. Greg is on a good one.
Yeah, in fact, of the top 4, he is the fastest of the 4.
For sure.
Running a 150 flat on that last lap.
Yeah, I think he's catching Tony in this lap in that background there. But as you look at Pansea, it really gets the run of a hog pen every single lap. That's the one spot he's definitely faster than Day. I think Day's quicker coming out of, maybe coming off Oak Tree, maybe going up to the S's. Pansea clearly has the advantage as they enter the front straight.
As we mentioned, Day with 2 wins. Pansea looking for his first with 4 second-place finishes. What a great deal it would be if he could finally notch his first gold medal on the 5th try. Working their way out of NASCAR bend.
Yep. And I'm glad we want to see this. Thanks, guys. Yes, the 83 Guyan has gotten around Ave now for 3rd spot. I told you he was flying. That last lap for Guyan was a 50.0 to Ave's 53.3. Guyan, the fastest car on the track. You know, we're talking 11 laps in. He's got some serious pace.
Guyan started this race on the pole, and 2-time and defending winner of the gold medal. And a self-inflicted wound put him well down the order. In fact, he fell all the way back to 6th spot, but has just been slowly working his way back into contention here. Now he's back into the medal positions, but with only 5 laps, less than 5 laps remaining, does he have the pace and the time to catch the 2 guys in front of him?
Big slide there across the curbs coming out of Oak Tree. But yeah, what he would love to see is for Day and Pansea to start going side by side a couple of times, because right now Guyan is about 5 seconds back from them. He can see them. He can see what they're doing up there, but he needs those guys to start mixing it up. With only about 4.5 laps to go, he needs a little bit of help. He can only turn so many laps at a 150 before the guys in front are just going to check out, and then it's going to make it a 2-man race.
We stay with Guyan, our 3rd place runner, and then we go back to the front with Lucien Pansea and Tim Day Jr. chasing him. Pansea seems to have things well in hand, but we have seen this situation change multiple times in the course of this race, as we are just now completing race lap number 11.
And the veteran Day is definitely knows how to win races and close out races. You know, he's going to probably sit here for a little bit. Within a second, he knows he's in draft zone, maybe just kind of resetting the car a little bit, doesn't want to push it. maybe in that last 3 laps he'll start to pull a little bit. He also probably recognizes that Guyan's behind him, and any mixing up isn't going to help him. At this distance, he can protect his front tires for a couple more laps before making that last push. Maybe he's hoping that Pensea, in the push to get to the front, maybe went through his tires just a little bit too quickly. So let's see. It's not over yet.
Exactly right. Into the snake, the lower S's here. And again, you can see him avoiding the curbs. As I watch, it looks like Day's car a little bouncier. Pensea's car a little more planted as he works his way through some of the bumpy spits. And so maybe the shock tuning may be a little bit better on Pensea's car. But there's really not much between these two.
Day looked quicker around South Bend, or at least willing to go quicker. Sometimes it is a bit of a daring move if you want. But look at both of them staying off those exit curves, recognizing that you just got to get clean exits. Then right behind him, Guyan's is just sending it. Everything he can do. By the way, Guyan's last lap, 1:49.4. Just a tenth behind the quickest lap of the race. His personal best, he took a whole second out of these guys, so he's going to come across stripe next time, probably about 3.5 seconds behind them. This is getting close.
But the battle is on at the front. Tim Day has caught Lucien Pensea as we stay with Greg Guyan, the third place runner, from the pole in recovery mode after that self-inflicted off-course excursion there at turn 1. As he got off into the marbles, going wide at that first turn. And here we go, battle for the lead.
No.
And they touch. Battle for the lead. And Pensea crowding Tim Day off the track. And they made contact. You can see the tire smoke as they made side-to-side contact.
Yeah, carbon fiber bodies like this do not like contact very easily. Could either throw off the arrow, could even misalign something. That was good contact. And for Day, he actually looked like he had his right side tires in the grass under the starter stand. Who knows what that could do to the car. And I'm looking at Greg Guyan. He has got to be licking his chops at the opportunity right now.
Yeah, you guys just keep mixing it up like that. I'm coming. Tim Day right on the rear wing of Lucien Pensea as they work their way through the lower S's.
I was wondering if Day was just going to hold back for a little bit and wait for the opportunity, and that looked like it. One good run off a hog pen, and he's up underneath him now. He's still pushing. Maybe he was hoping that would be his turn 1. Didn't happen. Now with just about 2 laps to go here, he's going to make another push and hope that Guyan doesn't catch him before these two get too close.
Working race lap 13. They'll see the white next time by.
Look at the slide, Pensea.
He has got a handful now. Pensea's car going away from him a little bit. Maybe using up the tires. And that's going to give Tim Day, who had a much cleaner run through Oak Tree, as they climb the hill on Madison Avenue.
Yeah, Lucien looks like he may have a little better top end. Day is just not able to get that close. Look at him ducking in the draft. Can't quite make it work. Maybe he knows that. He's got to get better exit speeds.
Pensea with the Kawasaki. And Day and just about everybody else among the front runners with the Suzuki. So maybe the Kawasaki's got just a little more top end speed.
Day, a little issue in the brake and turn it into roller coaster there. That's what now this extra gap that Pensea is able to build. It was all at the top of the roller coaster. Day just struggled to get that turn in. Maybe a little bit of a brake issue. Could going back to when he put the right side tires in the dirt a lap ago.
Working race lap 14, so it'll be white next time by. Tim Day gathering himself up, see if he's got one more challenge. He's got 2 laps to find a way to recatch Lucien Pensea and repass him. Meanwhile, Greg Guyan continues to be faster than both of them. Guyan on his last lap, a 50.1. Pensea was a 50.2. Day, a 51.1. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, losing that braking point, whatever he did at the top of the roller coaster, hurt him quite a bit, especially if he was trying to queue up for a push. Now he's got to put it all together on one good lap. I think he can get close here on lap 14. He's going to have to make a pass, very likely into 1. Might be his best chance on 15 because, again, I don't know that he has the better motor down the back straight as it goes uphill, but he might have a shot to outbrake him into 1. Again, that car looked loose coming around South Bend.
Double apex right-hander at Oak Tree. Pensea avoiding the rumble strips altogether as Tim Day takes it right out to the edge, and there is Greg Guyan still within shouting distance in third.
He's taking a couple tenths out of these guys lap by lap, but a couple tenths when you're 5 seconds back isn't really going to be enough if you're Greg Guyan. But for Day, needs the run down this roller coaster. and he needs a hog pen of his life if he wants to have a shot at this race. That was pretty good turn-in up there. He's closing that gap. Let's see if he can get the runoff hog pen.
You bet. They're coming to the white flag. There'll be one to go this time by, as they're working their way through the hog pen turn. And he's going to be able to get some draft help from Pansea as they come to the white flag. There it is. The white flag's in the air. And Day is definitely eating him up as they come into turn number 1. One lap to go.
Let's see if they get a little feisty through NASCAR into left hook. That's usually a good spot because you got a choice of lines. Does Pansea defend? A little bit.
Just a bit. Right out to the edge. Day goes a little bit wider, but carries good exit speed into left hook. Now they take the right-hander into the lower S's for the final time at speed. These cars just planted. I'm sure they're flat all the way through this section of the racetrack.
So much grip in these little cars.
Yeah, indeed. Just maybe a feather of a lift as they come through the climbing S's here.
Probably lifting at the top of the hill, I would suspect. You enter those things, probably flatten these things. All right, here comes the critical corner. Got to come off Oak Tree with a run. Who gets the power down smoothly?
Day goes a little wider, but it didn't look like it upset the car too much. You can see some of the marbles, some of the clag being kicked up as they work their way down Madison Avenue. Day trying to stay right in the draft to maximize his top speed.
That Kawasaki is strong today.
It is strong, absolutely so. Pansea just needs to keep it clean through these last sequence of turns, and I think his first gold medal is in his future. As he comes through Hog Pen for the final time, Day gets a good run, a great run does Day. Here they come to the line. Day's going to stay in line as long as he can afford and then pop out at the last minute, but not quite close enough. Lucien Pansea takes the gold medal for the first time. And Tim Day, margin of victory, less than a tenth of a second, 63 thousandths of a second. Greg Guyon, after his mistake, made a great recovery drive to within 3 seconds of those guys. But here comes Bart Wolf, right behind Tony Ave and Sherman Chow. Bart Wolf coming home in 6th spot in the Lone Ligier as he gives a wave to the crowd on his cool down lap.
Great race for Pansea. Really, really incredible drive right there. Took his time, patient in the early stages, as at that point, Tim Day and Greg Guyon were still sort of battling it out, just waited for his opportunity. You remember he had Sherman Chow in the mix there for a while. Lucien just said, nope, I'm good. I can hang a little bit. I'll just wait. Even had Tony Ave in front of him for a little bit. He said, nope, I'm patient. I can wait. All of a sudden, he just turned it on and ran to the front, and it just kept Day behind him lap after lap. It's just brilliant.
Here's your top 10. Lucien Pansea taking the win after finishing second here a year ago. He's finally getting his gold medal. Tim Day denied a third gold medal by 63 thousandths of a second. Greg Guyon, a bronze, another 2.5 seconds back. Tony Ave settled for 4th. Sherman Chow in 5th. Bart Wolf, the last car on the, or still on the lead lap. No, he was a lap down, was Bart Wolf in 6th spot. Thomas Kaufman comes home in 7th. AJ Snyder, the only rookie in the field, comes home in 8th spot. Both Mike Rupert and Richard Colbert with mechanical problems dropped them out of the running before we got to the end. So Lucien Pansea in his 10th runoff start, picked by Sports Car to finish 3rd on the podium. He takes it to the top step. Greg Guyon picked by Sports Car to finish 2nd on the podium. He finished in 3rd, and Tim Day was picked to win this one, and he finished 2nd, but by the slimmest of margins. So the top 3 are the ones that Sports Car picked. The order just a little bit different.
Yeah, Pansea for him, 2nd last year, had been 2nd, 4 different times.
Yep.
This top step is going to taste pretty sweet for him tonight.
Absolutely it will. And we've got more prototype racing coming up as the Prototype 1 cars also racing on this first day of the 90th running.
90th?
as we can start 60th running. Not quite 90th. Eventually we'll get there. I don't know
Hayward
that I'll
will still be
here,
Hayward will still be doing pit reporting at the 90th, I'm sure.
Hayward will definitely be still here in 30 years. As Pansea getting congratulations from his crew, and he climbs out. Hayward Wagner is standing by, so we'll let Lucian celebrate just a little bit. Hayward, we'll send it down to you. You got a happy driver, I'm sure.
Pretty high level of excitement here with our national champion. Go ahead and pull the helmet off so we can talk to you a little bit. This is your 6th podium, but first time that you get to stand on top of it. He's new to this whole getting the helmet off thing. He's never done it before.
It's actually tougher than driving the race.
First time standing on top of the podium. How does this gonna feel?
Man, it's fantastic. I have no words. Oh, it was a tough race, starting fourth, but I knew if I, keep my head in the game, I can make it happen. And, I watched the drivers in front of me, where their strengths are, where, they're not as good. So I picked up on that, and then once, the car started feeling better and better with every lap. So I was like, this is my time. So.
Looked like you and Tim had some contact on the front straight, maybe three laps left. What happened there?
I have no idea. I just felt like a bump, so I had no idea it was there or anything. So, I mean, with the sun this low, the mirrors were useless. So I tried my best.
I imagine you have some folks to thank.
I'd like to thank the dear Lord up there, Young Racing, my family, Evelyn, Danica, Robert, and Marcus. And my sponsors, especially George Dean, for providing me with a good motor. Thank you.
Congratulations. We're going to get you the medal, and you get to take one more lap.
Great job for Lucian Pansea, and obviously very grateful for that win. And you can see just how exhausted he was. Yeah. These cars generate so much grip, so much downforce. The lateral G's alone will wear you out. And I'm sure the steering is pretty heavy as well. Hayward's got our 2nd and 3rd place finishers as well.
These guys congratulated themselves on some more runoffs podiums. Congratulations, Tim. You had a battle with every car on track, it seemed like.
Yeah, I did. It was we fought the good fight, and we raced people clean, then gave them a lane if they had a run on me for the most part. And after all this craziness at VIR at the last couple of years, it's kind of nice that we got a good racing day. And even though it was a really greasy track, it was a handful, but it ended up being a good race for us at least. And I'm really proud of the team. Give me a solid car. I got to say thank you to my family, Dave family, and most importantly, my wife. Can't do any of this without her. So, and of course, Goodyear. They make a hell of a tire. And I got to thank all the volunteers at the SCCA as well. So.
Congratulations to you. You got to experience the grease all in a bit of a unique way there at turn 1, didn't you?
Yeah. Turn 1's usually a good turn for me, but the whole weekend it's just been off something with the car. I don't know if it's the surface or the car, and I'm usually pretty good around the outside there, but I dropped the back left wheel off, tried to ride it out in the dust, and just brought it around a little too much, and almost had it but lost it. Almost doesn't count.
Well, congratulations on a great recovery drive and another medal here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hayward. Great recovery drive indeed, as these drivers all very happy. Let's do some highlights as we got the original start. Greg Guyan from the pole, taking the lead. Tim Day slots in right behind him. There's Sherman Chow. I don't know if there was any contact there between he and Tony Abe, but a little bit of brake smoke. And Day and Guyan battled all race long. And Abe and Pansea doing the same thing. Abe jumping up into that 4th spot. Then Pansea was able to repay the favor, and then he ran down Tim Day. Sherman Chow at that point still in the 3rd position. Pansea just hunting down these leaders, and then a little bit of a slide from Tim Day, and Pansea said, thank you very much. Let's go for the lead. We got side by side. Sherman Chow at that point looked like he might still be in the thick of this battle. Tony Abe bringing up the rear as they climbed the hill. Pansea able to stretch the advantage as they came onto the front straightaway. But I think this may have been about the time that Sherman Chow got it all wrong, went a little bit too wide. He eventually finished in 5th spot. And here's where Day tried to go to the inside at the checkered flag, but couldn't quite get it done. And Lucian Pansea finally, after 9 tries, gets the job done, and he's around for his victory lap. On behalf of Larry McLeod and Haywood Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thank you so much for being with us on this beautiful day here at VIRginia International Raceway. Lots of racing still to come. 2 more days full in the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs from VIRginia International. On behalf of everybody, thanks for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called heaven on earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA runoffs. Welcome to a beautiful day at Virginia International Raceway. Long shadows indicate we're late in the afternoon, but we've had a fantastic day of racing and more to come. I'm John Phippen. Alongside me is Lefty McLeod. Hayward Wagner with us down on the pit lane. And we are about to bring you the fastest fendered cars that run in the runoffs. Fendered? Prototype 1 coming up. These cars... fendered, I guess I could say. And it has nothing to do with the guitar, but nonetheless, they're not open wheel cars, but for all practical purposes, underneath the skin, they may well be. Hey, Lefty.
How are you, John?
I'm well. We're glad. It's late in the afternoon, and we're all a little punchy. But Hayward Wagner, rescue us as you're down there trackside, and you've got some insight that I'm sure will make me sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Only hope we have real problems. I just want to take a quick moment before these cars get on track to look at one of these cars up close. This is pole sitter Todd Vanderkoor's car, and I want to just point a couple of things. I know when these cars are on course and at speed, it can be tough to tell just how much detail work really goes into them. So starting right here, we have rolled carbon fiber on the outside of the front splitter just to keep more air, trap air through there. This is the push rod for the front suspension. The push rod is encased in carbon fiber. You've got these little finlets right here that kind of move air around. Again, another rolled carbon piece here with more fins at the back. All four wheels on this car, carbon wheel covers just to smooth the profile down. Look at how low the wing is to the ground and the finning on the wing. The swan mounts and, of course, the shark fin there in the center. Everything on this car, 100% with a purpose, as slippery as they can possibly make it with as much downforce as they can possibly give it.
Thanks, Hayward, and that really sets it to a T. Lefty, as we've often said, this is basically a Formula Atlantic car with bodywork.
Yeah, these things are absolutely amazing. They make so much speed. The power of these things, they are going to be just lightning quick around this awesome track, and they'll be going down into turn 1, probably 2, maybe 3 wide on that first lap. All the grip in the world around that hairpin. NASCAR, they're just going to be screaming through. They'll get through left hook, and by the time they come around 5 through the snake, they're going to be roaring. They'll be doing probably 150 going through the climbing S's, probably 140 around South Bend. They'll have to eventually hit the brakes to get down to Oak Tree, but they come off of that. They'll be doing again, probably about 150 or so going down the back straight, climbing a hill down the back straight. Then they'll get up there, run down that roller coaster faster than anything else out here can do. Coming off a hog pen is going to make everyone else looking like they're standing still. These things are amazing.
Indeed, they are. The Elan DPO2 has become, I won't say the preferred chassis, but it's certainly one at the sharp edge of the field. That's basically an older IMSA prototype lights, prototype challenge car. So very, very sophisticated, but we've still got some stores in the field. There's a win first and a downing. Again, these are very, very unusual cars. And by the way,
speaking of the win first.
Yeah, speaking of the win first, that has a 2-stroke Kohler engine in it, and the smoke is normal. It's supposed to do that.
I have to say it's full of glory.
Exactly.
All of it.
Yeah, absolutely so. It's a small but mighty field. Let's introduce them to you, as we've got 10 cars just about to go. And again, the fastest closed wheel cars in the field. Starting outside of row number 5 is car 22. That's John Manfroy out of San Jose, California, and the San Francisco region in a Store Suzuki. Next to him, car number 9, Greg Case out of Peoria, Illinois, the Central Illinois region, in another Store Suzuki. The only rookie in the field starts outside of row 4. That's car 21, Todd Parks from Massachusetts, the New England region. He's in a Store Suzuki. Next to him, the 82 of Matthew Gendron out of Monson, Massachusetts in the New England region, in a Downing Atlanta Beach Mazda. Moving up outside of row 3, the most experienced driver in the field. This is his 25th runoff starts, and he's a second-generation racer, Jason Miller, out of Plymouth, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region, in the WinFirst WF1 Kohler. Next to him is the 23 of Jim Davenport, out of Alamo, California, the San Francisco region, a two-time champion of the class, most recently in 2018 in one of the Elan DPO2 Mazdas. In row number 2 on the outside, car 88, John McAleer out of Roswell, Georgia, in the Atlanta region in another Elan. Then the 48 of Lee Alexander from Springfield, Tennessee in the Tennessee region, a two-time champion in the class, most recently at Indy in 2021. He's in a Store Kawasaki. And then on the front row, car number 29, Chip Romer out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona in the San Francisco region. He is the defending winner of the class in his Elan. And your pole sitter, car number 19, Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida in the Central Florida region in yet another of the Elan DPO2 Mazdas. A total of 83 runoff starts among the field, 5 championships among the 3 drivers that have won it before.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. One of the stories that we had mentioned in some of the other classes definitely plays out here, and that is tires. If you look at the front of this field, your pole sitter Vanacore, as well as Lee Alexander, I think even John McAleer are all on the Hoosiers, but Chip Romer's on the Goodyears. Not so easy in these classes to just bolt on another set of tires because you have to change the suspension geometry. The tires are all different dimensions and sizes, so you're kind of stuck with what you got going through a season, and that's how this is going to play out. Romer was the early leader in qualifying on Tuesday. Vanacore came back on the warmer Thursday, was able to take pole. Watch how that develops. Whose tires heat up and really fire up faster, that may dictate the early stage of this race.
Vanacore and Romer in the first 2 positions. Qualifying times a 1:42.6 for Todd Vanacore, a 1:42.7 for Chip Romer. So very, very close together. Less than a tenth of a second separating those two. As they begin to form up side by side, as they work their way down the hill, you can see the Store of Lee Alexander. Very different looking bodywork on that car as the Elans surround him in the first 2 rows. Then the WinFirst with the light blue paint job. You can see the pipe organ pipes coming out of the back of that 6-cylinder Kohler 2-stroke power plant. As we wait for the green flag to fly, and we're green. Our pole sitter, Todd Vanacore, gets a good jump. Chip Romer slots in right behind it. Diving down to the inside. No change in position there. It's a side-by-side for 3rd spot. As Romer with the lead. And that green liveried number 19.
And Davenport with a fantastic start. He started on row 3. He's up into 2nd, was able to get around Romer, who, again, he's on those Goodyears. They might take just a little bit longer, but Davenport's on him too. So these two guys both with the same sort of condition, but it's Davenport able to take the advantage.
Yeah, I thought that was Romer. I misidentified it. Davenport makes a great jump up into that 2nd spot. Still very tightly packed and early going. These drivers will be a little circumspect on the first couple laps. We talked about it in an earlier prototype race. Takes a while to get these tires up to full temperature before these drivers could really begin to let it hang out. As the top 4 breaking away just a little bit.
Davenport very quick in the early lap here. Look at this, already on the back of Vanacore, pressuring him. So maybe the Goodyears are an advantage in this early stage. Look at the speed he's able to carry. Coming off of Oak Tree underneath the tail end of Vanacore's car.
Romer and McAleer also doing battle for the 3rd spot as they work their way up the hill.
I think that might be Alexander right behind Romer. McAleer, I think, in the white body car, a little bit further back in 5th. But look at this, already side by side. That's dirt.
Big touch. Contact between our pole sitter, Todd Vanacore.
Oh, that is unfortunate. He was so fast. They just got a little bit tangled up, a little bit out in the dirt and spun. Looks like he's going to let the field go by. That's a tough position.
Hopefully he kept it rolling.
Yeah, but look at this. They go side by side up here as Davenport goes to the left. Davenport's the one who gets to the grass and really with nowhere to go. Vanacore is the one, though, in the end ends up spinning out. Let's see if he's able to continue at least. It looks like he is. That's a good sign.
Yeah. So clearly Romer just, or the 19 of Vanacore obviously didn't know that Davenport was there and forced him off track, and that contact caused him to spin. So, as a reset, Davenport now in the lead, Lee Alexander in second, Chip Romer in third, and then a little bit of a gap back to John McAleer in the 88, Jason Miller in the win first in the fifth spot.
Well, it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is setting right over those drivers' left shoulder there. And I'm wondering if that was a bit of a glare on him. He just didn't see Davenport over there, and Davenport had nowhere to go out there in the dirt. But Davenport looks like his speed is just fine. And that's Lee Alexander in the 48 right behind him. Romer now starting to get his pendulum spinning there as he's starting to pick up the pace.
Davenport in the Elan, Alexander in the Store, and Romer in another of the Elans. And McAleer in the blue and white Elan. And there's Jason Miller in the Kohler-powered machine. So there's your top five right in the same camera shot. Todd Parks and Greg Case having a great battle behind, side by side for the lead. Davenport and Alexander. Alexander getting it done.
Davenport now in the reverse roll. He was on the inside. He made sure he left room for Alexander on his left. He knows what it's like to be over there. But look at Alexander in that much smaller chassis in that Store. A lot of very similar to the P2 cars, but with a bigger power plant. I think he's a Kawasaki in there, but it's a bigger engine than some of the 1000 GSXR Suzukis that a lot of the guys run in P2. So this thing's definitely got more motor with that low profile. But look at those much bigger Mazda DPs behind him. You just see those things come roaring down the straights, but look at that. Davenport right underneath the back of his wing.
Yeah, Davenport really late on the brakes, probably generating a little more downforce. It's a bigger bodied car, so you would expect that it probably generates a little more downforce, and that gives him an advantage in braking.
But the fastest car in the track the last time around, McAleer, just a little quicker even than Lee Alexander. And you can see, look at that white car with the blue trim on that thing. He's definitely keeping up. Now you got a four-way battle in the fastest cars on the track.
McAleer started back in fourth position outside of row number 2. And those four have broken away a bit from the win first of Jason Miller in the Kohler-powered machine.
Easy to call him Kohler. Is it a Kohler engine in there and that six-cylinder two-stroke?
I know. His dad worked for Kohler for many, many years. Jeff Miller, I think a 6-time national champion in his own right. So Jason, a second-generation racer.
Oh, no!
Oh, and there's another spin from our leader, Lee Alexander. Too much curb on the exit of Oak Tree, and it just unsettled the car. And off he spins. Here we go. We're going to get a replay of it as he comes into Oak Tree. Misses the first apex just a little bit, and he just went a little wide, and that just...
you can see the sparks. Even the car bottoming out once he hits those curves. At that point, you lose any bit of aero, any bit of grip. And then right behind him, wait a minute, that's...
Is that Romer? No, it couldn't be Romer.
I'm not sure who that one was. It could be actually Greg Case in the number 9. We'll catch up with that a little bit. But look at him trying to shake the dirt out of the air intakes. Oh, there you go.
You're absolutely right. It was Greg Case, and almost a carbon copy of the spin.
So much carbon. All the carbon everywhere, even in their copying each other as they're spinning. It's definitely carbon.
Exactly. So almost an identical spin to Alexander. So anyway, back to the front. Jim Davenport has retaken the lead.
All right, so Davenport back to the lead. Romer now at a nice gap behind him, about a half a second. McAleer another half a second back from there. So you got 3 Prototype 1 sports racers a second apart in that grouping. And Jason Miller back there, just got to turn in laps, keeping an eye on him, and that's Day Jr.
Greg Case.
That is Case? That is Case.
Yeah, Case was the other spinner there at the exit of Oak Tree, and he may have shaken something loose.
Yeah.
A little bit of smoke coming out of that car, and he made it right under the starter stand.
Yeah, it's pit out there on that front straight for Case.
He might be able to get a little help to get back into the pit lane and not bring out a full course yellow. Meanwhile, Davenport, Romer, and McAleer breaking away from Jason Miller.
I tell you, Davenport's on a really good lap this time around. Personal best in the first sector, race best in the second sector. Probably going to be a trap speed somewhere, we're just shy of 150, 149 miles an hour in the trap speeds at the end of the back straight. Again, it's an uphill straightaway. That is a very steep hill, and if you haven't been out here to VIR, you need to stand down there and look up that hill, and you can be standing back at the South Tower and not see looking up, as this is the 19 of Vanacore on the recovery drive.
going around John Manfroy in the red store, and we are going to go full course yellow as Case's car not in a place where they can recover it safely. So we're going to slow the car down, pack him up behind the safety car. It'll be a quick recovery because he's right there at pit out. And so hopefully they'll be able to get him gathered up and we'll be able to get back to racing very quickly. There's the 48 of Alexander after his spin.
Yeah, this will be a big help to Lee Alexander and to Todd Vanacore both. This will make this race very interesting as we pull this pack back together.
Yeah, they are both very, very happy to see that full course yellow come out.
Look at the wing damage in the back of Vanacore. That's from the contact with Davenport there on that opening lap.
Yeah, that's going to cost him a little downforce for sure. As the field coming by to see the full course yellow, and they'll begin to slow it down and get picked up by the safety car. So it's been a hectic first 4 laps with Jim Davenport getting a great jump at the very start of the race from his 3rd row starting position up into 2nd in the early going. And since we've got a yellow flag here, it'll give us a chance to catch our breath and also a chance to thank some of the folks that make the racing possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It's Hagerty Race Days presented by Mazda as we are under our full course yellow here in our Prototype 1 class. As we had a car of Greg Case roll to a stop. You can see it just there off to the right-hand side of your frame. And they needed to get a safety vehicle out there. There it is, to get that car out of harm's way. And right there at the pit exit, so it should be a pretty quick recovery. But it looks like they're going to have to bring out a tilt bed. That car apparently had enough of a problem that they can't flat tow it. So it'll take him just a moment to get that car loaded up on the tilt bed. So we may go around one more lap.
Yeah, what if he had a gearbox issue or clutch issue? Because the way he spun coming off Oak Tree, you know, there's something going on there. And then a half a lap later, comes to a spot in a pretty strategic place to pull into. Probably thought this is the only where I'm going to get once he got past pit in. So should be pretty quick once they flat tow him out of there.
So it's been an eventful first half a dozen laps in this one as we're working race lap number 6 behind the safety car. These races are 15 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And at the pace these cars run, we should have no trouble getting all the laps in unless we have another extended yellow flag.
Well, this race is going to be very interesting when that pace car does pull in because, as we were just showing there, you've got Lee Alexander, Todd Vanacore. They both started up near the front. Of course, Vanacore, your pole sitter. They are now 6th and 7th. There's a Jason Miller and a Todd Parks that separates those two guys, Alexander Vanacore, from the front three, Davenport, Romer, and McAleer. This really benefited Lee Alexander and Todd Vanacore. let's see if they can quickly, when the race does restart, get around Miller and Parks and make this a 5-car chase at the front of the field again.
Yeah, Vanacore fell all the way back to 9th position, basically to the back of the pack after his off, and same situation for Lee Alexander, who spun on his own, basically, just caught a little too much curb at the exit of Oak Tree and spun off 2 drivers right well into the grass. Vanacore had a little help as he got together with Jim Davenport right at the top of the hill in the early stages of this. But again, like I say, this is a godsend for them as they now have the ability to pack up to the back, and assuming there's no significant damage, we thought there might be a little bit of a derangement of Todd Vanacore's rear wing, which could adversely affect his ability to go at full pace. You can see, yeah, just a little, that wing end plate bent in just a bit, but I don't think that's going to be enough to cause him significant issues.
It doesn't look like it's moving. It looks like it's just stuck right where it is, which is probably fine. And he was able to turn. Remember, I think that happened on the first or second lap. Well, he has done 145 zeros in this race, which is right on par with what the front 3. Those guys had done a couple of high 44s, but I don't think there's any issue there for Vanacore. And for Alexander, of course, just the big spin there when he bottomed out going over the curb. So I think those two are in a very good position here to get back near the front. It may come back again to who can fire off those tires. Is there still enough heat in them? You've got the 2 guys in the front, Davenport and Romer, both on Goodyears. Those other ones we're talking about, I believe they're all on Hoosiers. Let's see who's got the tire heat in them. And I think I see lights are out on the pace car, if I have that right.
Getting ready to restart. We want to acknowledge our pole sitter, Todd Vanacore. He won just about everything there is to win here. Not only did he take the Tire Rack Pole Award, but he also won the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award, which is awarded for the driver who makes the most improvement in positions from Tuesday to Wednesday qualifying. He picked up 2 spots. So Todd Vanacore, the winner of the set of Hawk brake pads from Hawk Performance. As we are going to go green, the lights out on the safety car. A single file restart just as they complete race lap number 6. Not even halfway home. It's been an eventful race so far. Let's see how it shakes out as we get ready to go back to racing. You can see off to the right, the start zone. That's at the leader's option as to when he drops the throttle, and right away Chip Romer gets the jump, and Romer goes side by side, and he has got the lead at the moment, but I think Davenport may be able to get back. Nope.
Romer's able to stay in front
to sweep around the outside, and John McAleer right there in 3rd spot. We haven't called McAleer's name much.
But look at these two over here. That's Lee Alexander and Todd Vanacore now up under Jason Miller. I did see Todd Parks basically pointed these guys by, probably realizing he's not in their fight. He let them go ahead, and now you got Jason Miller as the one thing holding Alexander and Vanacore from the front 3, but now it's a 6-car train.
There's Parks and John Manfroy, the last car on the lead lap, last car running in this one. And already Todd Vanacore thinking about making a move on Alexander as they climb the hill. Alexander in that almost looks like a prototype 2 car with a little bigger motor.
Yeah, similar chassis.
Yeah, very similar. As they work their way through Oak Tree, this is where Alexander had it all go wrong. And Vanacore doing the same thing, going a little bit wide there at the exit of Oak Tree.
So Miller there in the 2-stroke 6-cylinder Kohler-powered car. He admitted they don't necessarily have that top-end power for there. Sometimes power is a bit of an issue there. They try to be slippery, and you can see it there, not able to quite get off that corner. But in the draft there behind McAleer, he seems to be doing all right and staying with this pack. Also being that it is a 2-stroke, it is a carbureted. Those pipes are so critical. There's a certain temperature they got to get the whole car to. He may be actually happy the way this thing's going. He might have gotten them up to temp and then get the whole crowd pulled back together. But a little slippery there coming down the hill. The handling a little bit of an issue for them. Now he's got one on one side, maybe one on the other as they go down the front straight.
Vanacore tucks in right behind him to take advantage of the draft. He moves around Alexander. That puts Vanacore up into 5th position now. As Jason Miller hanging on to 6th spot. Alexander content with 7th right at the moment, at least, as they're now closing down on John McAleer. As the field pretty much single file into the snake, the lower part of the S's.
Yeah, I'd be watching Vanacore now. Now that he's gotten past Miller, he is going to be on that mission to get back to the front. We know what he did in qualifying and the pace that he has. He's pretty happy to have finally gotten that move done on Miller. And you can see now Lee Alexander's going to struggle a little bit to get around Miller. He may have to wait till the back straight. By then, Vanacore may be gone. But look at Todd already catching up to McAleer for third. As Romer and Davenport have got to be, their crew's got to be telling them, hey guys, Todd's coming.
Yeah, exactly right. Top four look to be just about equally spaced right now. Then a little bit of a gap back to Jason Miller and Lee Alexander.
Romer at the start, the first start of the race, did not have the greatest start and fell back a little bit. It looked like Davenport had greater pace, but now all of a sudden we have this full course yellow period, and now Chip is the guy with the speed. And Davenport now looks like he's kind of on his heels a little bit, waiting on for that thing to come into its happy place as Miller continues to hold off Lee Alexander.
A couple of our front runners have won the Super Sweep, which is one of the hardest awards to win in road racing. In 2016, Jim Davenport won it. And then last year, Chip Romer was one of the winners. In fact, I think we only had 2 Super Sweep winners in the whole runoffs last year, and Romer was one of them.
Oh, that race last year in P1, if you want to go back and watch that on the archives on SCCA.com, trust me, it's there. They had rain only from the climbing S's around the south paddock down there at Oak Tree and about halfway down Madison Avenue Straight, and the entire north end was bone dry. The race started that way. 2 cars came in for tires, I believe. Well, I know one of them was Romer. I think the other might have been Davenport.
Yep.
And talk about a great decision, because now they're able to take South Bend in rain tires and take Oak Tree on rain tires and get a great run and just tiptoe around the rest. And the strategy paid off. They were able to really run past the field, and Romer was able to get his first championship. It was a fun one to watch. A little bit of chaos. These guys know. For the rest of the field, if you're not Romer, you're happy that it's dry.
Exactly. Look at this gaggle of cars. They are absolutely nose to tail here. At the moment, Chip Romer with the lead, but right there in his wheel tracks is Jim Davenport.
Yeah, Davenport, I think, getting himself back into his groove, but it may be a little bit too late because he's got company. McAleer and Vanacore now right behind them. Look at this, 4 of these cars as we got another car pulling off.
Is that Alexander?
It might be.
Can't see the number from this distance, but Alexander, didn't seem to have the pace after the restart. I thought after the restart that he might be able to mix it up with these guys.
I think it is, yeah. Based on timing and scoring, he hasn't tripped the speed traps yet on that Madison Avenue straight. So, yeah, well, we have a new leader now, though, as Davenport back to the front.
Yeah, Davenport got around Chip Romer. So we'll see if he can stretch the advantage. Again, Davenport got that great jump at the drop of the green flag on the initial restart, or the initial start, should we say. And then got tangled up with Todd Vanacore. But right at the moment, he is the man at the front. And here comes the aforementioned Mr. Vanacore right on the back of John McAleer. McAleer in the white with red trim.
All these very similar cars, all of those Elan DPs, all in Mazdas, but you can see, as Hayward pointed out on the grid, there's just a little bit of subtle differences when it comes to the aerodynamics and how the front scoops are made, how much side pod is exposed, how the rear wings are done, and even you look at the air intakes, you got the 2 at the trailing here for McAleer and Vanacore with the big scoop, the front guys, Romer and Davenport, not running that scoop, so it's just a little bit different in how they want to prep their cars. But look at this, Vanacore.
Yeah, pops out around McAleer. And able to make the pass pretty easily, actually, as they crest the hill there at the roller coaster, steeply downhill into 15 and 16, and then finally coming into the final turn named Hog Pen. Reason being, when the track was originally formed, there was a hog pen on the outside of that turn, hence the name.
It's appropriate.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Down the front stretch they come. 23 of Jim Davenport, your new leader. Chip Romer in second, staying right with him.
Yeah, These guys are all running mid 144s on these laps out here. That is a screaming fast lap time. I know they qualified in the 42s, but we're talking 11 laps in, and they're still running 44s. The lap record in a race run here, Todd Slusher ran, he obviously a veteran of this class as well. He ran a 43.4 around here, I think back in 19. So, yeah, there's potential out there, but I think with the way the track temps are today, these guys in 44s is probably about as quick as they're going to get, but that is amazing.
Shout out to John McAleer. After getting past, it looked like he might fade into the sunset, but he is staying right with our pole sitter, Todd Vanacore, in that battle for the final podium spot.
Look at that little twitch, though, coming around South Bend as we have the camera there on McAleer. So he's hustling it. He's really wheeling that thing to stay behind Vanacore. Davenport, though.
Starting to get away at the front.
Yeah, great launch there off of Oak Tree. He really has that turned down.
Long toe for Jim Davenport all the way from Alamo, California. But Vanacore, cue the Jaws music, closing up on the back of Chip Romer.
He kind of is.
As we look at lap times, he was almost 0.3 quicker on his last lap. We'll see as they trip the line here to complete race lap number 11. 4 to go as they cross the stripe.
Vanacore actually pulling away from McAleer. You were saying how close McAleer was staying. That right there was McAleer, a little trouble off of Oak Tree. For Vanacore, no trouble at all, as he's taken another 10th or so out of Romer, and he's just right on the back, and he doesn't want Davenport or Romer to get away.
Yep. Of course, with any downforce car, the closer you get, the more there is disturbed air coming off the leading car, which costs you front downforce. These cars not quite as prone to that as the open wheel cars with front wings and rear wings, but the more downforce a car generates, the more it disturbs the air for the following cars.
The other thing to think about, look at the sunshine, look at the shadows right now as they come through the upper S's, and what do you think the sun looks like right about here as they're about to go through South Bend? It's got to be just about in their eyes, tough to see, and that's a corner you'd like to be able to pick up the apex around the walls that you just peek around there. Again, same thing here, little shadow helps you at the exit, but then you're going from bright light to darkness.
Yep.
Your eyes are just playing tricks on you all the way around this lap. Look at this lap, though, that Romer's putting in. They pulled away from Vanacore behind him in that last sector alone, put a second on them as Romer suddenly has got the speed.
It's really interesting to see the evolution of these cars throughout the course of the race. As we talked about, getting the tires up to temperature, getting the tire pressures right, and these cars very susceptible to subtle variations in those kinds of things. So it could be that Romer tuned his car to be good on a longer run, and it appears to be coming to fruition here.
Could be, and again, with just a couple laps to go, these two, Davenport and Romer, are pulling away from Vanacore and McAleer behind them. Look how much gap there is. You don't even see McAleer back in the distance, where a lap and a half ago it was a four-car train.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, just as it looked like Todd Vanacore in his recovery drive was going to be able to perhaps mount a challenge for these top two positions. He is nowhere to be seen, some 3 seconds behind these two.
I do wonder if perhaps these Goodyears are really good on a long run, because both of these guys are, I think, two of the only ones in the field on them, which makes the two of them very evenly matched as we get down here to the last couple of laps.
Yep. Romer, of course, the defending champion of the class, taking that come-from-behind win a year ago, his only gold medal in now 8 starts.
Well, Davenport has 2 wins, his last coming at Sonoma. I was out there for that one at Sonoma in 2018. He has 2 wins, and that's what Romer wants to get to. He wants to get to that second win and match what the rest of this field has. Lee Alexander came in with 2 wins. Davenport came in with 2. Romer's saying, hey, I need to get my second to keep pace with these guys. He's got 2 more laps. It looks like he's just sort of calculating right now, trying to figure out where's the best place to get around his buddy Jim.
If you can stay this close for this long, it usually indicates, we understand McAleer has pulled off. Yeah, you can see him falling down the order. So McAleer with a problem. Oh no.
Oh, is that smoke coming out of the back of Romer?
It is.
Well, he had touched the curbs there going down through, and I wonder if he's got a tire going down because he had touched a little bit of the curbing going down roller coaster.
That looks like tire rub to me.
Yeah. And I wonder if he just doesn't look flat, but it definitely looks more like a tire rub. He could have snapped something to it. Could be a little loose. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, when he really gets up to speed, again, the bodywork pushes down, and that may be where the rub comes from.
Oh, yeah, and he's
struggling.
Stay out of the way here as he's got Vanacore, I think, coming through behind him.
Yep.
Oh, we're just looking at the last 2 laps being a real burner here between he and Davenport. And for Chip, he's just trying to hang on at this point. Vanacore goes by for second. Jason Miller is about 20 seconds back when they cross the stripe.
So I'm guessing that he's thinking, maybe I can maintain enough speed to finish on the box. Vanacore now up into second spot, but he's a long way back. As, his car just didn't come to life in the closing stages here.
That's unfortunate for our defending champ, Romer. And that's some tough luck, tough way to finish this race. But for Davenport, he's got about 1.1 ways around this thing. He's doing more trips around, trying to earn his 3rd gold medal.
Coming to the white flag this time by, so 3.27 miles. Separates him from his 3rd gold medal in the class. But as we've seen, this race has been one of some attrition, and he's got to make it around for the last lap.
These types of cars, you get into this level of sports racers, and all of this engineering that goes in them, they are built right there on that hairy edge. You've just got to stay on pavement all the time. You can't put any more vibrations in the car than absolutely necessary. And I do wonder if Romer just touching that grass a little bit. Could have been one or the other. He could have had something that caused him to go out there, or that could have then caused the damage. But for Romer, that just shows you how sometimes these things are just a bit fragile. But when they're on, the speed is just beautiful.
Oh, they're great to see.
As Davenport's demonstrating here, having just done another 44-second lap around this place, pulled away from the field. Vanacore right now about 8 seconds back. Miller has gotten around Romer, so Jason Miller in the win first Kohler now, sitting in that 3rd spot. For Romer, it's going to want to be one of those, what if kind of days. Look how nice conservative Davenport is this time here on the white flag lap, coming around South Bend, not taking chances, staying off at anything that looks curb-like.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. And he makes a liar out of you. I was going to say, the crew's probably on the radio to him, hey, easy, you got it made. But he is in cruise mode now, all by himself out in front. Vanacore in second, Jason Miller up to 3rd. Jason still looking for his 1st gold medal in 24 starts. He's been second twice. He's been 3rd twice. Finished second here a year ago.
25 times out there, and he's got a bunch of podiums, in a position to get his 3rd. That's a good day. But for this guy, speaking of 3rds, this might be his 3rd gold medal.
Jim Davenport coming to the checkered flag. No challenge from behind as he takes gold medal number 3. Started this race back in 5th position. I don't think anybody counted him as one to watch. Sports Car picked him to finish 2nd. They got it one wrong. Todd Vanacore coming home in 2nd spot. And Jason Miller, the car that makes the nicest noise out there, that 6-cylinder 2-stroke, coming to the line. And right behind him, Todd Parks in the number 21. I would say right behind. There comes Parks with the bronze highlights on that car.
Yeah,
he'll take 4th place honors. Not that far back.
Nice run for him, a rookie out here at this runoffs. A great run for Parks.
Yeah, just off the podium.
Started 8th, ends up 4th.
John Manfoy in the red number 22 should come home in the 5th spot. There he is.
He started this race back in 10th.
Yeah, exactly right. He was at the outside of the last row, and he comes home 5th. Down the hill for the final time.
Might be potentially one of our hard chargers.
Yeah, exactly right. and the last car running. It's a race of attrition.
Yeah.
And Manfoy gets the job done, coming home in the 5th spot. He might well be a candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award.
Yeah, Miller there, another podium. I think is going to be his 5th podium over the years. And, when you're building your motors from absolutely bone scratch, you start getting podiums. That's a successful trip here to the runoffs. And I know I talked to him earlier this week. He's looking forward to getting back to his home track next year at Road America. As a lot of folks, especially these cars, they love Road America. I'm sure we'll see that guy, Todd Vanacore, back again at it next year. You will probably see Romer back out there. It'll be a really great class there at Road America. But one guy who's not quite ready to leave VIR is going to be your winner, Davenport. I think he's going to be pretty happy to hang out here in the Virginia, Carolina area for just a few more days.
Getting a nice view of the long shadows here as we're late in the afternoon, approaching the 6 o'clock hour local time, as we're just a little bit behind schedule as we had a couple extended black flag sessions earlier in the day for some track cleanup. But we got through our first handful of races, and we've got 2 more days of racing coming up in this 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. So looking forward to you being with us, if you would. Kicking off the day tomorrow, we'll have breakfast with the inside the SCCA crew. With Jim Davenport, your winner. Starting back in 5th spot, Chip Romer comes home in 2nd, about a half a second back. John McAleer, a great finish to finish on the podium. Actually, I think that's Jason Miller should be on the podium. McAleer had a problem, so he's further down the order. So Jason Miller should be 3rd. Lee Alexander also had a problem, so this order not quite exactly right. Davenport, Vanacore, then Jason Miller. Todd Parks finished 4th. John Manfoy 5th. Chip Romer 6th. John McAleer 7th. Lee Alexander 8th. Greg Case finishing in 9th. But let's head it down to our winner as he gets the gold medal. Hayward Wagner with our winner, Jim Davenport.
Jim, your crew guy came up to you and said, I don't know how you did it. Do you know how you did it?
Well, we got a great start, which is what we were hoping for, and went better than we hoped for to go from 5th to 2nd. Had a good battle with Lee, and unfortunately, Vanacore and I got into it at the end of the back straight, but we'll see how that plays out. But anyway, we've struggled all week since we've been here. We put the car just together 3 weeks ago after a big crash, and anyway, to come away with a win just feels spectacular. My wife's home watching. She couldn't make it, so I got to say hi to Sandy and my family back there. And thanks to Bulldog, Chris, Jason, and Damien for putting this car together after it was a pile of parts after Road America. Feels really good to get my 3rd.
You got it in you to take one more lap?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Enjoy it.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward, and obviously a very grateful winner after some adversity earlier in the season. As you can see, that 23 car led early and eventually was the survivor to lead often, as all it takes is getting to the finish. And like I say, to finish first you must finish.
And he was fast finishing first.
Jim Davenport gets it done. As we've got our 2nd and 3rd place finishers as well. Hayward Wagner down pit side. And he's going to gather up Todd Vanacore and Jason Miller and have a chat with him. Sounds like he's ready. Hayward, take it away.
Todd, in talking to Jim about his race, he said you guys got together coming into roller coaster. Did you have a perspective on that?
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. First lap like that, I mean, there's maybe 4 feet. He tried to pass me on the left in 4 feet, and that ain't going to work, so he hit me, spun me out. But really disappointing. I had the best car out there, and then I had to deal with Chip's motor blowing up. It's all over my windshield. I couldn't see out at my windshield, so I had to slow up. But by far I had the best car, winning car. But it is what it is. Try again next year. So
a tough day for you here at the runoffs, but still good enough for a podium. A great recovery drive. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and grab Jason while we're at it. Jason Miller. Another podium for you, sir. Talk about the satisfaction of a car that you've put so much work into putting it on the podium here at the runoffs.
Well, it's really not me. It's my entire team, and collectively, I know I have the hardest working team here. I'm so thankful to have them and just to be here and to put the car on the podium is just fantastic. So we were real happy today.
The guys up in the booth were speculating that you might be a little excited about where we're going next year for the runoffs.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't hurt to have it in my backyard. Certainly that gives me a little bit of an advantage, and clearly I need it, but we're looking forward to it.
Well, big smile here in third. Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Hayward. As we can see now we've got the order we believe to be correct. Jim Davenport, your winner. Todd Vanacore about 9 seconds back. Jason Miller finishing in third. Todd Parks in fourth. John Manfoy, the last car running, in fifth. And then trouble struck for Chip Romer late in the race, just as it looked like he was going to mount a challenge. John McAleer, Lee Alexander, Greg Case, and Matthew Jensen did not take the start of the race, all with mechanical issues of one sort or another. Here's the recap.
Here's that start for Davenport as he goes from fifth all the way to second. You watch him dive to the inside, beautifully run. He seemed to right underneath Alexander and say, thank you very much, guys. I'll go right up to that front two positions. And he just had great pace right from the get-go.
And later in that same lap, we'll have the incident that Vanacore was talking about, feeling that he had it done. Here it is as they come up. They just ran out of room, and the two came together. I won't try to second guess the stewards, but that could be called a racing incident, as the 48 with a similar problem later in the race. Lee Alexander inherited the lead.
I think this could be his spin right here, coming
right
off
there.
Oak Tree. That's the spin.
See the sparks under the car
Yep.
as it bottomed out on him. And then Romer side by side with Jim Davenport. Davenport taking the high, wide, and handsome line around turn one. And eventually that's all he needed as Romer's engine expired. And Jim Davenport, as we are going to wrap this one, as the prototype race goes into the history books, all part of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks so much for being with us. On behalf of Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. We hope to see you next time down the road.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
The Runoffs is the best weekend of racing on the planet, I think, bar none. You can't find a better way to spend a late summer or early fall afternoon than to come to the SCCA National Championship Runoffs and see 25 or 26 classes of cars duking it out in a winner-take-all finale. As we'll just do a quick wrap-up on day number one of this weekend, as Friday race day kicked off with a bang, as we had great racing from our camera cars.
Some of these production races. Oh, that race was just incredible. 5 cars running for it here in the Ace Sedan race. You know, great passing there for Clark Camburn, who ended up on the podium today in that fantastic race. Danny Richardson getting his first championship in that race. And the FE2 race, look at this, right from the beginning there with Russ Turner, who comes back to win the thing even after putting the car off on the first time around. little bit of chaos behind him, as we're about to see.
It went all wrong right about there, as we had one of the rookies spin in front of the field, collecting a whole bunch of cars.
But they're able to get that cleaned up and ended up being a fantastic race. And GT2, another one that was a bit of a barn burner there, had about 4 cars all wanting the lead. And then, of course, the closest finish I think I've ever seen at a club race, 3/1000ths of a second. Preston Pardus getting his 4th championship over his teammate. This was another great race. Came down to the front 3, essentially, at the last lap. Of course, Davenport getting his 3rd gold medal here in P1. Just a great day. I love seeing the emotions of championships. You know, you work so hard for years, you work so hard for a whole season, teams work hard, and you get to come out here and celebrate on just an awesome, as you say, just a Chamber of Commerce weather sort of weekend here at VIRginia International Raceway.
And don't go away. We've got 2 more days of this to come. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Well, we'll kick off the day with the Inside the SCCA crew, Brian Belansky, Greg Ginsberg, and Laura Bralier. I think they kick it off at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. First race scheduled to go at 8:15 after the national anthem. So 2 more great days of racing. The weather promises to be good. And between Greg Kramer and myself, we'll have Larry McLeod and Tom O'Gorman with us, and Hayward Wagner roaming down trackside in the pit lane. So on behalf of that entire crew, thanks so much for being with us on day 1 of Hagerty Race Days here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We'll see you tomorrow.